Chapter 1, The School Beauty Wife is Given Away at the Beginning? A Parallel World, Dongxing Empire, Zhengnan Canaan College. Young people not getting married has become a social problem. The empire had no choice but to implement the policy of assigning wives to graduates. When senior students graduate, after the graduation party, there will be a ceremony to measure the marital happiness index. In big data, the marital happiness index will be measured based on the personality, hobbies, values, age, etc. of men and women. The couple with the highest happiness index will be immediately issued a marriage certificate. Data such as family assets and appearance are not included in the test. But after 3 years, if both parties don't like each other, they can file for divorce. But 70% of couples will not file for divorce. After all, they have been together for 3 years and have developed feelings for each other because of the document that binds them together. In other words, as long as graduates are matched together by big data, they will become legal husband and wife within 3 years. Has Duan Yu and the other boys started measuring their marital happiness index? God bless. I hope our scores don't get too high. This is the ugliest girl in the school. Lin Feng in the single dormitory. A few years ago, his family was well off and owned a large listed company. But it went bankrupt in recent years. The monthly living expenses are about the same as those of ordinary students. The family can no longer afford the expenses. Duan Yu Xiaoyan, marital happiness index 24 points. Duan Yu Tang San, marital happiness index 58 points. Not suitable for marriage. Duan Yu Qinyu, marital happiness index 32 points. Not suitable for marriage. Lin Feng looked at a series of data. My heart is pounding. I wish that one of the male classmates could get a higher score than Duan Yu so that he could take this bomb away first. Sudden. A message. It soon caught Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's expression froze almost instantly. Duan Yu Lin Feng, marital happiness index 87 points. Perfect for marriage. Haha, look at Lin Feng, his marriage happiness index with Duan Yu is actually 87 points? Ha ha ha. This is for sure, right? Such a high score. It's basically hard to surpass. Duan Yu? Isn't that the best magnesium aluminum in Canaan Academy? It's a masterpiece of nature. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and obtains the essence of the sun and moon. She has a dreamy face. The kind you can't even dream of. He's tall, with a big face. If he had a beard, he could be a brother to Zhang Fei. She looks like Halley's Comet. Yes, seeing her once in a lifetime is enough. Just as my classmates were laughing at me. Lin Feng was also very angry. Fuck you. It's so unfair. I don't want to live anymore. Lin Feng suddenly fell on the bed and kicked out more than 80 times in the air. And keep rolling. He was so angry that he was fuming. Crying and jumping. Rolling kick. The bed was almost broken by his jumping on it. At last. He was so angry. That's right. Angry to death. But soon. Lin Feng was so angry that he died. He actually came back to life? This rebirth is quite embarrassing, but there is no need to waste words on it, just write the plot directly. Where is this? Am I reborn? Lin Feng was under the wheels of the car a second ago and was crushed to death. But now the scene has changed? Changed your body? Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, and soon, the memories of the original owner of this body came flooding back like a tide. So the original owner of this body? A bankrupt rich kid? The original owner of this body? Was she so angry she died because she was matched with the ugliest girl in the school? How ugly is this? Wouldn't it be better to divorce after 3 years? Is this necessary? Lin Feng remains silent. But if he doesn't die of anger, he will have no hope of rebirth. This parallel world is so baffling. How could anyone get married? Do they just get married after graduation? Lin Feng continued to watch the school-wide live broadcast of measuring the happiness index with great interest. On live broadcast. Started measuring a girl named Li Xian. Li Xian is the school belle of Canaan College. All the male students in the school are looking forward to this moment. Li Xian and Pang, marital happiness index 20 points. Li Xian Qinlong, marital happiness index 58 points. Li Xian Li Hu, marital happiness index 59 points. These data flashed across the machine's display screen like codes. Sudden. The happiness index completely shocked all the senior students in the school. Li Xiyan Zhang Fan, marital happiness index 88 points. This score immediately set the whole school on fire. This Zhang Fan is a rich second generation in the school. The family is said to have assets worth hundreds of millions. It's not that this kind of person can't find a girlfriend, those girls are also willing to marry him. But he doesn't care. He matched with an ugly woman and divorced her after 3 years. It won't prevent him from finding a girlfriend. Look! Zhang Fan and Li Xiyan's scores are out. Holy shit! No way? 88 points? My goddess! My school beauty! Is she going to marry Zhang Fan? It must be a behind-the-scenes operation. I don't believe Zhang Fan can get such a high score as Li Xiyan. What the hell is this behind-the-scenes operation? What kind of project is this? You're trying to do it behind the scenes? Zhang Fan and Li Xiyan have the highest marital happiness index so far. As long as the woman and the other man's scores don't exceed 88, the couple can get a marriage certificate. But 88 is already a very high score. No one should be able to surpass it. At this moment, Zhang Fan was watching the live broadcast in his single dormitory. He also noticed that his and Li Xiyan's scores were so high. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. 88 points. 88 points. Li Xiyan is mine. This score is already very high. Zhang Fan excitedly came out of his single-person dormitory and shouted, "Everyone, come out. I'm treating you tonight." Haitian Hotel. Zhang Fan has been pursuing Li Xiyan for 4 years. But this campus beauty is too aloof. I just didn't agree to him. After all, he is a rich second generation, right? At most, the appearance is not up to standard. Now he finally got what he wanted. Li Xiyan is his wife, right? Who can surpass the score of 88 points? Congratulations! Brother Fan. Congratulations to you and sister-in-law. If no one surpasses your score in the end, congratulations. These students who congratulated me just had smiles on their faces but were actually thinking MMP in their hearts. Why is the school beauty's happiness index so high after marrying someone else? Who feels comfortable? But this score? It's already incredibly high. Many men and women who become couples have a matching score of only over 70 points. Mom and Dad, please book a hotel for me quickly. The score between me and the campus beauty Li is 88. There is no doubt about it. Zhang Fan was so happy that he informed his family about it. After all, this score? It should be replaced by college entrance examination scores. Basically, you can go to Tsinghua. What? Son? You actually matched with the Li family's daughter with a high score of 88? Zhang Fan's father was also very happy. It seems that Li Xiyan's family is all engaged in the building materials business, and the Li family is quite large. Son, this score is basically no problem. You'll be married for 3 years. You must seize the opportunity. Her family is very good. There are also big families behind her who are doing business. This may be an opportunity for our family. Dad, don't worry. No matter what, during these 3 years of being a legal couple, I will impress Li Xiyan. She will definitely not file for divorce after 3 years. Zhang Fan swore solemnly. I have already thought of a series of things to make Li Xiyan happy. With this piece of paper in place, he was confident that there would be no problem. The most beautiful girl in the empire, and her family background is so prominent. It is truly the best choice. Li Xiyan? The campus beauty of Canaan College? And she and Zhang Fan have such a high marriage happiness index? Lin Feng saw this. I can't help but feel sorry for this girl. After all, according to the memory of the original owner of this body, Zhang Fan's reputation was not very good. 88 points. Who else? Who else? I'm going to fight 10. Zhang Fan recited IP Man's lines from the movie, jumping and dancing for joy. But the next moment, a piece of data quickly caught everyone's attention. Li Xiyan Lin Feng, Post-Marriage Happiness Index. Chapter 2, Is the System Coming? Direct Investment in Jack Ma? Lin Feng and Li Xiyan, 99 points of Married Happiness Index. Explode. Explode. All exploded. The whole school exploded. It's a complete nuclear bomb. After all, those rows of data will be colored red if the scores are high. The higher the score, the darker the color. Then it becomes more conspicuous. This moment. The whole school was in an uproar. Oh. Oh. Holy crap. No way. 99 points? Such a high score. Isn't that a display error? How can the score be so high? I remember the highest marital happiness index in the past few years. It's only around 90, right? Yes, after all, big data can't determine who will marry whom. Can the marital happiness index be 100%? 99 points? Does it mean forever? My goddess. My cool school beauty. My queen with black stockings. Is she going to marry Lin Feng? All the boys in the school. It can be said that I basically cried into a ball. This score is simply breathtaking. This score. It's completely despairing. How could it be? How could it be? I don't believe it. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded at this moment. His expression was as dazed as a wooden chicken. At first he thought the school belle was his wife, but now there was a higher score. The gap in this moment. Zhang Fan couldn't accept it. I really doubt my life. Oh my god. Am I seeing this right? It's 99 points? In the school radio room. The principal's voice. It also rang excitedly. This marital happiness index. It's never been this high since the invention of the measuring instrument. This is the highest marital happiness index in history. I originally thought that Li Xian and Zhang Fan's 88 points were already the highest. But what I didn't expect was, there's no highest. There's only higher. I think we can congratulate the newlyweds in advance. Because I'm afraid no one can surpass their score, right? These words from the principal. Zhang Fan felt like his heart was bleeding. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Feng, that bastard. A bankrupt young master, his luck is too good, isn't it? I got 88 points? I was actually surpassed? Zhang Fan really wanted to cry. No! We can't let that bastard Lin Feng succeed. If Zhang Fan hadn't matched 88 points with Li Xian today, he wouldn't have felt so disappointed. Suddenly fell from the sky to the ground. It is something that no one can accept. He immediately called his dad. Dad, something terrible has happened. Li Xian's matching score with a bankrupt rich kid is 99 points. This completely surpasses me. What? How could this happen? Don't even mention Zhang Fan's huge gap. Even his father is far behind. I had thought about informing my relatives about this good news, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Alas, Dad, this is my fate. It's just that bankrupt young master Lin Feng got a good deal. I really can't accept this. My 88 points. My Li Xian. Father, can you help me think of a solution? The father listened to his son's despair. I feel bad too. Is the other party just a bankrupt young master? My father suddenly asked. Of course. Your name is Lin Feng, right? I'll go check it out. Don't hang up. My father kept talking and went to ask about Lin Feng. After inquiring from many sources, the Lin Feng family did go bankrupt a few years ago. Son, the other party is indeed a simple bankrupt young master. In fact, this matter can be handled with a little effort and there will be no problem. Dad, the Empire post-marriage measurement instrument? It shouldn't be able to operate, right? It's not easy to infiltrate the marriage management office. Zhang Fan didn't know what his father could do. After all, projects like the Empire still have many protection measures. We don't have to start from here, we can find another shortcut. Just follow my instructions. After the father and son discussed it, they immediately started their plan. Me and Li Xian? Our marital happiness index is as high as 99 points? Lin Feng was also a little surprised. According to the memory of the original owner of this body, she was a super beauty. Brother, you're going to die of rage. Wait a little longer, and I think you'll die of joy too. Lin Feng really felt like laughing. Are you giving yourself a free ride? He is actually a legal couple with the school beauty? Apple? Lin Feng took out the phone from his pocket, glanced at it, and unlocked it with his fingerprint. I went to the bathroom in the single dormitory to use the toilet. He began to browse some information on the campus network. A lot of people are saying that Lin Feng is lucky. Lin Feng didn't continue reading. I opened an app called Penguin Views and watched some short videos. This short video. Lin Feng soon came across a strange short video. It showed an ancient palace, but it was so retro that it was obviously not from Hongdian. It looks like a real video from ancient times. Wei Zhang? Zhangsun Wuji? Is this the Tang dynasty? Is that Li Shimen sitting on the dragon throne? Through conversations in short videos, Raymond Lam confirmed the era. The identities of several people in the short video were also confirmed. But who is the actor who plays Li Shimen? Excavator spokesperson Zhuge Cuanfu? Or the one who played the Jade Emperor? Anyway, it's hard to tell that Lin Feng is any actor when he plays Li Shimen in the short video. This temperament. You rule the world. You said you were the real Li Shimen. I believed it. This kind of actor? Not popular? Making way for those young and handsome guys? Anyway, Raymond Lam's acting as Li Shimen in the short video is really good. In the short video, it seems that Li Shimen's Chang'an encountered a locust plague. The people have no food to eat. Li Shimen was discussing with his ministers. But at this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system. The host's phone can be used to browse history, the future, TV dramas, mythology, and other people who encounter difficulties or troubles in the universe. Host can invest in them. Then they will give corresponding rewards based on the host's help to them. The host can spawn Zhuge Liang, who fought without rations, Xiang Yu, who was defeated at the Wujiang River, and even Zhu Beiji, who was banished to the mortal world. The host can spawn any of these difficult characters from all the heavens and realms. Time flows at a different rate in each plane. Furthermore, the host's investments will not affect their own plane. Watching short videos? People who encounter difficulties in the heavens and the world? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. I understood it immediately. Rebirth yourself? Then you met the system? So this Li Shimen is the real Li Shimen? Did he encounter a locust plague? Then why not just invest some potatoes? Many novels set during the reign of Emperor Li Shimen always mention this locust plague. Wasn't it thanks to potatoes that Li Shimen solved the problem? Lin Feng has read many novels about time travel to ancient times. Invest in potatoes. It is definitely the most effective way. System? Then how do I invest? If the host needs to invest 100 yuan worth of potatoes, this system will deduct 100 yuan from your account. Is it that simple? Lin Feng did the math. If you invest in a potato, this potato can only be divided into about 10 seeds. Because the seed of potato is the mother plant itself. 3 months later, the potatoes were ripe, and Li Shimen could harvest about 5 to 10 kilograms of potatoes. Then I should just invest 10,000 kilograms of potatoes? They're not worth much. They're basically 1 yuan per kilogram back home. Lin Feng looked at his account. Damn it. There is only 15,000 yuan left for living expenses. A bankrupt rich second generation. It's really hard. 10,000 kilograms of potatoes? If all of them were used as seeds and planted, we could harvest 200,000 to 400,000 kilograms of potatoes. The locust plague during the reign of Emperor Li Shimen was limited to the Chang'an area and was not nationwide. Potatoes mature quickly. Should be able to get through it? No. Why invest in potatoes? I'm investing directly in future events. Second brother. Your daughter-in-law Wu Zetian is trying to usurp the throne. A reminder to the host. Future major events cannot be invested in past dimensions. Because such an investment is too simple. And any future products cannot be invested in past dimensions. So are potatoes considered a thing of the future? Potatoes don't count, after all. During the Tang dynasty, foreign countries already had potatoes. It's just that the Tang dynasty hadn't introduced them yet. Okay. Let's decide. Invest 10,000 kilograms of potatoes in Li Shimen. Give this to the Tang dynasty? Isn't that awesome? Ding. The host's investment was successful. You'll see a return in at most 1 month. Remember, at most 1 month means maybe in the next second. Maybe tomorrow. But at most 1 month. Clear. But when will I next see an investable short video? This is a random swipe. The host needs to have the habit of watching short videos. It is best to watch hundreds or thousands of them a day, so the probability of swiping is very high. Investable short videos will have a red circle in the upper left corner. Brush hundreds of them a day? That's no problem at all. Lin Feng was a gangster and otaku in his previous life. He would play with his phone and watch short videos at home when he had nothing to do. This golden finger is simply too good to be true. I looked at my bank account. There is only 5,000 yuan left. Lin Feng still has to wait for Li Shimon's return. Try again. See if I'm lucky? Maybe there's another short video I can invest in? Lin Feng finished speaking. With a flick of the finger. Holy crap! 2 consecutive losses? Lin Feng immediately noticed that there was a red circle in the upper left corner of the short video he had just watched. But what plane is this? Lin Feng carefully watched the short video. The background was a narrow room with an old-fashioned computer in it. 4 or 5 people were gathered around the computer looking at data. A date on the calendar? Is it 1999? 1999? This is a magical year. After all, both of these bosses' companies were founded around this year, which can be said to be the year when the internet industry in the Dongxing Empire began to sprout. 2 dark horse companies were founded this year. And as everyone knows, a horse is a monetary unit, not just a noun. It's a good year. Sudden. Lin Feng recognized a person in the short video. Isn't this Jack Ma when he was young? The founder of Alibaba? Lin Feng knew very well that when Jack Ma founded Alibaba Company, he had to raise 500,000 yuan in investment and started a business with 18 arhats. In the end, this company with a market value of 500,000 yuan grew into a large company with a market value of hundreds of billions. Although it has been a bit sluggish in recent years, it is undoubtedly still a behemoth. But now I only have 5,000 yuan? How can I invest in Jack Ma? Lin Feng felt aggrieved and asked, by the way, system, how is the 5,000 yuan I invested calculated? The host invested 5,000 yuan. Naturally, it was 5,000 yuan in 1999. The amount invested is the amount. Is that how it's calculated? Then 5,000 yuan in 1999. It was no small sum. Back then, houses in small towns only cost tens of thousands of yuan. 5,000 yuan might not be a huge help, but it could give Jack Ma's employees an extra meal of meat every day, right? Lin Feng made the decision. I immediately invested 5,000 yuan. Jack Ma, please have some conscience. Give me something good in return. Ding. The host's investment in Jack Ma in 1999 was successful. Returns will be received within a month at most. Lin Feng's investment is completed. Watch the short video again. See if you can get a triple hit. But it's a pity. I will never see any short videos worth investing in again. Ding. The potatoes that Li Shimon invested in through the host are ripe after 3 months, and have effectively controlled the locust plague in Chang'an. Li Shimon is very grateful to the host. So quickly? The locust plague is under control already? Lin Feng was surprised for a moment, but then he remembered what the system said, that the speed of time flow in each dimension is different. So? What's the payoff? Ding. Li Shimon reports to the host. Off topic. Chapter 3 Li Shimon's benefits are here. Ding. Li Shimon's reward to the host is 1 ton of gold. What the hell? A ton of gold? Lin Feng was a otaku in his previous life. Hearing this at the moment, my eyes almost popped out of my head. 1 ton of gold? Is it pure? I heard that ancient gold had a lot of impurities. Host, don't worry. This 1 ton of gold is very pure. It will be converted into 1 ton of 999 investment gold bars. All system products will be converted into reasonable channels, the host does not need to worry. 1 ton of gold bars has been distributed in the host's single-bedroom closet. What? In my closet? 1 ton? System, are you sure my wardrobe can hold a ton of gold bars? Gold has a very high density. 1 cubic meter of gold weighs 19 tons. The host's wardrobe is 0.3 m long, 0.5 m wide, and 0.7 m high, with a volume of 0.105 cubic meters. If it were filled with gold bars, it could hold 1.995 tons of gold bars. So, put 1 ton of gold bars. Naturally, no problem. Well, that makes sense. Lin Feng glanced at the wardrobe. I found that the bottom of the wardrobe had collapsed. It is equivalent to unloading 1 ton of gold bars onto the floor. The floors were slightly cracked. Fortunately, it's on the first floor. Otherwise, I'm afraid the floor won't be able to bear it, right? After all, the force bearing area at the bottom of the wardrobe is not large. But I think I can handle it. Modern floors aren't made of mud. Ha! Where are the books in my box? Lin Feng glanced at the cardboard box where he kept his old books, and all the books were gone. Instead, these are some waterproof single sheet papers. Lin Feng then picked up a single page paper and took a look. Jiangnan Tiantian Bank Gold Bars. Net weight, 500 g. Purity, 99.99. Serial number, 9527. Is this a gold bar collection certificate? Lin Feng finally understood. And this gold bar collection certificate? It's actually a box? I'm afraid there are hundreds or thousands of certificates. After all, a gold bar requires a collection certificate. 1 ton of gold bars? 500 grams each? How many gold bars does that make? Lin Feng did the math. It takes 2,000 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, to make up 1 ton. Are there 2,000 gold bar collection certificates here? System, you're too speechless, aren't you? How am I supposed to get these gold bars out then? And if I'm discovered, won't I be in trouble? This 1 ton of gold bars is placed in the dormitory? Won't it be tomorrow's front page headline? By then, Lin Feng might be the hottest internet celebrity on the entire internet. With a creaking sound, Lin Feng still opened the wardrobe. Fuck. Oh. Lin Feng couldn't help but swear. This 1 ton of gold bars, piled up neatly in the closet, is a complete visual experience. Similarly, the clothes and everything that was originally in the closet disappeared and turned into gold bars. A ton of gold bars? How much does that cost? Let me do the math first. These are investment gold bars issued by the bank. Basically, when I go to the bank, they will exchange them for me according to the gold price of the day. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and immediately started checking today's gold price. It was found that the current gold price is 375 yuan per gram. 1 ton equals 2,000 kilograms. 2,000 jin is equal to 1 million grams. 1 million grams multiplied by the unit price of 375 yuan. More than 300 million, right? I'm rich. I'm rich. A bankrupt rich second generation? Is it taking off again now? Lin Feng was so happy. I invested 10,000 kilograms of worthless potatoes in Li Shimen, but now the return is gold bars worth 300 million? Is there any better investment in the world than this? Count it up. That's return on investment. Up to 10,000%. And just when Lin Feng was very happy. At the gate of the dormitory building where Lin Feng is located, a large group of people gathered in a mighty force. Did everyone hear? I heard that Lin Feng got Zhao Fangfang pregnant. Oh? Is that true? The empire has a rule that if a woman gives birth to a child, the man must fulfill his obligation to take care of the child for 3 years. If he refuses, he will be charged with rape. Indeed, there is such a rule. So, in this situation, you can mess around, but don't take any consequences lightly. If there are any consequences, you must take responsibility. If that's the case, then Lin Feng and Li Xiaohua's scores won't be valid, right? That's right, isn't it? Lin Feng must marry Zhao Fangfang for 3 years and take care of the children. Then, if the two of them get along well after 3 years, they can renew their marriage. Then why didn't Lin Feng report this? You have the school beauty? You don't want to bear the consequences, right? That's too disgusting. Anyway, this matter was exposed by Zhao Fangfang. Of course, those who instigated the students to cause trouble were naturally manipulated by Zhang Fan behind the scenes. After all, the ignorant masses are just indignant. Zhang Fan sent a message from the dark. Xiaowu, where did you put the paternity test report? Of course, paternity testing can also be done for unborn children. Xiaowu, brother Fan, I put it in Lin Feng's closet. When I sneaked in, this guy seemed to be in the bathroom. And he was watching short videos in the bathroom. I could hear that he watched a short video of Li Shimin in ancient times. Zhang Fan, great. Now it's confirmed that Lin Feng and Zhao Fangfang have a child. Incite these people to go get this paternity test certificate. Search Lin Feng's dormitory for me. Let's see what he says. To repeat, if Zhang Fan had not matched such a high score with Li Shiyan today, he would not have had to do this at all. The gap is simply too big. After all, if he didn't have the second highest score, it wouldn't be Zhang Fan's turn after he defeated Lin Feng. In addition, Li Shiyan has a good family and many capable people in the family. What the son wants is Li Shiyan's beauty. What my father wants is Li Shiyan's interests. Under all these trends, this made the father and son make this decision. After all, what kind of waves can a bankrupt young master make? As long as there are big enough interests and desires, there will be no shortage of people in this world who dare to take risks. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. There was a loud knock on Lin Feng's door immediately. Lin Feng. Open the door. Lin Feng. Open the door. Outside the door at this moment, there were dozens of students standing there. All of them are people who have been incited to righteous indignation. After all, Lin Feng didn't raise the child but dated the school beauty, which made everyone unhappy. Zhang Fan used this to incite so many people to come here. I say, are you seriously ill? Why are you knocking so loudly? Are you going to rebel? Lin Feng was speechless. He opened the door and glanced at these people. Why did you come to me for no apparent reason? Lin Feng, I heard that you and Zhao Fangfang have a child? These students' words. It's not that much anger. Although I was instigated to come here, I don't want to cause trouble. Just watch the fun. What the hell? Zhao Fangfang and I have a child? That's not true, don't talk nonsense. Lin Feng was confused. He hadn't eaten meat for 3 years since he went bankrupt, so how could he have a child? The classmates saw that Lin Feng denied it. Many people also began to discuss in low voices. Is Lin Feng really not going to admit it? It seems that now that he has the school beauty, he really doesn't plan to raise the child in Zhao Fangfang's womb. The truth will come to light sooner or later. Is there any point in denying it? Didn't Zhao Fangfang reveal the truth? And it's said that Lin Feng has the paternity test certificate? I also heard that Lin Feng discussed with Zhao Fangfang and asked her not to reveal that the child was his? Lin Feng was just thinking about the school beauty, right? But now Zhao Fangfang's news has come out. Everything is doomed. He has to marry Zhao Fangfang. Then Lin Feng and Li Shiyan's scores will be invalid. Then, the school beauty will be Zhang Fan's, right? Why do I feel like something is wrong? You mean? The male students naturally kept out of it as it had nothing to do with them. Even though he knew that Lin Feng was most likely manipulated by Zhang Fan. So what? They would rather see the school beauty and Zhang Fan become a legal couple than with Lin Feng. After all, one is a rich second generation and the other is a bankrupt young master. Marrying Zhang Fan is fine, I can accept it, but marrying Raymond Lam would make me feel unbalanced psychologically. I really don't have a child with Zhao Fangfang. How could this be possible? Classmates, just leave if you have nothing to do. Lin Feng saw that his classmates were only there to watch the fun and ask about the situation. No one was too aggressive, so naturally they wouldn't curse. But Lin Feng was clear about it. His score matched that of the school beauty so high, what if it didn't work? So the biggest beneficiary? It's Zhang Fan. It was not difficult for Lin Feng to guess that all this was done by Zhang Fan. Lin Feng, stop quibbling. Zhao Fangfang has admitted it and said that you still have the paternity test report. Xiao Hu spoke. He was the person Zhang Fan invited to lead the conversation. Lin Feng, you can't abandon Zhao Fangfang just because you have a higher score than the school beauty, right? That's not authentic. Lin Feng was getting annoyed listening to their chatter. He said sternly, I'll say it again. Zhao Fangfang and I have nothing to do with each other. I don't even know her. Can you guys please leave? It's really annoying. Lin Feng, why are you so anxious? Didn't we just come here to ask about the situation? This matter is right in front of you, there is no need for you to do this, right? Lin Feng, stop pretending. Hurry up and show everyone the paternity test report. Someone said you were hiding in the closet? Do you dare to let everyone search it? Xiaohu laughed and glanced at the closet. He had put it there with his own hands. But what they didn't know was that because of the distribution of Lin Feng's gold bars, all the things in the wardrobe were gone. Why did this person come and ask to search my closet? I have gold bars in my closet. Could it be? Lin Feng also guessed, did someone put the paternity test report in his closet? Was it just because of his gold bars? And then it disappeared? What right do you have to search my closet? There are some personal belongings in it. Sorry, you don't have that right. Lin Feng was very annoyed. The person who was manipulating him behind his back must be Zhang Fan. This matter was not over. Lin Feng had to get to the bottom of it. You're scared, right? There's really no paternity certificate in there, is there? Anyway, it was just Xiaohu facing Lin Feng alone. The rest of the students. Basically just watching the fun. Xiaohu finished speaking. He also walked slightly towards the wardrobe. But at this moment, a beautiful figure walked into the corridor on the first floor of the dormitory. This is a girl with a hot body. The baseball cap on her head opened. The cascading hair spread out. A curvy figure. Long legs. Thin waist. This is the top school beauty Li Xiyan. She must have sneaked into the boys' dormitory wearing a hat. The beauty began to speak. Lin Feng, is it true that you and Zhao Fangfang have a child? Chapter 4. Everyone is stunned. What the hell is in this closet? Li Xiyan naturally knew Lin Feng, but it was when she was a freshman. This guy was indeed a rich second generation in the school, but he later went bankrupt. And Li Xiyan knew it very well. If her score with Lin Feng is not effective, then she would have to be a legal couple with Zhang Fan for 3 years. Who is Zhang Fan? Li Xiyan knew it very well. Otherwise, Zhang Fan wouldn't have pursued her for 4 years and she wouldn't have agreed. As for Lin Feng, he has always had a good reputation. And I wonder if I've always had a crush on him. I haven't met him much, but he's really handsome. It's not really a secret crush. At most, I saw him full of energy and vigor during his freshman year, and he attracted quite a bit of attention in school. Anyway, she would rather be Lin Feng's legal wife for 3 years than Zhang Fan's. Lin Feng saw that it was Li Xiyan who came and replied, I don't have any children with anyone else. This is fake. Then why did Zhao Fangfang reveal that her child is yours? Li Xiyan suddenly didn't understand. What was going on? Who knows who she gave birth to? Are you trying to put the blame on me? Lin Feng said sternly. Seeing Lin Feng's confident attitude, Li Xiyan asked again, Lin Feng, let me ask you again, is your child with Zhao Fangfang real or fake? Why would I lie to you? I don't even know Zhao Fangfang. Which department is she from? Which class? Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll help you find out. Then we can be a legal couple for 3 years. Li Xiyan also realized that someone must be targeting Lin Feng, and this person is most likely Zhang Fan. It's really despicable. Actually through such method? Slandering that Lin Feng and Zhao Fangfang had a child? What? Oh. Oh my god. What's going on? What does this mean? Li Xiyan actually came to beg to marry Lin Feng? Some of the students understood. But some people don't understand. People who don't understand envy Raymond Lam. He actually has a school beauty begging him to marry him? Those who understand will naturally know that Li Xiyan does not want to be a legal couple with Zhang Fan, who has the second highest score, for 3 years. Brother Fan. It seems that Li Xiyan is here to help Lin Feng deal with this matter. Xiaohu has a miniature earphone on his ear, so he can keep in touch with Zhang Fan all the time. What? She wants to help Lin Feng? Zhang Fan's face instantly turned pale and he cursed, this Li Xiyan, is she a cheapskate? Would she rather have a bankrupt young master than a living rich second generation like me? Zhang Fan was worried that Li Xiyan would get involved and investigate the matter. If any problems are found, I'm really in big trouble. Zhang Fan immediately sent a text message to Lin Feng using the phone number on someone else's ID card. Lin Feng, listen carefully. You must acknowledge Xiao Fangfang's child. Give Li Shiyan to me. I'll give you 5 million. For a bankrupt young master like Lin Feng. 5 million? This is already a lot of money. He wouldn't disagree. Who are you? Are you behind my back? Are you Zhang Fan? Give me 5 million? Lin Feng looked at the strange number and was speechless. Lin Feng really doesn't care about his 5 million. Now there are plugins. There are hundreds of millions of gold bars in the wardrobe. Do you need these 5 million? What a joke. Unless you pay more. More money? Zhang Fan was extremely surprised to hear this reply. Okay, then I'll give you an extra 2 million. 7 million? What? Only 7 million. Then I won't do it. Lin Feng immediately refused. Then how much do you want? Zhang Fan was really surprised. This guy just came and asked for more money? This operation was really confusing. Such a big school beauty? With a curvaceous figure, she looks like she's fertile. 100 million, right? 100 million? Why don't you just go and rob? Zhang Fan really wanted to curse. You're asking for too much, but this isn't the way to do it, is it? Brother, I'm not asking for too much. Let me calculate it for you. That pair of long legs must be worth at least 30 million, right? The above is so inclusive that it is worth 30 million. With a delicate face, she looks like she came out of an anime. She must be worth another 30 million, right? Plus, your skin is as smooth and tender as tofu. I'll give you another 20 million. A total of 110 million. I'll give you a 10% discount, 100 million, is that reasonable? Zhang Fan listened to what Lin Feng said and was also fascinated by Li Shiyan's appearance. In fact, what the other party said was really good. A wife like this is worth 100 million. You're not talking? Do you agree? I don't have it. Zhang Fan was speechless. Where could he get so much money? Then we can't negotiate? Honestly, this is a good price. Lin Feng laughed. Brother, you really don't lose out. If you don't want it, then I can only give it to you at a discount. You? Zhang Fan snorted heavily, then said, you almost tricked me. I asked you to give up your spot, not sell it directly. Do you understand? You mean you can't get her in 3 years? Lin Feng chuckled. Brother, that won't work. 100 million for 3 years is too much. You can't grasp it, so let me do it. That's all I have to say. No matter how stupid Zhang Fan is. He also heard that he was being fooled. Have you been teasing me? No, absolutely not. I just wanted to add more money. With your intelligence? Can I fool you? Lin Feng, I won't waste my words on you. I advise you not to insist on this. Li Shiyan can file for divorce after 3 years of marrying a bankrupt young master like you. Do you think you can change her mind in 3 years? Zhang Fan chuckled and sent another message. 5 million isn't much, but it'll be enough for you to spend for years. Why bother? Ha! 5 million isn't even enough for my lawsuit. Since the other party knows that he has been fooled. Lin Feng stopped pretending and continued to send messages. Since you did this, I will investigate thoroughly. See you in court then. Blocked. Lin Feng didn't waste any words and blocked the person, looking annoyed. You bastard, you're just trying to be Li Shiyan's legal husband for 3 years? You don't even want the 5 million? What are you pretending for? Are you going to investigate? Are you going to investigate your mother? You're a bankrupt young master, and you have no connections at home? Zhang Fan put down his phone angrily, then notified his father and contacted the hospital to make sure everything was handled more securely. No one can be allowed to find out about the slander. But Zhang Fan really didn't expect that Lin Feng could be so good at talking nonsense, so hateful. This is Lin Feng's single dormitory. There was still a large crowd of people watching the fun. Who sent you a text message? Li Shiyan asked. It's the person who slandered me. Lin Feng laughed. Zhang Fan? Li Shiyan's expression showed a hint of resentment. Look everyone. This is the evidence. I guess the number that sent the text message is Zhang Fan. He wants to pay me 5 million to make me honestly admit that Xiao Fangfang's child is mine. Now you believe it, right? Zhao Fangfang and I really don't know each other. I was manipulated by someone behind the scenes. If you don't leave, I'll call the dorm manager. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone text messages to show everyone. Finished watching the fun? Can we go now? What wardrobe are you searching? There really is no paternity certificate in it. But a wardrobe full of gold bars. That thing had long been pinned to the top of the gold bar and disappeared. Damn it! Lin Feng actually showed everyone his text messages? How disgusting. Zhang Fan was naturally furious when he found out about this, but he didn't care. This number wasn't registered with his ID card. As long as the hospital took care of it, everything would be fine. He also told Lin Feng to stop making trouble. Just give him 5 million. But this guy refused to accept my toast and had to drink the forfeit wine. 5 million is not available. He can't even marry the school belle. What? This? It really is Zhang Fan who was manipulating Lin Feng behind the scenes. But these 5 million. Don't you want them? Oh my god. Anyway, Lin Feng and Li Xian will definitely file for divorce in 3 years. Why bother with money? I'm not saying anything, but if it were me, I wouldn't want 5 million to be a legal couple with the school beauty for 3 years. TSK, do you think that in 3 years, you can take advantage of the campus belle? Can you melt her heart? Yes, those who were assigned after graduation, with 3 years of paperwork as the bond, can indeed improve their relationship and not file for divorce after 3 years. But Lin Feng is bankrupt, and the gap between him and Li Xian is too big. This can't be made up for no matter what. That's right. The gap is too big. Even if we have been legally married for 3 years and have a piece of paperwork, it's useless. Alas, if I were Raymond Lam, 5 million would be better. Why bother asking for trouble? Just as the students were discussing in a low voice, Xiao Hu received the order. Xiao Hu. Stop wasting time. Just open Lin Feng's closet. Even though this is fake, the paternity test certificate inside has the hospital stamp. It's already made real. Take this thing out. There's no point in Lin Feng refuting it. I understand, brother Fan. I'll do it right away. After Xiao Hu finished secretly contacting Zhang Fan, he said, Lin Feng, I told you to just let everyone search? If there really is no identification certificate? What are you worried about? Xiao Hu finished speaking. Went straight to the closet. This thing was put in there by itself. It must be in there. Sudden. Little tiger coming over. Then they began to realize that something was wrong. Why does the wardrobe seem to have collapsed? Why is it golden in color? Is this a gold bar? Xiao Hu's eyes widened slightly. He squatted down and took a closer look. That's right. It seems to be gold bars? Xiao Hu then opened the wardrobe. Don't. Lin Feng was about to reach out to stop him, but it was too late. Or maybe it would be useless to stop him, after all, the gold bars at the bottom of the wardrobe had already been discovered. With a creaking sound, the closet door opened. After all, the wardrobes in single dormitories don't have locks. Chapter 5 Shocked again, what kind of magical operation is this? Oh. Oh. What the hell? This. What the hell? At this moment the wardrobe is open. Almost the whole audience exclaimed. In that wardrobe, there were piles of gold bars neatly arranged in stacks. That golden color. It's simply suffocating. What kind of devil is this Lin Feng? What are these things? Is it really a gold bar? What's going on with Lin Feng? So many gold bars, what is he doing? Li Xian was stunned for a moment. She usually remained calm, but at this moment she was no longer calm. Because I totally don't understand it. What on earth is this operation? Everyone, look, is this a real gold bar? It's not some prop, is it? It must be a prop, right? Yeah, who else would put so many gold bars in the dormitory? Is he seriously ill? But even if it's a prop? Why did Lin Feng put it in there? It can be said that when the wardrobe was opened, everyone was surprised and thought it was a gold bar at first. But once their nerves react, they will realize that this is not a gold bar. But props? After all, no one would be so stupid as to keep so many gold bars in the dormitory. This kind of operation? You can't see it in the novel, right? Props? Xiaohu was also impatient and reached out to pick up a gold bar. In an instant, I almost fell down. Because you think it's a prop, you think it's very light. Then it was very heavy. The natural contrast is huge. I almost couldn't hold it firmly. Holy crap! It's pretty heavy. Is it real gold bars? Xiaohu was secretly shocked. His eyes widened slightly. I began to doubt whether this was a real gold bar. If it's so heavy, then it's not made of plastic. Is it made of iron? Still, no one could believe who was so stupid as to put so many gold bars in the dormitory. But Xiaohu shook his head as he took the gold bar in his hand, denying it. How could this be iron? This gold bar? It's much smaller than a cigarette box, yet it's so heavy. It must be gold, right? Xiaohu continued to scratch the gold bar with his fingernails. There were immediately traces of nails on it. Because although gold is dense, it is very soft. In ancient times, people usually used their teeth to distinguish real gold from fake gold. The principle is the same. There are scratches? Is this really gold? Xiaohu was getting more and more nervous, and it seemed like his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Lin Feng sneered and said sternly, "Gold is the elemental form of the chemical element goldo. It is a soft, golden yellow, corrosion-resistant precious metal. If this isn't gold, what is it? Besides, this is my gold bar? Why are you scratching it with your fingernail? A little bit of gold dust? It's not money?" Since Lin Feng has been exposed. Naturally, I won't pretend anymore. He laid his cards on the table. Bankrupt young master. Now he's a billionaire again. And this little tiger, at first glance, is the one who sets the tone. It must have been Zhang Fan who invited him. Naturally, Lin Feng had nothing good to say. The other students were just watching the fun, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't argue with them. "I'm sorry, classmate. I just wanted to verify whether these are real gold bars." Xiaohu looked around the closet tremblingly. When he looked at Lin Feng again, he was already terrified. What kind of guy is this? Put so many gold bars in the dormitory. Where is the paternity test certificate that I put there with my own hands? Why is it gone? When I opened the wardrobe half an hour ago, there were no gold bars inside. Did it only take half an hour to put it in? So you don't need to verify it now, right? This is a gold bar, right? Lin Feng groaned. Put it down right now. If you don't put it back within 3 seconds, I'll sue you for robbery. I'm sorry, classmate. I'll give it back to you. Xiaohu apologized, I was just curious. Anyway, at this moment, Xiaohu was completely scared by the gold bars. Holy shit. No way? Really gold bars? Why? Can someone tell me why? Why do we do this? This is totally unscientific. I also need someone to tell me why. Why was he placed in the dormitory? Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to put it in the bank? The people around were confused again. This kind of thing was too weird and too nonsensical. It is no exaggeration to say that someone in the dormitory has a wardrobe full of gold bars, which is rarer than seeing a sow climbing a tree. It is truly unprecedented and unparalleled. Your name is Xiaohu, right? Since the wardrobe is open, do you have the paternity test certificate you want? Lin Feng smiled faintly, how about you look for it again? Maybe it's between the gold bars? Xiaohu was speechless. The wardrobe was filled with gold bars without any gaps. Where did the paternity test certificate come from? What's going on here? Why are so many of you yelling and screaming? At this time, the dormitory manager is also considered a security guard. Both names are fine. Because he just heard a lot of noise. I thought there was a fight. I came over to take a look. Are there any girls? You are Li Xian? The moment the dormitory security guard saw Li Xian, there was light in his eyes. After all, who doesn't like this kind of beauty with curvy figures? But the next second, the dormitory manager immediately noticed the wardrobe full of gold bars. Omega. What is this? The guard was stunned for a moment. I was completely stunned. Guardian, look at this Lin Feng. I don't know where he got all these gold bars from and put them in the dormitory. Didn't your dormitory security guards notice anything? The person speaking at this moment. It's Xiaohu again. He was briefly shocked. The miniature earphones on his head received another order from Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan wants to make a fuss about Lin Feng's large amount of gold bars of unknown origin. If you can't explain it clearly, then Lin Feng has to go in and have tea. People with criminal records naturally have no right to assign a wife. Xiaohu, right? What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Are gold bars illegal items in the dormitory? They can't be kept in the dormitory? Lin Feng smiled coldly. What this classmate said makes a lot of sense. Gold bars are not considered illegal items. Anyway, the security guard agreed and could not refute Lin Feng's words at all. No, what I mean is, with so many gold bars, I'm afraid it must weigh at least 1 ton. How did Lin Feng get them into the dormitory? Where did these gold bars come from? Are they legal? Xiaohu asked in a questioning tone. Of course my gold bars are mine and legal. You don't have to worry about this issue. Lin Feng's gold bars were sent by the system, so there is no need to worry about where they came from. No matter what, I can't handle such a big thing. I have to notify the police. After the security guard said this, he immediately took out his phone. To put it bluntly, any dormitory security guard who encounters this kind of thing will generally choose to call the police. Because the matter is really too big. Don't say he can handle it. Even if the dean of studies or the principal comes, they have to hand it over to the police, right? 1 ton of gold bars? No matter where it is placed, it is a big deal. Call the police. Lin Feng was very upset. Forget it, the security guard has already called the police. Come on. My gold bars are legal anyway. Now that it's all exposed. Lin Feng is not afraid of things getting out of hand. I'm just afraid that things will be too complicated. Waste your time. Hello, we are from Jiangnan Canaan College. We are in Building C, a single dormitory. We are here. The security guard squeaked and spoke intermittently. He glanced at the gold bars in the closet and swallowed hard. Comrade security, take your time and tell me what's going on. There's no rush. Is there a fight going on at school? The responding officer immediately thought, it must be a fight. After all, if it wasn't something like this, would the security guard be so frightened? No, police, it's gold bars. One of my classmates actually put a whole closet full of gold bars in it. After visually estimating, my classmate said there's at least 1 ton, right? The dormitory security officer had never studied physics, but he heard his classmates chattering and concluded that based on the density, it should be around 1 ton. Chapter 6. The police were stunned. 1 ton? What? 1 ton of gold bars? The police officer on the phone was also stunned for a moment. Yeah, that's about it. The guard nodded. And this ton of gold bars? And it's kept in the dormitory? After a moment of shock, the police began to find it quite funny. Yes, it's in the bedroom, in the closet. Who are you? Are you drunk? How dare you call us? Are you a security guard at Canaan College? The police didn't believe it. Are you crazy? How could 1 ton of gold bars be stored in a dormitory? If they were found in some abandoned warehouse, they might have been hidden by criminals. But in a college dorm? Or 1 ton? Why not go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Isn't this too far-fetched? The guard twitched his lips and said bitterly, Comrade police, I know this is a fantasy and impossible to happen, but it happened, right now. The corridor of this dormitory building and this single dormitory are packed with people, all here to see the gold bars. The situation is getting a bit out of control, and I'm worried that these gold bars will be taken away later. So, should you send the police? The guard said, if you don't believe my identity, the principal of our Canaan College might call you later. Everyone, disperse. Don't crowd in. They're just gold bars, nothing special. They're just some yellow stones. The dormitory manager shouted loudly. But there were students who wanted to squeeze in to watch the fun. Totally unstoppable. Just keep squeezing in. What are you doing? Stop pushing. Li Shiyan was also impressed by these people. Are they trying to take advantage of me? Or is it really that crowded? I didn't squeeze, the people behind me did. The person behind you didn't even touch you, how can you hit her from a distance? Lin Feng saw this and pushed her over. Isn't this too disgusting? He actually rubbed her? The classmate felt a little embarrassed when he saw this and squeezed out of the crowd. After all, we have been a legal couple for 3 years, right? Let these idiots take advantage of us? You are thinking too much. Lin Feng said secretly. If it were his previous life, he would definitely beat them up. And this life. As college students, you should be more civilized. It's not that Li Xian was conquered by seeing his domineering side. But I heard that this guy has been very self-deprecating and a bit cowardly since he went bankrupt. Why were you so tough just now? Is this the husband I've been married to for 3 years? He seems a little different from the good-for-nothing bankrupt young man I know. It's hard to say. Lin Feng's appearance is quite good, he is the most handsome in college. When he was a freshman in college and not bankrupt and was full of energy, I wondered whether I liked him or not. Li Xian didn't have an answer in her mind. Anyway, whenever Lin Feng appears, she will take a few more glances at him. And the other side. Captain Long at the police station received a call from an old friend. Hello, Captain Long? I'm the Dean of Canaan Academy. Dean Wang held the phone and walked towards the dormitory building, speaking anxiously. It's really weird. Canaan College has been established for 80 years, and I have never heard of such a bizarre thing, 1 ton of gold bars placed in the dormitory? Forget Canaan College, is there a place in the world where such a thing could happen? I don't know what the student who put the gold bars there is up to. Oh? Dean Wang, right? Let me tell you, someone just pretended to be a dormitory security guard at your school, saying that there was a college student in your dormitory who put a ton of gold bars in the closet. I almost died of laughter. Captain Long naturally heard about this as well, but they didn't believe it. Just wanted to check. Isn't it? Dean Wang called, so I can ask him. Is this fake? Captain Long asked after laughing for a while. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 7 is the world ending? So crazy? No. This is true. Dean Wang said firmly. What? Is it true? Lao Wang? You wouldn't. Captain Long still didn't believe it. Could this be true? It couldn't be possible. Was Lao Wang drunk? This may sound unbelievable, but it really happened. The situation is a bit out of control now. I'm worried about the safety of the gold bars. You should send the police. But? Captain Long's face froze. Don't say but. I guarantee you in the name of the Dean of Canaan College that this is absolutely true. Although Dean Wang did not see it with his own eyes, many teachers rushed over and everyone said it was true. Okay then. Lao Wang. I'll send someone over to take a look. Captain Long hung up the phone. How can I describe his expression in just one word? Stupid. What's going on? Is this the end of the world? Or is it that Blue Star can no longer hold its place? 1 ton of gold bars in the dormitory? Are you seriously ill? Even a psychopath wouldn't do such a thing, right? Everyone, listen up. There might have been a massive theft of gold bars at Canaan College. We need to go there immediately. Captain Long immediately stood up, slammed the table, growled at his men, and issued his orders. A major theft of gold bars? Why so sudden? I don't think you've heard of any gold bars being lost anywhere recently, have you? Could it be from another place? These subordinates. A completely confused expression. Because it happened too suddenly. Actually, I don't know the exact situation right now. I just know that the Dean of Canaan College said that a student in their dormitory had placed a ton of gold bars. The situation is out of control. Team Long said it ambiguously. Gave his orders. Dozens of police officers. Let us go now. They all knew that the matter was about 1 ton of gold bars. But no one can figure it out. A college student? Why would you do this? What's the purpose? On the other side, the single dormitory building C of Canaan College was still crowded with people. These students who came to watch the fun could not be driven away or scolded away. The voices of the security guards and teachers on the scene were basically drowned out by their noisy chatter. The excitement of seeing a ton of gold bars is like watching dinosaurs running out of the Jurassic period. Who the hell would want to leave? Has everyone heard that the school has reported the incident to the police? What will happen next? Who knows? We need this person, but he can't explain where the gold bars came from. Why don't you go in and have some tea? What's this guy's name? Who knows? I heard he's a college graduate. I heard this guy matched with the ugliest guy in school? No, I heard that he matched with Li Xian. Stop guessing, let's just wait and see. The students at the scene have come up with many versions of what happened to Lin Feng today. There were a few funny classmates who were saying that Lin Feng was a plugin user and that all these gold bars were created using the plugin. Of course, this is just a joke. Who really thinks Lin Feng has a system? But I've read too many novels and guessed. And Lin Feng at this moment. He is as steady as a rock and not in a hurry at all. Your gold bars are made by the system, so they must be legal. There is no need to be afraid. Finally, Dean Wang struggled to squeeze in from the crowd and said, "Everyone, please make way and give me a seat, Dean Wang, okay? What's so lively and interesting?" Dean Wang growled harshly. He is the dean after all. The students around him just stepped back symbolically, but only a dozen centimeters. But with these 10 centimeters of space. The seats for Lin Feng and Li Xian are also much more spacious. Finally, there's some space. Student? I presume you're Lin Feng, right? Are you the owner of this single dorm? Dean Wang glanced at the two young men and women. Seeing the students around them pointing and commenting on Lin Feng, it wasn't hard to guess he was the protagonist of the incident, right? Hello, Dean Wang, I am the owner of the dormitory. The gold bars in the closet are naturally mine. Lin Feng said in a flat tone and slightly moved his arm that had been protecting Li Xian. Well, classmate Lin Feng, can you tell me? The gold bars in your closet? Where did they come from? Why are these gold bars placed here? Dean Wang asked anxiously. My gold bars are, of course, investment bars purchased from a bank. Lin Feng chuckled. This thing? I guess the only way to get it is through the bank, right? Of course, as for why I keep them in my dorm, I think it's because of my financial freedom, and no one has the right to ask. Besides, there's no rule that says you can't keep valuables in the dorm, right? Lin Feng is naturally not arrogant. But I can't answer it. After all, the other party asked why it should be placed in the dormitory? Can Lin Feng answer? Isn't this distributed systematically? Dean Wang was embarrassed to see Lin Feng so nonchalant. He thought to himself, little brother, this is a ton of gold bars, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You are so calm in the face of such a catastrophe? How brave of you are you? You might end up in prison for at least 10 years. Okay, since you don't want to tell me, when the police come, let them handle it. As long as you don't run away, our school will not make things difficult for you, said Dean Wang. Run? Why should I run? Lin Feng was quite amused. Just don't run. Dean Wang said, his arms being squeezed by the students around him. He frowned, everyone, stop watching. Disperse quickly. The police will be here soon. Don't interfere with their investigation. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Dean Wang, I don't know Zhao Fangfang at all. How did you get the news from the hospital? The information from the hospital is that the child is indeed yours. Dean Wang did not lie. This was all true. He learned it from the hospital. Of course, these were just Zhang Fan's doing. I really don't have any children with Zhao Fangfang. Lin Feng glanced at Li Xian beside him. Someone just wants to snatch my legal wife away. Classmate, let's put this matter aside for now. Right in front of us, inside and outside this dormitory building, basically 80% of the school's population has gathered. It's more lively than a superstar concert. Let's deal with this first. When Dean Wang finished speaking. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The alarm was getting closer. Everyone knows. The police are here. Carrot carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 8. Call the bank headquarters directly. The police are finally here. Now, Lin Feng? Let me see how you explain the origin of this 1 ton of gold bars. You can't explain it clearly. Just get down there and don't come out. People in prison are not eligible for wives. After all, the empire wants fertility. Are you going to make the woman go to prison to give birth with you? And I have to say, Lin Feng is really a man of strong mental qualities. Even now? He's still so calm? Or is he just pretending to be calm? Zheng Fan watched all this in secret. Although for a moment, I was also confused about Lin Feng's actions. But there is an iron rule in the empire that once a huge amount of unidentified property is found. He. You can imagine how serious it is. Classmates, please disperse. There's nothing to see here. We the police have taken over this place now. No one outside, please stop watching. Set up a cordon. Clear everyone out except Lin Feng, the dean, and the others. Dozens of policemen were now marching into the corridor of the dormitory building. Are you talking about this posture? In the movie? It's hard to watch, right? But I saw it at school. It can be said that if someone jumps to death in the university, there won't be dozens of police officers coming, right? This is enough to prove how heavy this 1 ton of gold bars is. Of course, the students who were watching wanted to stay and watch the show, but they could ignore the words of the dean and the security guards. But they couldn't joke about the police. They were also cleared out of Lin Feng's single dormitory one after another. Female classmate, why don't you go out for a while? Captain Long looked at Li Xian, who was standing next to Lin Feng, and was also amazed by her beauty. Such a beautiful girl, do you all like to join in the fun? Lin Feng, this matter. Li Xian didn't say a word, but the worry in her eyes was unspeakable. She walked out helplessly. Comrade police officer, this is my wife, you don't have to go out. Seeing that she didn't want to go out, Lin Feng simply spoke up. Your wife? Captain Long's eyes widened. Such a hot girl? She's actually his girlfriend? But this guy seems a little stupid. I haven't explained the matter of the gold bars clearly, and now I'm bringing my wife into this? Yes, the empire gets the biggest allocation. Lin Feng smiled calmly, watching Captain Long smoking. As a commoner in his previous life, he habitually made a cigarette-holding gesture and asked, "Give me a cigarette?" Captain Long's face turned red with embarrassment. He took out a box of Shangbeixian cigarettes that cost 25 yuan each and handed it to Lin Feng. This is the first time I have met such a great person. There is 1 ton of gold bars here, and you haven't explained it clearly yet? Are you so calm? But generally, the police will take care of the main characters in such cases. After all, if the other party is in a good mood, it will be easier for them to deal with the matter sooner and finish work earlier. 1 cigarette is no big deal. Do you have a lighter? Lin Feng felt in his bag. It seemed that the original owner of this body didn't smoke and didn't have a lighter. Team Long was speechless again and handed over the lighter. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng started coughing as soon as he smoked a cigarette. After all, his body had not yet adapted to the smell of tobacco. But after a few mouthfuls, he has smoking skills. Naturally, you will become familiar with it in a short while. Seeing that Lin Feng had also taken a few puffs, Captain Long said, "Young man, tell me, where did you get these gold bars?" Captain Long, let me show you a box of things first. After Lin Feng said that, he squatted down and pulled out the large cardboard box containing the certificates from under the bed. Captain Long, this is the collection certificate for the gold bars. Lin Feng nodded towards the things in the box. Are these gold bar collection certificates? Team Long was also stunned for a moment. So many? A whole box? I'm afraid there are hundreds or thousands of them. But the gold bars are all in one closet. This box is also normal. Of course, some people would ask why Lin Feng didn't produce the gold bar certificate earlier. He had to wait until the police arrived before producing it. Joke. A ton of gold bars. Show it to the principal? Can he make the decision? In other words, since the gold bars have been exposed, the police have to come no matter what. 1 ton of gold bars is no small matter. Come here, everyone. Who knows about gold bar certificates? Come and do a preliminary verification? Team Long shouted to the people behind him. I can tell if it's real or not. Let me take a look. The person who spoke was a policeman wearing glasses. His name is Zhao Taifeng. My family is local and we have several houses. His mother also collects gold bars. Of course he knew it. Lin Feng, what about these gold bars of yours? Li Xian was standing by, her eyes becoming more and more worried. She really didn't want her husband, who was rich from the empire, to go to jail. Are you that worried about me? No, I'm afraid that if you go in, I'll have to marry that Zhang Fan. Li Xian's eyes flickered. Of course I'd rather let you get away with it. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Lin Feng laughed a few times and didn't continue chatting with her. Then, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Taifeng, reached out and casually grabbed a single-page certificate, handed it over, and said, since this comrade understands, please help me take a look first. It's okay, let me take a look first. Zhao Taifeng took the certificate and immediately picked up his mobile phone and opened the picture of his mother's gold bar certificate. Then the comparison began. The paper used for the gold bar certificate is fine. It's made of waterproof, single-page paper. It doesn't look fake. The anti-counterfeit Peugeot orchid on it. No problem at all. Anyway, Zhao Taifeng compared it and found that it was basically the same as his mother's collection certificate. It doesn't look fake. Zhao Taifeng looked at several certificates in a row, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with them. Xiao Li, has the appraisal been completed? Is there any problem with the certificate? Team Long asked anxiously. As for the certificate, it seems there is no problem. Zhao Taifeng continued to look at a few more books and still found no problem. Sudden. A male police officer walked in and reported, Captain Long, we've got news from Tian Bank. They say that about a week ago, someone purchased a large amount of gold bars from one of their 20 or so branches all at once. The total amount is approximately 1 million grams. Oh? 1 million grams? Then it's 1 ton? Captain Long's knowledge of physics was pretty good, and he figured it out in one go. Don't hang up on Tian Bank. Zhao Taifeng, who was appraising the gold bar certificates, suddenly said, we just need to tell Tian Bank the serial numbers of Lin Feng's gold bar certificates, and we'll know whether these gold bars were purchased from the bank through legitimate channels last week. That's a good idea. Captain Long nodded and ordered them to execute it immediately. Team Long also began to look at Lin Feng with an incredible look. It seems so far. This guy's stuff might actually be legal. Otherwise, why wouldn't they be panicked at all? To be honest, as long as the gold bars are legal, they have no right to ask why they keep them in the dormitory. After all, where do ordinary people keep their own property? Can anyone else control it? For example, if someone puts 1 million cash in the toilet, as long as the RMB is not damaged, who can care where they put it? 9,908. 9,528. 9,362. These serial numbers. All by phone. Said he gave it to the other party's Tian Bank. Want to verify it? Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 9. The test results are out. Lin Feng actually. That's right. The serial numbers on these gold bar certificates are from last week. We sold investment gold bars at more than a dozen Tian Bank branches. The person talking on the other end of the phone. Naturally, it was Huang Qiuxia, the general manager of Tian Bank in Jiangnan. Such a big thing. Of course, the head office needs to come and help with the case. All of them? What about these? Zhao Taifeng again said the serial numbers of several gold bar certificates. No problem, that's right, they are all the gold bars sold through reasonable channels. Huang Qiuxia nodded again while holding the phone, with a very firm tone. Okay, President Huang, thank you for cooperating with us. We've got the details. Zhao Taifeng hung up the phone and said to Captain Long, we've checked everything. These gold bar certificates are indeed investment gold bars purchased through legitimate bank channels. There's absolutely no problem. Of course, although Lin Feng only obtained the system today. But the system said it would handle the source. These sources are all handled by the system's boundless mana. In many novels, there is no reasonable way to get money from the golden finger? Then the protagonist in the novel will have to go to the tea shop in a few minutes. If the golden finger does not come with a reasonable channel, that's really a pitfall. What? All of this is justified? Captain Long's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Lin Feng, his heart deeply shaken. But still, why would this person keep so many gold bars in his dorm room? Was he seriously ill? Even if he was wealthy, what was his purpose? Showing off wealth? But it seemed that he didn't feel that these gold bars were a source of pride at all. It's all reasonable. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Everyone, have you figured out the matter? Lin Feng saw that they had been busy for a long time and walked over to ask. Student Lin Feng, we've finally figured things out. Captain Long looked at Lin Feng, swallowed, and paused before speaking again. But classmate, can you explain why you keep so many gold bars in your dorm? It makes absolutely no sense. Of course, these are your gold bars, and they're legal. You can keep them wherever you want. It's your financial freedom. You can choose to disclose it or not. But if you don't reveal the reason, people will speculate and spread rumors, which might cause you some trouble. Since Captain Long said this is my financial freedom, I guess I don't need to explain to anyone? Sorry. Lin Feng didn't explain. It's not that he was arrogant, because he couldn't explain it at all. If the system was so tricky, how could it put all the gold bars here? Well, okay. Then we won't ask any more questions. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Captain Long naturally pulled the corner of his mouth hard and didn't continue asking. My gold bars are investment gold bars issued by Tian Bank. I can take them to the bank to sell them at any time. I heard that the price of gold bars has increased recently, so of course I want to sell them. But Tian Bank is a private bank of a foreign company after all. I want to deposit all these gold bars in the Empire State Agricultural Bank of China. Lin Feng didn't want to continue collecting them. It would be more convenient to exchange them for cash and store them in a card. That's no problem. Let's notify the people from the Rural Commercial Bank and call some police officers to help escort them. Captain Long said politely. Thank you. It's okay. If the bank wants to transport such a large number of gold bars, it will also apply to us for protection. But I have to say, Mr. Lin Feng, you should not do such things in the future. After all, it is not very safe to keep such valuable things in the dormitory. Captain Long smiled and immediately asked someone to call the Rural Commercial Bank to ask them to come and transport the gold bars. The dragons took care of things here. I walked out of the dormitory and came to the big iron gate of the dormitory building. Looking at the thousands of students still gathered at the gate, Team Long began to speak. Hello everyone, I'm Captain Long. We've investigated this matter thoroughly. Mr. Lin Feng's gold bars were all purchased through legitimate bank channels. So everyone should disperse. As for why the gold bars were kept in his dorm, Mr. Lin Feng said it was his financial freedom and no one had the right to interfere. But he crushed the dorm wardrobe. He'll still have to pay compensation to the school. Team Long said everything that needed to be said. The students who were watching immediately burst into a loud noise. Oh my god? Did I hear wrong? A ton of gold bars? Is it legal for Lin Feng? Didn't they say this guy's family went bankrupt a few years ago? Now his parents are in debt? They're struggling to support a company that's on the verge of bankruptcy? Haven't you heard of it? A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Lin Feng must be rich. But why put it in the dorm? I really don't understand. Wouldn't it be better to put it at home or in a bank safe? Ahaha, I thought of something funny. Didn't Zhang Fan want to give Lin Feng 5 million? So that Lin Feng could give up Li Xian? Haha, Lin Feng just put some gold bars in his dorm room, and they're worth a few 100 million, right? Zhang Fan's family's total assets are only over 100 million at most. How can you be so shameless? So fucking rich. Hundreds of millions in gold bars. What do you think? Zhang Fan is playing tricks behind the scenes? Can we find out? If it was the Lin Feng that everyone used to think of, a bankrupt young master, I think there would be no way he could do anything to Zhang Fan. But now, Lin Feng seems a little different. This matter can definitely be investigated, right? The first wave of melons is finished. Let's wait for the second wave. If this Zhang Fan incident gets exposed, believe it or not, it will be more serious than not being able to explain the source of a ton of gold bars. That's not true. This is ruining a major project for the Empire. They're allocating wives here, and you're messing with it? The Empire won't punish you? Just as the classmates were discussing it. Sudden. On the school playground, another round of noisy noises rang out. Because more than a dozen cars came to the school gate. Among these dozen or so vehicles, there are white and blue armed police cars and bank armored trucks. Of course, the vehicles used to transport gold bars are also armored trucks. There were 7 cars carrying dozens of police officers ahead. A total of 20 cars. Now they are all parked at the dormitory door. That scene, it was really spectacular. It's finally done. Just wait for the investment gold bars to be sold to the bank, and it'll be done. Lin Feng took Li Xian out of the dormitory door. The two of them stood among the police and were protected. Can you tell me? Why do you put gold bars in the dormitory? And isn't your family bankrupt? Li Xian had a bunch of questions in her mind, which were like a thorn in her throat, and she couldn't feel relieved until she got them out. This matter is complicated. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to answer. He couldn't tell anyone about the system. Oh? You can't even tell your wife? Li Xian suddenly said. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed a few times, also surprised. This was the first time Li Xian called herself his wife. Your husband's affairs are too complicated. Let's talk about it after we are actually husband and wife. You, just don't say it. Although Li Xian appears to be aloof, she can't stand these words. Besides, there are several policemen around. Is it appropriate to say such things? Look. What are Lin Feng and Li Xian whispering about? Why is Li Xian's face red? Who knows? Maybe he's driving. Damn it. How dare Lin Feng drive in front of Li Xian? What's there to be afraid of? I'm not a bankrupt young master. My goddess. My cool, elegant school beauty with black stockings. It seems like she's completely captivated by Raymond Lam now. Damn it. I wish I could get 99 points with Li Xian. I'm willing to sacrifice 30 years of my life in exchange for 3 years of being legally married to the school beauty. Humph. If I can be legally married to the school beauty for 3 years, it's worth dying for. But you have to give me a child. I have to leave a family, right? Ahem, let's not hold the Peach Festival, okay? What? The Peach Festival? What does that mean? What's the plot? Peach Feast, a pun. The English word for peach is peach. An extension of want peach. A bunch of people here are fantasizing about something unrealistic, namely the Peach Festival. Fuck. Stop playing memes. Wait until I graduate, and I'll have a 99% match with the next campus beauty. I was originally thinking of finding my soulmate and getting married this year. But seeing how happy Raymond Lam is, I've made up my mind. I've bought this lottery ticket. I'm waiting to get married after graduation in a year. Actually, it's not that Raymond Lam is lucky. The measurement of marital happiness index is scientifically based, not random. And I heard someone online say that this couple has a 99% compatibility score, which is really something. Amidst the chattering discussion among the classmates. In a Rolls-Royce belonging to the bank. Then an old man came down. He is the general manager of the Jiangnan branch of the Rural Commercial Bank of China. Of course, the bank people got this luxury car to receive Lin Feng, an important client. Sell them 1 ton of gold bars. Isn't it a big customer? Are you Mr. Lin Feng? Hello, I am Jiang Chaoming from the Jiangnan branch of the Rural Commercial Bank. Although Jiang Chaoming has a noble status, Lin Feng was able to sell all the gold bars he withdrew from foreign banks to their imperial bank. This kind of thing is worthy of respect. After all, which empire doesn't value its gold bar reserves? Well, Jiang Xing, hello. Mr. Lin's ton of investment gold bars? Is it going to be deposited in our bank? Jiang Chaoming asked again. This was a good thing, and he wanted to confirm Lin Feng's words. Of course, otherwise why would I notify you to come? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Thank you for your support, Mr. Lin. Jiang Chaoming's eyes widened into a smile as he raised his hand to invite her. It's too noisy on the playground, Mr. Lin, would you like to sit in the car? Yeah. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Li Xian beside him. It's sunny outside. Let's go in and sit together. Let's rest for a while. Your feet look numb from standing so much. The sudden concern caught Li Xian off guard again. She could only nod slightly. By the way, Zhang Xing, let me introduce you, this is my wife. Lin Feng paused and said, but to call her my wife is not entirely true. Oh? What do you mean? Zhang Chaoming asked in confusion. My wife and I matched each other's graduation scores, both of which were 99. Then suddenly someone framed me. Lin Feng quickly told everyone about this. Is this true? This is too much, right? An imperial-level project? They did this? Zhang Chaoming's face was filled with anger. Mr. Lin, leave it to me. I'll go give the hospital a heads up and ask about this matter. Thank you. Seeing that the other party had agreed to his request, Lin Feng continued, by the way, when the time comes, I'll sell the gold bars to your bank, and I plan to deposit the cash in your bank too. This will save a lot of trouble. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Chaoming thanked them again, then invited the couple to get in the car, made a phone call and went out to help Lin Feng investigate the fake and personally identify the matter. After Lin Feng got in the car, I had a brief chat with Li Xian. I found that this girl didn't want to talk to me. Are you still angry? After all, Li Xian had just acted like a spoiled child, calling herself his wife and asking Lin Feng why he left the gold bars in the dormitory. And this Lin Feng? He didn't even say anything? You know, she is the most beautiful campus belle in the entire empire. She herself said, what is there that my wife cannot know? Say this to other men. I guess everything has been explained? But Lin Feng didn't mention a word. Li Xian must be angry. But after thinking about it, since the other person doesn't want to say it, it must be a secret. Why bother? Ha? What dimension has come again? Lin Feng sat in the car and watched some short videos. Not many brushes. Here comes another short video with a circle in the upper left corner. This is a short video worth investing in. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 10. What kind of strange plane is this? What era is this? Lin Feng looked carefully. This is a crowded street. The above era is definitely not ancient. Is this the 70s? Or the 50s? In the short video, he appears to be a beggar in ragged clothes. Wearing worn cloth shoes. Skinny as a stick. The mental state is not very good. He must have been hungry for a few days. But in the short video, someone mentioned the year. Lin Feng knew it, this was around 1950. Ha? Why is someone greeting him? It seems like he's called Old Man Nyo? Isn't he a beggar? Oh my god, is he dressed too shabbily? I thought he was a beggar. He looks like an ordinary farmer buying vegetables. That era it's hard to describe in words. Lin Feng seemed to be somewhat fortunate that he lived in a good era. The Dongsheng Empire had developed now. Although there were still many students who could not afford to buy an RV, basic living was not a problem. Did I get a poor commoner? Oh my god. What can this give me in return? Lin Feng felt aggrieved. The first time Li Shimen. After all, they are potatoes worth 10,000 yuan. Exchanged for hundreds of millions of gold bars. The rate of return is also terrifyingly high. Bank employees are now moving those gold bars. The second time I saw Jack Ma in 1999, I invested 5,000 yuan and should have a rich return. But this time, the person I got was a small person. This made Lin Feng a little disappointed. What kind of difficulties do these common people have? But Lin Feng thought about it, what are these people facing? Isn't it just that they don't have money to buy food? But Lin Feng just thought of this. The weird thing is, in this short video, Lin Feng discovered. It seems that half of the backpack of this beggar-like commoner is full of money? What the hell? Carrying a basket of money? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Dressed so poorly? He actually carries a basket of money on his back? Are you poor or rich? Shopkeeper, Why has the price of rice gone up again? 100 kilograms costs 482,000 yuan? Food is in short supply right now. This is the price. Take it or leave it. Okay then. I'll take 100 kilograms. I have about 470,000 yuan in this basket, and I'm still short of 10,000 yuan. Can I buy it? I can't afford to cook at home, and the kids have been hungry for 2 days. 10,000 yuan is a small matter, forget it. Lin Feng saw the conversation between the poor people and the shopkeeper when buying rice in the short video. A moment. It's really annoying. What the hell? 100 kilograms of rice? Almost 500,000? Is this kidnapping? Lin Feng couldn't understand. What is going on? Prices in 1950? Were they really that scary? Li Xian, can you lend me your cell phone? I want to check some information. Lin Feng suddenly looked up at Li Xian beside him and found that she was not playing with her cell phone, but was looking at him slightly. Borrow your cell phone? What for? Li Xian was briefly panicked when Lin Feng suddenly looked up and saw her. Let me check the information. Lin Feng naturally wanted to see the price level around 1950. Don't you have a cell phone? Li Xian pretended to be still angry about what happened just now, but in fact she was no longer angry in her heart. Oh, there are short videos on my phone, and I don't want to swipe them away. Lin Feng's short videos are investable short videos. Once they are swiped away or the screen is switched, they cannot be retrieved. To put it simply, if Lin Feng's phone is out of power and turned off at this time, then the investable short videos that have been swiped away will not be retrieved. After all, this is a legitimate 1950s dimension. Can I save it? Share it? Is that even possible? For example, if you swipe away the short video of Li Shimen that you saw for the first time, you will lose hundreds of millions. No. Li Xian pouted slightly. Wife, I was wrong. Why did I keep the gold bar in the dormitory? I'll find time to tell you about it. Can you lend me my phone first? Lin Feng naturally didn't consider telling her about the golden finger, so he decided to fool his wife first. Li Xian felt a little warm inside when she heard this affectionate name, but she still said fiercely, "Don't keep calling me wife. We've just started being husband and wife. Can you call me that slowly in the future?" Okay, I'll call you dear. Lin Feng grinned. You're such a joke. This is even more corny. Li Xian rolled her eyes at the guy and slammed the phone into Lin Feng's hand with a little force. Thank you, my girlfriend. Is this an okay name? Not too corny anymore? What about girlfriend? We are husband and wife. Li Xian retorted. That's called a wife? Call me that later when you're more familiar with me. I'm not used to it now, said Li Xian. Oh my god. Is this what a woman is like? She can't do it anyway. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, picked up the phone, and found that it was not unlocked. A little anxious, he directly pulled up Li Xian's slender finger and pressed the unlock button. Wife, lend me a hand. Lin Feng said without any nonsense. After unlocking. So I started looking up information. Half a minute passed. Lin Feng finally understood why rice was so expensive around the 1950s. What the hell? In the 1950s? Prices have skyrocketed 4 times? Inflation? Around the early 1950s, the Dongxing Empire experienced the greatest price changes. Due to a decrease in grain production in autumn, grain prices rose by 215% from October to December, and the average price of various varieties of grain rose from 153,000 yuan per 100 caddies to 482,000 yuan. It rose another 119% in January-March of the following year? When I was little, I always heard my grandparents say that back then, when they went to the market to buy vegetables, they had to carry a basket of money on their backs. You mean around the 50s? The previous Raymond Lam. No one believes this. But now it seems. It is indeed true. Then the economy changed. Basically, 5 million yuan could only be exchanged for 500 yuan at that time. Lin Feng is not surprised now. It is really strange that 100 kilograms of rice requires so much money. Now it seems that these poor people are just short of food. They can't even afford to eat, right? Lin Feng figured out his difficulties. Isn't that easy? How much does 100 kilograms of grain cost? Direct investment of 1,000 kilograms. According to the current price of rice, it is only 2 yuan per pound. 2,000 yuan will complete this investment. But I don't even have 2,000 yuan. 15,000 yuan for living expenses. Invested 10,000 yuan worth of potatoes in Li Shimen. The second 5,000 yuan Jack Ma in 1999? Not all gone? Haven't the gold bars been sold yet? Lin Feng can lend some money to the bank president, and he can also lend it to any classmate. I believe everyone is willing to lend 2,000 yuan to Raymond Lam. But how embarrassing is this? A wealthy man with a ton of gold bars? Asked to borrow a few $1,000s? Is this appropriate? This is inappropriate. Young people should have some respect for their reputation. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public, so I can only borrow money from my wife. Well, dear wife, can I return your phone? Lin Feng handed it over. His address became corny again, and he said with a smile, how about? I want to discuss something with you? Lend me 2,000 yuan? Do you want to borrow money? Li Shiyan frowned for a moment. This guy is so rich, but he still needs to borrow money? Wife. Lin Feng poked her snow-white and smooth arm. Men are truly invincible when they act coquettishly. Especially this handsome guy. Add me on WeChat. I'll send it to you. Don't poke me. Li Shiyan was truly convinced. Was this guy really broke? But her family was well off. As the daughter of a billionaire, she certainly had more than 2,000 yuan to spend. Soon. The two of them just added each other on WeChat. Of course, once you have finished watching the content of the short video, there is no need to keep it. Just wait for the money to arrive and transfer the money to the system. Can you believe it? Have you called your husband and wife so many times? The two of them didn't add each other on WeChat? But there is no way, the empire has the largest allocation. Ding! WeChat transfer of 20,000 yuan. Please check. Spend it sparingly. It's the end of the month, and I only have 40,000 yuan in pocket money. I'll give you half of it. Li Shiyan's family gives her about 200,000 yuan in pocket money every month, so naturally there won't be much left at the end of the month. Give me half? You are such a good wife. Lin Feng smiled happily. He was very happy in his heart and really wanted to kiss this rich woman. Stop yelling. Call my name. Li Shiyan groaned, why do you keep yelling? What's wrong with me calling you my wife? The empire's allocation is the biggest. If you continue like this, I can sue you. Lin Feng knew that once assigned to a couple by the empire, they had to live together. After all, the empire valued fertility. However, living together didn't necessarily require that. To put it simply, the assigned couples must fulfill the basic obligations of a couple, except for those things that are not mandatory. Girls have to take care of boys. Boys have to take care of girls too. You can call them husband or wife. If the investigation finds that the two people assigned to the room are living like complete strangers, that would not be acceptable. Someone from higher up will be sent to counsel the couple. However, there are still some people who are perfunctory about the 3-year period and just go through the motions. After all, as long as they are not discovered by the higher-ups, there will be no problem. The higher-ups won't send anyone to do ideological work. You still want to sue me? Li Shiyan was speechless. She really wanted to pounce on this guy and slap his nasty face with her high heels. System, I will invest 1,000 kilograms of rice in this guy. Lin Feng immediately communicated with the system. Ding! Your investment is successful, and you'll get a return within a month at most. Lin Feng looked at his WeChat wallet. Really? That 20,000 yuan. Only 18,000 left. Very good. Lin Feng grinned and continued to watch a few short videos, but he still didn't find any dimensions that could be invested in, so he gave up. Mr. Lin. We've finally found some clues to the matter you asked me to investigate. Sudden. Zhang Chaoming, who was sitting in the front row, spoke. What he wanted to talk about was Zhang Fan arranging a fake paternity test report. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 11, The President Takes Action. Bad news for Zhang Fan. President Jian? Have you found out clearly? Is it Zhang Fan who is behind me? Lin Feng's eyes also became serious. It's indeed Zhang Fan who's behind this. Jiang Chaoming's eyes sharpened slightly. When I started investigating this matter, Zhang Fan panicked. The people who worked for him advised him to come to me and talk to me first. He wanted to please me and get me out of this matter. Of course. Jiang Chaoming has a very high status. After all, it is also the head office of Jiangnan. The level is really high. He was polite to Lin Feng. He is just a big client of Lin Feng. Are banks still rude to the rich? When it comes to respect from the bottom of your heart, this 1 ton of gold bars is far from enough. But Jiang Chaoming is very smart. He can just put a ton of gold bars in his dormitory to play around. Will his family be in trouble later? I heard that he was a bankrupt young master. With just 1 ton of gold bars, how could he be a bankrupt young master? Then? Jiang Xing? How do you plan to deal with this matter? Lin Feng examined his intentions. If he didn't intend to help, he would investigate this matter thoroughly. As for me, Jiang Chaoming paused and said, of course I will side with the right side instead of the relative side. Besides, he is not my relative, right? Thank you very much. I also have Zhang Fan texting me, wanting to give me 5 million and ask me to give up the evidence against Li Xian. Lin Feng looked at Li Xian beside him and said with a smile, my Xian? Only worth 5 million? I won't do it even if it costs 5 billion, okay? What if you are short of money? Li Xian asked suddenly. It's no use if you're short of money. He won't add any more money. Lin Feng looked at her with a smile. Add money? What does that mean? Li Xian suddenly didn't understand. What do you mean? You will only give in if I have to pay more? Li Xian asked. Don't get me wrong, I was just teasing him. Show me the text messages you chatted with me. Li Xian said sternly. Just take a look. Lin Feng immediately showed the text chat history. What the hell are you talking about? You said my long legs are worth at least 30 million? De Bo Tao is another 30 million? And then you have to pay more? Li Xian was completely speechless. After reading the message, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, Lin Feng, why don't you just cut me into 8 pieces and sell them separately? How can you be so rude? Ahem. Lin Feng coughed and laughed. Then Xiaofeng's auto repair shop has to charge separately for all kinds of tire screws and jacks. Mine is still reasonable. Xiaofeng's auto repair shop? What a coincidence. Li Xian seemed to have seen this funny short video. He burst out laughing. To put it simply, someone on the internet took the clip where the gang members from the Jianghu caused trouble in the beggar's sect and exposed Xiaofeng's life story, and changed the dubbing. The charging model was changed to one that no one was satisfied with, and it cost 1,000 taels to repair a tire, so everyone came to ask for an explanation. Then Xiao Feng explained. Our shop's new tires are 300 taels each. Large and small wrenches, each use costs 50 taels. The total labor cost for disassembly and assembly is 100 taels. The inflation and deflation amount is 50 taels each time, for a total of 100 taels. The last item is a jack, which weighs 400 taels per use. The total is 1,000 taels. Did Mr. Qiao make a mistake? Have you seen the skit about Xiaofeng's auto repair shop? Lin Feng was also surprised, thinking that his wife didn't understand. So, if you sell your wife, you have to separate from her, right? Li Xian rolled her eyes slightly. That's right, isn't it? My price is just a conscience. Ahem. Jiang Chaoming coughed after seeing them flirting, then continued, Mr. Lin Feng, you're welcome. I'm not a police officer, but I'm also from the Imperial Bank. I'm also an Imperial Bank employee, and this is what I should do for the Empire. After Jiang Chaoming finished speaking, he smiled slightly and immediately started making phone calls. Lin Feng, since it is true that Zhang Fan framed you? Then what about our business? Li Xian suddenly mentioned. As for us, of course we are a legal couple. 3 years later. Lin Feng paused here and didn't continue. What about 3 years from now? Let's talk about it in 3 years. Lin Feng said ambiguously, and then added, I think the child will be in kindergarten. Divorce after 3 years. Who gave birth to your child? You're so narcissistic? Am I wrong to respond to the call of the empire? Lin Feng laughed, revealing a row of big white teeth. Li Xian didn't continue chatting with Lin Feng. She rolled her eyes and looked out the window. And the other side. Zhang Fan at this moment. He had absolutely no mood to fight with Lin Feng, and he had no thoughts about Li Xian. Because the snow in front of the door cannot be swept clean. Lin Feng is a big client of the Rural Commercial Bank. If Jiang Chaoming, the Jiangnan head office, wants to help investigate this matter, it will be easy for him to do so. He has already informed his father. Keep trying to please Jiang Chaoming. Let him not worry about this matter. I don't know if it's useful. Damn it. This Lin Feng, the supposed bankrupt young master? And I know his parents, they're indeed struggling to keep their company on the verge of bankruptcy. How come Lin Feng suddenly has hundreds of millions of gold bars in his dorm room? What the hell is this? It's my fault. I was possessed by the devil and did something like this. But Li Xian and I both scored 88 points. Who wouldn't be willing to accept that? Oh my god. Please don't match me and Li Xian with 88 points. If it weren't for this, nothing would exist. 88 points at the beginning. Zhang Fan was ecstatic. But now with these 88 points, he actually wishes he didn't have them. And just when Zhang Fan was extremely anxious, Team Long received a call. Long Xingfeng, you are at Canaan College, right? That guy named Zhang Fan. How dare he tamper with the Empire's exile of its daughter-in-law? He's a crime that ruins the Empire's plans. Bring him back to me. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 12 Sweet. Got the marriage certificate. Who is Zhang Fan? Captain Long was not clear about these things. He's just a guy who went to the hospital to say hello and then framed others. He wants to steal my wife. Is that true? I see. I'll take him there right now. Captain Long hung up the phone and looked at Dean Wang beside him. Dean, where is Zhang Fan from your school now? We need to summon him. No, we need to arrest him. Zhang Fan? Dean Wang was stunned for a moment. What happened to him? Mr. Lin and Li Xian's scores are too high. He wanted to snatch Li Xian away, so he framed Mr. Lin. Team Long said. Dean Wang saw this and said, Lin Feng also told me about this. But I had to deal with the gold bars first. Since Lin Feng's affair with Xiao Fangfang was fake, I have to issue him and Li Xian a marriage certificate. Yes, Dean Wang, you should go and take care of this matter first. Send the newlyweds' marriage certificate as soon as possible. Team Long looked around, but before that, you have to help us find Zhang Fan. Captain Long, Zhang Fan is here. Xiaowu was the first to come out and directly sold out Zhang Fan. Captain Long, I'm just a pawn. Zhang Fan coerced me into doing this. Can I mitigate the charges? I'm turning myself in. Xiaowu was also madly wanting to curse. Didn't Zhang Fan agree that there wouldn't be any problems with framing Lin Feng? After it's done, give him 50,000 yuan? But what about now? What about Zhang Fan's guarantee? Anyway, Xiaowu will definitely sell Zhang Fan. But Xiaowu only helped a little. Naturally, there won't be any big problems. But it will take several months. It's an imperial-level project, and if anyone wants to make a move, it's no small matter. If it were something else, such as false accusation of false evidence, although it is also serious, it is not as serious as this. That sale and the people involved. Of course it's more than 3 years. Team Long looked over in the direction of the shouting, and saw a man in a suit standing next to Xiaowu. This man should be Zhang Fan, right? You are Zhang Fan, right? You don't plan to run away? Well, Captain Long, I surrender myself too. Can I get a lighter sentence? Zhang Fan was completely desperate. If he ran, where could he go? No. We've already issued an arrest warrant for you. That doesn't count as surrendering. Captain Long said coldly, although surrendering can happen before or after the crime is discovered. In your case, you've been reported and have nowhere else to turn, so that doesn't count as surrendering. What about him? Isn't he just a few seconds ahead of me? Does that count? Zhang Fan felt aggrieved. What the hell was this? Seeing this, Captain Long chuckled and said, Are you talking about Xiaohu? We didn't even realize he was involved in this, but he volunteered to tell us. So that counts as turning himself in. And he even reported you. So that counts as a small merit. This. Zhang Fan looked embarrassed, but then he saw Xiaohu was still happy, and he couldn't help but get angry for a moment. You son of a bitch, if you want to turn yourself in, then turn yourself in. Why are you reporting me? Do you dare to hit people in front of us? Take him away. Captain Long waved his hand and asked his men to send out a car. Zhang Fan was completely taken away from the scene. Fuck. Zhang Fan was taken away? This person is truly disgusting. He actually falsely accused Lin Feng and Zhao Fangfang of getting married? So, Lin Feng and Li Xian? They've only been legally married for 3 years? Isn't that right? It seems the dean has already gone to get the certificate. You've lost more than you gained. This sale is in such a bad state. No matter how much this guy calculated, he would never have thought that Lin Feng, a bankrupt young master, could become a major customer of the Rural Commercial Bank. It's no wonder Zhang Fan couldn't imagine this. Lin Feng's family went bankrupt when he was a freshman. His living expenses plummeted from hundreds of thousands a month to just a few thousand. Everyone saw it. For over 3 years, he lived a very tight life, sometimes even secretly taking odd jobs to supplement his income. Yeah. Under the circumstances, who would have thought that someone could keep a ton of gold bars in their dorm room? And it's fucking legal? But why did this guy do this? It makes no sense at all. Holy shit. Could someone really have said that? Wasn't it the system sign-in? You've really read too many novels. Just when the classmates were chattering, Dean Wang quickly processed the marriage certificate for Lin Feng and Li Xian. And it was delivered to 2 people. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 13 Husband, I'll keep the marriage certificate for you. Student Lin Feng. Student Li Xian. As the dean, I may not be able to see everything clearly. I am really sorry that your marriage certificate was issued a little later than all the other newlyweds. Dean Wang said apologetically and handed 2 red-covered notebooks to the 2 newlyweds. Dean Wang, this is serious. This is all because of that toad Zhang Fan who wanted to eat swan meat. Lin Feng reached out and took the 2 red notebooks and handed them to Li Xian. Wait, which one is mine? Don't make a mistake, okay? Li Xian was speechless. She took the marriage certificate and slapped Lin Feng's arm. Stupid. Both marriage certificates are the same. Ah? The same? I said men and women are different. And how can you say your husband is stupid? Your husband has only been married once, it's normal, right? Lin Feng had a smiling expression. As long as he was not embarrassed, he would let others be embarrassed. You're the one who lacks common sense. How much does this have to do with how many times you've been married? Li Xian glanced at the red book in Lin Feng's hand. Give me the marriage certificate. What? I'm keeping it for you. Don't lose it. Li Xian made an excuse. Don't let the marriage certificate get lost when you need it for something. Isn't that what all boys do? Oh, Lin Feng smiled warmly, then leave it to my wife for safekeeping. Ahem. Dean Wang, standing by, was speechless at the conversation between the 2. He thought to himself, I'm already old, are you still feeding me dog food? Hey! Lin Feng, look at the marriage certificate. There are the guidelines for married life. Li Xian looked at the title page. The marriage certificate of the 2 people had a special mark, which was allocated by the empire. The validity period is 3 years. If the 2 people renew their marriage certificate 3 years later, then it is a formal marriage certificate. And there are also guidelines for married life below. Take a good look at Lin Feng. Marital life rules. Men can't bully girls. Lin Feng also looked down at the rows of rules and said, I saw it. It also says that women can't be cold to men. Men can do some intimate actions as appropriate, but they absolutely cannot force women to have children. I think this rule is a bit too much. Is this too much? Shouldn't girls be protected? Li Shiyan groaned. No, I mean, if the woman wants to force the man, why shouldn't the man be protected? Lin Feng smirked. That's too unfair, isn't it? Aren't men and women equal? Have men and women ever been equal? Li Shiyan rolled her eyes at him. Why can't you enter the women's bathhouse if men and women are equal? Then I'll enter your bathhouse. Doesn't that mean gender equality? How dare you? I can report you. I'll send you to court. Why go to court? To sever the child's ownership? I'll kill you. Lin Feng. Murdering your own husband. This is a real crime. The two of them are worthy of the 99 points of the Empire match. They are indeed the same kind of people. No, it's the same thing. In cahoots. Birds of a feather. Anyway, they are a good match. There is no need for adjectives. I remember now. A match made in heaven, then. The classmates around them, seeing the two people loving and hating each other, were also fed endless dog food. That dog food is as sour as plum soup. But many people think that Raymond Lamb does not seem to be a bankrupt young master. Naturally, old friends came forward to say hello. Lin Feng. Please stop giving out dog food. So many gold bars. Can you give me some? Yeah. How about some wedding candy? Dog food and all that, I'm really full today. When is your wedding? The Empire has made arrangements. A wedding must be held within a month. And each person will receive a subsidy of 10,000. Of course. When the Empire wants two newlyweds to hold a wedding, it is natural to let the relatives of both parties know about it. Some relatives will persuade those newlyweds who are not satisfied with the marriage that since they have been assigned, they should just stay together and not get divorced after 3 years. The man-woman is not bad. Don't tell me. Ever since the Empire implemented the policy that assigned couples must hold weddings, the divorce rate after the 3-year period has skyrocketed from 55% to 70%. It really works very well. Let's have the wedding. I'll choose the time. I'll notify everyone then. Lin Feng didn't hold a grudge. After all, they were just small fry. Holding a grudge would only lower his vision and waste his brain cells. But at this moment, Jiang Chaoming informed that all the gold bars had been moved out of the dormitory. Lin Feng could only see. Several bank staff members came over. I was so tired that I was sweating profusely. I've never seen anything like this before. Who the hell is going to tell me that working in a bank is easy? I'll give them a fucking slap. A ton of gold bars? You want to try it? 1 ton of stuff is 20 bags of 100 gene cement. Luckily, the dormitory is on the 1st floor. If it were on the 5th floor, I'd be exhausted. It's sunny. It also made things difficult for several bank employees. I have never done such heavy physical work. But even though they were tired, they were happy. This 1 ton of gold bars, 1 million grams, was a huge achievement. The president of the bank was going to be rewarded, and they could get a piece of the action too. After all, Lin Feng transferred this thing from a foreign bank to the Imperial Bank. That is equivalent to the Dragon Empire's gold bar reserves increasing by 1 ton. But it is different from the Imperial Bank, which allows gold bars to exchange positions with each other. Anyway, it's all in the hands of the Empire. It's just a move. This is why Jiang Chaoming was polite to Lin Feng. His action was obviously patriotic. Mr. Lin, are the gold bars loaded onto the truck now? Why don't we head to the bank? Count the gold bars? And then calculate the money? Jiang Chaoming asked. Money? Okay, then let's go. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the word money. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. His first wish was to have a beautiful wife, and his second was to have a lot of money that he could never spend. Now it seems to be done? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 14. Has the beggaress reward arrived? Lin Feng nodded and set off. Among the 20 vehicles, there are armed police cars, and armored trucks. Naturally, they set off in the bank's VIP Rolls-Royce that Lin Feng was riding in. Oh, brother Lin Feng is the most prestigious. I heard there was a fleet of luxury cars to welcome and escort them. Have you ever heard of a fleet of police cars escorting them? How can this be considered Lin Feng having face? Isn't it the 1 ton of gold bars that has face? Aren't the gold bars Lin Feng's? An equal exchange, isn't it just because Lin Feng has face? Why am I already 89 points? And someone has surpassed me in Lin Feng's scores? Li Shiyan. The hatred of stealing my husband. I cannot forgive you. Humph. Of course, the one speaking was Duan Yu. Canaan College's first magnesium aluminum. Oh my god. Duan Yu, promise me you won't act like a spoiled child, okay? My stomach is churning. So what if I get 89 points? Is there anything that 99 points can't beat? Duan Yu. I think we're a good match. I heard your family is worth tens of millions. How about I become a live-in son-in-law? I'll wait for you until the 3-year term is over. Get lost. Ugly reject. I only want brother Lin Feng. FCK. I don't think you're ugly yet? The other side. Lin Feng was escorted by so many imperial staff members. As soon as he walked out of the university gate, he naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by on the street. Oh my god. What's going on? Why are there so many armed police vehicles and police cars all of a sudden? What the hell? Who is being escorted? Are you really blind? Didn't you see the bank's armored car? It's transporting cash, right? I heard that a classmate at Canaan College apparently stored a ton of gold bars in his dorm room. Me? A ton? Putting it in the dorm? Is there something wrong with that? Who says it isn't? This forest is so big, there are all kinds of birds. It's so weird. Why put it in the dormitory? How should I know? The gold bars are legal anyway, and you can put legal things wherever you want. Gold bars are not considered soft currency, so throwing them away is not illegal. It doesn't count as destroying soft currency. That's right. There's nothing wrong with keeping your own legal belongings in your own dorm, buddy. Of course. Although this is true. But unless you see it with your own eyes, not many people actually believe it. After all, this thing is really too weird and it is completely impossible to happen. Lin Feng brought Li Shiyan to the bank. Zhang Chaoming first counted the number of gold bars, which was indeed a full ton, or 1 million grams. Count it down. Lin Feng's gold bars are worth about 350 million. Of course, you can buy and sell investment gold bars at any time at the bank, but if you sell them to the bank will have to melt the gold bars. Why? I'm afraid you'll adulterate the gold bars. If the gold bars are melted, the purity will naturally be known. Therefore, it will take a few days to settle the money. It doesn't mean that you can go to the bank and get money on the same day. After dealing with the gold bars, Lin Feng sent Li Shiyan back home. I just walked back home. Lin Feng's home is naturally not a villa. It was the first house his father bought when he started his business in his early years. It can be regarded as an old house in a residential area. Son. You graduated today? You got a wife, right? What kind of wife did you get? What are your family conditions like? Raymond Lam's parents. One is called Lin Hua. One is called Yuning. A few years ago, they were all billionaires. Now, because of bankruptcy, his face has many wrinkles and looks haggard. But mentally, he was still in a good mood. However, Lin Feng knew that his parents were pretending to be strong and did not want to make the atmosphere at home too depressing. She's quite rich, right? I heard her family has $1 billion. Lin Feng responded indifferently, sitting on the sofa and putting his legs on the coffee table, like a big boss. After all, in my previous life, this was basically how I went home. What? A daughter worth billions? Sigh. Yuning sighed deeply when she heard this. Mom? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? It's not my son. He is so rich. We are bankrupt. Yuning actually hopes that her son can match with someone whose family is rich but the woman is ugly. After all, in this case, her son is still handsome and the woman may live with her son. But if a girl who is too rich, or rich and beautiful is assigned to him, will she marry this handsome but bankrupt young man? Son, did the woman talk about divorce in 3 years as soon as she matched you? It was mentioned. But not completely. Lin Feng answered honestly. Li Xian did mention divorce, but the two of them had a piece of paperwork, plus they were both talented and beautiful, plus their personalities seemed to be compatible. It seemed that both of them had a good impression of each other, but it was just a tacit understanding. Mentioned it? But not completely? What does this mean? Dad was suddenly at a loss. I mean, they won't file for divorce after 3 years, right? What? You won't file for divorce? Son? Where do you get that confidence from? We're broke now. She's a rich girl. Yunying was speechless. Hadn't her son always felt inferior since their family went bankrupt? And today? So confident? Did he seem like he was just some kind of jewel? Young and rich? You are indeed young now, but you are not rich at all. Raymond Lam was speechless, too lazy to speak. Where did his confidence come from? It certainly wasn't from Fish Leon, who sang about courage. But Raymond Lam's confidence must have been given by someone else. By the way, is the girl pretty? Yunying asked again. Yeah, she's pretty. Someone on the internet, out of boredom, made a ranking and declared her the most beautiful girl on campus at Imperial High School. What? You said your match is Li Xian? Although Yunying did not go to college, she heard that her son had such a beautiful girl in college, who was also cold and arrogant. For many years, no boy could conquer her. Yeah, that's her. Son, what about her? She didn't even ask for a divorce from you after 3 years? Yunying was a little unconvinced. How could this be possible? Okay, let's talk about this later. Now let me tell you about my gold bars. Lin Feng is next. It's just a bunch of nonsense. What is stock trading? Then I met the mysterious old man again. Then there is money. For 3 whole hours, it seemed that Lin Feng was being questioned by his parents. Lin Feng really wanted to say something to the original owner of this body. It would be great if you were an orphan. But then I thought about it. These parents really care about their son. And his personality is also good. Since I have been reborn by borrowing someone else's body, it is natural to help him be filial to his parents. After finally convincing his parents to believe him, Lin Feng finally arrived at his bedroom. But at this moment, then the system prompt came. The beggars who invested seem to have received returns. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 15. What kind of weird returns? The beggar who invested, no, was it a poor commoner? Has he received his returns? Lin Feng heard the system prompt sound. First, I was excited. But when you think about it, these poor people are nothing. What are the returns? Ding! The host has invested 1,000 kilograms of rice in this impoverished old man, Nyo, who lived around 1950. He is very grateful to the host. With 1,000 kilograms of food, they have safely survived the winter. But old man Nyo really doesn't have anything good to give back to the host. Oh my god, there must be some good stuff here. Some old stuff from 1950? Can you give it back to me? It should be worth something. Host, don't worry. The system hasn't finished yet. So, he has nothing good to give me in return? What in return? Ding! Old man Nyo returns all the money in his basket to the host. A total of about 470,000. What? He gave me all that money? With this little money, you can't even buy 100 kilograms of rice, right? But although Lin Feng said this, but I soon thought of it. This thing? After all, it's the currency from around 1950, right? Is it the first set of RMB? It should be worth some money, right? Ding! Rewards have been distributed. The system's voice fell. Lin Feng could only see a dirty backpack in the corner of his room, its surface covered in mud. I immediately walked over to take a look. Really? There were some colorful banknotes inside. What the hell? So many bills? Lin Feng picked up one at random and took a look. Looks like 1 yuan? Is this the worker and peasant version of the 1 yuan from the first set of RMB? Lin Feng doesn't know much about currency collection. But Dad seems to understand. I used to like collecting this stuff. Workers and Peasants Edition 1 yuan. Denomination, 1 yuan. Background pattern, flower symbol. Back main color, light brown. Obverse, Workers and Peasants. Specifications, 113.54. Front main color, blue, pink. Deactivation date, May 10, 1955. I don't know. Is this first set of RMB worth anything now? Lin Feng looked at the basket of the first set of RMB. Not to mention anything else. It must be worth millions, right? Anyway, Lin Feng doesn't quite understand. It is said that those old edition collectible coins are generally worth a few thousand yuan, and rare and particularly valuable ones can be worth tens of thousands of yuan each. There are at least 1,000 of them in this basket. Each ticket is worth 1,000 yuan. Isn't it at the million level? At this moment, a tall figure walked towards the door of Lin Feng's room. Son, your mother and I have been discussing this. If the story about your 1 ton of gold bars is true, why don't you use this money, once the bank account is settled, to help us save the company? And then leave you with a few tens of millions? For you to spend as you please? Raymond Lam's father. Lin Hua. Standing at the door of the room at this moment, Wei Wei walked in. I got it, Dad. I'll give you all the money. More than 300 million. Go develop your own company. I want to take a break. Lin Feng shouted quickly. There was suddenly a basket of things in the room, and he couldn't let his father find out. Although it's not a big deal. Once it is discovered, it is discovered. But it's always better to keep it secret. Is my son so straightforward? He just gave him hundreds of millions? Lin Hua was surprised for a moment, then glanced at his son's room and found that this guy seemed to be looking at a dirty basket. Son, where did you get that basket? It's so dirty. Why don't you just throw it away? Lin Hua said, taking a few steps inside. How about Dad throw it away for you? Why put this thing in such a clean room? No, Dad, this is a bamboo basket I collected from the countryside. It's an old item, I thought I'd sell it if I could. Lin Feng lied, Dad, you can go out now. I need to rest. Hey, son, is this an old thing? Lin Hua became even more interested when he heard his son say that. This basket of yours? It looks like it's from the Republic of China period, right? Lin Hua took a closer look and said in surprise, isn't this an old bamboo woven and red lacquered basket from the Republic of China? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 16 Shocked. All of it is high-priced cash? A bamboo basket from the Republican era? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the basket. After all, this old man lived around 1950, so the basket he used was probably from the Republic of China period, which is pretty close. After all, back then, baskets were generally of very high quality. Sometimes they could easily last for decades. Dad, these are old things I collected. There's nothing fancy about them. The bamboo baskets aren't worth much either, so don't look at them. Lin Feng walked forward and nudged his dad. I need to take a break. Let's talk later. I'm really tired. What are you doing resting in the middle of the day? Don't you have the habit of taking a nap? Lin Hua chuckled, are you going to video chat with my daughter-in-law? And then get us out of here? Dad is not saying anything to you, but when can't you and your wife chat? Let me see this old thing of yours first. Let me see how much it is worth. Lin Hua was very interested in old things. After all, he had collected quite a few when he was rich before, but because of bankruptcy, he had to sell them all with great reluctance. But the company lost too much money. It's just a drop in the bucket. Ah. Lin Feng sighed deeply. If he wanted to watch it, then go ahead. After all, his father was his family, so he didn't have to worry about being exposed. But Lin Feng had to lie and explain again. Soon. Lin Hua walked towards the bamboo basket. Suddenly. Just an exclamation. Son, how come you put so much money in here? Lin Hua gently picked up a piece of money and looked at it. Isn't this the first set of RMB? The first set of RMB was printed and issued on December 1, 1948, when the Dongsheng Empire was not yet fully established. In terms of pattern themes, patterns of economic construction in people's lives in the new society at that time were selected to vividly show the lives, culture, and social aspects of people in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. The date of issuance is December 1, 1948. The date of discontinuation of use was May 10, 1955. Because the first set of RMB was issued early and circulated for only a few years, and the quality of the currency produced at that time was not very good, and the Dongsheng Empire eventually recalled them all. In addition, people at that time had no awareness of collecting. Therefore, this first set of RMB is the least available on the market and is very rare. Among the 4 sets of RMB used in the past, the first set of RMB is the most collectible. What about Dad? Look at this 1 yuan worker and peasant note. How much is it worth? Lin Feng took out a piece of currency from his bag. It was the one his father suddenly came in just now, and Lin Feng put it in the bag in a hurry. A worker peasant 1 yuan note? Lin Hua took it and looked at it. It's in great condition. It's a little muddy, but it's basically brand new. According to the market price, it's worth about 2,000 yuan. 50% new, 1,000 yuan. 80% new, 1,500 yuan. I had a few of these when I was collecting. They weren't very valuable in the first set of RMB. What about this one? It looks like it's also worth 1 yuan. Lin Feng handed over another one. This is a 1 yuan farm product. The corresponding market price is 350, 650, 1800. Grade 5-8 all. Lin Hua took a closer look. It's also brand new and all quality. It's worth 1,800 yuan. Son, where did you get this basket of money? Lin Hua frowned deeply. Is the money here all from the first set of RMB? Yeah, probably all of them. Didn't I tell you that I met a mysterious old man? When I went to his house, I saw the first set of RMB on the table. I said you like collecting currency, and he gave me a basket of them. I just mentioned it casually, but I didn't expect him to be so generous. Lin Feng lied randomly, and his grammar was basically messed up. Who is this mysterious old man? How should I know? It was just a chance encounter, and we have similar personalities, and he's been nice to me. I guess it's just my luck. Lin Feng shrugged, picked up another bill, and asked, what's the market price of this one? This is a 5 yuan sheep. 400, 700, 1800. Grade 5-8, all quality. It's also brand new, worth 1,800 yuan. This is the 20 yuan donkey train. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. 5/8 all grades. Son, I see that most of the money here is in small amounts. It would be great if there were larger amounts. Lin Hua said as he looked. Isn't it? Those poor people only use small amounts of money, otherwise they wouldn't have a basket full of them. Lin Feng certainly wouldn't tell anyone about this, so he asked, Dad, is it a larger denomination? Does that mean it's more valuable? Of course not. It depends on how rare it is. Lin Hua paused and said, Son, look for the 5 yuan water buffalo in here. This is the most valuable small denomination note in the first set of RMB. If it's brand new and in good condition, it's worth around 50,000. Buffalo pattern? Then let me look for it. After Lin Feng said that, he poured the money directly onto the ground, like picking vegetables in the countryside. Dad, these 5 yuan water buffaloes. They look like a lot. Lin Feng became more and more excited as he looked for them, and he found more than 10 of them in a row. Isn't that basically $1 million? Dad, here's a 100 yuan note. The pattern on it looks like a bridge. I get it, I've been to Beijing, this must be the Beihai Old Bridge in Beihai Park in Beijing, right? Lin Feng recognized the location of the pattern on the coin. Beihai Bridge? That must be the yellow Beihai Bridge currency of 100 yuan. How much is it worth? Lin Feng asked curiously. He didn't care about anything else. What he wanted to know most was how much it was worth. It seems this is a basket of money. They are all worth a lot of money. It is definitely more valuable than a basket of today's $100 bills. To be honest, $5,100 bills. If you put it in a basket, it can fill a whole basket. But the value is only 500,000 yuan. But now all of them are collectible currencies of the first set of RMB, which is completely different. This Beihai Bridge is quite rare if it were in brand new condition. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 17 Explosion. Explosion. An outrageous price. If it's worth it, it's probably 100,000. What? 100,000? Lin Feng was a little surprised, but not shocked. After all, someone who had seen 300 million gold bars would naturally not be too stupid. Yes, this Beihai Bridge, worth 100 yuan, is a flat version 3. In brand new condition, it's naturally priced around 100,000 yuan. Lin Hua's eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. If it were a wide-spaced version, it would be a little less, 80,000 yuan for a perfect copy. What about Dad? Why don't you look for it quickly? How many 100 yuan Beihai Bridge notes are there in here? Lin Feng muttered. The father and son started working immediately. Specifically looking for the valuable 100 yuan Beihai Bridge. I have 3 here. I found 6. Just a moment. I found more than 10 pictures inside. It's so wonderful. 1 million again? By the way, Dad? If we show up with so many at once, will it affect the market price? After all, things are valuable because they are rare. Lin Feng asked worriedly. Why don't you just not sell them all at once? It won't have any impact if you sell them slowly. Besides, this amount is not enough to impact the entire currency market. The currency market is still quite large. Lin Hua said. Okay, let's keep looking. Son, this is a $100 sailboat. The whole thing is worth 50,000. Daddy is awesome. Happy Year of the Tiger. Son, this is the 200 yuan Paiyun Hall. A complete, level 3 edition. Worth 30,000. Dad is awesome. Son, 500 yuan for the Zhengyang Gate. The full item is worth 30,000. Daddy, awesome. Have a baby soon. Anyway, among this basket of currencies, the most common ones are denominations of 1 to 100 yuan. The prices above 200 yuan gradually began to decrease. Holy crap! Son, this is a 500 yuan Zhan De Chang. He actually has this. That old man who gave you a basket of money was really generous. Lin Hua suddenly became excited. This is one of the 4 king banknotes. Also known as the 4 heavenly kings of the banknote collecting industry. They are also the 4 most valuable ones. What? The 4 kings of banknotes? Lin Feng was speechless. This currency world? They even have the 4 heavenly kings? It seems the title of heavenly king isn't just reserved for singers. Lin Hua said excitedly, the 500 yuan Zhanda City is the smallest of the 4 supreme treasures from the first series of RMB, equivalent to a 5-cent coin from the second series. If calculated by the appreciation rate, the 500 yuan Zhanda City is the highest of the 4 supreme treasures, reaching a value of 5 million times. It's incredibly valuable and incredibly hard to come by. What about Dad? This 500 yuan Zhanda City? How much is it worth? Lin Feng asked. The market price is generally over 500,000. Brand new ones can go for 800,000 to 1 million. Oh my god. This one is seriously amazing. Lin Feng exclaimed. Dad, hurry up and look for it. How many of these are there? If you can find 10, wouldn't that be worth tens of millions? Yes. Look for it. The father and son began searching again. 1 piece. 3 pieces. 5 photos. 8 photos. It seems that this is a basket of money with a total amount of 470,000. There are indeed a lot. 8864. These currencies? They are worth 6.4 million. Awesome, son. It's incredible that the old man gave you this basket of money. Lin Hua said excitedly. TSK, It takes only 300 million gold bars for me to be incredible, okay? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. This is incomparable. We haven't finished looking at it yet, have we? If we could find the other 4 heavenly kings, that would be even better. This 500 yuan Jean de City ticket is only the cheapest among the 4 heavenly kings. What? Dad, this is the cheapest one? What about the others? Tell me what they look like so I can look for them. Lin Feng said anxiously. The 4 heavenly kings are 10,000 yuan horse herding. This thing is a red banknote with a farmer grazing in the background. Value is the first. A camel caravan with a face value of 10,000 yuan. It's still herding, but with camels. Its value is second only to mine. A 5,000 yuan yurt. The design is a Mongolian yurt. It's the third most valuable. After hearing what his father said, Lin Feng immediately started searching. To be honest, a whole basket. It's really not easy to find. But after searching for more than 10 minutes, how could there not be? Dad. Got it. Isn't this the 10,000 yuan painting of herding horses? The first of the 4 great banknote kings? The first of the 4 great treasures? Really? Son. Lin Hua also excitedly took the banknotes and looked at them. The more you look, the more excited his eyes become. It's it. And then our hero, Little Neza? Lin Feng responded speechlessly. What little Neza? This is a painting of herding horses. Oh my god. Son, this is worth a fortune. And it's in such good condition. Lin Hua said excitedly, quick, son, find a bag and wrap it up first. Don't get excited, Dad. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, then immediately found a bag and put the money in it. Dad, how much does this 4 heavenly kings liter cost? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 18. Another sky-high price? How much is it worth? I actually can't answer that. Lin Hua's eyes blurred a little. I just remembered that around 2011, at an auction in Shanghai, a 60% mint painting of herding horses worth 10,000 yuan fetched a whopping 4.6 million yuan. It's no exaggeration to say that the painting is the most precious piece in the entire collection. Only 4 million? The face of the leader of the 4 heavenly kings is not as big as imagined. Lin Feng pursed his lips slightly, a little dissatisfied, but it was okay. Son, didn't you hear me? That 4.6 million yuan sale price. It's only 60% new. And yours is practically brand new. Plus, that was 4 million yuan in 2011. Lin Hua was speechless when he heard his son say this. In other words, if yours were in brand new condition at auction in 2011, it would have been worth over 9 million yuan. Coin collecting has become increasingly popular over the past decade. This brand new herding horse painting is worth at least 15 to 20 million yuan. Oh my god. That's awesome, Dad. Lin Feng was surprised again, but a little bit of emotion also rose in his heart. Only tens of millions of dollars. Only now will Lin Feng be slightly moved. But to put it bluntly, this is just the auction price. The actual transaction price is several million less. Well, that's right. If we sell it privately, we don't have to pay the auction commission. The price will be lower. Lin Feng nodded, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Dad, if we gather the 4 heavenly kings together, how much will they be worth? It will definitely be much more than the total value of the 4 banknotes, right? That's right. Zhanda City is worth nearly 1 million. The 5,000 yuan yurt is worth about 2 million. The 10,000 yuan camel banknote is worth about 5 million. If all of them are brand new, then it would be worth about 30 million. If it is a complete set, the effect of 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. Then it must be worth 50 million. After Lin Hua finished speaking, his expression was intoxicated. This complete set of the 4 heavenly kings is too valuable. Dad, what are you still sighing about? Why don't you look for one quickly? One house would be 50 million. 10 houses would be 500 million. Lin Feng urged. Son, can you find 10 sets? So many? Who knew? Just look for them quickly. Lin Feng immediately searched and found the other 4 kings in a few minutes, camel banknotes and yurts. Dad. I got a set. 50 million has arrived. Dad. We're still missing 1 camel note from the second set. Hurry up and look for it. Son. I didn't find the camel banknote. I only found a picture of a herding horse. The horse herding pictures aren't bad either. The most expensive one is worth 0.2 small goals. We'll sell them slowly when the time comes. Don't flood the market. Son, you're amazing. These add up to hundreds of millions. Our company is saved. Nonsense. If you put a few hundred million into your crappy company, it would definitely be renovated immediately. The father and son searched tirelessly for the 4 heavenly kings. Sudden. Lin Hua thought of something and said, Son? These are all the first set of RMB. Should we list them out and see if we can get the complete set? What? A full set? Yes. If we can get the whole set, it will be even more amazing. This first set of RMB has more than 60 pieces of various versions. If we have a complete set, the value will be amazing. It can be worth hundreds of millions. Lin Hua said excitedly. What? Hundreds of millions? Oh my god. According to statistics, there are no more than 33 sets of this set of RMB in the world. How can it not be valuable? Lin Hua said. Then let's quickly look up the information. Find all the denominations of these 60+ notes. Let's do a puzzle. Right, hurry up and put together a set. That's going to be valuable. After Lin Hua said that, the 2 of them started working. Dad. Look for the 1,000 yuan double horse plowland. Do you have any? I have all the denominations under 1,000 yuan. Son. Yes. I saw it just now. Let me look for it again. A $50,000 harvester. Only 1 piece left, hurry up and find it, or we'll have a complete set. Okay. Done. Found a set. Dad. A small goal achieved. Son. Can you still put together a set? Dad. No. The difference in the second set is too big. We don't have the 1,000 yuan Qiantang bridge. We don't have the 200 yuan steelmaking. Anyway, there are more than 10 denominations. That's a shame. Go look for it at the market when you have time. Once you collect it all, it will be twice as valuable. The father and son were busy for more than an hour. Finally, all the banknotes with more than 60 denominations were cleared. Lin Hua looked at his son filling out a table in front of the computer and asked, Have you figured it out? What's the total value? Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 19. Tell me. Are you my good wife? Lin Feng did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked at the list on the computer. A complete set of RMB, 1 small goal. 1 set of 4 heavenly kings, 50 million yuan. 5,000 yuan 5 sheep, 400,000 yuan. 10 pieces of 100 yuan sailboats, 500,000 yuan. 8 pieces of Wabayuan Zandacheng, 8 million yuan. 35 yuan buffalo tickets, 6 million yuan. Dad. I figured it out. The total is pretty high. Almost 4 small goals. There are 5,600 banknotes in total. The average price per ticket is over 70,000. When Lin Hua heard this total, my heart was in my throat. Is this worth 4 small goals? Son, put these things away quickly. We can sell the sets later. That old man is so generous, he would just give you such expensive things. Lin Hua's words fell. And at this moment, outside the door of Lin Feng's apartment in the community, a man and a woman came over. The man's name is Zhao Xingchen. The woman's name is Zhang Li. Wife. You'd better not go. Uncle Lin's family is in trouble now. My family was able to start a business in the first place. It was Uncle Lin who helped us when he was at his peak. He's still short of our 2 million. If it's not too urgent, don't ask him. But husband, our family needs money to invest in projects. If you don't feel comfortable asking, I'll try to be polite later. I know Uncle Lin is in your family's debt. I know my limits, and when lending money to others, the debt and the money should be treated separately. If we accept it and they don't have it, that's one thing, but if we don't want it and we keep silent about it, that's not right either, is it? Ding dong. The couple pressed the doorbell. Xiaofeng, Dad, what are you doing in the house? Someone is coming. Yuniying shouted in the living room. I'm coming. After Lin Hua asked his son to put away his things, he left the living room and opened the door of the room. Xingchen? Lily? You are here? Come in and sit down. Although Lin Hua had a smile on his face, he felt embarrassed in his heart. After all, he owed the other party 2 million yuan. Although he had done a favor for the other party before, the other party had not asked for money for 2 or 3 years. He thought he had done his best. Hello, Uncle Lin. Hello, Aunt Lin. The two people greeted each other. Soon he entered the house. Yuniying was busy making tea for them. Brother Xingchen? Are you here with your sister-in-law? Lin Feng also went out and looked at Zhang Li deeply. The two of them actually have a story. She was a hot girl that Lin Feng met outside of school when he was a freshman. At that time, Lin Feng's family was not bankrupt and he was a rich second generation, so naturally he was popular with girls. Zhang Li was almost pursuing him. But Lin Feng did not agree. Later, Zhang Li also turned around and met Lin Feng's friend Zhao Xingchen, and the two got married a few years later. Lin Feng, long time no see. Counting the days, you should have graduated from college, right? Which family did you get assigned to be a wife? Zhang Li specifically asked. After all, she was rejected when she pursued him. She really wanted to know who the wife assigned to Lin Feng would be after he went bankrupt. Nothing, just a daughter of a rich girl from our school. Lin Feng said lightly. Oh? A huge sum of money? Zhang Li was surprised. That's great. Zhang Li paused, then asked deliberately, so, what are you going to do in 3 years? Then we must renew our marriage. Lin Feng knew that she was not accepted when she pursued him, and she asked these questions deliberately, but it was just a little revenge. Of course. As for renewing the marriage, Li Shiyan naturally did not bring up the matter of deciding to renew the marriage. But now others ask this question deliberately. Lin Feng definitely cannot lose face. Renew the marriage? Son? Have you and Li Shiyan reached an agreement? Yuniying asked this question at first, and her son's answer was ambiguous. Why is he so sure now? Lin Feng was confused. Did his mother need to take more melatonin? She was so stupid. His answer was clearly just to save face. Yes, we just agreed that we will renew our marriage in 3 years. Lin Feng had no choice but to lie again. Really? A son? Yuniying was excited. Li Shiyan was a rich girl and so beautiful. Really? Lin Feng said. I don't believe it. Why don't you call her? I'll ask her myself? Yuniying said anxiously. Don't ask anymore, right? Didn't I say it's true? I'll feel relieved only after I ask Mom in person, okay? Yuniying urged again, hurry up and call her. I'll go around in circles and ask her. Well, okay then. Mom. Lin Feng had no choice but to call Li Shiyan, but found that there was no Li Shiyan's phone number. The two of them only left WeChat messages. Li Shiyan? Why does this name sound so familiar? Zhao Xingchen frowned deeply, and suddenly remembered, isn't this the daughter of the school beauty from Lin Feng's university? The one who ranked first on the national school beauty list? She's said to be a stunning beauty. Honey, you said Lin Feng's assigned wife is Li Shiyan? Zhang Li was momentarily surprised. Lin Feng was so lucky, wasn't he? He was actually assigned Li Shiyan? But even more terrifying, Lin Feng and Li Shiyan had actually agreed to remarry? Renewing the marriage after 3 years? How could that be possible? Didn't Lin Feng's family go bankrupt? Unless Li Shiyan was stupid, she wouldn't renew the marriage, would she? Mom, I don't have Li Shiyan's phone number. I can only call her via WeChat or video chat. Lin Feng said. Then call him via video. Voice is so troublesome, it's better to chat in person. Yunying was not surprised that her son didn't have the other party's phone number. After all, it was allocated by the empire. Okay then. Lin Feng immediately dialed the video. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Li Xian was in her room at home, putting the 2 marriage certificates in the cabinet, when she heard the video call. Who is this suitor again? Li Xian frowned slightly. She wanted to hang up and disable the message. But one look. This avatar. Is it my husband? Li Xian didn't know what happened, she got this name out of nowhere. I even blushed because of what I did. Hello, Lin Feng, what are you doing? Li Xian answered the video, faced the camera, and adjusted her hair. Well, wife, my mother wants to ask you to confirm something. Should we renew our marriage in 3 years? I have told my mother that this is true, but she just doesn't believe it. Lin Feng said, winking at the camera. And Zhang Li was also listening attentively. Why would a rich girl like her remarry Raymond Lam after 3 years? Is it really possible? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 20, Good Wife, Call Mom. Ah. This? Li Xian naturally saw Lin Feng's intention. After thinking for a moment, she said, renew your marriage after 3 years, Lin Feng. Didn't I already agree with you on this? You still call me by my name, calling me hubby, all day long. Lin Feng was shameless enough to say such cheesy words in front of his parents. And Lin Feng also played a little trick. Since the other party is cooperating with me in acting, it definitely won't ruin the show. Damn it. Li Xian gritted her teeth inwardly, but didn't show it on her face. She said a little embarrassedly, what's wrong with calling you by your name? It's okay to call me husband or by my name. Li Xian said something cheesy. But he had already figured out how to deal with Lin Feng. He actually took advantage of me by making it impossible for me to sabotage him. Oh my. Really? Yunying smiled continuously as she leaned in front of the camera and greeted, hello, daughter-in-law. I'm Lin Feng's mother. Hello, uncle, aunt. It was the first time that Li Xian met Lin Feng's mother, and she felt a little unnatural. Wife, why call me aunt? Call me mom. Lin Feng chuckled. The empire has a rule. Since we are a legal couple, you have to call my mom too. I remember there is such a rule, right? Of course, the empire does this, allowing men and women to call each other's parents mom and dad, which is a way to bring 2 people closer together. This way, the divorce rate will be lower 3 years later. Mom Li Xian blushed slightly and murmured softly, this Lin Feng is really hateful. Oh, my daughter-in-law is so beautiful. She has a sweet voice too. It's a blessing for our Lin Feng to be assigned to you. Yunying may have never been so happy in her entire life in just a few hours today. Li Xian didn't know what to say. She felt very embarrassed about this matter. After all, it was the first time she met her husband's mother, and she was so enthusiastic. Okay, Mom, my wife is shy, don't be too enthusiastic, it's not good to scare her. Lin Feng snatched the phone away, wife, I'll video call you later, that's it for now, be good. Yeah, okay. Li Xian nodded, and she couldn't wait to hang up the phone. It was really embarrassing to meet her parents, and she was not ready yet. Dog food. Show off your love. This is absolute dog food. Zhang Li was standing aside, watching the sweetness of the family, and it was simply a critical hit. What's going on? How is that possible? Lin Feng is bankrupt, and Li Xian is so rich and beautiful? Why did she remarry Lin Feng 3 years later? Zhang Li was very confused. But maybe Li Xian likes Lin Feng's looks. I was also attracted by Lin Feng's looks at the beginning. Right. It is definitely worth the money. But at this moment, the doorbell of Lin Feng's house rang again. Old Zhang is here. Zhang Bolan. Lin Hua stood up immediately, his eyes full of respect. This was an old man worth tens of billions. Of course, he was called over by Lin Hua. Because Lin Hua has those collectible coins. I just want to find channels to sell it. It also adds some cash flow to the family company. This is also what Lin Feng agreed to. Zhang Bolan? Zhao Xingchen naturally knew this person. He was a well-known wealthy man in Jiangnan. Zhang Bolan? Zhang Li was even more surprised. Lin Feng's family was now bankrupt. How could such a wealthy man come to their house? The purpose of coming to Lin Feng's house today was to get the 2 million. But it seems that even before I open my mouth, there are still a lot of questions that I don't understand. The mystery of it all. All of this made it difficult for Zhang Li to guess. Old Zhang is here? Come and sit down. Lin Hua opened the door and invited him warmly. Lao Lin, are there guests at home? Zhang Bolan glanced at the people in the room and said softly, is it convenient for business? It's convenient. We are not outsiders. Lin Hua naturally believed in Zhao Xingchen's character. He and his father were both good people. It was just Zhang Li, who seemed a little petty. Zhang Bolan sat on the sofa and said, okay, where are the goods? Son, go get it and let your uncle Zhang take a look at it. Lin Hua shouted. I got it, Dad. After saying that, Lin Feng went to his room and quickly took out an envelope bag. Uncle Zhang, the thing for this small goal is inside. Lin Feng put the envelope on the table and pushed it towards Zhang Balan. What the hell? A small goal of 100 million? Zhang Li was confused again. Could it be in the envelope? What kind of technology? Advanced technology? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 21, Deal Price. 120 million. Then let me take a look first. Do you have gloves? Zhang Bolan certainly couldn't just touch this level of collectible currency. It's going to break. That's a pity. Yes, right away. Lin Feng agreed and quickly found a pair of plastic gloves. After Zhang Bolan put on gloves, he began to take out the contents of the envelope. Is this a banknote collection? Or something else? Zhang Li was immediately confused and asked in a low voice, honey, this banknote? Is it worth 100 million? Don't talk, this is the first edition of RMB, and it seems to be a complete set. It's reasonable to be worth hundreds of millions. Zhao Xingchen was also confused. Could it be that Lin Feng's family had such a good thing? What? Really worth hundreds of millions? Zhang Li's face changed. What kind of collectible currency was this? How could it be so valuable? She didn't really understand, but she was shocked anyway. It's so rare. It's so rare. I never thought I'd be able to see a complete set of first edition RMB in my lifetime. There are no more than 33 sets of this in the entire world. Old Lin. The banknote is indeed authentic. And it's in good condition. Aside from a little mud, it's basically brand new. Zhang Balan sighed continuously. He also liked collecting banknotes. He and Lin Hua met because of collecting banknotes. So let's identify whether it's genuine. That's still no problem. Then, old Zhang, just name a price. I'm a straightforward person. As long as the price is right, I won't say much. I have to do business and I also need favors. Lin Hua said with a smile. 120 million. That's the market price. Zhang Balan was quite straightforward. As he had plenty of money, his bid was naturally a little higher, but not outrageously high. Great. Let's do it. Lin Hua discussed with his son and decided not to sell it if the price was lower than a small target. Now this price. 20 million more than expected. Okay then. As for the money, I'll probably be able to transfer it to you tomorrow. You can put the things away first, but you have to keep them well for me. Zhang Balan said, and took out a large bag he brought with him. This check is for 10 million, consider it a deposit. Why do you need a deposit? Won't the transaction be the same tomorrow? Lin Hua said politely. It's okay, just keep it. How can I not pay a deposit for such a big deal? After all, the deposit is my sincerity in deciding to do the deal. Zhang Balan knew that there would be no shortage of people who wanted such a good thing. It would be bad if it was poached away by a higher price. Okay then, I'll take it. Lin Hua had just finished speaking. Then Zhang Bolan stood up and said, now that the matter is settled, I'll leave. The company still has things to deal with. Lin Hua also knew that the other party was a wealthy man and very busy, so he did not try to keep him. Uncle Lin, this is the first edition of RMB? A complete set is extremely rare. How could you possibly have one? Zhao Xingchen was still in shock. His family was only worth tens of millions, and Uncle Lin just casually bought a set of banknotes? It was worth hundreds of millions? Xingchen, do you also understand this currency? Lin Hua said with a smile. It's okay. I have a friend who plays it and knows a little about it. Zhao Xingchen replied. Then, Lin Hua paused and winked at his son. I got it, Dad. After Lin Feng entered the house, he immediately took out a 5,000 yuan Mongolian yurt note. Xingchen. I'm so sorry. We've been short of money from your family for 2 or 3 years now. Your father hasn't been asking us for it. Lin Hua pushed the money in the transparent bag over. This is a 5,000 yuan yurt. The market price is around 3 million. 2 million yuan. 2 or 3 years. Lin Hua has repaid the principal and interest. If his son hadn't suddenly had this money, Lin Hua really wouldn't have had the money to pay back the 2 million. Uncle Lin. Zhao Xingchen squeaked and whimpered. He wanted to say that this thing was too expensive and they just wanted the principal. But Zhang Li next to him interrupted, Uncle Lin, please keep the collectible coins. We're not busy. You can return the 2 million yuan whenever you're free. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 22. Send a voice red envelope. The password is husband. Lily, what's wrong? Don't you believe that my coin collection is worth 3 million? Lin Hua smiled and said jokingly. Uncle Lin, you're not saying that. You just traded a small target, right? How could I not believe it? Zhang Li gave a polite smile. It's just that we're really not busy, and you might have misunderstood. We just came here to have fun today, not to collect a debt. It's really awkward for you to think that way. My husband's family used to be a small business owner, and it was all thanks to your support that they managed to build a fortune of tens of millions. As a person, the most important thing is to remember the kindness you've shown us. Lily, you have a really good daughter. Yunying was a little slow in the eyes, and before she even realized what was going on, she kept praising her. Oh my god, my wife also. Zhao Xingchen was a little speechless. He naturally knew that his wife would change her attitude after seeing that Lin Hua was trading a set of collectible coins and they were so valuable. Next, Lin Hua continued to talk about repaying the money. But the other party politely refused. In the end, Zhao Xingchen said that 2 million yuan in principal would be enough and he didn't want any interest. This matter has come to an end. Immediately following, Lin Feng's parents naturally went to the kitchen to cook and entertain the two of them. Lin Feng, I remember I don't have your WeChat. How about adding one? Zhang Li saw that her husband had gone to the bathroom and now there were only two of them in the living room, so she took the opportunity to speak. Although she is married. But there are also those who are thinking of switching jobs to rich people, or having an extramarital affair. After all, Raymond Lam is quite handsome. You can make a date with a man like this and have some fun. I remember I have your WeChat, right? 3 years ago, when she was pursuing Raymond Lam, she did add him. Oh? Really? I don't remember. No? Lin Feng looked through the WeChat address book, found Zhang Li's profile picture, and clicked to send a message. There is immediately a red exclamation mark. Awkward. Capital awkward. You deleted me. Lin Feng smiled harmlessly. Well, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't make a note. Zhang Li said embarrassedly. Oh? Didn't you make any notes? Lin Feng chuckled, but did not take the initiative to mention adding WeChat. Zhang Li was embarrassed again. As expected, Lin Feng has always had high standards. This is a free gift for me. He didn't want it before. Still not wanting it now? The two of them had dinner at Lin Feng's house and left after about an hour. Lin Feng returned to the room and naturally went to Li Shiyan to explain what had just happened. Thanks, wife, for smoothing things over. Lin Feng sent a WeChat message. The other party replied quickly. What's going on? Why do you want me to pretend to renew my marriage after 3 years? I didn't agree to that. It's nothing serious. When I was a freshman in college, there was a girl who pursued me. She deliberately asked me about you and me, so naturally I had to give her some face. Lin Feng briefly explained the situation. She pursued you during her freshman year? So do you like her? Li Xiyan instantly turned into a quality inspector. After opening the video call, she wanted to see Lin Feng's expression on the spot so as to determine whether it was true or not. Wife, can I like her? If I did, I would have agreed to her then, okay? Lin Feng looked at his angelic wife in the video and jokingly said, she doesn't deserve your jealousy. Am I jealous? Ha ha. Li Xiyan smiled lightly. Oh, no? Then why do you care so much about her? Lin Feng chuckled back. You've been my legal spouse for 3 years, and you can't ask? Do you believe me if I report you? That's right, according to the instructions from above, couples should be more harmonious and honest with each other. Lin Feng, are you itching for trouble? Call me husband. Otherwise I will really report you. Go and report it, don't scream. Li Xiyan said firmly. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately sent a voice red envelope. You can get a red envelope just by calling me husband. That's it? It's only 200 yuan at most. Are you trying to trick me into calling you husband? Li Xiyan said with disdain. I just want to know if your Mandarin can be recognized. Lin Feng said. Oh, childish. Husband. Li Xiyan accepted the red envelope in a very low voice. The message was immediately withdrawn. Don't give the other person a chance to listen. Wife. I've added it to my collection. I'll enjoy it slowly. Wow, your voice is so sweet you lower your voice and call me husband, and there's an indescribable feeling. Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Your hand speed is really fast. How can I be unhappy? How can I give you happiness in the future? Lin Feng joked, and his face immediately changed slightly. Oops, I said the wrong thing. Oh? Does this prove that you are not capable? Absolutely not. Honey, trust me. I don't need fast hands. Lin Feng was speechless. How could he be so careless? Was he being labeled again? I don't want to bother with you. Li Xiyan snorted and said, We? Where are we going to live then? After all, someone will come to check in a week to see if we're living together. Well. Lin Feng looked around his home and saw that it was indeed a bit lame. How many days will I be alive and son-in-law? Come to my house? Yeah. Lin Feng nodded. Okay then, I'll help you tidy up the quilt and make room for you. Why don't you just stop working? Lin Feng suddenly said with interest. What do you mean by stop working? You're not coming to my house? Do you want me to go to your house? Li Xiyan didn't understand. No, I mean, why don't I just sleep in your room? Why do I need to vacate your room? Lin Feng said with a cough and a laugh. Sure. If you're not afraid of me suing you, go ahead. Li Xiyan made a knocking expression and then ignored this guy. Put down your phone. Going to clean up Lin Feng's room. After cleaning up, I went to the supermarket again to buy daily necessities for Lin Feng. After I finished tidying up my husband's room. It took about 5 hours. This is enough to prove that she is very attentive. The next day at noon. Because so many things happened throughout the day, Lin Feng slept until noon. Sudden. The ringing of the bell woke up Lin Feng. It was Li Xiyan calling. Hubby, can you come and give me a ride? What's going on? Why would this girl take the initiative to call me husband today? It's a bit strange. Lin Feng immediately felt something was wrong. According to her personality, she would never do that. What exactly happened? Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 23, Mr. Maya's return on investment is finally here. Wife, what's going on? Where are you? Let me pick you up? Lin Feng asked with a look of doubt on his face. Honey, I'm in Chazigu, Jiangnan. I'm on a bus for a classmate's wedding. Li Xian explained. The couple's getting married. 20 or so of us, all of us, decided to take the bus together so we could enjoy the scenery along the way. We didn't drive, but I've noticed I get a little dizzy on the bus. This is a sightseeing bus, so it's going very slowly. You could just drive along the road and pick me up. Got it. Then wait for me. Well, waiting for your husband. The more Li Xian pretended to be intimate. Lin Feng felt something was wrong. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng quickly came to the parking space in the community. His father's car used to be a large Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but now he drives an ordinary Mercedes-Benz E-Class, the oldest model, which only costs 250,000 yuan for the bare car. In comparison, it really is one world and one underground. As for Li Xian, she was sitting on a sightseeing bus. She was in a very good mood and was enjoying the scenery along the way with her classmates. But soon, a person whom Li Xian hated came to sit next to her. This man's name is Zheng Qingba. I have always liked Li Xian since high school. He would talk to Li Xian whenever he had time. Zheng Qingba's family is considered wealthy. As a local, he owns more than a dozen houses, but his assets are only a few hundred million at most, which is not as much as Li Xian's family. But Zheng Qingba's father is the president of the Jiangnan Building Materials Management Association. Li Xian's family's company deals in building materials. Therefore, those who understand will understand. Li Xian cannot offend Zheng Qingba so as not to bring trouble to the family company. Then she made the excuse that she was carsick on the bus and asked her husband to pick her up. Xian, the husband you are talking about? Who is he? Was he assigned by the empire? Zheng Qingba smiled disapprovingly. With this kind of marriage assigned after graduation, Li Xian was actually still considered unmarried. Li Xian is so outstanding, the other party should not be worthy of her. They will definitely get divorced after 3 years. Girls who divorce after 3 years will not be counted as having remarried in their files. Yes, it was allocated by the empire. Li Xian nodded. So, what are your plans for 3 years from now? Zheng Qingba asked curiously. What's his family like? What's his appearance like? I'm sure even if he has the best conditions, they're still not good enough for you, right? You're joking, old squad leader. My conditions aren't anything special. Li Xian was polite at first, then continued, the man's family is pretty good. He's not bad looking either. As for 3 years from now, of course we'll remarry. We've already agreed on that. What? Remarry after 3 years? Zheng Qingba's face suddenly turned dark when he heard this. What bad luck! Which boy got the chance to be the most beautiful campus belle in the country? I guess the other person is really outstanding, right? Otherwise, why would Li Xian agree to remarry after 3 years? The students on the bus also heard the conversation between the two and started discussing it. Did you hear that? The husband Li Xian was assigned at university? Li Xian actually wants to remarry him after 3 years? Oh my god. After the remarriage? Won't they be a proper couple? Who is this man? How could he make Li Xian like this? Who knows? Why not ask Li Xian later? She might be a super rich second generation. We could get to know her. That's right. If she were assigned to an ordinary person, with Li Xian's conditions, she would have to be crazy not to renew the marriage. Son, where are you going in such a hurry? You just got up and you haven't even had breakfast? No, it's noon, it's time for lunch. Yunying hurried downstairs with some breakfast boxes in her hands. If there's anything urgent, why not take something with you to eat on the way? Thank you, Mom. I got it. Lin Feng took the breakfast box and put it in the car card slot. Xian asked me to pick her up. She's taking a sightseeing bus to attend her high school classmate's wedding and she says she gets bus sick. I have to go quickly. Is this the case? Then go quickly. No matter what, drive slowly. Yunying ordered. Well, Mom, you go upstairs. After Lin Feng said that, he saw his mother also went upstairs and was about to drive away. But at this moment, the system prompted. Jack Ma's return? Has it arrived yet? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 24, Mr. Ma's return on investment is actually. Have Jack Ma's returns arrived? Lin Feng suddenly became energetic. This is Jack Ma. Although Lin Feng didn't invest much money in him, it was only 5,000 yuan. But for Jack Ma, who was just starting his business, 5,000 yuan could help him do a lot. Ding! The host invested 5,000 yuan in Jack Ma. Jack Ma used it to provide extra meals for the first generation of employees and to buy some daily necessities for them. This way, they can have hot meals all year round and hot showers in the winter. Their hardship in life has improved thanks to this money. Not bad. 5,000 yuan was a lot of money in 1999. Lin Feng grinned. Jack Ma will definitely thank me now, right? Unfortunately, Jack Ma got it the first time he got the system. At that time, Lin Feng only had 15,000 yuan. Invested 10,000 in Li Shimen. Only 5,000 left. If Raymond Lam invested 100 million yuan now, then the 100 million yuan in 1999 would not be incredible, right? Lin Feng knew that the greater the help he received, the greater the reward would be. Therefore, Lin Feng still feels a little resentful. Why doesn't Jack Ma wait until he has money before posting it? Ding! Jack Ma is very grateful to the host. He gave the host an Audi in return. What the hell? An Audi? Lin Feng was a little speechless. Even if the $5,000 I invested isn't much, it was still a considerable sum in 1999. You know, back then, a salary of over 800 was considered high-tech. Jack Ma really has no conscience. What bad luck! Lin Feng really wanted to complain. Are you so petty? Return an Audi? The investment is 5,000 yuan, and an Audi car is only worth a few 100,000 yuan at most. Lin Feng's investment this time was definitely the worst one, with a very low rate of return. The Audi has been placed in the parking space in front of the host. The car keys are already in your pocket. The system's voice fell. Lin Feng took a quick look. It turned out to be an Audi with 4 circles on the front. The overall color is light blue. It looks like an Audi SUV. I don't know if it's the Audi Q5 or Q7. Anyway, these two models are both Audi's classic SUV models. It feels better than my dad's car, right? Lin Feng knows. Whether it is the Audi Q7 or Q5, they are basically more upscale than the Mercedes-Benz A-Class. The bare car price is 250,000. One is the bare car price of more than 500,000. Let's change cars. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he headed towards the Audi car that Jack Ma had given him in return. Open the car door. Put the car keys. Buzz buzz buzz. The car started. Lin Feng knew that the cars signed in by the system were naturally registered in Lin Feng's account, so he didn't have to worry about the source. Lin Feng used to be a rich second generation. He got a driver's license when he was 18 years old in high school and his driving skills were very good. I'm your brother-in-law. This car gives you a great pushback feeling. When Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator, I immediately realized that this car was unusual. Could it be that it has been modified? This instant acceleration is not much slower than that of a sports car. What is the pushback feeling? That's automotive jargon. When a car accelerates suddenly, the driver feels the seat pushing against his back due to inertia. In order to experience a strong sense of pushback, the car must accelerate quickly. If the car accelerates quickly instantly, it is generally a good car. After all, acceleration depends on torque, and top speed depends on horsepower. What kind of car is this? I'll have to check it out later. Although Lin Feng was a rich second generation, he didn't know much about Audi models and could only ask online. But now the most important thing is to pick up my wife first. My wife must have encountered some trouble. In about half an hour, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the small road in Chazigo from the main road. There was a white sightseeing bus in front, which should be the bus that my wife and her high school classmates were riding in. Hello, wife, I'm here. I'm behind your bus. Lin Feng made a phone call. Oh? Honey, are you here yet? Li Xian stood up slightly, pretended to vomit, and said, Driver, stop for a moment. My husband is here. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't know I get carsick on the bus. Let's meet at the groom's wedding later. This bus was originally chartered by everyone, and we stopped and went along the way for sightseeing. I don't know how many hours it will take to reach the groom's house. It was really uncomfortable for Li Xiyan to endure Zhang Qingba beside her for several hours. It is really difficult to deal with such a suitor who cannot be rejected directly. It cannot be too deep or too shallow. Is Li Xiyan's husband here? Let's take a look first. Is this husband handsome? It's in the back, look. Classmates on the bus. They all turn their heads to look over. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 25, Dog Food is here. What kind of treasure husband is this? Ha? Are you sure it's Li Xiyan's husband? He seems to be driving an Audi? What's wrong with driving an Audi? Maybe they're just being low-key. Truly wealthy people are all very simple. But isn't this too plain? Look at what he's wearing. It's basically not a brand name. Hey, what's wrong with you all? Am I the only one who can see that this man has an indescribable aura? What indescribable temperament? A demeanor that looks down on all living things, as if sitting on a cloud, just like the demeanor of a protagonist in a novel. Crap. You've read too many novels. If you said he was humble and simple, I'd believe him, but that kind of contemptuous temperament? That's way too much. Hey! You know what, her husband really does have a bit of that temperament. Of course. Lin Feng is indeed a young man with cheats, and he has a bit of an air of being on top of the clouds, which is normal. A talented man and a beautiful woman. What a match made in heaven. Isn't Li Xiyan's husband too handsome? Although this man might be driving an Audi to be low-key, let's analyze it rationally. Judging from the way he's dressed, I can't imagine he's deliberately being low-key. Whether they are rich or poor is none of our business. Anyway, the male students present were more or less jealous. After all, Li Xiyan was too beautiful. The female classmates were jealous of Li Xiyan because Lin Feng was really handsome. Is this Li Xiyan's husband? He's so ordinary. The only good thing about him is that he's really handsome. Zhang Qingba saw it all. He didn't believe any rich second generation could be so low-key. How could ordinary young people be so low-key? Not showing off is already mature, right? Extremely wealthy? Driving an Audi? Wearing cheap street clothes? Are there any young people like this these days? Hello everyone. I am Li Xiyan's husband, my name is Lin Feng, please take care of me in the future. Lin Feng got out of the Audi and naturally walked towards the door of the bus, and supported Li Xiyan who was carsick. Hello, Lin Feng. Li Xiyan's husband is so handsome. Hello, Lin Feng. After the classmates greeted each other, Lin Feng helped Li Xiyan get out of the car. Wife, can you still walk? How about I carry you? Lin Feng saw Li Xiyan leaning softly in his arms, and he also realized that she was pretending to be carsick. No. It's just a few steps away. Li Xiyan muttered softly. Yes. After Lin Feng said that, he immediately picked up Princess Li Xiyan. This is an act of sovereignty for a man to assert over his wife. That's someone else. Don't set your sights on Lin Feng's wife. Then, Lin Feng held Li Xiyan and walked towards the Audi. And he hooked open the passenger door with his foot. Carefully put Li Xiyan in. And also help fasten the seatbelt. Drink some water, your motion sickness will feel better. Yes, thank you, husband. Li Xiyan softened a little, feeling warm in her heart. Even though the other party knew she was pretending, he was still so nice to her. Whoa. Li Xiyan's husband is so manly. You two are so sweet. I want a princess hug from a handsome guy too. I'm carsick. Is there a boy who can help me get off the bus and take the car? Forget it, you weigh 180 pounds, find an Olympic weightlifter, otherwise your dream will be impossible. Go away, you only weigh 180 pounds. I weigh at most 160 pounds. Is there a difference between 160 caddies and 180 caddies? That's a huge difference. A girl who weighs 120 pounds is basically considered slightly overweight. But if she weighs 100 pounds, she's considered a standard figure. Do you think this 20-pound difference is that big of a deal? I'm already 160 pounds anyway. A few more pounds won't make a difference. I'll kill you. I'll lose weight tomorrow. Fatty people all have potential, and I want to find someone as handsome as Li Xian's husband. Lin Feng, after asking about Li Xian's well-being and settling her down, walked into the bus, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and smoked as he spoke. Apologies again for wasting everyone's time. We'll see you at the groom's wedding later. If anyone else is also prone to bus sickness, I still have seats in my car and can take a few more. Carrot carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 26. Is there something fishy about this return? We don't get carsick. The students answered in unison. Who the hell wants to see you two's dog food? Being a light bulb? Li Xian's husband is so polite, isn't he? When I first met him, I thought he was just a bit of a cool guy. But now he's so gentlemanly? This kind of man is too good, isn't he? Doting on his wife? So good at socializing too? He's completely handsome, salty, sweet, wolfish, and docile. The treasure husband mentioned on the internet? He's this kind of guy, right? Of course. In his previous life, Lin Feng was just a small-time city dweller, or to put it bluntly, a gangster. But in fact, there are many advantages to being a gangster. If you are polite to him, he will naturally be a gentleman. Most gangsters are very good at socializing and polite. If you are cruel to him, he will be crueler than you. And because they have no money, they are called gangsters, so generally, they dote on their girlfriends, and dote on them in a domineering way. Sometimes, the girlfriends of gangsters are very beautiful. In fact, it is these advantages that are very attractive to girls. These country girls. They have never seen the world. Zheng Xingbo was speechless when he saw these girls. They praised every handsome guy they saw to the sky. In today's society, you are nothing without money. Classmate, come and have a cigarette. Lin Feng quickly sent a message to Zhang Xingbo. Sorry, I quit smoking. Zhang Xingbo smiled politely and naturally would not take Lin Feng's cigarette. Oh? Then I wish you can quit smoking soon. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Thank you for your blessing, but it's usually not that easy. Quitting smoking is hard. Zhang Xingbo replied casually without any sharp words. It's actually very easy to quit smoking. Oh? Is it simple? Then why are you still smoking, my friend? Zhang Xingbo joked. Because I've succeeded in quitting smoking every time. Isn't that simple? Lin Feng made a joke, then said goodbye and got out of the car. What? You succeeded in quitting smoking every time? Ha ha ha. Li Xian's husband is so interesting, isn't he? Yes, it's really easy to quit smoking. My husband has successfully quit smoking every time. Li Xian's husband is so funny. He can also make everyone happy. My heart is broken. Li Xian, the hatred of having your husband taken away from you. Soon. Lin Feng sighed. Then he returned to the Audi. Why is everyone laughing so loudly on the bus? Li Xian quickly asked what was going on. It's nothing, I just told a joke and made everyone laugh. Their sense of humor is too low. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat, turned the car key, and when he saw Li Xian in the car, he immediately prepared to put out the cigarette in his hand. Go ahead and smoke. I'm fine. Just open the window. Li Xian immediately pulled his hand and said, Be careful with the ash. Don't get it in the car. This car is new, right? Yeah, it's a new car. Lin Feng nodded, then asked, Are you feeling better? You're actually getting bus sick? You know I'm pretending, but you still ask? Li Xian rolled her eyes at him. So what's going on? Lin Feng made a bold guess, is someone harassing you? After all, my wife is so beautiful. Of course, Lin Feng's princess hugged just now. It was declared to the person who harassed Li Xian. Well, that's about right. Li Xian nodded. Who is it? Don't ask too much, who cares? Li Xian did not answer. Are you afraid that I will suffer a loss? Lin Feng immediately understood what the other party meant. It seems that the person who harassed Li Shiyan has some power? No, he's my classmate anyway, so let's not make things unpleasant. Li Shiyan still didn't name the person. After all, the other party was really strong, and her husband shouldn't cause trouble for him just to vent her anger. Okay then, let's go. Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator, and the Audi sped away like a tiger emerging from the mountains. Old, Lin Feng, what kind of car is this? It starts so fast? Li Shiyan had always deliberately called Lin Feng husband in front of her classmates, but now she couldn't change her words for a while. Actually, I don't know what kind of Audi it is. My friend gave it to me. Lin Feng drove with one hand. He reached out and shook Li Shiyan's hand on his thigh, tightening it. Anyway, I think it should be some kind of modified car, right? Li Shiyan saw Lin Feng holding her hand and didn't struggle. She replied softly, that should be it. I can't tell which Audi it is. It might be a modified Audi Q7 or Q5. Let go, I'll help you check some information. Drive carefully and don't drive with one hand. Li Shiyan touched the mobile phone in her bag with her right hand, while her left hand was held tightly by Lin Feng. You can type on the browser with one hand. I just want to hold your hand, but my hands are cold. Lin Feng held it tightly without giving in. How childish. Li Shiyan rolled her eyes at him when she saw that he didn't let go, and started looking up information with one hand. After a while, Li Shiyan's expression changed abnormally. Wife, have you found out? What kind of car is this? Lin Feng was also aggrieved. The system didn't tell him clearly what it was, but just said it was an Audi. Obviously. Both of them knew the identity of the car. The price of this car is... Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 27 shocked the whole audience. Lin Feng's luxury car was exposed. Husband, your car. It's actually worth several hundred million? Li Shiyan was completely numb. What kind of rich husband is this? Starting to make trouble again? Drive a car worth hundreds of millions to pick me up? But the two men didn't pay much attention to the car. Lin Feng carried Li Shiyan and walked slowly in front of the bus, and soon arrived at the wedding venue. Li Shiyan's high school classmate Ji Xuanjie, who is also the groom, is from the countryside in Chazigu. However, he is not an ordinary country boy. He is engaged in the breeding industry and his family has a fortune of 20 to 30 million yuan. Belongs to the level of local rich people. The wedding was naturally held in my hometown. Moreover, this place is beautiful with mountains and rivers, otherwise Li Shiyan and more than 20 other high school classmates would not have proposed to charter a sightseeing bus to travel around and attend the wedding at the same time. Soon, Ji Xuanjie also came out to greet Li Shiyan. Li Shiyan, didn't I hear you and the others came here on the sightseeing bus? Where are the others? Ji Xuanjie had actually liked Li Shiyan in high school. After all, who wouldn't like such a beautiful girl? Unfortunately, he didn't think much of it because of his status. I'm carsick, so I asked my husband to drive me over. They should be here soon. Li Shiyan greeted politely, this is Lin Feng, my husband. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Ji Xuanjie, your wife's high school classmate. Ji Xuanjie also looked at Lin Feng with envy. He was so lucky, wasn't he? He was actually assigned to Li Shiyan? And he doesn't look very rich. Audi Q5? Is it low-key? But it doesn't look like it. Anyway, for a moment, Ji Xuanjie couldn't tell whether Lin Feng was rich or poor. But it doesn't matter, everyone who comes is a guest. After a warm greeting, the groom naturally went about his business. Lin Feng also took Li Shiyan to pay his share of the money, which was 1,200 yuan. The two of them found a place to sit down and had some tea and wedding candy. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The students in the bus behind have also arrived. Most of the 20 or so classmates came forward to greet Lin Feng and the others, but Zhang Qingba did not come over. After all, he was a super rich man, and his father was the president of the Building Materials Management Association. Many people at the wedding knew him and surrounded him, trying to please him. What? A Mercedes-Benz S-Class can't come? Ji Xuanjie, the groom today, quickly received a call. It was said that one of the 12 wedding cars could not come. This made Ji Xuanjie anxious. We are about to set off. Sudden. Ji Xuanjie saw an Audi driven by Lin Feng, walked over, and said, Li Xian, I have something I want to trouble your lover with. Is that okay? What's wrong, Ji Xuanjie? It's like this, one of my wedding cars can't come. If it's inconvenient, could you please ask your husband to do it for you? Anyway, the bride's house is in a hotel in the city, not too far away, and the road conditions are good. Ji Xuanjie said politely. Husband, you. Li Xian didn't say anything else and left the question to Lin Feng. It's okay, it's not far anyway. Lin Feng naturally agreed. After all, the other person was getting married today, and since he asked for help, he naturally had to give him face. In addition, Lin Feng also had a good impression of Ji Xuanjie. I'm not like some people who become snobbish when they see that their Audi is ordinary. For example, Zhang Qingba, although he was very polite on the surface, deep down, he did look down on him. Lin Feng even suspected that Zhang Qingba was the one who harassed Li Xian. After all, Li Xian was afraid that Lin Feng would cause trouble for Zhang Qingba, so she didn't say it. But Lin Feng roughly guessed that it was him. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Sorry for the trouble. Ji Xuanjie breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the matter had been handled. Then Mr. Lin, please get ready. We will be leaving in about 10 minutes. No problem. Just call me when you set off. Lin Feng said politely. After a while, someone came up to Lin Feng's Audi and tied a big red flower on it. The wedding car team to pick up the bride was about to set off. As the groom, Ji Xuanjie called all the wedding car drivers to the gate and began to speak to them. First of all, thank you all for helping me pick up the bride. I'm very grateful. Sorry to bother everyone. The bride's family is holding their wedding at the Tiandi Hotel in the city. We can just go there when the time comes. There's still plenty of time. Everyone, drive slowly. Follow the lead car. That's my high school classmate Zhang Qingba's Lamborghini. Don't fall behind. Of course, although Zhang Qingba came here by bus, the wedding car he brought to help pick up the bride arrived yesterday. After listening to the groom's speech, Zhang Qingba also started to speak, and ordered, Everyone, we are all here to help the groom today, so don't worry about it too much, and there is no other meaning. According to general custom, the wedding car team will be arranged according to price. Of course. The wedding car fleet is arranged according to price. Of course there is no problem. Zhang Qingba's car is a Lamborghini Gallardo, with a high-end configuration costing around 4.7 million yuan. It is the most expensive of the 12 cars. And then there's Maserati, Land Rover, Range Rover, BMW X7. Wait for luxury cars. Mr. Lin, your car will be at the end. Zhang Qingba naturally arranged Lin Feng's Audi at the end. After all, it was the cheapest in the fleet, so it was understandable to arrange it at the end. Okay, no problem. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat, and Li Xian sat in the co-pilot seat. However, Lin Feng discovered a small detail. That is Lin Feng's Audi, even if these people think it is just an ordinary Audi SUV worth hundreds of thousands. But it's worth more than 500,000, right? In fact, the cheapest one is a BMW X3. Zhang Qingba did not arrange it at the end, but arranged Lin Feng's car at the end. Is it intentional to humiliate Lin Feng? That is unknown. Well, then you have to follow closely. Zhang Qingba smiled politely, glanced at Li Xian in the passenger seat, and walked towards his Lamborghini in front. Lin Feng, no one realized how much your car is worth. Li Xian said with amusement, my high school classmate Zhang Qingba and the groom don't seem to know the value of it either. Don't talk about others. Didn't we also spend a lot of time looking up information? This car is really unpopular. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and since he was a young man with a cheat, his vision had improved, so there was no need to show off by mentioning the price of the car. Even if it gets out. It's so scary that it's enough to scare people to death. A car worth hundreds of millions? It's unbelievable. You are really becoming more and more confusing to me. Is this my good-for-nothing bankrupt young master husband? A car worth hundreds of millions? Li Xian glanced at Lin Feng. This guy was like an onion, peeling off layer after layer of mystery. Wife, are you horny? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Feng hummed and joked. You're the one who's in heat. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Li Xian rolled her eyes at him and raised her little fist. This can't threaten me unless you use the 9 bone claw. Lin Feng chuckled. But Li Xian immediately changed her fists into claws. You said that yourself. Oh, Lin Feng immediately made a pig-like sound. You're wrong, honey. I was wrong. Who told you to call me a good-for-nothing, bankrupt husband? Then why do you say I'm in heat? Am I? Li Xian said, using a little more force. Oh. Lin Feng heard another sound of slaughtering pigs. Yes, honey. I threw shit. You didn't, your eyes were full of love. I used the wrong words. Stop pretending. Does it really hurt? Li Xian slapped his hand. You're such an actor. Faced with a peerless martial art like the 9 white bone claw. What else can I do besides pretending to be pitiful? Lin Feng chuckled, I'll fasten your seatbelt. Let's go. After a while of love and hate between the two, it ended with Lin Feng's surrender. Of course, it's seatbelt time. Lin Feng is taking advantage of her like crazy again. Anyway, she is my wife, so I can take as much as I can. The convoy set off. At around 5 o'clock, we finally arrived at the wedding venue at the bride's house. Tiandi Hotel. Everyone, listen to me. Park your cars in the hotel's parking spaces. This isn't the countryside like where I live. If you park illegally, the traffic police will come over and ask about it. Let's take a break first, we'll be leaving in about half an hour. The groom Ji Xuanjie greeted everyone. Many drivers went to the hotel to rest and drink tea. Wife, do you want to go in and rest for a while? Lin Feng looked at Li Xian who was sitting in the passenger seat. No need, we'll just wait at the door and leave later. Li Xian took out her phone. If you're tired, take a rest on the chair. I'll turn down the volume on the game. I'm not tired. If you want to play games, lean on my shoulder. I can watch and teach you. Lin Feng said confidently. Isn't it just the mobile version of Hero Blade? In his previous life, he was a real god, just short of professional level. I don't want to lean on your shoulder. I'm not a mollusk. Stop arguing. We are playing in a team. Li Xian's rank is king with 1,300 points. In this game, she is already a leader. It's difficult to rank up. Lin Feng shamelessly said that he was teaching her how to play? Li Xian didn't even feel comfortable attacking Lin Feng. If you don't want to rely on me, then don't rely on me. Lin Feng pouted slightly, pretending to be unhappy. No. However, although Li Xian refused verbally, after the team battle, she adjusted her sitting position and leaned slightly on Lin Feng's shoulder. This way, she could play the game and let Lin Feng watch the whole battle. She also leaned into her husband's arms. Sure enough, I feel very stable in my husband's arms. But, the game was very difficult. Li Xian played Pandora support well, but the AD's mentality exploded. Why don't you sell your auxiliary equipment and give it a try? Lin Feng suddenly said. What? Selling support equipment? You want me to buy magic equipment? Li Xian immediately shook her head. No, my support is too fragile, and I have no displacement, so I can't deal any damage at all. How about I give it a try? Lin Feng reached out and held her tender hand holding the phone. Forget it? I can't do it, how can you? Li Xian naturally didn't like Lin Feng, because she was a great god. Lin Feng held her little paw in his hands and leaned on her shoulder. Since I'm going to lose anyway, why don't I just give it a try? Just treat it as a joke? Fine, whatever you want. But my teammates will start cursing later. Even if Tai loses, they'll still curse. Don't worry about them, just watch me. Lin Feng said, and then he operated his mobile phone and immediately sold the auxiliary equipment. How come my husband is so skilled? The speed at which he changes equipment. He must be at a professional level? Li Xian said secretly, also very surprised. Could it be that she was wrong? Is her husband really an expert? Why did Pandora change all her equipment into mage gear? What is she going to do? Don't you want to play anymore? You still have a chance to win. Xian, what are you doing? You can't give up on yourself. In the game. The person who plays duo with Li Xian is naturally one of her good friends. After a round of greetings from teammates, Lin Feng naturally ignored it. The team battle begins. He controlled Pandora and walked in the front, moving in a very graceful manner, so that the opponent's skills could not hit him. Sudden. The opponent's front AD. Pandora wants to attack Lin Feng with a basic attack. Lin Feng will find it if he finds it right. A flash 2 skill to stun. Follow up with a big move. Skill 1 increases damage. He immediately killed the other party's core personnel. 66,666. The AD is dead. Everyone hurry up. We can have a team fight. By winning a team battle, the game was naturally won since it was already the late stage. In Lin Feng's previous life, he played Honor of Kings, and his skills were already top-notch, so he was only a little bit away from becoming a professional. Playing this game with much lower operating difficulty is like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. Isn't it a piece of cake? You actually won? This is incredible. Li Xian raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Feng. You are simply a master. I thought you were a rookie. Xian, did you change players just now? Professional players, right? Who is next to you? Is it the moon goddess from your school? Seeing her bestie's endless questions, Li Xian sent a message. My husband played this game and insisted on selling his support gear to buy a magic power upgrade. Fortunately, he won. Oh my god, what kind of treasure husband is this? He's so good at playing games? Can you introduce him to me and help me rank up? No, this is mine, you can only play games with me. Li Xian slightly turned the phone interface away from Lin Feng. She couldn't let her husband see this, or he would laugh at her. Tisk, I'm going to graduate next year, and I'm going to try my luck and see if I can be assigned a treasure husband like you? Then I wish you all the best. Li Xian chatted briefly with her best friend, then put down her phone, raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes as clear as water. Would you like some water? I'll buy some. It's a reward for helping me win the game. Li Xian saw that Lin Feng's mouth was a little dry and he was starting to touch her wallet for change. He must be going to buy some water, so she offered it first. Yeah, I'm thirsty. I was just about to go. What would you like to drink? Li Xian asked. Mineral water, it's healthier. Don't drink other miscellaneous beverages in the future, they have a lot of additives. Lin Feng said with concern. What do you care about me? Li Xian was a little dissatisfied, but she originally wanted to buy some European soda. After hearing what Lin Feng said, she changed her mind. Then she would buy 2 bottles of mineral water. Her husband was right to drink less beverages. Li Xian then took the change and got off the car to buy some water. But at this moment, dangerous things happened. There was a rich second generation who drove here in a Porsche 911. There's a parking space next to that Audi. Stop and go in. The rich second generation is called Zhang Long. He had intended to simply park inside. But the next moment, unexpectedly, a row of beautiful girls came out from the hotel entrance. All of them were dressed sexy and beautifully, and they were all looking at his luxury car. If you don't show off your driving skills now, when will you? Zhang Long finished speaking. Step on the accelerator. I want to do a spinning reverse into the garage. Sudden. Holy crap. Why did the Audi next to us suddenly open its door? What the hell? The rich second generation quickly stepped on the brakes. But it's no use. Still hit it hard. Xian, don't get out yet. There's someone over there trying to get into the parking space. He's trying to do some tricks. He's driving very fast. Lin Feng shouted and found that Li Xian had already opened the car door. With a bang. There was a loud noise. Why didn't you look before you got out of the car? Lin Feng said sternly. If he hadn't pulled Li Xian in at the critical moment, she would have been hit against the car door. But he used too much force and ended up pulling her directly into his arms. However, at this moment, the door of the Audi had been dented by the rich second generation. Li Xian couldn't utter a word. The critical moment just now had frightened her so much that her face turned pale. If it weren't for Lin Feng, she would have been in big trouble. Surviving a great disaster, being reborn after a calamity, a moment of life and death. These add up. This made the proud goddess burst into tears. Wife, why are you still crying? Your husband didn't really mean to hurt you. Lin Feng was speechless. Didn't he just ask her to get off the car? Why didn't he keep an eye on her? This was because he was worried about her, this was because he loved her. Whoa whoa. Li Xian continued to cry, and squeaked and whimpered, "Hubby, my foot is injured, it hurts." Your foot is injured? What happened? Lin Feng immediately looked at her feet and found that there was indeed a blood mark 2 thumbs long on her calf. How did this happen? Lin Feng asked anxiously, "Did you get scratched by something when I pulled you in just now?" Well, it was scratched by the car door sill. Li Xian was not crying because of the pain, but because she really survived the disaster. The speed of the car was so fast that if she was hit by it, there would be little hope of survival. It's my fault. I used too much force. Lin Feng immediately found some toilet paper and wiped the blood off Li Xian. No, you saved me. Li Xian said gratefully, "Thank you, husband." Don't thank me. If I leave scars on such beautiful legs like yours, your husband will condemn me for the rest of his life. Lin Feng looked at Li Xian's long legs. To be honest, his wife's long legs were called the longest legs in the Dongxing Empire on campus. It was not an exaggeration. This golden ratio figure was really awesome. I'll go to the trunk to find the medicine box and take care of it for you first. After Lin Feng said that, he got out of the car and left immediately. The perpetrator, the wealthy second-generation Jian Long, saw a man getting out of the car and said, "Sir, is your girlfriend okay?" "I was just trying to do something, but I didn't expect your girlfriend to suddenly open the car door." Seeing Lin Feng searching for the medicine box without paying any attention to him, Jian Long was speechless for a moment before continuing, "Sir? Are you okay?" After all, he was wrong. Jian Long is quite polite. But Lin Feng obviously still ignored him. First, use some alcohol to disinfect it, then wipe some iodine, and do some simple treatment. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Lin Feng handled these various medicines, gently bent over, and blew cold air on his wife's calves to relieve her pain. Husband. When Li Xian saw Lin Feng being so gentle and considerate, her heart melted in an instant. What's wrong, honey? Lin Feng raised his head and asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Li Xian paused. "I just want to say." "What do you want to say?" "I want to say, it's great to meet you." Li Xian said this without feeling shy. Instead, she looked at the dented car door and said, "Husband, why don't you deal with the accident first?" "It's all my fault. I opened the car door without looking at the situation below, causing your expensive car to get dented." Li Xian also felt guilty, because Lin Feng's car was worth hundreds of millions. It's a new car. It drove out to pick me up once and got dented. How can I blame you? This is a parking lot. He shouldn't be driving so fast, and what kind of tricks are he doing? Lin Feng groaned and said soothingly, "Don't think too much. Don't blame yourself. It's just a car, right? No matter how expensive it is, it's not worth a single red blood cell compared to your injury." "So poor," Li Xian said, reaching out and poking Lin Feng's nose. "Husband, go and deal with it quickly. I don't know how much responsibility he needs to take in this situation. Then just sit still in the car and I'll take care of it. By the way, do we really not need to go to the hospital?" "No need to go to the hospital. It's just a minor injury," Li Xian said. "Okay," Lin Feng said, and got out of the car. "Sir, is your girlfriend okay?" "I'm so sorry. Let's take her to the hospital?" Jian Long saw Lin Feng get out of the car and called out again politely and apologetically. She said she was fine but also fine. She had some minor injuries, like a scrape on her foot, which has been treated simply. Seeing that the other party had a good attitude, Lin Feng initially wanted to lecture this rich second generation. After all, his wife's foot was injured because of him. But don't hit someone who smiles at you. People have such an attitude. How could Lin Feng be so fierce? Then let's send him to the hospital first? As for the car, sir, don't worry, it's all my fault. I'll take you to a repair shop and just replace the door. Jiang Long said generously, touching his head and apologetically, "I just saw a bunch of beautiful women, and then showed off my driving skills, and the result was, my wife said she doesn't want to go to the hospital." Lin Feng paused and said, "But brother, my car? I'm afraid it can't be repaired in China?" How could Lin Feng's own car be repaired in the country? No 4S shop can repair it. Can't it be repaired domestically? This is imported? John Long looked at the Audi and muttered, "No, even if it's imported, a forest shop should be able to repair it, right?" John Long was immediately confused by what Lin Feng said. But at this moment, the groom Ji Xuanjie heard a car accident outside and ran out. "Mr. Lin, Li Shiyan, what happened here?" Ji Xuanjie said worriedly. As a groom, what he feared most was that something unexpected would happen today. "It's not a big deal. No one is wrong, the car is just dented," Lin Feng said. "It's okay, Mr. Lin, I will be responsible for fixing your car. After all, you are helping me pick up the bride." As the host, Ji Xuanjie must take the responsibility. "No need, sir, I have already promised to take full responsibility." Lin Feng was speechless. His wife's high school classmate was quite straightforward. This car was really expensive. "Mr. Lin? Your car? Why can't it be repaired in China?" Jiang Long asked again, really confused. And at this time, more and more people gathered around. Zhang Qingba also came over. "I heard that Lin Feng's car was hit by someone, and I felt a little happy inside." Zhang Qingba heard their conversation and interrupted, "Mr. Lin Feng, this car can be repaired domestically. As for autos, whether imported or FAW Audi, there are many places in Jiangnan that can repair them." "It really can't be repaired," Lin Feng said. "How could it be? Jiangnan is such a big country? And we still can't find a place to repair it?" Zhang Qingba said with some amusement. "Why does Mr. Lin keep saying that this car cannot be repaired in China?" Jiang Long, the person who caused the accident, began to look at the car again. "Which model of Audi is this? Audi Q5? Or Q7? It doesn't feel like that. No. This car. Isn't this car that model?" Jiang Long's face changed immediately. "TM. This time we are in big trouble. No wonder people say it can't be repaired in China. It really can't be fixed. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 28. Everyone was stunned. A car worth hundreds of millions? John Long knew he was in big trouble, so he immediately took out his phone and called his father nervously, "Hey, Dad, please come over here quickly. I hit a car in front of the Tiandi Hotel. Come and help me deal with it." "What? Son? You hit someone's car? Are you okay?" Zhang Jian, the other party, naturally had to worry about his son's safety first. "Dad, I'm fine. Come over here quickly." Jiang Long hung up the phone with his father. At this moment, he could only look at Lin Feng with an extremely respectful and fearful look, and said, "Mr. Lin, come here, have a cigarette first. If you have anything else, wait until my dad comes before coming out. What's your name?" At this moment, Jiang Long felt that Lin Feng was a god. UTM. Driving a car worth hundreds of millions? What is the concept? In other words, if you have $1 billion in assets, would you take out almost half of it to buy a car worth hundreds of millions for fun? Even if you have tens of billions of assets, you might not use a few % of your total assets to buy a car, right? A car worth hundreds of millions? This must be at least 50 billion? 100 billion, right? Anyway, the Jianglong family is worth less than 2 billion. How can they not look at Lin Feng as if he were a god? "Hey, brother, don't worry. Everything is fine on my end. Just help me fix the car. I won't cheat anyone." Lin Feng smiled lightly. "I'm afraid the other party already knows the value of this car, otherwise he wouldn't be so respectful." In other words, at the beginning, he was polite because he hit Lin Feng's car and he felt guilty. That was what a gentleman should do. Today's politeness is a kind of inner fear and respect. The attitudes before and after are completely different. "Mr. Lin, don't worry, just wait for my father to come. I don't have the money to repair it." John Long also started to calculate in his heart. This car must cost several hundred million, right? How much does it cost to replace a car door? Millions? Even tens of millions? Who knows? But for an Audi worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, replacing a better door will cost more than 10,000 yuan. According to this ratio, If a car worth hundreds of millions of yuan is replaced with a door, wouldn't that cost tens of millions? Is it really bad luck to hit a random car when you go out? Just a car worth hundreds of millions? To be honest, with this luck, I can go buy a lottery ticket. In other words, the probability of crashing a car worth hundreds of millions of dollars is lower than winning the lottery. Dad will be angry again then. It's really annoying. At this time, an uncle who was watching couldn't help laughing when he heard that John Long didn't have the money to repair his car. Hey, young man, the car you drive is a Porsche 911 after all, and the high-end version costs nearly 3 million, right? How can you say you can't afford to repair an Audi like this? Replacing the doors on this car costs 8,000 to 15,000 yuan, no more. What's wrong with this guy? He can't even afford to repair an Audi? Is his own luxury car borrowed? Of course I borrowed it. Otherwise, how could I not come up with 10,000 yuan for repairs? What a bummer. I thought he was some rich guy, but after looking at his car for a few more seconds, he started showing off his driving skills. John Long was speechless, facing the pointing and talking of the people around him. He replied to the passerby who had just spoken, "Uncle, you're right, this car door is really not something that can be fixed with just 8,000 or 10,000 yuan. If that were the case, I really wouldn't need to ask my dad to come over. Young man, you really don't need much money. 8,000 is enough." The passerby also realized that this guy was just borrowing the car. He couldn't pay, but he was still trying to save face and make excuses here. "Uncle, how about this? Don't say 8,000, I'll give you 800,000. Can you say you crashed the car?" John Long laughed. "What? 800,000? How about you give me 800,000? I'll fix it." Zhang Qingba wanted to laugh when he heard this, and continued, "That's enough to buy a new car, right? With a little more money, you can buy an Audi A8L. Brother, you really dare to ask for 800,000? John Long was speechless. Didn't anyone see the value of this car? Why wouldn't I dare to ask for it? Zhang Qingba smiled indifferently. "Go away." John Long didn't say much to him. What was the point of such a verbal agreement? If the other party knew how much the car cost, they would definitely regret it. Just as everyone was watching, 3 cars came on the road in front of the hotel. Leading the way was a large Land Rover, a standard nouveau riche car. And behind them were 2 big Toyotas. A fat bald man got out of the Land Rover. He was wearing a big gold necklace and looked like a complete nouveau riche, needing no other decoration. "Son, what happened? Whose car did you hit?" Jiang Jiqing rushed over. "If you hit someone else's car, we should just pay for it, right? Dad, this is the one." John Long pointed at Lin Feng's Audi nervously. "What? This car?" Zhang Jian saw it was a broken Audi and his face immediately turned red. "Hey, you son of a bitch, it's just an Audi, how much can it cost to repair it? I recently gave you tens of thousands of pocket money, and you spent it all again? You mobilized a lot of forces to repair an Audi and called me?" Zhang Jian was so angry. He is playing mahjong with his friends. With all the same color and the flowers on top, it's almost a draw. His son suddenly called and seemed very anxious. Zhang Jian thought his son had quarreled with someone, so he rushed over to check. Didn't he expect that to be the case? That's it? An Audi? It's just a matter of a few $1,000s. He wins or loses more than a few thousand playing cards. As for wasting your own time? Dad, listen to me, this isn't just any Audi. It's an Audi Pikes Peak, a limited edition, worth around 270 million. Zhang Long said helplessly. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Replacing a door on a car worth hundreds of millions of yuan would cost millions? Or tens of millions? Who knows? Son, how many hundreds of millions did you say this car is worth? Zhang Jian's eyes widened slightly, but he soon cursed, "You're stupid, you've been cheated, son. What kind of Audi is worth hundreds of millions? Isn't the most expensive Audi the Audi R8? Others have sports cars, and this is just an ordinary SUV. Let's call the police. This is a scam." "No, Dad, don't call the police." John Long saw his father actually pull out his phone to call the police, and immediately stepped forward to stop him. "This car is really worth hundreds of millions. Believe me, I've seen it many times, it's indeed that Audi Pikes Peak." Zhang Long sighed. He uttered the words Audi Pikes Peak. People watching around. There was immediately a commotion and discussion. What the hell? What are these two father and son talking about here? Yeah, a car worth hundreds of millions? An Audi worth hundreds of millions? How is that possible? I've never heard of any Audi car worth hundreds of millions. Audi Pikes Peak? Who knows that name? What kind of car is it? It sounds familiar to me, but I can't place it. Hurry up and check the information. Check it out. Anyway, I don't believe Audi can be worth hundreds of millions. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 29 Shocked. Lin Feng's identity is exposed. When the onlookers heard the name of the car and its price of several hundred million, they naturally went to look up information. Type in the words Audi Pikes Peak. A lot of information naturally appeared in the browser. Gradually, the information was found by many people. People also started to talk about it. The scene suddenly became lively. Holy crap! Oh my god! Is this car really worth hundreds of millions? Isn't that right? This car is truly an awesome fighter jet. Think back to the past, no. Think back to the past, that incredibly popular Volkswagen Tenghue, a luxury car worth millions? It had to be the Volkswagen brand? It was known as a low-key super luxury car. But compared to this Audi Pikes Peak? What the hell? This is the king of low-key. A few $100,000 on the outside, but a heart worth hundreds of millions. Damn it! It would be a shame if this car wasn't included in the novel. Why? The protagonist drives out, and everyone laughs at him for driving a crappy Audi? And then the protagonist's car's price is immediately revealed, and he's slapped in the face for pretending to be awesome? So what's the situation now? Isn't it the same as in the novel? Didn't you all think that the car Lin Feng was driving was an ordinary Audi? That's different. Who would laugh at Lin Feng in real life? It's just in their mind. Only novels have such ridiculous plots. Yeah, we saw Lin Feng driving an Audi, but we didn't say anything. We were just a little confused. Is he being low-key? It seems he really is. Putting this car among a bunch of sports cars? It's basically going to be looked down upon, right? But who knows? This car can buy 100 multi-million sports cars. 700 horsepower. Maximum torque of 649. It accelerates from 0 to 97 km/h in 2.7 seconds and has a top speed of 449 km/h. It can be said that it has all the comfort of an SUV, but also the fastest speed and acceleration of a top sports car. I heard the chassis can be raised and lowered. The highest chassis is even more awesome than a Hummer. It's made entirely of aluminum alloy. It's said to be a memory metal. If the car is damaged, you can just pour water at around 90 degrees Celsius on it and it will return to its original shape. Safety attributes. All kinds of data. A nearly perfect car. Hundreds of millions are worth it. The people around were chattering and holding their mobile phones, reading the data of Audi Pikes Peak on them. It was simply an amazing car. But very quickly, someone discovered something was wrong. Look quickly. Why is there a small flower tied to the front of this car? It looks like this is for a bride's wedding? And they're using it as a wedding car? But a car worth hundreds of millions? Why not use it as the lead car? That Lamborghini over there seems to be the lead car? My Audi Pikes Peak doesn't deserve to be the lead car? Even the Audi Pikes Peak isn't worthy? Then what other car is? This groom is so awesome. He actually got such an awesome car as a wedding car? No wonder the guy who crashed his car said he didn't have the money to repair it? Repairing this car? Wouldn't it cost tens of millions? At least a few million, right? The groom Ji Xuanjie also had a strange expression at this moment. He was really speechless. Li Xian's husband, you're really that bad, aren't you? Why didn't you tell me earlier that your car is worth hundreds of millions? I could just use it as the lead car at the wedding, okay? Even if no one recognizes it, someone will definitely ask why a multi-$100,000 Audi is the lead car? If someone asks, wouldn't my wedding be more impressive? Ji Xuanjie's expression was so awkward. Who arranged this? Putting Lin Fang's car last? But it seems that it was arranged by Zhang Qingba. He probably doesn't know the price of this car, right? Anyway, Ji Xuanjie regretted his life. Such a famous and impressive scene? He missed it? It's like losing hundreds of millions. At this moment, Zhang Qingba also had a very rich expression. He was stunned and numb. Could it be that Lin Feng is a showman? Driving a car worth hundreds of millions? Can't you tell me? I always thought he drove an Audi worth hundreds of thousands. A car worth hundreds of millions, what is the identity of the other party? Zhang Qingba began to feel scared. Fortunately, he didn't offend Lin Feng much. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a stepping stone for the protagonist in the novel to show off and get slapped in the face? At this time, Li Shiyan's high school classmates started discussing again. A car worth hundreds of millions? Who put it last? What a joke! Stop talking. It was Zhang Qingba who arranged this. He arranged this? Is he jealous of Lin Feng? Is he trying to humiliate him? Ha ha ha. He even put Lin Feng's car at the back of the wedding car? And his Lamborghini at the front? How dare he? Yeah. How dare he? Millions and hundreds of millions? Can't tell the difference? Elementary school math teacher died early? And on the other side at this moment, the culprit, Jiang Long, was still explaining to his father. Dad, just believe me. So many people have said this is an Audi Pikes Peak, a car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I really wasn't scammed. Son, is it really several hundred million? This. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Jiang Jian. Jiang Jian immediately walked over and said respectfully to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, since this was caused by my son, we must take full responsibility. We will definitely fix your car. No matter how much it costs, don't worry. Hello, Mr. Jiang, since you and your son have agreed to take full responsibility, I won't say anything. Call the insurance company over and we'll get started. Lin Feng said this lightly. But Jiang Jianli immediately glared and clapped his hands, saying, Son, we're going to be rich now. Ha? What do you mean by dad? Jiang Long was puzzled. He had become rich, so what did his dad mean by that? Did his dad go crazy because he crashed a car worth hundreds of millions of yuan? Son, I have fully insured your car. If the insurance company comes now, they will definitely bear part of the cost. Repairing this car will cost at least several million or even tens of millions. Haven't we saved millions? Aren't we getting rich? Jiang Jian was in a very good mood. Now he even had time to make a joke. Ah? Is that so? Then we really made a fortune. Jiang Long twitched the corner of his mouth fiercely. He was an optimistic father who took everything so lightly. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng was also amused by the conversation between the father and son, and walked over to tease them. If the insurance company had known in advance that you were going to hit my Pikes Peak, they probably wouldn't have sold you insurance. What a loss. That's not true. I heard that when my son was buying insurance, the person who was selling full coverage kept pestering him to buy it. I'm afraid this person will be fired, Jiang Jian joked. By the way, Mr. Lin, is this your wife? It seems that she was injured because my son hit your car? Jiang Jian looked at the wound on Li Shiyan's calf and asked. Yeah, that's right. If I didn't pull her in with all my strength, she would have been like a beauty lost at Maui Slope or a ghost dying in front of an Audi. Phew. Li Shiyan was amused by Lin Feng's words. She gently patted her husband's arm and said in a sweet voice, You are the short-lived ghost in front of the Audi. Mr. Lin, we will compensate for the car, but we are also responsible for your wife's injuries. Here is 800,000 yuan, just consider it as the cost of the injury, and don't count it as the car repair cost. Jiang Jian said, taking a big bag from the person next to him. Ah? 800,000? Li Shiyan was speechless. Isn't this too much money? I was only slightly injured. Ms. Li, you're joking. This has to include medical expenses, mental damage compensation, lost wages, nutrition expenses, post-injury care expenses, etc. Adding them all up, 800,000 is really not a lot. Zhang Jian grinned and continued to hand over the 800,000. This. Lin Feng was amused again. How could Zhang Jian call out so many fees in one breath? Did his son often bump into people? Was he so familiar with this business? I want those scammers to meet Zhang Jian. No need to pay any fees. Zhang Jian himself listed a lot of expenses. It's really not necessary to pay that much. I just got a little skin broken. Li Shiyan refused again. Ms. Li, please keep it, otherwise we will not feel at ease. Zhang Jian naturally knew that such a rich man was worth associating with, and this little money was nothing. Okay. Li Shiyan said, and suddenly said, Lin Feng, isn't your car made of memory metal? It doesn't look serious. It should be able to recover after applying some hot water. Ah. I forgot about this. Lin Feng didn't think about it and immediately asked someone to do it. The amazing thing is, that dented place. It really recovered. Ms. Li, thank you for your kind words. If you hadn't mentioned that this car is made of memory metal. It's okay. Didn't you compensate me 800,000 for my medical expenses? Li Shiyan and her husband secretly discussed that they would feel embarrassed if they didn't take any money, so they just gave it as a token of their appreciation. Mr. Lin, Ms. Li, I, Zhang Jian, am so embarrassed. Zhang Jian smiled flatteringly and immediately took out his business card. I'm in the construction business, barely a real estate company. Here's my card. Please keep it. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Lin Feng took the business card and handed it to Li Shiyan. He's in real estate, and your family sells building materials. Why don't you keep it? Thank you, husband. Li Shiyan felt warm in her heart. Her husband was so nice. She was so lucky that he never forgot to care about her. You already called me husband, why are you thanking me? Lin Feng reached out to tidy up her hair, held her in his arms, and said, Does your foot still hurt? A little bit, but it's no problem. Li Shiyan said softly. Ahem. Zhang Jian coughed awkwardly twice when he saw the two of them showing off their affection. Then he said, So Miss Li's family sells building materials? Well, please take care of me in the future. Li Shiyan said politely. No problem. Son, any building materials we need in the future can be picked up from Miss Li's house, understand? Zhang Jian laughed. If this doesn't help Miss Li's business, then who will it help? There's a big project coming up soon that requires around 130 million worth of building materials. Just contact Miss Li's family when the time comes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Li Shiyan's husband. Damn it. Is this someone else's husband? He gives things to his wife's family all the time? He blocks a 130 million yuan business deal? Husband, why don't you build a big business for my parents? Forget about over 100 million, even 1.3 million will do. Isn't Li Shiyan the happiest woman in the world? Where's the useless husband who drove an Audi? This? A useless husband? At this time. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone, listen to me. Since Lin Feng's car is so awesome, why don't we use it as the lead vehicle? I think so too. This car is very prestigious. But not many people recognize it. Don't worry, just ignore this question. Someone will definitely ask why a multi-$100,000 Audi is parked in the front as the lead car. Then I'll come out and give them a lengthy explanation. They'll definitely be shocked. Leave this question to me. Haha, sure. But what about Zhang Qingbao's Lamborghini? Should we put it second? That's right, a few 100 million and a few million? Can't you tell the difference? Soon, Lin Feng's Audi arrived. From the very last one at the beginning. It jumped to the first place in positive numbers. This leap should be converted into great ranking in the class. This kid must have gone home at the request of his parents, KFC and Madonna. No, it's McDonald's. I don't think Madonna can be arranged for children, right? This is an international actress. Soon. The convoy set off. After a while, the traffic light ahead turned green and the convoy stopped briefly. There must have been passers-by who were puzzled and asked Zhang Qingbao, Brother, what's going on with your wedding car procession? Why is the Audi worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in the front? And your Lamborghini worth millions? And it's still in the back? Carrot carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 30. Husband, don't be shy. Other people's cars are valuable, of course they should be in front. I don't deserve to be in front. Zheng Qingbao's heart was bleeding when he faced this question. Is this secondary harm? Brother, what are you talking about? Yours is a Lamborghini, right? His is just a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? You don't deserve it? He deserves it? The passerby was also confused. Zhang Qingbao couldn't stand it any longer and snapped, it's their Audi worth hundreds of millions. What do you think? Why are you asking so many questions? What's it got to do with you? Soon. The traffic light passed and the convoy set off again. The passerby immediately complained, why are you so fierce? What's wrong with a multi-million-dollar Audi? It's not yours. Anyway, along the way, just as Ji Xuanjie thought, this Audi worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was the lead car. It was very eye-catching, and almost everyone asked about it. If asked, the Audi Pikes Peak worth hundreds of millions will be mentioned. The level of prestige immediately improved. After picking up the bride's wedding car and returning to the groom's house, Lin Feng originally wanted to take Li Xiyan away. But Ji Xuanjie and the bride kept inviting him to stay and drink. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng, drunk, was carried into the Audi by several of Li Xiyan's classmates. Li Xiyan sat in the driver's seat, after all, she didn't drink. Li Xiyan had to send Lin Feng home first before she could go home herself. You guy, this is the first time I take care of a drunk boy, he smells so bad. And he's leaning in my arms. Li Xiyan picked up a piece of toilet paper and gently helped wipe the saliva from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as he fell over from the passenger seat and leaned on her legs. I have to drive again. I have a husband in my arms again. I am speechless. But there's nothing we can do. Who told this guy to be drunk? Helpless Li Xiyan had to start the car and head towards the city. It feels so good in my wife's arms. Sudden. Lin Feng, leaning in Li Xiyan's arms, spoke with a smile. You're not drunk? That's not the case. I'm not pretending to be drunk. I drank even more just now, so I'm really drunk. Lin Feng left the wedding and certainly didn't pretend anymore, but he didn't leave Li Xiyan's arms either. Then why are you still staying in my arms? Li Xiyan said a little embarrassedly as she looked at the road ahead. After all, he was drunk, so that was no big deal. What if he wakes up? How can this be so embarrassing? You can lie in my arms, but I can't? Lin Feng rested his head on her invincible long legs, softly. My wife has a great figure. Take your hands away. They're on my waist. What are you grabbing at? Li Xiyan said anxiously, I'm driving. And don't keep staring at my figure. Don't be so shy. Li Xiyan curled her sexy lips and thought to herself, even if I accept you as my husband, it's still too early to talk about those things. It's not bitter, it's you who is bitter, right? You're blushing, Lin Feng said, and did not forget to blow in her ear. It's so itchy. Go away. Li Xiyan rolled her eyes and didn't respond. But after a moment of silence, she slowly said, Lin Feng, let's renew our marriage in 3 years. This was the first time that Li Xiyan took the initiative to bring up this matter. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded heavily and smiled warmly in his heart. Li Xiyan leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder and murmured, but Lin Feng, within 3 years, if I don't agree, you can't be mean to me. After about half an hour, the two people arrived at Lin Feng's door. Li Xiyan drove Lin Feng's Audi Pikes Peak back home. After all, she is my wife, so there is nothing to worry about with a car worth hundreds of millions. When Lin Feng returned home, both parents have gone to bed. Lin Feng went into the house alone. After looking at the old neighborhood where my family lives now because of bankruptcy, I have to find time to choose a villa. But considering my parents' company, the hole is quite big. A complete set of first edition Chinese currency worth 100 million was sold, and the gold bars worth 300 million are actually not enough to fill the hole. After all, he really went bankrupt. It takes more than just a little bit of money to restore the former dominance of a multi-billion-dollar listed company. Just keep steady a little. Don't worry about it. When the time comes, I will set aside some money to prepare a wedding house for myself and my wife. With the existence of the golden finger, just watch more short videos to invest. Therefore, Lin Feng tried very hard and watched short videos all night, but not a single one came out. Lin Feng, are you still awake? Although the two people separated. But I've been chatting with penguins all the time. Therefore, Li Xian knew that Lin Feng did not sleep. I'm working hard to make money for our bright future. Lin Feng replied. How can you make money at this hour of night? Li Xian replied in confusion. Keep this a secret. One day, we'll be married, hee hee. Lin Feng gave a wicked grin. Of course, he hadn't considered telling anyone about the cheat, not even the one he loved. It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't trust them or was afraid they'd tell him, but what if his wife got kidnapped one day? Would they tell him about his secrets? Or maybe even talk in his sleep? Therefore, no matter how close he was to someone, it was best not to tell them about the system. Are you itchy again? Forget it. Good night. Hee hee, good night. Lin Feng ended the conversation with Li Xian and found that the other party could no longer bear it, otherwise Li Xian would probably stay up late with Lin Feng. I just don't believe it. Can't we have one tonight? Lin Feng is crazy about watching short videos. Just look at the upper left corner to see if there is a circle sign. Sudden. Damn it. Almost passed it by. This short video has a circle. God will not let down those who work hard. Finally, one was picked by Lin Feng. What plane is this? Lin Feng began to observe carefully. And I was very careful, afraid that I would accidentally swipe away the short video. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 31, Shocked. Lin Feng encountered a person of ancestor level. 3 chapters collected. If you don't agree, copy it to see if there are 6,000 words. What a fragrant sorghum wine! Lin Feng seemed to be able to smell the aroma of wine in the short video even through the screen. At this moment, the short video shows the appearance of a winery. There is a large old truck in the empty dam of the winery. Looks like it's from the 1950s or 1960s, right? Surrounding buildings. They are basically small bungalows. Most of the houses are thatched and tiled. The majority of pedestrians on the road are bicycles. There are no tall buildings. It's confirmed, this must be from the 1950s or 1960s, right? Business is getting harder and harder these days. The Empire has come to discuss this several times. Should I sell my winery to the Empire? I really can't continue this business. In the short video, a middle-aged man in a short shirt looks at the wine in the winery and delivers it to the truck, saying with resentment and distress, with this sales volume, I can't even support the workers. Chengyi Distillery? Huamao Liquor? Why does it sound so familiar? This should be a famous wine brand, right? Lin Feng didn't know much, but he had a vague impression of the name. He immediately got up, turned on the computer and started looking up information. Chengyi Distillery was founded in 1862. It enjoys the reputation of Chengyi as the source of the world's sauce-flavored liquor. It has a national treasure-level sauce flavor brewing master Fang Tingben, who is the 7th-generation successor of the Maotai Zhang family brewing lineage and the last disciple of master Zhang Yangfu. Around 1951, Chengyi Distillery was acquired and nationalized. About a year later, Hangchang Distillery and Rongha Distillery also experienced declining business and were acquired by the Empire State. The 3 companies merged to form the later Maotai Enterprise, which became a state-owned enterprise. In other words, Chengyi Shaofang is one of the predecessors of Mutai. This later became a world-class liquor company. The wines brewed by the 3 distilleries were called Huamao, Limao and Wangmao at that time. I actually got one of the 3 predecessors of Mutai? Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. This was a great opportunity. Is this the owner of Chengyi Shaofang? What we need most now. Isn't it money? Raymond Lam is rich now, unlike at the beginning, when even Ma had no money to invest in 1999. I can only invest 5,000 yuan. But Lao Ma is kind-hearted and gave back an Audi car worth 300 million yuan. God knows what would have happened if Lin Feng had invested a few million at that time. Can Lao Ma return the company shares? Let me first see what the current market value of Mutai liquor is. Lin Feng finished speaking. I also entered the market value of Mutai Liquor Company. Lin Feng randomly entered a web page. Stock price 1839.00 28.961.55%. Today's opening price 1868.88. High 1872.87. Price earnings ratio 46.08. 2022 February 8, 15 o'clock closed. Yesterday's closing price 1867.96. Lowest price 1790.00. Total market value 2310.148 billion. Holy crap! 2 trillion? 2 trillion. Lin Feng was excited. This is not inferior to Ali's mother at all. And now Lin Feng has money to invest. As long as we help Huamao boss's Qingyi distillery to recover, he won't have to let his business decline and sell the distillery to Empire, right? With Lin Feng's investment, he can definitely make it bigger and stronger on his own. Although this hurts the Empire a bit. But the two planes don't want to do it, so why bother so much? Invest. I'll invest 300 million directly. All the money from selling the gold bars. Invest it all. Lin Feng's words had just fallen. I immediately thought of a big thing. Damn it! Wasn't there inflation in 1951? Last time, 500,000 yuan was only enough to buy 100 kilograms of rice? The system said how much money to invest. That's how much money it was at that time. I invested 300 million? And it's all gone to waste? It can only buy a few tens of thousands of kilograms of grain, right? That won't do. What a waste of resources. Lin Feng thought about it and thought, what about investing 300 million in gold bars? No matter how much inflation there is, the price of gold will always be the same. But Lin Feng checked the gold price at that time. Actually, it's not cost effective. The old way. Invest directly in rice, right? Raw materials for brewing. I've invested all my money in you. Go brew your own wine. Gaoliang invested 100 million. Wheat invested 100 million. A 100 million yuan investment in gold. You can't just have food, you need some cash flow too. It needs to be easier to operate. Boss of Huamao. I invested 300 million in you. You'd better buy out the other 2 distilleries for me. Then go it alone. From now on, the $1 trillion Mutai enterprise will be yours. Ding. Congratulations to the host. I invested 100 million in sorghum, 100 million in wheat, and 100 million in gold bars in the owner of Huamao. You'll see a return in at most 1 month. The system's voice fell. Lin Feng immediately received a system deduction notification from the Rural Commercial Bank. 300 million are gone. These 300 million yuan were originally intended to help my father's loss-making company, but now they are all gone. But fortunately, the 100 million yuan from the sale of the complete set of first edition Chinese currency can help the company breathe a sigh of relief. Just wait for the return this time. I hope to get some Mutai shares. A 10% stake? Wouldn't that make him a billionaire? Go to sleep. Ha! Lin Feng yawned violently. I put my phone on the bedside table to charge and went to sleep. But all he could think about was the system and his beautiful wife. Thinking about it. Damn it. Hold it in. Don't be so useless. Get up again. I won't need you anymore, believe it or not. Lin Feng slapped him. Much more honest. Sleep. Sleep. It seems that I have to get my wife's first blood in the bottom lane as soon as possible. My wife is so beautiful, I can hardly handle it. As for the campus beauty of Lee University, the situation seems to be similar. Oh my god, why is my husband the only thing on my mind? It's all about his domineering social skills, his air of being on top of the world, and his gentle, childish side in private. And today, while I was playing games in my husband's arms, he seemed to salute me. What does that feel like? A little bit looking forward to it. A little scared. My husband is so handsome. YYDS. Can't sleep. A large map. The next day. It was a sunny and slightly refreshing morning. What a pity, it's useless to say anything. Lin Feng certainly couldn't experience such a morning. After all, I didn't get up until noon. Who should tell Lin Feng? Boy, you are dead. I will not let you see the sun tomorrow morning. Then Lin Feng would definitely say that he has never seen it in a single day. Son, are you awake? Yeah, get up. Son, your wife brought you a car after 10 o'clock. It's your new Audi, right? Yunying said as she prepared breakfast lunch for Lin Feng. She came home and sat there for an hour, but you didn't get up. I was about to pull your blanket off, but your wife wouldn't let me, saying you stayed up late last night. Then she left. Son, your wife is so good to you, don't let her down. Mom, please don't lift it. What's wrong? Did I lift too little? Yunying chuckled. Have you ever seen the morning sun since the holiday? No, Mom. I'm sleeping. Lin Feng smiled speechlessly. The original owner of this body didn't have this habit, but Lin Feng did. You little brat. Where did you learn this bad habit? And, I won't lift your quilt from now on. Yunying was not embarrassed, but she gradually realized that her son was much more confident, funny and cheerful than before. Joshi Rose Garden Villa in Jiangnan. Li Shiyan went to Lin Feng's house, but didn't see Lin Feng get up, so she naturally went home. The house where Li Shiyan lives was bought by her parents for her to live alone near the campus. Her parents live in a villa of about 800 square meters. Li Shiyan's father, Li Jixin. Mother Lu Yaji. They are all middle-aged people around 40. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Li Shiyan went home. It's naturally a greeting. My daughter, you graduated these 2 days ago, why didn't you come home? And the person you were assigned to? A bankrupt young man? Have you decided what will happen in 3 years? Divorce? Lu Yashi told her daughter about this when she was first assigned 99 points, but her daughter said that they would divorce after 3 years. Mom, I've changed my mind now. I won't divorce you in 3 years. How could Li Shiyan possibly divorce Lin Feng? Even if a knife was placed on her neck, she wouldn't agree. Where could she find such a treasure husband? Why would she divorce him? I first told my family that I was getting a divorce after 3 years. Wasn't he that the first thing I told them when the scores came out? What? Daughter? Have you changed your mind? Weren't you very determined at the beginning? You said that although the bankrupt young master has a good reputation, he is still far from the person you want to spend your life with? Lu Yaji immediately didn't understand. Isn't her daughter's change of heart too big? Mom, listen to me, even though Lin Feng is bankrupt, he's actually quite rich. Quite rich? How do you mean? Lu Yaji is not a snob. As the saying goes, a dragon raises a dragon, a phoenix raises a phoenix, and a mouse's son will dig holes. My daughter has such a good character, which is largely due to the influence of her parents. Therefore, Li Shiyan's parents valued their daughter's happiness more than marrying into a wealthy family. They were already wealthy, worth over $1 billion, and as long as the son-in-law treated their daughter well, that was enough. However, if the other party was also wealthy, that would be even better. You know what happened at our school, right? It was trending on the internet that day. It's still trending online. Li Shiyan explained, it's about that ton of gold bars left in the dorm. What? A ton of gold bars in the dormitory? Li Jixin couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. Is this true? My daughter, you can't believe what's in the news. Aren't the news stories nowadays just starting with a few pictures, and the content is all made up? Otherwise, why would they be called editors? Lu Yaji definitely didn't believe it. Mom and Dad, I was there myself, it can't be fake. Li Shiyan said confidently, it's just that I still don't know why Lin Feng put the gold bars in the dormitory. But I think he will tell me. He must be one of those people who appears to be bankrupt but is actually rich in secret. Well, daughter, there's no need to be like this. Li Jixin naturally thought his daughter was talking nonsense and comforted her, no matter what this bankrupt young man you've been assigned is like, as long as you young people get along, it doesn't matter to us two old people. Bankruptcy is bankruptcy, can't we just give him some money to help? His family was so powerful in the past, and they still have all the connections and relationships. As long as we help, everything will go smoothly. Dad. Li Shiyan wanted to explain something, but seeing that her parents were so open-minded about her marriage, she was moved. Wait until they met Lin Feng. I realized how powerful my husband is. It's useless to say so much now if my parents don't believe it. But to put it bluntly, if Li Shiyan wasn't there, she wouldn't believe it. Is it crazy after all? A ton of gold bars in the dorm room. Although many people are discussing it online, to be honest, 90% of people don't believe it. Everyone says this is hype. My daughter, no matter what, you have to invite me, the son-in-law assigned by the empire, to have a meal. Lu Yaji said this, and then she said with a sigh, what son-in-law assigned by the empire? Since you have accepted me, then he is our son-in-law. Mom, what do you mean? Meet Lin Feng? That's right. Let us see what the husband you approve of is like. We should help to check it, right? Lu Yaji said with a smile. That's fine. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with my appearance. And my character will naturally be fine. Li Shiyan said confidently. TSK, my daughter, please don't brag. How about we try it now? Ah? How to try? Li Shiyan asked. Give me the number, I'll call him. Lu Yaji took the phone and immediately called Lin Feng. Hello, wife. Lin Feng naturally answered the phone quickly and called out such an intimate name reflexively. I am Li Shiyan's mother. Lu Yaji's tone was slightly cold. It's my aunt? Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Feng was also confused. Why did the other party speak so coldly? We are in the hospital now. Lu Yaji said sternly and listened quietly to the other party's tone. If the other party heard that Li Shiyan was in the hospital. A moment of anxiety. You can see something from it. Pretending to be anxious and being truly anxious are two different states. In the hospital? What happened to Shiyan? Lin Feng asked anxiously. What's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong. She's pregnant. Lu Yaji growled. You young people, you've just been assigned together and already. Although the empire encourages childbirth, you can't do it so soon, right? I don't have any. Lin Feng was confused. Could it be that Li Shiyan was with other boys? No. How could Li Shiyan be such a person? You didn't? Are you sure? Lu Yaji asked in a questioning tone. Aunt. I really didn't. Lin Feng said affirmatively. What about Shiyan and that other boy? Lu Yaji didn't continue. Anyway, Shiyan won't tell me who that guy is. Now you are Shiyan's legal husband. It's up to you to keep the child or not. Give birth to the baby. If you abort it, it will be bad for Shiyan's health. I'll take care of her. Lin Feng said resolutely, grinning wickedly, thinking to himself, are you calling me to test me? It's full of loopholes. First of all, Lin Feng didn't believe that Li Shiyan would have an affair with other men. Second, whose child is Li Shiyan really pregnant with? Which man would not care? The most beautiful girl in the empire? Only a fool would not want her, right? The most important point is that the empire has just changed and people are not allowed to leave unless there are special circumstances. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad, young man. Lu Yaji laughed out loud. Ah? Lin Feng pretended to be confused. Young man, I lied to you just now. My daughter is innocent. You have passed the first hurdle. After Lu Yaji said this, she handed the phone to her daughter with a smile on her face. Honey. I'm sorry, my mom insisted on doing this. Li Shiyan took the phone and went to the balcony. She called her husband in a very low voice, fearing that her parents would hear her and feel shy. It's okay, I was so worried. Really, if you have one, I'm willing to take care of it. Abortion will hurt you too much. Lin Feng resolutely walked further and further on the path of acting. Is it the other party's routine that is longer? Or is it that Raymond Lam's acting career has a long way to go? This PK is obvious. Bullshit, I don't have any. If I do have any, it will only be yours, you know? Idiot. Li Shiyan was just listening to her mother's conversation testing her husband. She was so moved that she naturally said some heartwarming words. This is the kind of husband who truly loves her. He knows the child is not his, but keeps it to raise by himself because he is afraid of hurting Li Shiyan's body? Then we must work hard. 300,000 for the first child, 400,000 for the second, and 500,000 for the third. Wife, how much will the 10th child be? I'm not good at math, can you help me calculate it? Lin Feng smiled brightly. Anyway, the empire needs more people now, and there are so many rewards. Am I a pig? Why have so many children? Stop talking nonsense. It's time for lunch. My parents want to see you. I see. I just woke up. Lin Feng smiled and immediately said in a childish tone, "You returned the car to me this morning and came to my house and sat for an hour without waking me up." Really? Aren't I just worried that you didn't get enough sleep last night? I'm just concerned about you. Why are you acting so fierce? Although Li Xian didn't know what Lin Feng did last night, but when she heard Lin Feng say that it was for their future, how could she bear to disturb the sleep of such a motivated husband? So I went to Lin Feng's house and waited for a whole hour. He still didn't wake up, so I left. If I can see you when I wake up in the morning, what does it matter if I didn't get enough sleep? It's all your fault for not waking me up. Next time you come, just lift my quilt and I'll give you a big surprise. Lin Feng said something wrong. What big surprise? Li Xian was confused for a moment, but soon she understood. It's big anyway. Lin Feng smiled harmlessly. When he realized that the other party knew he was driving, he forcibly interrupted the conversation and said, "Well, honey, I'm hanging up. See you later." This guy. I cut his hair for you. You are so surprised. This stinky husband is getting worse day by day. Li Xian pouted and smiled, feeling warm inside. Every time she communicated with her husband, she felt very happy. In fact, girls look very white, but like eggs. It turns very yellow when peeled. They also like to drive small cars with boys. But it has to be the kind that concerns the stomach. Stinky treasure, the location is One's restaurant on Tongsan Road. It's not in the downtown area, but I heard the chef is a descendant of the imperial chef who served the Empress Dowager. The dishes are pretty good. Come around 5 o'clock, and you can just come then. Raymond Lam is getting dressed. Suddenly I saw this message on my phone. Got it, honey. I promise not to be late or leave early. I'll sign in and clock in on time. After Lin Feng replied to the message, she continued to dress up. There is no need to make things too complicated for boys to clean up. Simple casual clothes and new leather shoes are enough. Around 4:50 p.m. Li Xian's parents and the other two had naturally arrived at Wang's restaurant, a small 3-story restaurant in the suburbs. There are rockery and waterside pavilions in Kongba. Peach and pear blossoms. The scenery is nice. The environment is elegant and quiet. In fact, truly rich people don't like big hotels in the city, but prefer to eat in places like this. Lin Feng, where are you? Li Xian stood on the balcony of the box and secretly called her husband. I just picked some gifts on the way. Lin Feng held the phone and drove with one hand. He quickly connected the Bluetooth and returned to the safe mode of driving with both hands. I told you not to buy gifts. My parents don't need any. What? Are you afraid that your husband will spend money recklessly? You know, the money is too much for your husband. Lin Feng grinned. It was the first time they met, so he couldn't go empty-handed. He just had to show some appreciation. You're so arrogant. Li Xian rolled her eyes at him through the screen. Since we're almost there, I'll go downstairs and wait for you. Since my wife wants to pick me up, then you can wait until I arrive at the hotel before you come down to pick me up. Not even a second longer. I feel bad for you standing in the wind, it's been so windy these days. Stinky baby, stop being so childish. You're making me die of sweetness. Li Xian dragged out the last syllable of her voice for a long time, a coquettish tone with a hint of fierceness at the end. I'm speaking the truth. From now on, I'll be the only one waiting for you, and you can't wait for me. Lin Feng said seriously. Why can't I? Because you are my adorable baby, I feel bad for you if you wait too long. Lin Feng said with a giggle. Aren't you my stinky baby? Wouldn't it be painful for me if you waited for me for too long? And it's such a hot day, why are you worried about the wind? The vile evening breeze shouldn't comfort her. I've decided to protect her in my heart for the rest of my life. Lin Feng sang with a smile, saying in a childish voice, boldly sang out my true feelings. Such a wonderful wife, I don't even want to share you with the wind. Li Xian was teased again and smiled happily. You sing so well, Choubao. I'll take you to karaoke in the future. Mother, look at the way your daughter is talking on the phone on the balcony. Doesn't it look like the way you used to secretly call me on the landline? Li Zhixin sat on the sofa in the box, looking at her daughter, and recalled the time when they were in love when they were young. How dare you say that? Back then, I persuaded her grandfather to install a landline phone worth over 3,000 yuan just to call you. 3,000 yuan was really not cheap back then, Lu Yaji said unhappily. But his face was filled with a happy smile. And soon the topic returned to the daughter. Dad, I've never seen my daughter act like this before. This son-in-law must be a good guy, right? Otherwise, our daughter has such high standards that she would definitely not like him. After Lu Yaji finished speaking, she became more and more excited. She wanted to see Lin Feng as soon as possible, so she said again, I won't talk to you anymore, my son-in-law. I'm going to take a good look at this and think it over carefully. Although we respect our daughter's opinion, we can't let her be deceived, right? It doesn't matter whether the man is rich or not. The key is that he must treat our daughter well in the future. This is the kingly way, and it can't be bought with any amount of money. Li Jixin saw that his wife was so looking forward to meeting her son-in-law, so he wondered if he was the same. There is going to be a new person in the family, and it is a very happy thing for such a harmonious family. By the way, mother, there is one thing you must pay attention to. Li Jixin suddenly said. I know what you're going to say. Lu Yaji's face suddenly turned ugly. After a moment's hesitation, she said, it's better not to tell Xian's uncle and two aunts about this. Let's keep it a secret for now. For the sake of our daughter's happiness, we can't listen to you and them. I know what to do. No one else has the right to interfere with our daughter, and I have to respect her own choice. If it weren't for Grandpa Xian's blessing, my daughter would have lost the chance to find a husband after graduation. Li Jixin also completely agreed with his wife's idea. And the other side. Following the navigation, Lin Feng arrived at Wan's restaurant in only about 1,000 meters. He was passing a traffic light at the moment. Lin Feng stopped the car. But at this moment, then the system in my mind started to sound a prompt. It seems to be the boss of Huama who invested last time. Have the returns arrived? Ding! The host invested 300 million in grain and gold bars in the nearly bankrupt Huamao boss in 1950. With this help, the boss of Huamao became a big name from the 1950s to the 1970s. Since the 1980s, he has been the world's richest man. He owns 70% of the shares of Mutai Company. And they have been acquiring famous wine brands around the world, such as Lafite, Bacardi, vodka, whiskey, champagne, Remy Martin, Martell, and many other foreign famous wine brands. It can be said that in the 1980s, it was the most popular in the world. Oh my goodness! This guy is doing pretty well. I invested 300 million in supplies, and this is going to cause such a huge butterfly effect? Lin Feng was so happy. Since the boss of Huamao is so awesome. So the returns must be quite generous, right? So what do you want in return? I don't want planes, tanks, or cannons. I just want a tiny bit of Mutai shares. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 32 Explosion. Incredible returns. Host, don't be happy yet. I have bad news for you. The owner of Huama went bankrupt around 1990. His Mutai company was in decline. This directly affected other acquired companies, including Lafite and Remy Martin. What the hell? Bankrupt? The world's richest man went bankrupt? I thought it was a royal flush? I didn't expect that after the royal flush, all I had were a bunch of bad cards? Lin Feng looked a little embarrassed. In just 10 years, he went from being the richest man in the world to bankrupt? This is too incredible, right? Could it be that I took too big a step and pulled? As for why it went bankrupt, I can only tell you that Wulianya Liquor was later acquired by Empire. Empire has been strongly supporting Wulianya since the 1990s. Don't say anymore, I understand. Lin Feng didn't need the system to say anything more, he just understood. Anyway, the problem is that the boss of Huamao turned Mutai into a private enterprise. Oh, is this a failed investment? Hey, Mr. Huamao. You're such a clueless idiot. Couldn't you have given me a better return when you were at your peak in the 1980s? Why did you have to wait for bankruptcy? Host, don't complain. Boss Huamao is incredibly grateful for your help. Without you, he wouldn't be where he is today, so he wants to make more money and return it to you by making you the world's largest private bank. He's just so grateful. He wants to give you the best. It's a shame he went bankrupt and never saw his fortune rise again. Fuck. You have some conscience. Lin Feng pursed his lips. What the hell is this, a failed investment? In 1990. The boss of Huamao still returned your profits. Oh? You're bankrupt? What else can you give in return? Lin Feng really wanted to scold him, but he couldn't because they were in a different dimension. It was really infuriating. He said that without a host, he wouldn't have achieved the glory he had in the 1980s. Without a host, he would have been ruthlessly crushed by the wheels of history, and no one would have known about him. So he gave back all the fine wine he had treasured throughout his life to the host. This was considered the first wave of returns. Around 2007. Before he died, he gave you another top-secret file. He also told you, if you encounter any unsolvable problems, open it. Everything will be solved. Ding. Boss Huamao has collected 1,000 bottles of fine wine, worth approximately 3 million. Please choose where to distribute them. Oh my god, a 300 million investment? And only 1,000 bottles of wine? About 3 million worth? Lin Feng was a little speechless. This investment was a huge loss. Oh, 300 million turned into 3 million? I'm so unlucky. What kind of wine is this? Lin Feng asked weakly. We have Mutai, Wulianya, Remy Martin, Lafite and many other famous Chinese and foreign brands. Please choose the distribution location, otherwise it will be distributed in your car. Fuck. They're distributing it in my car? Are you seriously ill? Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, then thought, how about distributing it in my bedroom at home? Lin Feng can't find a good place for the time being. Hey, car in front, are you going to move or not? Beep beep. The horn blew. Sorry, I was distracted by something. Lin Feng looked at the traffic light and immediately drove to clear the road. System, just distribute 1,000 bottles of wine to my bedroom. Lin Feng paused and said, and give me a bottle of Mutai first. I'm going to attend a dinner party at my wife's house. Lin Feng knows. Since 1,000 bottles are worth 3 million. Then one bottle can be worth about 3,000. It should be okay. Ding. Distribution successful. 999 bottles have been distributed to the host's bedroom. Another bottle has been distributed in the trunk of the host's car. No problem. I can only find time to watch short videos again. I'll try to find a Bill Gates who just dropped out of school. I'll just go all in. Wait, if we go all in? Won't we go bankrupt again? Investment should be more cautious. Lin Feng quickly drove to Wine's restaurant, a privately owned high-end restaurant that basically only accepts friends or people introduced by friends. There aren't many people. Mom and Dad, Lin Feng is here, I'm going downstairs to pick him up. Look at our daughter, how anxious she is. Li Zhixin smiled helplessly and shook his head. Then he ordered, Mother, go down and fetch the uncle as well. Don't let him think we are too arrogant. Okay, I'll go first and see what my brother-in-law is like. After Lu Yaji said this, she also walked out quickly, leaving the box at the same time as her daughter. Lin Feng just parked the car. Then I saw a beautiful lady with graceful figure walking out of the corridor quickly. Husband. Li Xiyan exclaimed softly. But I regretted it the next moment. Because Lu Yaji caught up from behind. Why is Mom coming down here too? This is so embarrassing. I hope no one hears us. Li Xiyan felt that she was really unlucky. This is a very sweet voice of husband. Did Lin Feng lead you astray? What's wrong with my wife? When you call me hubby, the first word is quite loud, but the volume goes to the lowest with the second word? Lin Feng walked over and naturally knew the embarrassment in his wife's heart, and also smiled brightly. Young man, you are indeed very handsome. Lu Yaji came over to greet him. She was also a super beauty. Although she looked 40 years old, she still had the charm of a middle-aged woman. She took good care of herself and basically looked only in her early 30s. Anyway, those otakus and losers are totally interested in this kind of aunt, who can be said to be a beautiful young woman. Hello, auntie. Why are you here too? Shi Yan could have come to pick me up. Lin Feng greeted her politely, and then took out some cosmetics, clothes, and other miscellaneous gifts from the trunk of the car. Young man, you're here now, why don't you have so many things? Lu Yaji looked at the car. It looked like an Audi Q7 or something like that. It was probably worth between 500,000 and 700,000 yuan. The conditions are a bit poor. After all, he is a bankrupt young master. But since my daughter likes it, I just let her do it. Thank you, auntie. I just bought some. We've already got the marriage certificate, but you still call me auntie. What's the meaning? Li Xian also started to act badly. The last time she met his parents, Lin Feng called her mom. This time, it was revenge, complete revenge. Of course, our mom is so beautiful. She looks so young, I'm afraid she'd sound old. Lin Feng grinned. What's there to be embarrassed about? Is his stinky wife still thinking of revenge? Haha, my son-in-law's mouth is as sweet as honey, which is very popular with women. No wonder our Xian cares about you so much? Lu Yaji joked. Mom, who said I care about him? Aren't they all allocated by the empire? Li Xian rolled her eyes and saw that Lin Feng had quite a lot of gifts, so she naturally went forward to help. After a while, the three of them went upstairs. Dad, since it's our first meeting, I bought some gifts. As soon as Lin Feng entered the room, he called out this name and placed all the gifts on the table in the box. Dad? This operation. Li Zhixin's body stiffened immediately. Before he could react, he was still wondering when he had a big son. But I soon realized that this was my son-in-law, and they had obtained a marriage certificate, so it was natural to call him Dad. But, calling him Dad the first time they met? It's easy to think that this is an illegitimate child. Son, no. You're too polite, uncle, please sit down and eat first. Li Zhixin was really confused by Lin Feng's call of Dad. This is really not his show effect. It was really unexpected. A stranger, whom I have never met before, calls you Dad? Can you react? Son. Lin Feng was speechless. Was his father-in-law confused by his calling him Dad? But this is your precious daughter's revenge on me, hee hashtag nervous face hashtag. Uncle, do you want to drink? If you weren't here, I wouldn't have dared to order any. Li Zhixin laughed and looked at Lu Yaji beside him. Mom, since my uncle is here today, you have to let me have a drink, right? You are the only one who knows how to take advantage of loopholes. Drink less and take care of your health. Lu Yaji rolled her eyes. Waiter, can you give me a bottle of mutai? Li Zhixin just shouted and saw that there seemed to be an old bottle of mutai among the gifts sent by Lin Feng. Wait a minute, that's not necessary. This mutai is obviously old. Li Zhixin walked over and took a few glances. Just drink it? The wine sent by my brother-in-law must be good. Soon. Li Zhixin brought the wine to the table. Just at this moment, 3 or 5 people came to the door. Mom and Dad, where is my brother-in-law? Where is he? The person who came was Li Yuanhao, Li Xian's younger brother. I dropped out of school at the age of 18. He hangs out with all the bad people in society all day long. It also gives parents a headache. Now we come to eat, and bring a few of our younger brothers along. Yuanhao is here. Come and sit down, he's your brother-in-law. Lu Yaji stood up and introduced him. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng also stood up and greeted him. Is this his future brother-in-law? Bringing a bunch of gangsters to dinner? He was unique. My brother-in-law is so handsome. Li Yuanhao is a heartless person. It doesn't matter to him whether his sister finds a rich husband or a poor one. He just wants to eat and drink well every day and doesn't care about so many things. My friends, don't be polite, just sit down and have your meal. Look out, this is my brother-in-law. Please help me with everything in the future. My sister is your sister, and my brother-in-law is also your brother-in-law. Li Yuanhao gave an order, acting completely like a child. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, brother-in-law. Lin Feng was speechless. 3 more brothers-in-law all of a sudden? Soon. Several people sat down. Hey, Dad? What kind of mutai is this? It looks a bit old, right? Li Yuanhao quickly discovered the abnormality of the mutai packaging. It was given by your brother-in-law. I don't know, But it looks like a Matai that is at least 30 years old, right? It's worth at least 50,000 yuan. Li Jixin said, and looked at Lin Feng with satisfaction. Lin Feng was bankrupt, but he still gave such good wine to him when they met for the first time. It was really thoughtful of him. Worth around 50,000? Lin Feng was speechless. Didn't the system say that 1,000 bottles would only be worth 3 million? A bottle was only 3,000, right? This one was probably the most expensive, right? Then I'll try it first to see how this 30-year-old Matai tastes. Li Yuanhao is a second-generation rich man who spends all day drinking and playing cards, so naturally he loves wine. After opening the bottle, a unique aroma of grain and wine spread throughout the room. What a delicious wine! I'm already drunk before I even start drinking. Li Yuanhao originally wanted to pour it into his own cup first, but when he saw his father give a wink, he immediately poured it into his brother-in-law's cup first. Where does this aroma of wine come from? At the same time, in the next box, there was an old man sitting. This old man's aura is very unique, as if he is sitting on the clouds. The bodyguards standing beside him were even more majestic, with murderous intent and agility coexisting in their eyes. Just now, the old man was discussing with an old professor the issue of the 99-point matching value in the empire. After all, they know that this is of great significance. Mr. Qin, the smell of wine seems to be coming from next door, right? A bodyguard beside Mr. Qin lowered his head and whispered in his ear. Boss, your restaurant actually has Matai that's over 50 years old, and you don't show it to us? Old Master Qin had drunk countless fine wines, so naturally he could tell the approximate age of the wine just by sniffing it. Old man, this is unfair. We don't have 50-year-old Matai in our restaurant. The most we have is 30-year-old Matai. Wang Shuyi immediately stepped forward and served him respectfully. Although he didn't know the old man's true identity, he could tell that he was extremely powerful. That kind of transcendent temperament was not something that ordinary people could possess. Moreover, his bodyguards were all armed with guns. Of course, this was discovered by Wang Shuyi by accident. Most people hide it around their waist. Anyway, this old man Qin has come here to eat 3 times. You have it. I can smell the wine from next door. It's Matai that's over 50 years old. Maybe they brought it themselves? We really don't have it in our restaurant. Wang Shuyi replied. Did they bring their own? That's a pity. This wine is not only over 50 years old, but also has a sauce-flavored aroma. It should be a fine product of the Matai distillery in the past. Although there are many Matai bottles over 50 years old in Mr. Qin's house, he usually doesn't bring any wine when he goes out. Seeing this, the old butler beside Mr. Qin asked, then, Mr. Qin, should I go ask the other side? See if I can. The old butler didn't say anything more. Forget it. A gentleman doesn't take away what someone else loves. Old Master Qin took a sip of the 30-year-old Matai in the cup, which was brought out by the restaurant. But when I smelled the 50-year-old Matai, the wine just didn't taste right. It's like eating a mouthful of steamed bun. Smell the aroma of meat from next door. Can this steamed bun be interesting? Just like eating poop. The old man paused, then spoke again, Uncle Hey. Go ask the other party if they have any extra. Give some to us. Be polite and courteous. If it doesn't work out, forget it. Next time we go out, bring some good wine with you. There's no need for this. 30-year-old Matai doesn't taste that good anymore. Wang Shuyi was speechless. A 30-year-old Matai costs tens of thousands, but the taste is still bad? I understand, old man. Hey Bo agreed and quickly backed out of the box. Son-in-law, who gave you this Matai? It looks like it's quite old. The aroma of the wine is very strong, it should be the sauce flavor Matai. Li Jiwen smelled it and immediately knew the variety. A friend gave it to me. I'm not really sure about it. Lin Feng knew basically nothing about liquor in his previous life and this life. Anyway, the system said that 1,000 bottles were worth 3 million, so maybe it's just a few thousand per bottle? Your wine is quite good. It's so dark, it's almost yellow. It tastes great too. Not too spicy. Not bad, not bad. This wine is absolutely amazing. The wine has a distinct ring and even foam. It's a good beer at first glance. These young people naturally don't know much about wine, but they can taste the difference between good wine and bad wine. Good wine is smooth to drink. However, when drinking inferior wine, the taste is not harmonious and the aftertaste is not refreshing. Li Jixin couldn't help but take a sip, smacking his lips as he praised it in a formal manner. Not bad, the sensory experience is mainly soft, sweet, clean, and refreshing, with a long aftertaste. Delicate and smooth. Boom boom boom. At this time, outside the box, someone knocked on the door. Heibo could smell the unusual aroma of wine through the door, so it was no wonder that the old man was craving for wine. Logically speaking, if this wine is not attractive at all, the old man would not send Heibo to negotiate. Who is it? Li Yuanhao opened the door and saw a man about 50 years old. Excuse me, everyone. Our master is having dinner in the next box. The wine you opened is so fragrant that he couldn't help but send me here to negotiate. If you have extra wine, he is willing to pay a large sum of money for it. Heibo said respectfully, without any airs at all. No, this is not enough for us to drink, just this one bottle. Li Yuanhao refused without thinking. His brother-in-law brought such good wine, how could he share it with others? Then, Heibo saw this and said apologetically, okay, I won't bother you anymore. Sorry. Just when Heibo was about to go back to report, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be a 5-star on the wine bottle. No way? Could this wine be? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 33. The two elders were shocked. Rich son-in-law. Heibo thought it was impossible. Although these people look rich, how could they drink this kind of wine so casually? Because the wine is too expensive. Then, Heibo saw the wine poured on the table. The color seems very dark. This wine is probably more than 50 years old, right? Could it be true? Heibo began to believe it. What? More than 50 years? While Li Jixin knew a bit about liquor, he wasn't a die-hard wine lover. In other words, if you were to rate him as a gold wine lover at best, he'd initially assumed the wine was at least 30 years old. Isn't it? The color of this wine is slightly yellow and translucent. Such a deep color must be more than 50 years old. Heibo looked at the wine in the glass. It's common sense in the liquor industry that as long as it's a good wine, the longer it is stored, the yellower and more translucent it becomes. The transparency of this wine has reached a shimmering yellow. I estimate that this wine is about 70 years old. If it is not this old, the color of this wine will definitely not be like this. Heibo's tone was a little more certain. As the old butler beside the old man, he naturally had a lot of experience. What? 70 years? Has it really been that long? I thought it would only be 20 to 30 years. A few younger brothers brought by Li Yuanhao. I was also excited for a moment. I have never tasted wine of this vintage in my life. Can you give me this bottle of wine? Let me take a look at it. Heibo immediately walked up and asked Lin Feng what he thought. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. Immediately, the black man took the bottle. I started to watch. About half a minute. He had the answer in his heart. This should be 5-star Mutai, right? This was around 1950, when Mutai was first established, and it was sold internally within the Mutai distillery. That makes it exactly 70 years old. 5-star Mutai from around 1950? Li Yuanhao didn't quite understand and had never heard of it. Yes, this is the first generation of Mutai. Look at this wine, it doesn't have a bottle cap, but is plugged with cotton paper. From 1950 to around 1958, some of the wine produced by Mutai Distillery was plugged with cotton paper. And the wine produced later had red iron caps. And after 1990, basically all the wines used were red iron caps. This is the first generation of Mutai. Heibo was also surprised. These people could actually drink the first generation of 5-star Mutai? Oh my god, this is the first generation 5-star Mutai? Although Li Jixin didn't recognize the identity of the wine, he had heard of the first generation 5-star Mutai. For a moment, he also cast an admiring look at Lin Feng. Son-in-law, you are really expensive. You actually gave us such an expensive wine? How can we feel embarrassed? And I know this wine is so expensive. Li Jixin didn't say anything else. What he wanted to say was that if he had known that the wine was so expensive, he would not have drunk it but would have kept it. Didn't the son-in-law even give me a heads up? Anyway, it's a good deal for these gangsters brought by my son. If all family members drink it. It doesn't matter. Dad, how expensive is this wine? You look at me as if I were a god. Li Yuanhao was puzzled. His dad had a fortune of over 10 billion, so it was impossible for him to get so excited easily, right? This wine is probably worth this much, right? Li Jixin raised his hand and made a 500,000? Li Yuanhao's eyes widened slightly. This wine is actually worth 500,000? Oh my god? $500,000 a bottle of wine? That's awesome, right? Several young people were immediately excited. The most they had ever done was drink red wine that cost tens of thousands of yuan a bottle with Li Yuanhao. This wine costs hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle. I've never drunk it. I immediately continued to taste it. No, if I bet 5, it doesn't necessarily mean 500,000, right? Li Jixin was speechless. Oh? Dad, it's not 500,000? Is that 50,000? Li Jixin didn't dare to think about it. After all, how much higher would it be? Wouldn't that be 5 million? What kind of wine is so expensive? 50,000? Why are you talking about less and less? Li Jixin frowned deeply. Son, that one sip you just took was worth at least 100,000 yuan, and you're still charging 50,000 yuan a bottle? What? One sip costs more than 100,000? Then the whole bottle. Li Yuanhao didn't dare to think further. This first-generation 5-star Mutai, the whole bottle is naturally priced at 5 million. Li Yuanhao brought a gangster named Tong Tianlong. Hearing the number 5 million. Drink the wine. It spurted out all at once. It almost sprayed onto the food on the table. What? Uncle Li, this wine is 5 million. No way? Tong Tianlong was dumbfounded. What kind of wine could be so expensive? Dad, is this the nectar of the Queen Mother? So expensive? 5 million a bottle? Are you drunk, Dad? Li Yuanhao didn't believe it at all. After all, according to common sense, the most expensive car would cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions at most, and the most expensive wine would cost hundreds of thousands, but he had never heard of a wine that cost over $1 million. Li Jixin smiled faintly upon seeing this and said, although I didn't recognize the identity of this wine, I do know its name. This is the first generation of Mutai. It's very old, and at the time, it was sold domestically by the Mutai distillery, so the stock was limited. Therefore, it is very rare. At an auction held by Poly in Beijing in 2017, this first generation of 5-star Mutai was sold for 4.953 million yuan. And this is not even the highest auction price for a first generation of 5-star Mutai in China. Li Jixin finished speaking. He looked at Lin Feng with admiration again. This son-in-law? It's really hard to understand. Wine worth 5 million per bottle, given as a gift right when you meet? Could it be that what my daughter said was true? The seemingly bankrupt young master was actually a hidden rich man? But keeping a ton of gold bars in the dorm is inappropriate, right? Is he seriously ill? Why would he do that? Oh my god. 4.953 million for wine? Tong Tianlong was speechless. He even wanted to squat down and lick the wine he accidentally sprayed on the ground. For people like them who drink in big gulps, a 2-liang glass of wine can be finished in 4 or 5 sips, and 1 sip of wine is at least 5 cents. Count it down. 1 sip of wine is about 250,000? Damn it. Just lost 250,000? She's a girl. Spray once. How much is it? The cheapest ones cost a few hundred, and the most expensive ones cost a few thousand. But I sprayed it myself. That's really expensive. 1 spray and it becomes a rural sweet, right? At this moment, Tong Tianlong said with a bit of a laugh, Mr. Lin, your wine is really too expensive. We are just the underlings behind Brother Yuan Hao. We really can't afford it. How about I still have a little in my glass? Share it with others? This glass is equivalent to a Porsche Cayenne. I drank more than half of it, and it's already the equivalent of a BMW X6. Anyway, Tong Tianlong didn't dare to drink anymore. This isn't just drinking, this is drinking a person's life savings, right? Pooh. I have to take my next life into account. Where can I make 5 million in this life? Tong Tianlong, stop being so disgusting. You've drunk it? And you're putting it back in the bottle? Li Yuanhao chuckled, stood up, and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. You're just lucky to have met my brother-in-law, the richest of the rich. You should remember that he was willing to give you such expensive wine. It's a favor. Brother Yuanhao. You're right. Mr. Lin is willing to give us such fine wine, he thinks highly of us. Just give me a call, and the 3-meter-long Guangong sword I have hidden at home will be ready to go at any time. I, Zhang Dabiao, may not have much ability, but when something happens, I'm really brave enough to take action. I won't drag my feet. I, Li Yunlong, am not a coward. A few punks. He is a passionate young man. Seeing Lin Feng bring out such expensive wine for them to drink, I was so moved that I was confused for a moment. How could one be so worthy as to be able to drink this wine which costs 5 million per bottle? You can brag about it out there, and as long as Mengpa doesn't give you any poisonous chicken soup, you can brag about it until the next life. Everyone, calm down. Lin Feng was a little speechless and immediately questioned the system. Damn system, didn't you say that the bankrupt Huamao boss gave me 1,000 bottles of wine worth 3 million? How come one bottle is 5 million? Are all the other wines poisonous? Not worth anything? In fact, they're negative? Lin Feng was speechless. The total value is only 3 million? If the other bottles are not negative, why does the system say the total value of 1,000 bottles is only 3 million? I forgot to tell the host, that was 3 million in 1990. In that era, these 1,000 bottles of wine were indeed only worth 3 million. Oh my god, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Feng is in tragedy. I knew it earlier. Still taking it out to drink? Although Lin Feng has the system and is not short of money, it is not that easy to build, right? Lin Feng, who just got the system, only has a few 100 million in assets. How could he easily take out 5 million to build it? But Lin Feng felt sad for a while. This gentleman is quite generous. He even took out this first-generation Mutai to share with everyone. Heibo smiled slightly and said hello, then I'll go first. Sorry to bother you all. Old man, wait a minute. Lin Feng called out, we still have half a bottle here, it's not dirty. If the old man behind you doesn't mind, I can give it to him. Brother-in-law. Li Yuanhao immediately became unhappy when he heard this. He hadn't drunk enough yet. Shut up. Don't interrupt. But he was immediately killed by Li Zhixin's eyes. Send it for our old man? Heibo glared slightly when he saw this. This Lin Feng was really generous. This small half bottle is worth about 2 million. Delivered directly? Yes, but I need your help with something later. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It's fate that brings us together. It would be nice to get to know each other. May I know your grandfather's name? Our old man is just a businessman in the capital. Heibo naturally did not say it out loud, but thanked him. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. This half bottle is enough for our old man to drink. As for what Mr. Lin said, asking us for help, that's no problem. I'll just reply to the old man. After saying hello, Heibo naturally left the box as well. Of course, Lin Feng needed their help, but what he needed was Heibo's eyesight. Since these 1,000 bottles of wine were worth 3 million in 1990, how much are they worth now? Who knows? 3 million in 1990 is worth about 70 to 80 million today. But wine is not like money. It may appreciate faster. This is determined by the market. Honey, thank you. Li Xiyan sat next to Lin Feng and whispered in his ear. It also made Lin Feng's ears itchy. Li Xiyan's thanks were naturally due to Lin Feng's generosity, which made her feel very happy. What are you thanking me for? It's only natural that my son-in-law loves my father-in-law. Lin Feng reached under the table and held her smooth little hand. We're all family, why are you being so polite? I'm not being polite, but I'm telling you, husband, you should drink less of this kind of wine in the future. It's so expensive. Li Xiyan pouted slightly. It's okay to be generous, but if you're too generous, you'll become a spendthrift. Oh? You still complain that your husband is too nice to his wife's family? Lin Feng smiled slightly and scratched her palm. Now you only care about your front family and ignore your back family? You are indeed my good wife. The so-called former family is the girl's husband's family. The back family is the mother's family. You are born in the year of the monkey. Stop scratching. My parents and brother will see it later. Li Xian rolled her eyes at her and tried to pull her hand away, but couldn't. It's under the table, it's okay. Lin Feng chuckled, no one knows about our little trick. Dad, what do you think our daughter and son-in-law are whispering about? I think these two are really a good match. The more I see them, the more loving they seem. Seeing this, Lu Yaji whispered quietly in her husband's ear. Let's not meddle in young people's affairs. As long as they're loving each other, that's all that matters. Li Zhixin said with a faint smile. This son-in-law is truly a hidden talent. He gives away 5 million worth of wine. I wish I had more of this bankrupt son-in-law. Look at what you said. Does our daughter have to serve several men? Lu Yaji rolled her eyes at her husband. From now on, there will only be one son-in-law. I have decided on him anyway. He is generous, sociable, and dotes on our daughter. What a good son-in-law. Who said it wasn't? If you didn't want it, I'd be angry with you. TSK, I think you were bribed by these good wines? Lu Yaji joked, and you don't have to be angry with me. If I don't want this son-in-law, my daughter will probably be really angry with us. Look at the two of them, their hands must be making little movements down there. Mother, how did you know? I can tell from their expressions. The daughter is holding her head down, so it must be her son-in-law who is causing trouble. Lu Yaji analyzed. But Lu Yaji had just finished speaking. Plump and long legs. Then a pair of hands came over. You old pervert. It would be so embarrassing if young people saw you. Lu Yaji immediately slapped him with a slapping sound. Grandpa, this young man is so generous. He gave us half a bottle of wine. Heibo took the Mutai wine, returned to his box, and spoke happily. Give me half a bottle? Old Master Qin sniffed the aroma of the wine, intoxicated for a moment. But his brows furrowed. Giving half a bottle is considered generous? Yes, old man, this wine is not ordinary. It's the original 5-star Mutai that you've tasted before. Heibo immediately brought the wine up. Just this little half bottle is worth nearly 2 million. The original 5-star Mutai? No wonder I felt the aroma was quite familiar just now. I only have a few bottles of this wine in my private collection. I take them out and drink them during the holidays. Old Master Qin was also surprised. There aren't many of these wines left in the world. Master, I'll fill your glass. Heibo poured the wine and said, but this little brother needs our help with something. Oh? You need our help? Old Master Qin frowned, took a sip of 5-star Mutai, and smacked his lips. It was indeed a fine wine. Did he recognize our identities? He was trying to please us? And then asked me for help? To answer your question, old man, no. No one knows your whereabouts. And unless you are at that level, basically no one will recognize your appearance. Heibo said with certainty. If you don't recognize me, then it's not deliberate flattery. Then I'll do whatever he asks for. No matter what favor he needs. I will definitely help you with this generous gesture. Old Master Qin smiled faintly and continued to drink and eat. Half an hour later. There was a knock on the door again. An old man came in from outside, flanked by majestic bodyguards. The old man looked to be about 70 years old. He was wearing an old-fashioned black Zhengshan suit and was chewing a walnut in his hand. He had a unique temperament and looked very amiable. Mr. Lin, this is my master, his surname is Qin. Heibo stepped forward and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Qin, hello. Lin Feng stood up. Thank you for the wine, little brother. Old Master Qin smiled amiably and said, tell me, what do you need my help with? It's not a complicated matter. I have some good wine at home. Would you please come over and appreciate it? Lin Feng looked at Mr. Qin, then at Heibo. Heibo's eyesight was particularly sharp. Is that it? Old Master Qin was immediately surprised, thinking it was some difficult problem. Brother-in-law, do you still have wine at home? Are they all worth 5 million? Li Yuanhao was speechless. How could he still have some? It's probably about the same level as this, I'm not sure. Lin Feng curled his lips. Young man, you are not asking me for help. I should thank you for broadening my horizons. Although Mr. Qin has seen countless famous wines, he also wants to see what other good wines Lin Feng has. You're welcome, Mr. Qin. Have you finished eating? Lin Feng asked. Of course I've finished eating. Mr. Qin just finished speaking. Seeing this, Li Yuanhao said anxiously, Brother-in-law, let's go and see your wine. We've all been drinking, so we need a driver. Li Zhixin took out his phone. So he called Li Xian's elder brother. Xian's elder brother is really something. Even when his sister's husband came, he said that he was busy at work. It's not that he has any opinion about Raymond Lam, but Li Yuancheng is currently developing his career and still hopes that his sister can find a husband from a big family. He has some ideas in his mind, but he also respects his sister's choice. Son, come here for a moment. My uncle and I have been drinking. Please help drive. Dad? Let me drive? I'm still working overtime at the company. Can't you just hire a designated driver? Li Yuancheng was speechless. The main reason is to ask you to meet my brother-in-law. Li Zhixin whispered, he gave me millions of dollars worth of wine at once. It seems that this brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. Millions of dollars in wine? Dad, are you drunk? Just come over when I told you to. Why are you talking so much? Lu Yaji also said sternly from the side. Yes, I'll be right there. Li Yuancheng was speechless. How did this son-in-law become everyone's favorite just by showing up? Millions of dollars worth of wine? He must be talking in his sleep. Isn't he a bankrupt young master? Waited about 10 minutes. Li Yuancheng, the conscripted driver, called to say he was almost there. Everyone then went downstairs. Brother-in-law, which car do you drive? Li Yuanhao naturally had a good impression of his brother-in-law. He gave him millions of dollars worth of wine for the first time. It was so cool to have such a rich brother-in-law. This one. Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed. Fuck, no way? Brother-in-law? You drive this Audi? Li Yuanhao was surprised and joked, the glass of wine I just drank seems to be more expensive than this car, right? Ahem, silly brother, what are you talking about? You actually said that a glass of wine you drank is more expensive than this car? Li Xiyan naturally knew that this was the Audi Pikes Peak, but her brother just didn't recognize it. Isn't it? A bottle of wine costs 5 million, about 1 kilogram. My glass is about 1.5 taels, so that's about 750,000 yuan a glass of wine. Buying an Audi like this is no small feat, Li Yuanhao said with a smile. Brother-in-law, you're too low-key, aren't you? I tell you, young man, you should be more high-profile. Look at me, a Lamborghini, 6-speed 4-wheel drive. 670 horsepower. I'll show you my speed on the highway later. Ahem, I'll just have to wait and see. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. Of course, the other party wasn't mocking him, but simply advising him not to be so low-key. He could easily drink a $5 million bottle of wine, and even if he drove a toy car, no one would think he was broke. That's right, wait for me to show you later. Li Yuanhao grinned. Silly brother, this car is worth hundreds of millions. What are you showing off? A muggle show? Li Xiyan said unhappily. What? An Audi worth hundreds of millions? Is Audi worth hundreds of millions? Li Zhixin and Lu Yaji were completely confused. But at this moment, Li Yuancheng rushed back. Mom and Dad, I'm here. Li Yuancheng felt a little resentful, after all, he was really busy. But the next moment, Li Yuancheng almost popped his eyes out. This car? An Audi Pikes Peak? Wasn't it on Weibo recently? They said this car has arrived in Jiangnan? Li Yuancheng looked at his parents and uncle standing by the car and asked, Mom and Dad, whose car is this? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 34, Defying the Heavens. The world's strongest family. Brother, are you here to be a groom? You also know about this car? Didn't I say it was worth hundreds of millions? Is that true? Li Yuanhao was also a little unconvinced. As for the car, it naturally belongs to my brother-in-law. Let me check the information first. This car belongs to my brother-in-law? Li Yuanchang was stunned for a moment. Wasn't he supposed to be a bankrupt young master? Driving a car worth hundreds of millions? He already drives a car worth hundreds of millions and drinks worth millions? Damn, that makes sense. Oh my god. Oh my god. I looked up information. This Audi Pikes Peak is awesome. The data is amazing. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. My dear brother-in-law. You are so awesome. Li Yuanhao exclaimed 4 times in a row, his jaw almost dropped, and he could hardly hold the phone in his hand. This brother-in-law? How rich is he? 5 million in wine? Now another car worth 300 million? Will it be revealed later that he is a cultivator? Isn't this the rhythm in novels? Brother-in-law, let me be your groom for once. I want to try out this amazing car with 780 horsepower and nearly 800 torque. The data of my multi-million sports car is completely beaten by it. Li Yuanhao said expectantly. Brother! Stop making such a fuss. Don't drive if you've been drinking. Li Shiyan rolled her eyes at him. If you really want to try this car, I'll let my husband drive it for you some other day when we're not drinking. Stop making such a fuss. Yes, sister. I've been waiting for you to say that. Li Yuanhao saw this and immediately turned his sullen face into a smile. But I want to ask, brother-in-law, do my sister's words count? After all, you haven't spoken yet. My words are just imperial decrees at best. Your sister is the Empress Dowager, and she's in charge of government from behind the scenes. Do you think her words will work? Lin Feng joked with a smile. He actually liked the family atmosphere. You're the only one who can say that. Li Shiyan rolled her eyes lovingly at her husband, but she was also happy in her heart. My sister's brother-in-law, who has a matching value of 99 points, is truly invincible. Li Yuanchang murmured on the side, feeling extremely emotional in his heart. But at this moment, Mr. Qin's eyes suddenly widened and he said, What did you say? They are the 2 suitable candidates for marriage according to the Empire Big Data Marriage Measurement Instrument? And the score is 99 points? Yes, we are, Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Lin Feng suddenly felt strange. Why was Mr. Qin so excited for a moment? It's nothing, the score is quite high. Mr. Qin appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was like a raging storm. Soon, everyone got into their cars. Set off to see Lin Feng's good wine. Old Master Qin was sitting in the back seat of a Hongqi car. Master, what's wrong with you? You seem surprised by the matching score of 99 points, asked the black man in the back seat of the Hongqi car. You don't know, that old guy seemed to have mentioned it. The 99 points measured by this big data has extraordinary significance. After Mr. Qin finished speaking, he did not continue to talk about such a big thing with He Bo. Because it's a really big deal. Husband and wife must be together forever. Only then can they return to oneness. Soon. Entering Lin Feng's residential area. Lin Feng led everyone upstairs and arrived home. My parents haven't gotten off work yet. There is no one at home. Soon. Lin Feng opened the door of his bedroom. Just take a quick look. Under the windowsill. It is a sea of wine. There are so many wine bottles of various strange shapes neatly placed under the windowsill. Oh. Omega Omega. Isn't this too much? How about holding a sales meeting? Everyone exclaimed first. But luckily I said hello. There are 999 bottles here. Lin Feng was mainly worried that Mr. Qin, an elderly man, might not be able to bear the heartache, so he had to say hello first. Old man, please take a seat. He Bo first politely greeted Lin Feng, found an armchair, and placed it in the middle of the bedroom. Then he looked at the seas of wine and said, Isn't this too much? Brother-in-law, look, there's more than 1 bottle of 5-star Matai in this sea of wine. Li Yuanhao almost knelt down. 1, 2, 3. At first glance, there are 6 or 7 bottles. 5 million a bottle? Is this cabbage? Li Yuanhao just picked up 6 bottles casually? God knows how much is in there? Holy crap, this wine is going to be out of this world. What kind of brother-in-law is this? Is he from the UC shock department? Besides shocking people, he just gives out dog food? He's really nothing. So, 6 bottles? That's another 30 million? Upon seeing this, old Master Chin's expression changed slightly. This guy? He actually has more 5-star Matai than me? I only have 3 bottles in my private collection. This little guy? Did he travel back to 1950 and move directly to the winery? Heibo was also speechless. Heibo quickly walked over, picked up a bottle of red wine, took a look, and exclaimed in surprise, "This is Screaming Eagle Wine 1992. The price is around $500,000. It can be said that generally wealthy people who drink this kind of wine can immediately curry favor with someone. Some time ago, someone was bragging online about using Screaming Eagle 1992 wine to flush the toilet. This doesn't sound reliable at first. If there was a bragging competition, he would definitely be the champion. Oh my god? $500,000? That's another $3 million. Li Yuanhao's face was embarrassed. He really wanted to kneel down to Lin Feng. Before coming here, he thought Lin Feng was just bragging. After all, 1,000 bottles were all 5-star Mutai? How much would that be worth? But it seems that they are basically several million? Soon after, Li Yuanhao also joined the ranks of wine identification. Squat down and take a look. I don't know any of them. Got it. Li Yuanhao recognized one. Isn't this just 82 Lafite? Go away, it's too ordinary. It's worth the money, but only a few $100,000 at most. I really don't want to even look at 1982 Lafite. Although Li Yuanhao's words were arrogant, they did speak the truth. But Lin Feng's wine is too awesome. This 1982 Lafite is totally not good enough. Tong Tianlong was standing by, feeling a bit amused and saying, Brother Yuanhao, what are you saying? When was the 1982 Lafite still despised? Aren't they just those pretentious artifacts in novels? Li Yuanhao saw this and said disdainfully, it's true that 1982 Lafite isn't something that ordinary people can drink, but since my brother-in-law's wines are so impressive, it's natural that this one should take a back seat. 1982 Lafite, I fainted in the toilet from crying. Screaming Eagle Wine 1992, don't cry, it's just a little more expensive than you. 1982 Lafite, damn, it's more than 2 million yuan more expensive than mine, just a little bit? 5-star Mutai, what about me? 1982 Lafite, just get out of here. Of course, it is impossible for these wines to speak, but Li Yuanhao and his younger brothers were role-playing. He is indeed Li Yuanhao's younger brother. The show effect is maximized. Hey, Uncle Hey, why are all the characters on this wine in traditional Chinese? Li Yuanhao didn't know how to address Uncle Hey, assuming his last name was Hey. He was holding a cylindrical bottle of wine with a protruding mouth. Wine with traditional Chinese characters? Li Zhixin was slightly stunned. Is it from the Ryukyu Islands? Or from Hong Kong? These days, these are the only 2 places that use traditional Chinese characters. Heibo looked at the wine bottle and immediately shook his head. No, it's not the wine from Ryukyu or Hong Kong. The only famous wines from these 2 places are Alishan, Kinmen Kalian Liquor, and 88 Tunnel. And the companies that make these wines are too young. They're basically only a few decades old. And this wine in front of me, judging by the bottle, is at least 50 or 60 years old. It looks like an old wine bottle. Li Yuanhao looked at the words on it and read, what is this? Mao Lai? What's Mao Lai? You read it backwards. Heibo was speechless. No. Isn't it from left to right? Li Yuanhao said, and suddenly understood. Is this a traditional Chinese character? Read it backwards? A wine from the Republic of China era? Yes, this is Lai Mao. It's from around 1930, during the Republic of China era, and it's one of the predecessors of the Mutai group. Heibo took the bottle, his heart pounding. Because of its age, there are probably no more than 50 bottles of this wine left in the world. But that's only official data. Who knows how many are privately available? It's ranked 10th among the world's most expensive wines. But because it's from our own empire, it's second most popular. Oh my god, the top 10 most expensive liquors in the world? Li Yuanhao shuddered. That has to be incredibly valuable, right? Millions more? It should be worth as much as a 5-star Mutai, right? Of course it's worth more than 5-star Mutai. It's been around for almost 100 years, since 1930. This is a true century-old fine wine. Bo recalled that he had the opportunity to drink this wine a few years ago when he was with Mr. Chin. This century-old Lai Mutai had a complex taste and a unique aftertaste that was truly fresh in his memory. It's actually Lai Mutai? We don't have much of this wine left. Old Master Chin narrowed his eyes slightly, also surprised. Let me see. Ah, Mr. Chin, look at that look in your eyes. You're not going to just unscrew it and drink it, are you? Lin Feng didn't know the other party's identity, so he was naturally fearless. He made a joke and handed it over. Young man, if you want to open this wine, you have to go to a grand event. No matter how greedy I am, I can tell the difference. Old Master Chin naturally has a bottle of this wine at home, and it is basically only taken out to drink for super important guests. Yes, it's Lai Mutai. 1,000 yuan. How about I take it away? 1,000 W? 10 million? Holy crap! Did this directly break 10 million? Mr. Chin seems to be a wealthy man, asking for 10 million? I don't understand why these rich people spend 10 million on alcohol. If it goes down your stomach and turns into iced tea, what's the point? Although I like drinking, I don't like drinking something this expensive. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy a sports car and date a model? And then you can live comfortably. You don't like expensive drinks? You just don't have the money. That's just your mentality. You only care about those things. Yes, he is not a stutterer. You too, please speak more politely. Li Yuanhao couldn't stand it anymore. He was also very vulgar in public, but he rarely made jokes in front of his family. Ahem, Mr. Chin, there are still a lot of wines here that we haven't looked at yet. Let's take a look first. Lin Feng did not agree to sell the wine. He wanted to identify it first. Immediately following, everyone's attention returned to the sea of wine. The wines that have been identified are put aside. Grandpa, look, this is. Bo looked at a bottle of wine in a silver wine bottle in the sea of wine and exclaimed, could this be produced in 1925? The most expensive tequila in the world? It was sold for $2.25 million in 2006. And $3.5 million in 2010? Is this wine jug inlaid with diamonds? Why are there some small particles on the edge? It's so beautiful. Li Shiyan looked at the wine jug, which was so colorful. She didn't like drinking, but this wine jug looked very crafted. Ms. Li, you are right. The wine itself is not valuable, but the wine jug is a work of art. It is inlaid with 24K gold, platinum, and 6,500 small diamonds. Especially under strong light, it is extremely dazzling. After looking at the wine, Bo took it to Mr. Chin for tasting. Not bad, not bad. Foreigners are really good at tinkering with these wine bottles. Old Master Chin smiled faintly and said, the auction price is $3.5 million US. I'll give you $5 million US. I don't drink this wine. I want to collect it. Hey, old man, I think you'd better not collect such fancy things as this, right? Lin Feng smiled with his eyes narrowed. You're not selling it? Old Master Chin was a little displeased. But Lin Feng smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, old man, my wife seems to like this wine jug very much, I plan to give it to her. Oh? Give it to your wife? Okay, I won't say anything. Seeing that Lin Feng doted on his wife, Mr. Chin thought it was a good idea. Why is this old man not angry anymore when he sees that I want to give it to my wife? Lin Feng also noticed it and muttered silently. Holy crap! A $5 million bottle of wine? Send it to your wife right away? This. Damn, this kind of husband? Can you give me a bunch? 30 million yuan. A full 30 million yuan. Oh my god. Dad, look at what it means to spoil your wife. Lu Yaji saw it with her own eyes, feeling happy in her heart. Thinking back then, when I asked you to give me a Hero brand pen, you were so stingy. Now look at these young people, what does it mean to be generous? Mother, that Hero brand pen must have cost over 100 yuan. That's enough to cover half a month's expenses. Our Li family isn't born with a fortune, okay? Lin Feng, are you giving it to me? Li Shiyan hesitated for a moment. I think it's better to sell it to Mr. Chin. This is 5 million US dollars, wouldn't it be nice to sell it? Li Xiyan likes it, but she doesn't have to own it. Didn't the old man say he didn't want it anymore? Lin Feng said, raising his eyebrows and looking at Old Man Qin, saying, really? Old Man Qin? Cough cough cough, I'll take a look later. Old Master Qin coughed and nodded. But the old man couldn't help but complain in his heart, this kid really doesn't know the true face of Mount Lushan. He thinks you are only 1.5 meters tall? In other words, he didn't know Mr. Qin's true identity, but he was not afraid of anything. He even dared to give Mr. Qin a look and asked him to cooperate. However, Mr. Qin also enjoyed this way of making friends. It would be so boring if all the people around him knew his identity, bowed and scraped around him, and everything he said was right, and no one dared to object. After the little episode. Continue to identify the wine. You can say that. Most of these wines are very valuable. This is Henri IV. Grand Champagne Cognac. Aged for over 100 years, the bottle, expertly crafted by renowned jewelry designer José Davalos, is plated in pure white gold and set with 38,000 perfectly cut diamonds. Inside, a rare century-old bottle of 41% alcohol by volume is 1 liter, weighing a whopping 8 kilograms. The price is $2 million. Hey Bo recognized it immediately. I took it in my hand and weighed it. It's really heavy. Another $2 million? 12 million? A limited edition Ferrari is coming? Damn it. Can you give me something normal? What's considered normal? Erguotu that costs a few dozen yuan a bottle? Don't even mention Erguotu, and stop talking about millions of dollars all the time. It's heartbreaking. Anyway, they are just a few younger brothers brought by Li Yuanhao. It was completely eye-opening. What is luxury? This is luxury. This is what a wine lover is. Old man. Look. Heibo suddenly saw a beautifully packaged wine box. I don't know whether the wine box is made of brass or gold, but the carvings on it are so lifelike. This is a cube-shaped wine box about 25 centimeters long. Carat, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 35, Another World. I found another world. Is this Han Emperor Mutai? Heibo looked at the words on the bottle. What? Han Di Mutai? There was surprise in Mr. Qin's eyes. He had always been indifferent to those wines worth millions, but he was surprised by this. Han Emperor Mutai? It's actually Han Emperor Mutai? Li Zhixin also said excitedly, then looked at Lin Feng with a horrified look, thinking, what the hell is this guy? There is Han Emperor Mutai? Is this true? Yes, this is Han Emperor Mutai. Heibo picked up the box respectfully, placed it on the table, and continued. This stuff is the king of fine liquors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of Mutai. In the fine liquor world, no one can surpass it. To preserve the long history of Mutai brewing and promote its reputation as the national liquor, Mutai Distillery launched the highly collectible and appreciative Han Di Mutai in the early 1990s. Designed by Mr. Ma Xiong, the process from conception, planning, and design to its launch took a full 20 years. The packaging for Han Di Mutai, shaped like the imperial seal symbolizing imperial power, is cast from brass in a single piece. The patterns and carvings on the copper box are exquisite, imbuing both the value of the wine and the packaging with a profound artistic conception and collectible value, making it a unique example of contemporary alcoholic beverage packaging. In other words, this is a limited edition liquor produced by Mutai Company. It's almost like a limited edition luxury car produced by a sports car company. Only 10 bottles of this wine were ever made. In other words, there are only 10 bottles left in the world, no more. This wine was produced in 1990, and except for 1 bottle kept by Mutai, the remaining 9 were auctioned in Hong Kong. Those 9 bottles all fetched around 100,000 yuan. Li Yuanhao was speechless upon hearing this. He said, this wine is only 100,000 yuan? Even if it was 100,000 yuan in 1990, it would only be a few million now, right? It's about the same as the value of that 5-star Mutai. Why are you all so surprised? Seeing this, Heibo also began to analyze. How can the value of this wine be calculated like this? As Mutai's reputation grows in China and around the world, the value of Han Emperor Mutai has also risen sharply. It was sold for over 8 million in 2005, which would be at least 30 million now. In addition, the value of Han Emperor Mutai has increased. Last year, experts estimated that once this wine appeared, it would be auctioned for at least 50 million yuan. Plus, Han Emperor Mutai hasn't appeared since 2005. If this wine were to appear at an auction, many wealthy people would definitely come to bid for it. It's not impossible for it to fetch hundreds of millions of yuan. Heibo's eyes were full of surprise, not because he was saying how awesome it was that Han Di Mutai could be priced over 100 million. It's the identity behind it. "Young man, what's your last name?" Heibo asked. "Oh, your last name is Lin." "Son-in-law, your family background." Li Zhixin also knew the true meaning behind Han Emperor Mutai. He looked at Lin Feng as if he were a god. "Who is this great immortal Lin?" "My feeling? You two are not surprised by the price of this wine? But something else." Lin Feng also noticed it and looked at Li Zhixin and Heibo. "Son-in-law, you really don't know? What's the meaning behind this wine?" Li Zhixin was speechless. This son-in-law was so strange. Where did his wine come from? Didn't he know it himself? "Dad, besides being expensive, what special meaning does this wine have?" Li Yuanhao was a man who would not speak out until he got something off his chest. It was really frustrating that his dad didn't tell him. "Brother Heibo, why don't you tell me?" Li Zhixin looked at Heibo. "Okay, let me tell you." Heibo gave Lin Feng a deep look before speaking. "Didn't 10 bottles of Han Emperor Mutai leave the factory? One of them was kept by Mutai Company itself and has been stored there ever since. The other 9 bottles were auctioned off in Hong Kong. It's said that 4 of them were drunk by wealthy people. So there are only 5 bottles left. And of these 5 bottles, each of the 4 major families in our Dongxing Empire has one." "What? The 4 great families of the Dongxing Empire? So, this wine is in the hands of the 4 great families of the empire, and this bottle, brother-in-law? Was it a gift from one of the 4 great families? They're well off, so they certainly wouldn't sell it, right?" Li Yuanhao knew about these 4 great families. They were the 4 most powerful families under the empire, equivalent to the powerful 5 surnames in 7 clans of the Tang dynasty, the 5 prominent surnames of Li, Shui, Lu, Zhang, and Wang. It is a very awesome existence. Could this young man be from one of the 4 major families of the empire? But if so, I should know him, right? Old Master Qin naturally knew the significance behind Han Emperor Mutai. It really made people curious about the identity of this young man. What if it is the 4 major families? That's really cool. "Husband you." Li Xiyan was also stunned. No wonder this husband is so rich. It turns out he has such a relationship with the 4 major families of the empire? Aren't there 5 bottles left? Who has the other one? Li Xiyan was very attentive and asked. As for the other bottle, it is said that it was bought by a wealthy family abroad. It is unknown which wealthy family it is. Heibo said. "Why are you so excited? My wine definitely wasn't given to me by the 4 great families. I don't even know what the 4 great families are." Lin Feng wasn't greedy for these false reputations. Although he was a young man with cheats, they shouldn't think too highly of themselves, okay? If you take too big a step, you'll easily get pulled. Don't let people think that you are from one of the 4 major families and ask you for help. Wouldn't he that bring trouble upon yourself? This bottle of wine was given to me by a foreign friend of mine. It's called the Bill family. These wines were all given to me by my friend. As for why he gave it to me, that's a business between him and me. Lin Feng made up a random family, and he didn't even know if there was such a family in the world. The Bill family? Never heard of it. Heibo frowned deeply. Since this wine did not come from the 4 major families, there was nothing to be surprised about. The Bill family? Old Master Qin didn't recognize this family either, but he was very curious. He secretly instructed someone, "Check. Which family is this Bill family? Have they ever come to China to buy Han Di Mutai?" "About a minute." The person Mr. Qin ordered replied to the message. "Master Qin, there are about 3 Bill families in foreign countries, but they are basically not very wealthy, and there is no record of them purchasing Han Di Mutai. 5 bottles of Han Di Mutai, in addition to 1 bottle each for the 4 major families, there is also 1 bottle for the Rothschild family." "What? It's the Rothschild family?" This young man. Old Master Chin couldn't help but feel surprised. So what he said about the Bill family? Was it just a lie? Old Master Chin knew what kind of existence the Rothschild family was. Let me put it this way. If anyone can search this family on Baidu, the first sentence displayed on the information immediately is: the Rothschild family's wealth has reached $50 trillion estimated by scholar Song Hongbing in 2007. Some people may say, $50 trillion? Who has that much money? But that's what Baidu wrote. It's the same if you check it yourself. And this family is really rich. Definitely the world's #1 financial family. And this was an estimate in 2007. Generally, estimated assets are less than actual assets, because scholars only calculated the family's visible assets. Are there other assets that others cannot see? It is said that during World War II, this family was able to determine the outcome of the war. To put it simply, whoever they support with money and help purchase arms and supplies will win the war. No matter if it's the 99-point match value, or this little guy is very likely to be related to the Rothschild family. Anyway, he is a rare commodity. Old Master Chin took a deep look at Lin Feng. At this moment, this person must be the focus of his attention. By the way, system, of these 5 bottles of wine, 4 are in the hands of the 4 major families of the Dongxing Empire. The other bottle is in the hands of a foreign family. Where did you get it for me? Lin Feng could only ask the system. Although this wine is the profit returned to the boss of Huamao, when it comes here, it needs to be systematically converted into a reasonable channel. Simply put, people who use cheats are just playing games. Ding! For convenience, this system has found a very powerful family for the host to use as a tool to rationalize your returns. A more powerful family? What family? The Rothschild family. Everything you own can be rationalized in the form given to you by this family. However, they are only responsible for helping the system rationalize your income and will not be involved in other matters. For example, if you come to them to borrow money, it will be impossible. Holy crap! They arranged a reasonable channel for me? It's the Rothschild family? Lin Feng was speechless. This is the world's #1 family. Then why did he lie just now? He said it was the Bill family? But they seemed to be unaware of it. But what Lin Feng never expected was that Old Master Chin could find out everything in just 1 minute. Old Master Chin naturally believed that Lin Feng had a close relationship with the Rothschild family. In fact, it is a reasonable channel source for system arrangement. Immediately following these wines, they were identified one by one. At least tens of thousands of dollars. Some, like Han Di Mutai, cost over $10 million. All of them are world-class treasures. On average, each bottle is worth about $400,000. So let us calculate it. These 1,000 bottles of wine. It's definitely $400 million. That's a full 2.4 billion yuan. Some people may say that no matter how much a bottle of wine worth 3 million in 1990 appreciates in value, it will not be worth billions, right? But you would be wrong. Take the 5-star Mutai for example. It was only a few thousand yuan a bottle in 1990, but now it costs 5 million. Do you think it is not valuable? Now that I have only this little fortune, it can't sustain any further investment. The best thing to do is to sell it for profit. My parents' company still needs to be filled. We have to restore our former empire. No. Talking about restoring the former hegemony is too shallow. At least it should be at the level of dominating the world. My parents run a technology company. With the system, I will bring down Apple, the world's largest technology company. After the wine was identified, everyone took a break. Lin Feng took the initiative to offer to sell all these good wines to the old man. After all, Lin Feng didn't like to drink or collect them, so why keep them? But the Han Emperor Mutai and the brandy that Li Xian liked were naturally not sold. Lin Feng also specially left a few bottles of premium Wolianye and premium 1953 Feitian Mutai. This is all left for my father-in-law to drink. An investment of 300 million yuan in exchange for 2.4 billion yuan is indeed a bit of a rip-off. The rate of return is only a few times. However, if those businessmen heard what Lin Feng said, they would probably throw bricks at his face. You, King kid, just moved your fingers and watched a short video? You invested 300 million and made 2.1 billion in a few days? And you still say this investment is a scam? Anyway, they are going to faint in the toilet crying. Of course, if Lin Feng heard them say that, he would definitely retort, I'm a cheater, how can I treat it with common sense? 300 million turned into 2.4 billion, how can this not be a ripoff? Last time, when Li Shimin invested, 10,000 yuan was 300 million yuan, and when Papa Ma invested, 5,000 yuan was the Audi Pikes Peak of 300 million yuan. Isn't the difference in proportion big enough? Can cheaters have the same mentality as ordinary people? Of course, all this happened because the owner of Huamao, who invested in it, went bankrupt. If it hadn't gone bankrupt, Lin Feng would probably be the owner of one of the world's largest private banks. After all, the boss of Huamao has always wanted to acquire a bank to repay Lin Feng. Xiao Feng. These wines are all world-class treasures. I'm so grateful that you can sell them to me. Old Master Qin changed his address to Xiao Feng. He really thought this young man was good. Not only did he have a powerful family, but he was also very easy to get along with. Old man, you're joking. You're not short of money. If you offer a high price, I will definitely sell it to you. Lin Feng's family company still needs money. This old man has a strong cash flow and high prices, and he is not slow at all. He is the best choice for Lin Feng to sell wine. If Lin Feng wanted to sell it to others, he would probably have to sell it bottle by bottle. How troublesome is this? Soon, a transportation company that specializes in helping to transport goods also came downstairs. After the transaction was completed, the wine was naturally sent back to the old man's home. Lin Feng really wanted to know the identity of this old man, but it seemed that the other party was unwilling to tell him. But Lin Feng dared to conclude that he must be a super rich man. The wine is processed. Lin Feng then led everyone back to Li Xian's home. On Lin Feng's Audi Pikes Peak, the driver was his brother-in-law Li Yuancheng. After all, he didn't drink. The co-pilot was Li Yuanhao. Because it was a 7-seater car, sitting in the second row were Li Zhixin and Lu Yaji. Lin Feng's words naturally made everyone jealous and he dragged his wife to sit in the last row. I like sitting, not sitting. Yes, I deliberately made a typo. Why are you sitting like this? Of course, that's when two people are being affectionate, and they want to stay in the back row so that no one can see them. At this moment, Li Xian was cutting Lin Feng's nails at his request. Why are you cutting your nails in the car? Lu Yaji turned around and saw the heartwarming scene between the two of them. She then said, Yuancheng, drive slower. Be careful not to poke my brother-in-law's hand. I understand, Mom. Seeing this, Li Yuancheng naturally slowed down the car to avoid sudden braking and getting his hand pricked by the nail clippers. It's okay, Mom. Lin Feng also smiled happily. His mother-in-law was so nice. By the way, Xiaofeng, when will you and Xiyan have your wedding? Although Lu Yaji didn't understand the specific policies, she knew that couples assigned by the empire had to hold a wedding within a month, and each person would receive a subsidy of 10,000 yuan. Ah. Lin Feng paused and said, I haven't chosen a date yet. How about you find someone to help you choose a time, Mom? I'm fine with anything. Then it's settled. I'll find someone to help you two choose an auspicious day. Lu Yaji said this, then immediately changed her tone. No, Xiaofeng, your parents. It's okay, just find someone to look after it. I know my parents' personalities, they are very casual. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart again. This mother-in-law respected her in-laws very much. Lin Feng finished speaking. Sudden. Passing through a small alley. A little child immediately ran out of the alley. Li Yuancheng also had to slam on the brakes. What a rotten kid. His parents don't even think highly of him? Fortunately, Li Yuancheng braked and almost didn't hit him. But everything is fine in front. Raymond Lam in the back row. It was because Li Xiyan helped him with fake nail decoration. The pointed tip of the nail clippers poked in. Lin Feng's fingers were bleeding. Hiss. Lin Feng hummed softly, but not too loudly. What's wrong, Xiaofeng? Did you poke your hand when you braked just now? Lu Yaji's expression changed immediately. Xiyan, I'm telling you, why were you cutting Xiaofeng's nails in the car? Did it poke you badly? It's okay, Mom. I didn't poke you. I just yelled out reflexively. Lin Feng immediately retracted his index finger that had been poked, and then replaced it with his middle finger, saying, Look, it's okay, Mom. Was my brother-in-law's hand poked? Li Yuansheng also asked. It didn't poke you, just open it slowly. Lu Yaji said, and rolled her eyes at her daughter. Don't cut it yet, can you cut it later? Oh, Li Shiyan pouted. She naturally didn't feel any grievance in her heart. She knew that Lin Feng's hand was pierced and bleeding, but Lin Feng didn't tell anyone. Wait until Lu Yaji turned around. Li Shiyan then pulled Lin Feng's hand out and said, Husband, is your hand okay? Li Shiyan immediately took the handbag and searched inside, but there seemed to be no paper. She didn't care anymore. Grab Lin Feng's fingers and lower your head. Well, just kiss anyway. This. Lin Feng just felt the wound go cold, an indescribable feeling. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of something wrong. If I change? It's beautiful anyway. After dealing with the blood stains, Li Shiyan felt a salty taste in her mouth, but she didn't spit it out. After all, she couldn't spit it out the window. As a lady from a noble family, she had never done such an immoral thing. And you can't vomit in the car. Then all she could do was swallow it. Then she held Lin Feng's hand and blew a cool breeze on him to relieve the pain. Honey, does it still hurt? This little injury is nothing. The two of them didn't continue to be affectionate. Lin Feng started watching short videos. Huh? What kind of dimension is this? Lin Feng just swiped a few times and saw a short video with a circle in the upper left corner. This was a serious short video that could be invested in. Lin Feng's expression also became serious. Wei Wei also moved his phone closer to his arms to avoid being discovered by his wife. On short video, Lin Feng could see that the general background here seemed to be a valley. It looks like it's from ancient times. The dynasty cannot be seen for the time being. But it must be before the Qin and Han dynasties, because the clothes these people wore were so backward, like the hunters in the mountains on TV. The good ones only wore linen clothes, and the poorly dressed ones were just wrapped in animal skins. These people are all tall and have dark skin. Holy crap! These guys are using knives? Why are they golden? Lin Feng was confused. What dynasty is this? Some mountain people? Are they all using knives made of gold? Or painted? Anyway, you can't tell from Lin Feng through the short video. All I saw were their hoes, cauldrons, sticks, and weapons. Various farm tools and weapons were all golden in color. Are these made of gold? Is this an alien world? Chapter 36, Iron is more expensive than gold? Invest in 1 ton of iron directly. Isn't it from another world? I can understand what they say. Lin Feng just thought of this. The system came out. Ding. Host. All conversations in all planes will be translated into Mandarin. For example, the Tang Dynasty dimension of Li Shimen that the host had previously encountered, if it were not translated into Mandarin, you would actually not understand what the Tang Dynasty people were saying. What the system said does make sense. In many novels about time travel to ancient times, the male protagonists can understand what people say as soon as they arrive there. This is not rigorous because the official language in ancient times was different in different periods, and the pronunciation of many words is different from that of modern times. It can only be said that the pronunciations of the Ming and Qing dynasties are similar. If a normal person went to ancient times, he would not be able to understand what others were saying for a while. It's harder to understand than Cantonese for a northerner. System, is this what you mean? I can't conclude that this isn't another world just because they're speaking Mandarin? Lin Feng asked. Then just tell me directly, is this another world or not? What the host has found is indeed another world. However, the host must discover the protagonists' difficulties themselves, invest in their difficulties, and reap the rewards. Okay, then I'll take a look. Lin Feng returned his thoughts to the short video again, observing it carefully. Soon, Lin Feng saw someone trading on the street in the short video. The currency used is a dark one. I can't tell if it's copper or some other metal. But the shop owner who sold farm tools placed the coin on something that looked like a magnet and said, money is no problem. For 1 iron coin, you can get 100 golden hoes. What? What the hell? 1 iron coin for 100 golden hoes? Lin Feng was stunned. This was definitely a different world, it couldn't be fake. This other world? Is it because there are too many gold mines? People use gold to make tools? Hoes, weapons, etc.? And is there too little iron? This metal has become currency? And it seems that its purchasing power is quite high? Lin Feng made his own inference, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. That's probably it, right? Looked at their deal again. There seem to be copper coins too? But the purchasing power of copper coins is not as high as that of iron coins? For example, it seems that one copper coin can only buy 10 golden farm tools. One iron coin can buy 100 golden hoes. Iron coins, copper coins? Then gold became the most widely used metal? This is completely opposite to Earth? This alien world, I really want to travel back there, then I will be the richest man on the planet, right? There shouldn't be too much iron on the blue planet, okay? Although Lin Feng has a cheat, he still envy those who can travel to alien worlds for adventure. What a pity, the gold finger is different. For example, if Lin Feng's life were a novel, it would only be an urban one, not a time travel novel. I have to say, this video is the most interesting one I have ever watched. After all, this alien world is full of too many unknowns. Lin Feng murmured silently and continued watching the short video. At this time, it seems that in the short video, there is an old man who gathers everyone under a big tree at the entrance of the village. Everyone come here. The patriarch has spoken. As the calls were made, a large group of villagers gradually gathered around. There are probably several hundred of them. Everyone listen. We are still a long way from achieving our goal. But time has been unkind to us, and we really don't have much time left. We are currently weaving 300 pieces of plain yarn. We have completed 129 pieces of satin so far. 150 horses of suluo. 79 completed so far. 30 pieces of cloud and mist silk. 18 pieces completed so far. There are only 20 days left, so let's all work harder. Put aside any farm work that can be put aside. You must weave from the morning till sunset without stopping. All matters, big and small, have stopped. The old patriarch said as he spoke. Looking at the people below, there were also complaints. Their tribe belonged to a small princess in the empire, but this princess loved beautiful fabrics. Just leave it to these servants. And very brutal. Those who fail to complete the task will be punished. Chief, these tasks come too quickly. We can't complete them at all. Everyone, let's go to the princess mansion and talk to the group leader. Yes, I quit. There's no way this will be finished. And with so much cloth, how can 20 days be enough? The old patriarch listened to the complaints of his men and naturally understood them, but he still tried to persuade them. Everyone knows the cruelty of this princess. Last time, people from other tribes were dissatisfied with the assigned mission and went to the princess's mansion to cause trouble. In the end, didn't they carry back several corpses? If we fail to complete the mission, we'll be punished anyway, right? So let's run away. Yes. Just run away. Escape outside. Life in this princess's fiefdom is too difficult. Where can you escape to? All under heaven belongs to the king. You are a fugitive wherever you go. You can only think of more ways. The old patriarch said helplessly. He knew that the chances of completing the task this time were very small, and the princess would be furious again by then. The princess never took these untouchables seriously. What kind of shitty princess is this? If I could travel back in time, I would beat her ass to pieces. Lin Feng complained, and he also understood the difficulties of these people. Don't you just know how to weave? Isn't this simple? I bought it and gave it to you. But what is this cloud and mist silk? What kind of silk is this? There are so many silk brands named by Lin Feng, but I have never heard of them. How to buy similar fabrics to make up the number? That's right, I'm stupid. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. If I teach them superb weaving skills, won't they be able to easily handle the princess's challenges in the future? If I just help them buy similar fabrics, even if I can get away with it, what will I do next time? Lin Feng could see that the weaving technology of this tribe or other world was quite backward. Probably at the level of the Shang dynasty of the Dongxing Empire. Whatever. Let's just invest in some advanced weaving technology. Lin Feng said here. He immediately slapped his thigh. Am I an idiot? Invest in iron directly. Let them spend the money to buy it. System, just invest a ton of iron in me. Iron? Are you afraid of it? There are trillions of tons on Earth. It's absolutely overwhelming. But Lin Feng also thought that if he invested too much, the iron metal ratio of their planet would explode. I'll just invest a ton of scrap metal. Ding! Investment successful. Returns will be received within a month at most. Ding! The Rural Commercial Bank deducted 2,730 yuan. 1 ton of scrap metal is deducted. Of course, the price of scrap iron is different in each region, ranging from 2230 to 2730 yuan per ton. Raymond Lam doesn't talk nonsense. Continue to watch short videos. But I didn't find any planes that could be invested in. It can be said that this investment is really a very low cost. Lin Feng likes this kind of small investment with big returns without any risk. What about the other world? What will they give back? To be honest, Raymond Lam is looking forward to it. More than ever before. Because the other world is full of unknowns. Especially their metals. Gold is actually used as a widely used metal? Will they return some gold? Although this thing is indeed valuable. But Lin Feng is still looking forward to something else magical. The Audi that Lin Feng was riding in was about to arrive at Li Xian's house. He put his cell phone in his pocket. Soon everyone arrived at Li Xian's house. Mr. Qin, why don't you and Xiaofeng come to our house for some midnight snack? We've been identifying the wine for a long time. I think everyone must be hungry. Li Zhixin took the initiative to invite at the door of his house. This. Mr. Qin wanted to refuse. But Lin Feng suggested, yes, let's have some midnight snack. I'll open a bottle of 50-year-old premium Wolyanye. That's feasible. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin immediately changed his mind and agreed. Sudden. Lin Feng, on the other hand, gave up. But old man, I've sold all my wine to you. There are only a few bottles left, how about? Okay, little guy, I'll open a bottle of 50-year-old Wolyanye. Old Master Qin shook his head helplessly. This kid is such a rip-off. Ha, there's a saying that goes, those who are capable should work harder. Who told you to have so many good wines, old man? Lin Feng laughed and patted the old man's shoulder. The Heibo beside him was also surprised. This kid. Do you still dare to pat Mr. Qin on the shoulder? I'm afraid no one has dared to do this in all these years? But it seems that the old man is not unhappy. So? I should buy half for you? Then we'll have the same amount? Then who will buy this bottle of wine? Old Master Qin joked. Oh, this has to carry forward the traditional virtues of our Dongsheng Empire, respecting the elderly and loving the young. Of course it's you who should pay. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Old Master Qin also laughed and said nothing. Then, a group of people went up to the villa with smiles on their faces. After chatting for a while, Li Zhixin suddenly said, Xiaofeng, now that you and Xiyan have decided on your relationship, it's time to tell Xiyan's grandfather. It's okay, just tell me. Lin Feng saw that his father-in-law's expression changed and felt something was wrong. See that the son-in-law agrees. Li Zhixin immediately called his father. Dad, Xiyan and the husband assigned to her by the empire get along very well. They plan to remarry in 3 years. We would like to inform you and also tell the eldest young master of the Su family. Li Zhixin spoke with some difficulty, and spoke reluctantly. Didn't we agree on a 3-year period to go through the process? Old Master Li was confused for a moment, but he still asked, have you seen it? Is this son-in-law really kind to my granddaughter? Isn't that just fake? Dad, there's no problem with that. Uncle-in-law dotes on Xiyan very much. Okay, I'll handle this matter. Li Shuwen said nothing after seeing this. Dad, what about the eldest brother and the third and fourth sisters? I've already told you, I'll handle it. I'll bear all the losses. After Li Shuwen finished speaking, he hung up the phone and had to go find Uncle Xiyan and the others to discuss things. As for Li Xiyan, Su Qianqing, the young master of Su real estate, has always liked Li Xiyan. He also promised to invest 15 billion yuan in Xiyan's grandfather's big project, and the project would be fully implemented as long as they got married. But Xiyan also disagreed, but fortunately, Grandpa always protected Li Xiyan. Otherwise, Li Xiyan and her father would not be able to bear the pressure of a family. After all, the young master of the Su family invested in Xiyan's grandfather's project, and when he made money, all his children got a share. Dad, I want to know what the situation is. Lin Feng could hear that Xiyan seemed to be going to marry him. Was there anyone who would object? It's not a big deal. In today's society, is there still forced marriage? We don't agree, and there's nothing anyone can do. Li Zhixin paused and said, Dad would rather lose some money than give up this 15 billion project and support you too. But Uncle Xian and the others might not agree. Soon. Li Zhixin also told Lin Feng about the matter. After all, we are all family. We must solve difficulties together. Isn't Xian's uncle just coveting the 15 billion project invested by the Su family? Lin Feng laughed. This young master of the Su family is really awesome. If he wants to invest money, he has to marry his daughter? Dad, don't worry too much. I will handle this matter. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This was a completely small matter. He thought it would be a big trouble. And at this moment, outside the door of Li Xian's villa, several cars came. It was Li Xian's uncle and Tuan Su came. The visitor naturally had no good intentions and came to oppose Lin Feng and Li Xian's remarriage. My uncle is Li Zichuan, my third aunt is Li Zhiping, and my fourth aunt is Li Zhifeng. Xian's father is the second child. Brother, the Xian family is being ridiculous. They're just ignoring the 15 billion investment from the Su family's young master. What are they doing? Yes, if the old man makes money, we will also have a share after 100 years. Why is the second brother so arbitrary in dealing with his daughter? He doesn't consider us? This is all because of the old man protecting his own shortcomings. If I had married Xian before she graduated and got a husband, there wouldn't be so many troubles. They just went to negotiate with the old man, but it was useless. They could only come to Li Xian's family to negotiate. Mom and Dad, Lin Feng. Uncle and third and fourth aunts are here. Li Xian looked out the window. She knew that these people were here to force the emperor to abdicate. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. It's just some family matters. Li Zhixin said with an apologetic smile. It's okay, you guys handle it, I'll drink and eat. Old Master Qin smiled calmly, looking like a melon-eating uncle. Soon. The three people outside the villa door went up to the villa with a housekeeper, assistant, etc. Xian, this is my second brother's son-in-law, right? He's so handsome. Third Aunt Li Zhiping greeted with a smile. Hello, young man, I am Xian's uncle. Uncle Li Zhichuan came forward and greeted politely. After all, they came here to negotiate today, and Lin Feng was an important person, so they decided not to offend him for now. Hello everyone. Lin Feng greeted them politely. Adhering to the attitude of I will not offend others unless they offend me, he decided to see the situation first. Who is this old man? Li Zhichuan quickly noticed Old Man Qin. Brother, this old man's surname is Qin. Mr. Qin. Li Zhixin introduced him anyway. Oh, Mr. Qin, hello. Li Zhichuan took a quick look at the old man. He had never seen this old man before, but he just felt that he looked like a rich man. It's okay, just say it if you have something to say. Old Master Qin continued to eat and drink without a care in the world, as if he was sitting on a Daioutai. Second brother. Li Zhichuan looked at Xian's father and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xian and this young man are going to renew their marriage? Is it true? It's true. Li Zhixin replied and wanted to say something. But Heibo on the other side started to persuade him. Mr. Qin, you drank too much today. How about you drink less? Take care of your health. It's okay, I know what to do. Just because Heibo said something, Heibo, who had been standing next to Mr. Qin with no sense of existence, was glanced at by Li Zhichuan. Huh? This guy? Li Zhichuan looked at Heibo seriously, and his face suddenly became complicated. This old butler? This old butler? I've seen him before. Last time, at the end of a major meeting, I saw Jack Ma and Glasses Ma, Wang Sonsong's father. These guys, who have long been the richest people in the country, seem to be very polite to this old butler. Li Zhichuan said silently in his heart. Li Zhichuan doubted the identity of this old housekeeper at that time. Who was he? But didn't he expect? But now he is the butler of an old man? Is this butler so awesome? So what is the identity of this old man Qin? Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 37, Shock. Could it be that I saw my dad? Li Jichuan couldn't believe it at all. The person who was flattered by the 2 horses and 1 king. But now he is an old man as housekeeper? Could I be seeing things? No. You're not seeing things. Li Jichuan took a few more glances. This Heibo did see that thing that time. Oh my god. The earth. Oh my god. Sun Wukong. Water. The sea. This butler? He's a figure respected by the richest men on the level of 2 Ma and 1 Wang? This old man. Li Jichuan didn't dare to think further. The most important thing is, this Xiyan family? They actually invited this old man Qin to dinner? What's their relationship? And it seems this bankrupt young master has a good relationship with old man Qin? Of course, all of this is mental activity, and it seems like there is a lot of content, but it really only takes less than a second. Li Jixin answered the question and continued, our Xiyan and Xiaofeng do get along very well and are planning to renew their marriage. We haven't had time to tell anyone yet. Do you get along well? That's great. I fully agree. Li Jichuan said. The 2 sisters were simply stunned. What's going on with this brother? Are you having an epilepsy? Aren't you here to oppose this marriage? It's poisonous, right? And you even agree with it? That's not what he said at the door. Yeah, didn't he say that? No matter what, you can't let a flower be stuck in cow dung? Anyway, Xian's 2 aunts were completely dumbfounded by their eldest brother's actions. This is more than just an epilepsy. He's literally a fugitive from a mental hospital. Isn't it too inconsistent? Li Jixin was stunned for a moment when he heard his elder brother say this. What the hell was going on? Didn't we agree on this? Coming to oppose? Why do you agree with both hands? Good son-in-law. When I heard that you and Xiyan were assigned, I strongly supported it. Although there were some misunderstandings later, I figured it out in an instant. As long as young people can get along well, that's the best. Li Zichuan smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Don't think that Xian's 2 aunts are here to talk to you because they look so aggressive. They are born with bitter faces, that's all. Li Jiping wanted to curse. If you weren't my brother, cursing you would be cursing myself. He really wanted to curse his mother. What the hell was this? Brother. 4th Aunt Li Jifeng wanted to say something. But Li Jichuan immediately interrupted, what? I said you had a bitter face? You're still not happy about it, right? 4th sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should smile more often. Smiling makes you look younger. Li Jifeng was really confused and was about to say something. 4th sister, come here, sit down first, let's have a drink with brother-in-law first. Li Jichuan immediately pulled the 4th sister and interrupted her again. Things have changed. Don't say anything. Li Jichuan immediately whispered to his 4th sister. Oh? Is this 50-year-old collection of Wulianye? What a good stuff. It's worth $800,000 on the market, right? Li Jichuan was not surprised. This old man Qin had 2 Ma and 1 Wang butlers who were willing to act as bootlickers. So drinking a bottle of $800,000 worth of wine, what was that? Didn't Mr. Qin give this to you? Li Jixin said politely, in fact, it was Xiaofeng who sold it to you. Son-in-law, you have such a fine wine in your collection? Li Jichuan said, looking at old Master Qin respectfully. Would you like some more? No, I drank too much today. Old Master Qin refused calmly. If Lin Feng came to persuade him, he could still force himself to drink a glass. Not everyone could drink with him. After all, old Master Qin also saw that this person was deliberately trying to please Heibo because he knew that Heibo was a very powerful person. Because the first time he saw himself, his attitude did not change. Isn't it because of Heibo? It's almost time for today, so I'll say goodbye. Old Master Qin's drinking mood was completely ruined by these people, so he proposed to leave. Well, Xian's father, Xian's husband, we are leaving too. Seeing that old man Qin was about to leave, Li Jichuan naturally hurried to follow him. He really wanted to meet a mysterious figure like old man Qin. Xian, did you notice that your uncle changed his attitude after seeing Mr. Qin? Li Zhixin said, looking at their backs. It's not old Master Qin, I think it's Heibo. Lin Feng analyzed. It's really terrifying. Old Master Qin's identity must be even more powerful than I imagined. Their attitude didn't change at all when they saw Old Master Qin for the first time. It seems that Old Master Qin's rank is too high for them to recognize. It was only after seeing Heibo that their attitude changed. A butler can be like this. What do you think Old Master Qin's identity is? I really can't see through this, but I can feel that it is one of those hidden families, right? Or maybe it's from the white world? Li Zhixin analyzed. Oh, never mind. Since they don't dare to make trouble about what happened between Xiyan and me, it's been handled. Lin Feng smiled faintly and continued to sit down and eat. And at the entrance of the villa, Li Zhichuan took the initiative to greet him flatteringly, saying, Mr. Qin, my father is Li Xiuwen, the chairman of Li's Building Materials Company. My name is Li Zhichuan. May I ask your name? Our old man is just a businessman in the capital, nothing special. Heibo stepped forward and answered. It's not convenient for you to talk about it, but that's fine. Li Zhichuan smiled. Excuse me, old man, how did you and my second brother's uncle-in-law meet? Xiao Feng? Old Master Qin paused. This time, the other party had changed his attitude because he recognized Heibo's power. Lin Feng had just cheated the old man out of a bottle of Wulianye worth 800,000 yuan, and now he was taking advantage of him again? Old Master Qin immediately laughed inwardly. This brat is trying to take advantage of me. I won't give it to you. I'll continue to throw the mess at you. See how you handle it. Although the old man looks majestic and kind, he is actually a very funny old man inside. As for Xiaofeng, I met him at Wan's restaurant. He had some good wines in his private collection, so I came here to buy some. Old Master Qin's tone was very misleading. He deliberately made his relationship with Lin Feng sound very bland. Ha! Li Zhichuan was immediately confused. Didn't they seem to have a close relationship? How could? I thought you were quite familiar with my second brother's uncle. Not familiar, just a chance encounter. Old Master Qin stepped into the Hongqi car. I'm leaving now, see you later. Goodbye, old man. Take care. Li Zhichuan was speechless. He didn't even ask for a phone number, and the other party ignored him? Brother, who is this Mr. Qin? It seems like you changed your attitude because of him? But didn't he just say that he is not familiar with Lin Feng? Li Zhiping asked immediately. We were careless. Li Zhichuan slapped his forehead. Let's go. Let's turn back. Ha? Turning back again? What for? I oppose what Xiyan and Lin Feng are doing. Li Zhichuan said, gritting his teeth. But big brother, didn't you just agree? Li Zhifeng twitched his lips fiercely. Is this the legendary changing orders from one day to the next? But it hasn't even been a night, just a few minutes. This is called changing orders from one day to the next? Stop talking nonsense. Since Lin Feng is not familiar with this old man Qin, even if I agree with it, I will never go back on my word. After Li Zhichuan said this, he turned back with his two sisters. In the red flag car, Heibo asked, Mr. Qin, why did you deliberately say that you were not familiar with Lin Feng? Li Xiyan's uncle and aunt are just coveting the 15 billion investment. I want to see how Lin Feng handles this matter. If he wants to handle it well, he will have to come up with 15 billion in cash flow. By then, he will definitely ask the Rothschild family behind him for money. I can also further judge what the relationship between this guy and this family is. Of course, Mr. Qin would not deliberately cause trouble, but he had his own intentions. Mom and Dad, Uncle, and the others are back. Li Xiyan looked out the window, like a swift scout. Ah? You're back again? Did you forget to take your phone? Li Zhixin was immediately confused. It doesn't look like they forgot to take their phones. Third and fourth aunts have such bitter faces again. Li Xiyan deduced, could something have changed? I saw them whispering to old man Qin at the door for a long time. Could it be? Lin Feng guessed silently, could it be that this old man is causing trouble? Brother, what are you doing? Li Zhixin stood up and greeted them when he saw the three people coming. No, I just suddenly thought of something and wanted to discuss it with your family. Li Zhichuan glanced at Lin Feng and Li Xiyan, it's about you too. Oh? A matter between us? Didn't you agree with it? Lin Feng also saw that he was going back on his word. Sure enough, all the old men were very bad. He would come back to settle the score with him. Li Zichuan agreed with this with both hands, and his face was full of embarrassment. He was embarrassed for a moment and said, "It's like this, Xian's mother, didn't you ask someone to choose a wedding date for you two? The horoscope says that you two are not compatible. I am not happy about it. Why are you not compatible? I asked the fortune teller to calculate it carefully and explain it to me clearly." Li Zichuan then started talking a lot of nonsense. After all, you just agreed with both hands. Now you come back to oppose it. Wouldn't that mean you have to talk around in circles with a lot of nonsense? Uncle Xian, how accurate are those things about birth dates and horoscopes? Isn't it advocated to believe in science now? Xian and I both have a big data matching value of 99 points, so how could our horoscopes be incompatible? Lin Feng didn't get angry, but smiled lightly. The Empire is working on that big data thing, so who knows? There were matches with high-scoring people, but they haven't gotten along in the past 3 years. Li Zichuan just finished speaking. Lin Feng said, "Xian and I are okay. We are quite close and don't have any conflicts." Li Zichuan's face darkened a bit when he heard Lin Feng say that, but he still smiled and said, "As for young lovers, compatibility only lasts for a short time. Although horoscopes are superstitious, we can't completely disbelieve them, right? In fact, I've also been paying attention to your horoscope and had it calculated. That girl from the Lu family, Lu Hanyan, is quite suitable for you. She's the campus belle of Jiangnan University, with a nice figure and good looks. She's currently a freshman and only 18 years old, much younger than you. My family helped her family many years ago, so I'll be your matchmaker. There's absolutely no problem. I also heard that your company has had some problems recently, but that's not a problem either. Our Li family will definitely help you when the time comes. Just live your life well with Lu Hanyan. You'll have a good life ahead of you." Li Zichuan has said all that he wants to say. If Lin Feng plays dumb again. Actually, it's a bit hard to explain. Xian's uncle. Lin Feng's smile hardened for a moment, and he said, "You are against what's going on between Xian and me, right? No need to beat around the bush. I won't agree to this." Lin Feng's attitude is very firm. "Young man, as long as Xian and the young master of the Su family marry, the 15 billion investment can be fully implemented. If you like Xian very much, then you should consider her, right?" Li Zichuan saw that the other party also said so he stopped pretending and continued, "If Xian renews her marriage with you, then the Su family's investment will be withdrawn. Grandpa Xian will lose a lot of money." "Oh? I would like to ask, the young master of the Su family wants to invest 15 billion in you?" Lin Feng asked. "That's not the case. It's my father, Grandpa Xian." Li Zichuan replied. "Is that so? That's no problem. I will invest in Grandpa Xian on behalf of the Su family. But the profits will be shared by my wife's family." Lin Feng smiled. Grandpa Xian was so kind that he would rather not have the 15 billion investment and would rather lose money to fulfill their wish. Naturally, Lin Feng couldn't just ignore it. Naturally, these uncles and two aunts would not let them get a penny of benefit. "What? Young man, do you know that the investment this time is 15 billion? Are you going to take it over?" Li Zichuan couldn't help but laugh. It was said that Lin Feng's family's bankrupt company only received a few hundred million and hadn't been revived yet. He wanted to invest 15 billion? I'm not wrong, it'll only be a month at most. So, you guys are worried that the Su family will withdraw 15 billion yuan? And then Grandpa Xian's initial investment will suffer losses? Can we put this matter behind us?" Lin Feng said somewhat unhappily. "Wei." Li Zichuan was speechless when he heard Lin Feng say this. "Young man, you came up with 15 billion in funds in a month? How is that possible?" Li Zhiping was also unconvinced. Even the Su family had to draw funds from everywhere, right? How could Tu Ma and Wan Wang come up with so much money at once? Is that possible? How can it be impossible? It's just 15 billion. Lin Feng smiled calmly. He has a golden finger. If you have just invested in the other world, you will get returns within a month at most. And who can predict the future? In just a few days, Lin Feng had already secured 5 investments. Who knows how many times he could secure one in a month? If someone like the guy with glasses from 1999 or a Bill Gates who just dropped out of school shows up, let alone 30 billion, they'll have 300 billion. Moreover, Lin Feng still has a trump card that he can use, which is the top secret file given by the boss of Huamao. As long as this thing is opened, it is said that there is nothing in the world that cannot be done. Little brother, you can't joke about such a big thing? I heard that your family is not. Li Zhiping didn't dare to write the letter. No need to say. Within a month, I will help Grandpa Xian take over this investment. I won't let him lose money. Lin Feng said firmly, but I still say that I will invest all the funds for Grandpa Xian's investment this time, and all the profits will belong to Xian. Since the little brother said so. Li Zhichuan has always used the excuse that Grandpa Xian would lose money on his initial investment to explain things. Now that others have dealt with it directly, he really has nothing to say. But Li Zhichuan would not be so foolish as to wait for a month, as this was the other side's delaying tactic. But brother Lin Feng, if the Su family withdraws their investment, the project will have to stop. At least the first 2.5 billion will be transferred to the old man in the next few days, right? This trick perfectly breaks your delaying tactic. Li Zhichuan watched how the other side responded. No problem. The first payment of 2.5 billion should be paid to Grandpa Xian tomorrow. Lin Feng smiled. He now has 2.4 billion in his hands. If he sells some collectible coins, won't it be done? Tomorrow, okay. Li Zhichuan was speechless. He raised a stumbling block, but the other party agreed directly without giving him a chance to speak. Is this really luxurious? Or are you just bragging? Uncle Xian, would you like to stay and have a drink? Lin Feng invited them to leave. No, let's go. Li Zichuan's face was a little dark, and he took his two sisters out of the villa. At the door of the villa, the three siblings began to whisper again. Who the hell is this Lin Feng? How dare he agree to a 15 billion investment? Isn't this 1.5 million? He's a bankrupt young master. Yeah, it's not like the two horses and one king can easily come up with this level of funds, right? This kid is talking nonsense. Let's come over tomorrow. If he can't come up with the 2.5 billion down payment, I'll see what he has to say. Li Zhichuan's face darkened. He added, let's leave it at that. I really don't understand what kind of son-in-law the second brother has chosen. It's simply out of the blue. The most hateful thing is, the old man didn't get a penny from the investment profits? It all belongs to him, Lin Feng? Is he afraid that we will get a share of the old man's inheritance 100 years later? That's not the case. It's as if they can really come up with 15 billion in cash flow. In a word, in reality, even the richest man would not dare to ask for this cash flow easily, unless it is a semi-hidden family like the Su family. Stop whining. Let him come up with 15 billion first. Lin Feng, 15 billion, are you sure? Li Xian asked worriedly after seeing her uncle and the others leave. Of course I'm sure. Lin Feng smiled. Did you hear everything just now? Are our horoscopes incompatible? I was wondering, are you unlucky for me? Or am I unlucky for you? Do you even need to ask this? You defeat me. Li Xian was really convinced. As long as her parents were still here, she would not be serious. Ahem, Mom, I'm sleepy. Li Zhixin naturally found an excuse and left. Uncle, it's late now. I think you should rest here and stop driving at night. Lu Yaji pretended to yawn. Xian, take good care of Uncle. I'm going to sleep. Got it, Mom. I'm not leaving. Lin Feng watched the two elders leave, sat on the sofa, and pulled Li Xian over. One stood, the other sat, and they held hands. Wife, you have nothing to say now, right? This is what your parents left for me. What's wrong with keeping you here, conceited? You dare to break the contract? Forget about us getting married, even if we get a real marriage certificate. I won't give it to you. If you dare to do it for real, I will take you to court. Li Xian said, reaching out and gently poking his head, saying in a delicate voice, look at you being so arrogant. I'm being arrogant. Go ahead and sue me if you dare. After Lin Feng said that, he pulled Li Xian into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Li Xian is wearing black stockings with suspenders today. The empire's longest-legged figure. It's true. Lin Feng gently stroked the smooth thighs. You have such nice skin. What are you doing? Li Shiyan had never sat on a man's lap before, and she suddenly felt shy and uncomfortable, struggling a few times. The most two people can do is lean against each other and half hug. There has never been such an ambiguous action before. Husband, hug your wife. Why are you still jumping around like a hare? How disgraceful. Lin Feng saw her struggling and continued, please stop shaking. If you hit my chin with your head, who will get hurt? Lin Feng was already very careful to avoid her head, otherwise, with her struggling like that, she would have hit his chin long ago. I'll just run you over. You bad guy. Li Shiyan was so angry. How could this be? Holding someone tightly and not letting go? As she spoke, she raised her head slightly and bumped Lin Feng's chin. But there was absolutely no force. Neither of them felt any pain. But Lin Feng immediately covered his mouth. Woo woo. Honey, you made me bite my tongue. Are you poisonous? Lin Feng squeaked and whimpered. A salty taste in my mouth. Li Shiyan panicked when she heard Lin Feng say that. She stood up and asked worriedly, no way? I just bumped into you lightly, how come you bit your tongue? It's okay, it's okay. Maybe I haven't eaten meat recently, so I'll have some meat today. Lin Feng continued to cover his mouth, but he was laughing in his heart. His wife was so easy to fool. Take your hands away, let me see. Since your mouth tastes salty, it must be bleeding. Li Shiyan reached out and pried Lin Feng's hands open. It's okay, honey, don't worry too much. Lin Feng was a real actor. He smacked his lips a few times, pretending that his tongue was really bitten. Open your mouth, let me see. Li Shiyan said in a commanding tone. Ah. Lin Feng also listened to his wife and opened his mouth slightly. Don't hide your tongue. Stick it out. Li Shiyan wanted to reach out and pull it out. She couldn't see the wound. I don't want it. Lin Feng said in a childish voice, if I stretch it out, won't it be like a puppy? Can't you take a closer look yourself? Aren't you just a little puppy? Li Shiyan rolled her eyes at him. There was nothing she could do but lean her head over and peer inside. Sudden. Lin Feng suddenly leaned over. Really? Li Shiyan was ambushed. Woo woo. Lin Feng. Li Shiyan's first kiss was gone. Keep struggling. But it's not that kind of pretentious half-hearted agreement. But he really wanted to push Lin Feng away. But Lin Feng held her slender waist tightly and his other hand was around the back of her head, leaving her no chance to escape. Li Shiyan saw that it didn't work. Going to bite this guy. But Lin Feng seemed to have sensed it as well and retracted his tongue. Wife, are you going to bite me? Lin Feng looked up and separated immediately. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Li Shiyan took a few breaths, staring at Lin Feng with wide eyes, and said angrily, are you really itching for trouble? You actually attacked me? Don't you need my consent for all this? Li Shiyan finished speaking. He kicked Lin Feng with his calf. I'm really a little angry. But not completely angry. Who told you to get so close? Such sexy little red lips, I really couldn't help myself. Even if Lin Feng was kicked, he was happy to take it. After all, it wouldn't hurt to kick his wife's beautiful legs, and it was his wife's first kiss, so it was a good deal. Compared to Xiaoyan touching the Medusa cliff and being thrown dozens of meters away, it was already a big win. Are you an acting queen? You even pretended that your tongue was bitten? I kept thinking that you lost a large piece of flesh. Li Shiyan was really angry. When she was attacking and disrupting the situation just now, she didn't look like she was injured at all. #nervous face #hehe. Lin Feng didn't reply either. Anyway, just put on a smug expression. You bastard. Li Shiyan became even angrier when she saw him like that. She suddenly leaned over, hugged Lin Feng's head, and kissed him. Anyway, we kissed. You have to pay it back yourself. Oh my god, I was kissed forcibly too? Lin Feng widened his eyes slightly, looking at the pretty face at close range, and found that she had her eyes closed and was biting madly. She kissed him hard a few times. Li Shiyan originally wanted to get up. But she was pulled by Lin Feng and sat sideways on one of Lin Feng's legs. The kiss between the two at this time. No one struggled or objected. Everything is harmonious. I savored it for 5 or 6 minutes. Then they separated. Very comfortable. It's very delicious. You bastard, you're back now. No one owes anyone anything. Humph. Li Xian sat sideways on Lin Feng's leg, without getting up, and said angrily. You bitch, you want to have sex, but you still make so many excuses? You have no shame. Lin Feng stretched out his index finger and stroked the side of her face with his fingertip. Shame on you. You bastard, if you keep teasing me, I'll really bite you next time. When Li Xian was kissed by him forcibly for the first time, she actually didn't think of really biting him. Could it be that he could still react? You want to bite me, right? There will be next time, Bobo. Lin Feng smiled coquettishly. Get lost. I'm completely being led astray by your wicked husband. Li Xian stood up from Lin Feng's single leg. Why don't you go to bed? The West Room has a complete bathroom and toilet. Come with me. Yes, wife. Lin Feng has taken enough advantage today. As the saying goes, you can't eat a fat man in one bite, so you have to take it slowly, right? Lin Feng quickly followed Li Xian to the bedroom. Li Xian personally arranged the bedding for Lin Feng. Then he left the room. What a thoughtful wife. I've made a fortune in this rebirth. Lin Feng looked at Li Xian's departing back and smiled happily in his heart. But he immediately remembered the 15 billion yuan in funds. Although Lin Feng boasted about this matter. But Raymond Lam also has his own trump card. But Lin Feng didn't want to use the top secret file unless it was absolutely necessary. Come on, watch some short videos. Give me a horse with glasses. Lin Feng shouted. Penguin highlights. Damn, is he really coming? Lin Feng was so happy that he almost jumped up. Is this a blessed mouth? Is it really the horse wearing glasses that is coming? Awesome, buddy. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 38. Lift the covers. Big surprise. But the next moment, Lin Feng's smiling face froze. I'm a fucking idiot, right? Why am I happy? This is just an ordinary short video. There's not even a circle sign in the upper left corner. It turns out that Raymond Lam was just watching a short video and saw a horse wearing glasses. I thought it was an investment dimension. It's so frustrating. It was 1 o'clock in the morning and Lin Feng was exhausted, but he still didn't find a single investment dimension. Let's go to bed. Lin Feng had no choice. The only option is to sleep. I don't know when the return on my last investment in a backward tribe in another world will come. 13:20 the next day. Lin Feng is still sleeping in. After all, I stayed up late last night to watch short videos. At this moment in the living room, Lu Yaji had already prepared lunch. Xian, why hasn't your uncle gotten up yet? Did you guys chat all night long? Lunch is ready. Mom, how could I stay up late chatting with him? Lin Feng must have stayed up late to look at documents or stock business or something like that. Li Xian could only know roughly. My son-in-law is really ambitious. He comes from such a wealthy family, yet he still works so hard. Lu Yaji smiled warmly and patted Li Zhixin's hand. Put the fried kidney and the old hen soup in the microwave for my son-in-law. When he wakes up, I'll heat them up for him. Hubby, why aren't you getting up yet? Mom cooked so many delicious dishes today. It would be a shame if we couldn't eat together. Mom, how about I go call Lin Feng? Li Xian stood up and asked. Forget it, daughter, let your son-in-law have a good rest. It's the same if you put all the delicious dishes in the microwave and wait for him to get up and eat them. Lu Yaji refused. That shouldn't be the case. No matter how late it was in the past few days, he should have gotten up at noon, right? Li Xian immediately felt distressed. Was he staying up late just because of the 15 billion matter? Li Xian didn't intend to disturb Lin Feng's sleep, but planned to go and see if the quilt was kicked off or something. Soon. Li Xian put down the chopsticks in her hand. Wearing a pair of furry white cartoon home slippers, he walked towards the West Room. Husband, oh husband, please don't stay up too late. Find some time to talk to me. Health is the capital of revolution. You can't work so hard no matter what you do in stocks or business, right? Li Xian walked lightly, fearing that the slightest noise would disturb her husband's rest. The way she walked was completely like a cat. If you don't know, you might think she came into Lin Feng's room to steal something. This guy sleeps with his feet exposed. Li Xian walked into the room, squatted down first, and put Lin Feng's shoes in front of the bed, then reached out and put Lin Feng's feet that were exposed under the quilt back into the quilt. Your feet must not get cold. It's easy to catch a cold. I wonder if my husband's hand has healed since I poked it with nail clippers yesterday and it bled. Li Xian sat slightly on the edge of the bed, looking at his handsome face. He's so handsome even when he's sleeping. He's indeed my husband, Li Xian. Li Xian looked at him for a few seconds with a happy smile on her face. He then looked at Lin Feng's fingers placed outside the quilt. She didn't touch it either. Afraid of waking up Lin Feng. Just take a closer look at the wound. Really? There was a small cut on the finger, which was caused by my carelessness yesterday. Wife, what are you doing? Lin Feng woke up suddenly and found Li Xian lying on his bed, and then looked at his fingers. Nothing, didn't I come to call you for dinner? Why haven't you gotten up yet? I stayed up late last night. Lin Feng smiled happily, knowing why Li Xian was looking at his finger. It's okay, honey. Are you so worried about such a small wound? But there was a lot of blood. It's okay, it's okay. Women are not afraid of bleeding, so why would men be afraid? Lin Feng smiled harmlessly, and the car came again. I think I have a line from a song that's quite suitable for you. The first thing you do when you wake up every day is sing it to Zayakek. Li Xian rolled her eyes at him and said fiercely, Did you get enough rest? Well, I've had enough sleep. I think it's probably past 11 o'clock now? Lin Feng had never seen the morning sun. Anyway, after looking out the window, he thought it should be around this time. It's only after 11 o'clock? Li Xian rolled her eyes again. It's already 1:30 in the afternoon. Mom cooked a table full of delicious dishes, but the dinner time has been delayed from 12 o'clock to 1:30. I really want to come in and pull the blanket off you, you stinky guy. Li Xian was not complaining, she was just saying it. Our mom is so nice. Lin Feng smiled happily, but then he thought of something important and said, Wife, please don't lift my quilt. What's wrong? No, just don't lift it. Lin Feng was speechless. Doesn't he have special sleeping habits? Why? Li Xian wasn't stupid. Could it be that her husband was talking about him getting up in the morning? He was going to see results immediately? That must be it, right? No reason. You'll regret it if you reveal it anyway. Believe me. Lin Feng laughed. What do I regret? Isn't it just? Li Xian was also dissatisfied for a moment. Isn't it just an immediate effect? Li Xian said, I just opened it. The movements are not slow either. That thin quilt in summer. It was immediately opened. Ah. Ah. You pervert. Li Xian's eyes widened immediately. I just glanced at that place, for just 0.01 seconds. Ran out immediately. I told you that you will regret it. Why are you still lifting it? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and immediately covered himself with the quilt. This guy, actually, slept? I'm dying. I'm dying. I actually saw my husband's. Li Xian felt completely dizzy. His face was red all the way to his neck. But, the legs are really big, and the hands are really thick. Pooh. Li Xian, what are you thinking about? Anyway, even if no one said anything to her, she would still feel a little embarrassed. Daughter? What's wrong? You look so strange? Lu Yaji saw her daughter coming out of her brother-in-law's room with a red face. What happened? Did the two of them kiss again? Last night, although the two elders deliberately left the living room, they were secretly observing what Lu Yaji said. I saw two people kissing. And I received it twice. It's nothing, Mom. Li Xian simply didn't want to talk. It was so weird. Is my son-in-law up? What happened? Did he stay up late last night? Lu Yaji asked. That should be the case, but he will be up soon. We just need to wait for him to eat. Li Xian sat at the dining table and buried her head on the table. The same picture was still in her mind, lingering for a long time. About 10 minutes. Lin Feng quickly finished washing up. Came to the dining table. Li Shiyan was seen holding chopsticks, looking down at the bowl, and poking the rice in the bowl with the chopsticks. It was as if the rice under the chopsticks was Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng coming, she didn't even look up to say hello. Wife, don't just look at the bowl, pick up some food and eat it. What's wrong with you? After Lin Feng sat next to Li Shiyan, he smiled harmlessly. She naturally knew what his wife was angry about. But he felt very aggrieved. She was told not to lift it. You will regret it. This girl just doesn't believe it. What can we do? Humph, Li Shiyan glanced at him, pouted, and looked away. Wife, don't be angry. Let me smooth your stockings for you. They are all wrinkled. Lin Feng reached out his hand and touched it. It felt smooth. Your excuse for touching my legs is so good that I'm speechless. Li Shiyan looked at him with a smile but didn't make any move. Of course I'll help you sort it out. Lin Feng smiled harmlessly. Oh? Are they still wrinkled? Have you fixed them? Well, it's done, no more wrinkles. Lin Feng knew that his wife was going to get angry, so he immediately lowered his head to eat. This time, he made a lot of money, and he didn't get pinched by his wife. What are these two kids doing? The two elders didn't know what happened to the two people. Li Jixin took a bite of pork kidney and said, Son-in-law, by the way, what did you promise yesterday, that 15 billion a month? And today's 2.5 billion down payment? And Shiyan's grandfather also called to ask about it. If this thing can't be done, he will stop the project, and the money lost will be lost. Dad, it's okay, don't worry. Lin Feng smiled confidently. Earning 15 billion a month is no problem. Good son-in-law. Li Jixin silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Immediately following. After the family happily finished a meal, Lin Feng seemed to hear a reminder in his mind. Rewards from another world. Here I come. Here I come. Here it comes. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 39, Profits are coming. A shipload of supplies bigger than a battleship. Lin Feng was very excited. After all, as I said before, there are too many unknowns in this alien world. He is looking forward to the returns this time. Those who invested yesterday are here today. It's so delicious. The old patriarch of the other world, thanks to the host's investment of 1 ton of iron. He has quickly completed the task assigned by the unruly princess. He has delivered the full amount of cloth. And the old patriarch naturally prospered with this money. They are all becoming high-ranking officials with noble titles. It can be said that the host has helped this tribe a lot. The old patriarch is very grateful to the host. So, stop talking nonsense and give me something practical? The reward I'll give you is... Ding! The reward the otherworldly elder patriarch returns to the host is... Would you mind not stopping? Just to keep you tantalized. Just like those garbled authors in novels. Crazy hint manual funny. Ruthless. Hurry up and tell me. Ding. The old patriarch returns to the host, a shipload of supplies? Ah. A shipload of supplies? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. I don't dislike it. Instead, I was looking forward to what kind of supplies they would be. This shipload of supplies has now been escorted to the banks of the Yi River in Jiangnan. That section of the riverbank is an abandoned wharf, and it's relatively sparsely populated. The system is very thoughtful. Lin Feng grinned. We have to go and see this quickly. What did the whole ship get in return? It can't be gold, right? Although Lin Feng is not very looking forward to this thing, the more the better. Wife, can I go out for a while? Lin Feng looked at his beautiful wife who was sitting on the sofa next to him with her long legs crossed, seemingly playing games. Come over. He rubbed the long legs with a rough touch. Very smooth. Slowly do bad things upwards. But Li Shiyan grabbed that hand. There was a slap. You weren't satisfied just now, were you? Come again? Li Shiyan said angrily. Now he's touching her legs, and she hasn't said anything, but he's going even further? He dares to lay hands on the cute rabbit? By the way, what are you doing out there? Didn't you agree to play games with me today? Well, I'll take you to the 50th star level of the king some other day. I really have something urgent to do today. Lin Feng said seriously. Okay, drive slowly. Li Xian could also see that Lin Feng must have something important to deal with. As a sensible and obedient wife, she naturally would not interfere or throw a tantrum. How long will you be gone? Will you come back for dinner in the afternoon? Li Xian asked. Of course I'll be back, it won't take long. Lin Feng went to take a look and then deal with it, it should be done quickly. Okay, come back early for dinner. Li Xian reminded. Yeah, okay. When Lin Feng heard Li Xian say go home early, he was so happy that he almost died. In his previous life, he was just a gangster and otaku. His biggest dream was to have a beautiful wife. He would go to work, and after get off work, she would cook for him and call him to eat. It was so happy. After Lin Feng separated from Li Xian, he came to the parking area outside the villa alone. Driving the Audi Pikes Peak, we headed towards the abandoned dock on the E River. A shipload of things from another world? What if there's something incredibly bizarre? How are we going to do it in broad daylight? From the docks? Transport these things back and hide them? This is a difficult question. What if I hire a porter? So the porter must have leaked the information, right? For a moment, Lin Feng felt a little overwhelmed. If you drive the boat to a deserted place, you can get a small truck and transport it out slowly. But it's impossible for me to transport it all at once, right? By then? I can't watch it 24 hours a day, right? By the way, isn't brother-in-law Li Yuanhao quite idle all day? Lin Feng immediately thought of the lazy Li Yuanhao, and this guy also has a large group of younger brothers under his command, who can be used. Hey, is that Li Yuanhao? Lin Feng immediately dialed the number. Brother-in-law? Li Yuanhao was outside drinking and picking up girls with some gangsters. When he saw that it was his brother-in-law calling, he immediately went to the bathroom to give his brother-in-law a quiet environment. Are you free? Yes. Of course. If my brother-in-law has something to do, I will be available even at the critical moment. Li Yuanhao agreed immediately. What is a critical moment? Your brother-in-law doesn't understand at all. How about you explain it to me? Lin Feng is an old driver, so he naturally understood. Nothing, brother-in-law. Just tell me what's going on. I'm free. Li Yuanhao was careless. It seemed that the other party was just an experienced driver. How could he, a small driver, dare to show off his skills under Guangdong? Bring some brothers here. Lin Feng had barely finished his words. Li Yuanhao immediately went berserk. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Are you in trouble? No problem, I'll call 3,000 people and they'll come to your aid immediately. Lin Feng was also confused. Was this brother-in-law a little too gangster-like? But, can you really call 3,000 people with just one phone call? Ahem, that's what I said, but I can still call 30 people. Li Yuanhao coughed and laughed. Everyone can brag. Let's put it this way. We don't need too many. Let's find a few reliable ones who listen to orders and have good mouths. Lin Feng paused, thinking of the gangsters he had dinner with yesterday. They seemed to be more loyal. Oh, right, those Tong Tianlong, Li Yunlong, and Zheng Dabiao, call them all. I understand, brother-in-law. After about 15 minutes, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the abandoned dock. On the dock, there are tattered sails everywhere, and rusty boats leaning against the river. Not a single person. Unusually quiet. Only the faint sound of the flowing river can be heard. Soon, Lin Feng saw a huge wooden boat by the river. Oh my goodness. How big is this ship? Is this the accomplishment of a craftsman from another world? Lin Feng is stupid anyway. This is completely a shipbuilding. It's totally a treasure ship. A preliminary estimate. It is at least 80 meters long. The width is about 25 meters. That anchor? They weigh at least 100 kilograms, right? What on earth are these things? Lin Feng immediately became excited. But at this moment, buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. 4 cars drove towards Lin Feng from the highway. Li Yuanhao came with his younger brothers. Brother-in-law. Li Yuanhao got out of the sports car and immediately shouted. But when looking towards the river, immediately his eyes popped out. This big ship. Brother-in-law, did you get it? Li Yuanhao was talking loudly, and his subordinates were naturally looking at the river in shock. Seeing that Lin Feng had called for someone to come over and look, Li Yuanhao whispered in Lin Feng's ear, "Brother-in-law, are all the things in your car or boat smuggled?" Lin Feng wanted to deny it immediately, but he felt that his brother-in-law had come up with an idea for him. Well, that's about right. So you can consider the seriousness of the matter yourself. Anyway, just keep an eye on it. And no one is allowed to get on board. Immediately following, Lin Feng looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, listen up. I'm going to give you 500,000 yuan. You can get a tent, some barbecue grills, hot pots, and other things. You can also buy your favorite snacks, meat, bottles of wine, and red wine. I've also put up a sign at this abandoned dock. You'll stay here for a few days and help me look after the boat. During this time, don't tell anyone about what's happening here. When the money is gone, I'll take it. Anyway, you can do whatever you want, eat and drink as much as you want." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he walked towards the big ship. "I plan to take a good look at what kind of returns and benefits are on this ship. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 40, Boom. Incredible returns. Lin Feng, after boarding the boat, with a creaking sound, pushed open one of the warehouses on the ship's deck. Oh my god. How many sacks does this take? What caught Lin Feng's eyes were rows of neatly stacked sacks. I don't know what's inside. Lin Feng climbed to the top, untied the opening of a sack. Rice? Lin Feng frowned slightly, it was not very ideal. But what kind of rice is this? Red? The grains are plump and crystal clear. Could it be red rice? Lin Feng has been a rich second generation since he was a child, and he is not from the countryside, so it is natural that he cannot tell the difference. But can we eat this rice from another world? What if it gets poisoned? We need to bring some samples back later. First, find a chicken to feed it and see if it will die. Or maybe it can help it become an immortal? Anyway, we need to test it for poison first. Chicken, you're so nice to me. Then, Lin Feng also discovered that this cabin should be full of rice. It looks like it weighs more than 10 tons. Close the door. Lin Feng went to the next cabin. Tea? Lin Feng felt a little sad again. These mountain people. As expected, the returns were some crops. Damn it! Aren't you using gold as iron? Your hoes and weapons are all made of gold? Can you please give me some gold in return? But Lin Feng quickly thought of it. The other party must think that gold is worthless, so he won tea return it, right? The host has a good idea. What they give back is what they think is good. They don't know what the host's interface is worth. Okay, this is indeed a bad thing about the other world. They are not from the same world, and the values of many things are different. Lin Feng didn't complain. They brought such a big ship here. Let alone other things, this ship, as a material cultural heritage, must be worth hundreds of millions, right? Hey! There's a shiny box here? Could it be a treasure or something? Lin Feng immediately discovered the box. Open it in a hurry. Jewelry? What metal is it made of? Lin Feng immediately picked up a bracelet and took a look. It's not gold. It's not platinum either. Forehead. Is this made of iron? Lin Feng is going crazy. They are kind-hearted. In return, he gave me some jewelry made entirely of iron, which was really thoughtful of him. But iron is worthless in this world. Fuck. It's really fucked up. But it's a handicraft after all, right? It can be worth something? It's a pity that it's not ancient times, so it's not considered an antique. In fact, when Lin Feng said that these things could still be worth some money, he was just comforting himself. These things were not worth anything at all. How much is this bracelet worth? Netizens on Douyin offered a bid of 8.8 yuan. Well, it looks like some hand-carved pieces, so I'll add 5 yuan. Holy crap! I finally see something golden. Sudden. Lin Feng saw an iron pickaxe in the cabin. No, it was a golden pickaxe. Holy crap! That's pretty heavy. I'm afraid it weighs over 10 pounds. The aliens are incredibly strong. A pickaxe made of pure gold? Lin Feng saw something that was quite valuable. Maybe they just put it in the boat accidentally? Then Lin Feng has to look for it carefully. Are there any tools made of gold on this ship? If I put them all together, they should be worth some money. Wait, that anchor? It looked like it weighed over 100 pounds. Could it be made of gold? At first, Lin Feng looked from a distance. That thing is a bit rusty though. But it doesn't look like iron. Fortunately, there is rust on the outside, otherwise such a large golden anchorhead would probably be discovered, right? Of course, gold is not easy to rust and is a very stable metal. But if it is not used or treated for a long time, it will still rust. I thought the anchor was made of iron, so it would weigh about 100 kilograms. So if it's made of gold, it should weigh at least 250 kilograms, right? After all, gold is about 2.5 times denser than iron. This time the return benefit. Just this golden anchor. In fact, it is also profitable. Such a big ship. Take your time searching. Ha! Are these fabrics? Lin Feng continued to come to a cabin. What else could those neatly stacked bundles be but cloth? Anyway, most of them are handicraft products such as rice, sorghum, cloth, tea, fried eggs, cloth, etc. And the quantity is huge. Is this the bottom floor of the ship? Lin Feng came to the bottom of the ship. There was nothing there. Lin Feng found several shovels made of gold. There are other tools that I can't name. They are all made of gold. Ha! What kind of stone is this? Sudden. Lin Feng saw that there were a lot of stones piled on the bottom of the ship. These stones are also ugly. No opinion at all. But soon, Lin Feng discovered. These stones appear to be raw jadeite? Lin Feng immediately recognized the identity of these stones. When Lin Feng was a rich second generation, he would occasionally play in the gambling stone circle. What is jadeite rough stone? Keep it simple. Inside are various precious jades. But you have to open it to find out. I'm sure this is a raw jadeite. Lin Feng looked at it again, his tone full of determination. But this gambling stone from another world? I don't think any Calabash brothers will appear. Whatever. My 15 billion is nowhere near enough to cover the cost. How about taking it out and cutting it open to see if there's any jade inside? But these people? Why are they putting so many jadeite stones on the bottom floor of the boat? Could it be that they put rocks on the boat to prevent it from capsizing? Lin Feng guessed. I guess that's the case. After all, these stones are placed in the middle of the bottom of the boat, which acts like a tumbler. Although these aliens have backward technology, they still know a lot. I guess if they hadn't put stones to weigh down the boat, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to get so many raw jade stones, right? In other words, if you try hard to plant flowers, they may not bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they may grow into a shade. But these few tons of jadeite raw stones are not worth much, even if they are from an old mine in Myanmar. A few tons are only worth tens of millions. After all, from several tons of jadeite raw stone, sometimes you can only get a small amount of valuable jadeite. You might even lose money. There are so many things on the boat. There are dozens of doors for various warehouses on the ship. Lin Feng couldn't finish reading it all at once. Let us deal with this batch of jadeite raw stones first. Yuan Hao, come here. After getting off the boat, Lin Feng waved to his brother-in-law. Li Yuanhao was roasting chicken wings and kept singing, "Braised chicken wings are my favorite." But I heard my brother-in-law shouting. Naturally, he came running over happily. Mouth full of grease. Brother-in-law, what's the matter? Tell me, would you like to eat something? I won't eat anymore. Lin Feng had no appetite left and ordered, I have several tons of rocks on my boat. All of you brothers, stop eating and help me carry them down first. Remember, don't open the doors of other rooms and look around. Ah. Moving stones? When Li Yuanhao heard this, the chicken and duck in his hands instantly lost their appeal. How could he have ever done hard labor? But I dared not disobey my brother-in-law's orders. Soon, everyone got on the boat. Lin Feng also warned them not to open those doors randomly, although it contains rice and tea leaves. But there are still many warehouse doors that Lin Feng has not opened. Who knows, a strange thing might come out of it. After all, it is a different world, right? About 3 tons of jadeite raw stones is not too much, but not too little either. That's about 60 bags of 100-pound cement. More than a dozen people worked for half an hour. Procrastinate. Finally, 1 ton was moved out. All loaded onto the pickup truck. The rest just come next time. Everyone, keep an eye on the boat here. I'm likely to come back with hundreds of millions of dollars. Everyone will get a share then. Lin Feng sat in a small truck. This kind of small truck can be driven with a C-level driver's license, but a truck driver's license is not required. Brother-in-law, please stop it. I know all about gambling on stones. Don't come back crying because of your losses. Li Yuanhao laughed and joked. Just wait. Lin Feng was unsure. After all, jadeite depended on luck. But no matter what, you have to go and open it. 15 billion is still a long way off. I hope to produce some better jade and get some cash flow. Is this Jiangnan Art City? About half an hour. Lin Feng finally drove a small truck and brought the things to this place. Jiangnan Art City is the largest collectibles market in Jiangnan. What Lin Feng wants is a big place. In case the jadeite you open yourself is worth a lot of money, you don't have to worry about its safety. How do I get in when I drive this car? Is there a driveway? Lin Feng looked around and immediately spotted a familiar pair of figures. Isn't this Zhanli and Zhao Xingchen? Zhao Xingchen is a nice person. Zhanli is not a wicked person, she is just a little petty. It's Lin Feng, look, husband. Zhanli soon discovered him. Xiao Feng? Why are you in the art city? And you? Zhao Xingchen was surprised when he saw him driving a small truck. I got some jadeite rough here, and I came to the art city to find someone to cut it. Lin Feng replied calmly, what are you doing here? Well, just browsing casually. Zhao Xingchen replied. By the way, brother Xingchen, where do I drive into the art city? Lin Feng asked. Xiao Feng, this is your first time here, so I can just lead you in. Zhao Xingchen had been here many times, so naturally he could just say hello and let the car in. Soon after entering the art city, Zhao Xingchen brought Lin Feng to the gate of a courtyard. Xiao Feng, this is Master Hu, he has been in this business for more than 30 years. He has a steady hand and a lot of experience. What do you think? Zhao Xingchen was a good man, and he always remembered the help that Lin Feng's family had given his family in the past. Okay, let's take this Master Hu. Lin Feng nodded, got off the car, and lifted the canvas covering the truck. A whole truck of raw jadeite appeared in front of several people. So many jadeite raw stones? They are not from the old mines in Myanmar, right? Master Hu was experienced and naturally noticed at a glance that the appearance of this truckload of jadeite raw stones was different. Anyway, it is somewhat different from most jadeite raw stones. But it is definitely a raw jadeite stone. This was dug out by my friend in the Indian Empire. I just came here to try my luck. Lin Feng quickly made up a lie. It seems that there is a big difference between the jadeite raw stones in other worlds and those on Earth. Come, Master Hu, let's open a piece and have a look first. Lin Feng took out a rough stone about the size of a football from the car. He weighed it and it was about 30 kilograms. Okay. I'll do it right away. Master Hu took the stone and placed it on the cutting machine. Then he pressed the water spray switch. A few high-pressure water guns were used to clean the raw stone. After cleaning, the brown raw stone looks much cleaner and fresher. Mr. Lin, right? I have to polish the skin of your raw stone first. Master Hu asked. Does microdermabrasion have to be done layer by layer? Isn't that right? After all, only by polishing it layer by layer can we avoid cutting the jade inside. Master Hu replied. Then I think it's unnecessary. Just cut it in the middle, it will be faster. Follow your own experience, don't be afraid. Lin Feng has a whole truck here, and there are still 2 tons on the boat. How long will it take to grind it slowly? Okay, since you asked me to, sir. I'll cut it in the middle. Master Hu got permission and naturally started to get busy. First, lines were drawn on the raw stone. Then placed it under the cutting machine. It will take about a few minutes to cut. Master, who stood next to the cutting machine. Mr. Lin, I'm not being nosy, but the jadeite rough stones from the Indian Empire are not very good. If you like to play with them, you should go for the ones from the old mines in Myanmar. After all, it is the base for the best quality jadeite rough stones in the world. At worst, the jadeite rough stones from the south of Yunnan are not bad. Master, who didn't say it clearly. In his heart, he thought that this man was a fool. He probably bought them from someone at a high price. Young people nowadays have money and are gambling on stones? Isn't it just the material that gets cheated? It's okay, just play around, these stones don't cost much. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He invested a few thousand yuan for 1 ton of iron, and earned such a large ship of things. Even if there was nothing on the ship, Lin Feng would still make a profit. As mentioned before, the ship itself is probably worth several hundred million. How much money is it if it's not much money? Old man, who was a nice person, but he talks a lot. Well, about 10 million. Lin Feng didn't know much about the price of jadeite raw stones, so he just set a price casually. What? 10 million. Master, who was simply stupid. The raw stone from the Indian Empire? 1 ton can cost 10 million? About 2 or 3 million at most, right? After all, the chances of getting something good are slim. Why are Myanmar jadeite rough stones so popular? Because the chances of finding good jadeite are high, so people still want them even if they are a bit expensive. The raw stones from the old mines in Myanmar cost about 10 million per ton. But sometimes, a ton of raw stones can produce jadeite worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It can also be opened for several hundred million. Soon. A few minutes passed. The rough stone has also been cut. Zhao Xingchen was curious and was the first to look at the cutting machine. Oh. Xiao Feng. Jade is out. Jade is out. Zhao Xingchen saw that the cut jadeite raw stone was covered with mud, so he couldn't tell what kind of green it was, but it was definitely jade. Listen. Someone seems to be coming out over there? Let's go and take a look. Following Zhao Xingchen's exclamation, the people around immediately gathered over. Master Hu, please use the high-pressure water gun to clean it. Let me see what kind of jade this is. Although it had nothing to do with him, Zhao Xingchen was still very excited. Well, jade was actually produced? Are the raw stones from the Indian Empire of such high quality? Master Hu was speechless. He remembered that not long ago someone brought a car full of Indian raw stones, but only produced jade worth tens of thousands of dollars, which almost made that person angry to death. Soon. Use a water gun to clean the cut surface quickly. Now you can clearly see what kind of jade this is. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 41, Fatal. Explosive profit of 20 billion. On the cut surface, a skylight immediately appeared, a green and translucent color, a green that was festive and frightening. It's even greener than the baby's head. And what is a skylight? That is to say, after the original stone was cut, jade appeared in the middle part of the stone. Holy crap! Xiao Feng, this green water head? Is it imperial green? Zhao Xingchen's heart almost jumped out of his chest. What the hell is this, Lin Feng? 1 cut and it's imperial green? Isn't this 10 million for 1 knife? What? Imperial green? Holy crap! Imperial green? This guy has made a fortune. This gambling stone shop hasn't produced imperial green in a long time, right? Is this true? The people around me were a little bit unconvinced. They all gathered and looked at the cut surface. Then there were more exclamations. Holy crap! Really, real imperial green. Awesome! Awesome! This guy has made a fortune. 10 million per knife. And it seems to be the glass type of imperial green? Imperial green jadeite is the highest grade of jadeite in terms of both water quality and color. Imperial green jadeite is divided into 2 types, ice type and glass type. One of the characteristics of imperial green jade is its color. The green color is highly saturated, appearing lush and verdant. It is extremely rare and its value is quite high. Brother, this rough stone is yours, right? How about selling it to me for 8 million? As long as the jade is produced. That means the price of jadeite raw stone has increased. What's more, such top quality jade was produced. The bidder was a tall and thin man in a suit. I'm sorry, I don't want to sell it. Master Hu, please continue cutting it for me. Lin Feng definitely refused. He came here to make a lot of money. He had 15 billion yuan in funds, and Shi Yan's grandfather was still waiting for him. How could 8 million be enough? Hey, little brother, please don't cut it. It's just a skylight now. There's no guarantee there's no jade inside. The price will drop when the time comes. It's better to make a small profit and sell it to me. Why bother to gamble big? The tall and thin man's words. That's not wrong. In the gambling stone industry, it really is a case of one cut making you rich or poor. One knife to heaven, one knife to hell. Without some money, you can't afford to play. If you get a jade worth a fortune, it's like playing a legendary online game. You can get a 999 critical hit with one sword, and get top quality equipment in seconds, as well as luxury cars and villas. Moreover, modern technology cannot detect the structure of the stone at all. Those who have high-tech X-rays are basically scamming people. To be able to see through? Is this still called gambling on stones? The best we can do is infer based on experience. But it's not very accurate either. Seeing that Lin Feng was not selling, the tall and thin man in a suit continued to persuade him. Hey, young man, I see you're a newbie, right? Don't you know this saying? It's better to buy a line than a whole piece. Although you cut it open and it's a skylight, it's very likely to extend inside. Isn't that very optimistic? My price of 8 million is very reasonable. Anyway, he had his eyes on this rough stone. Want to pick up some leaks? Okay, old man, I said I won't sell it. Lin Feng was a little annoyed and continued, Master, just keep cutting. One cut. Everyone immediately exclaimed again. It's gone up. It's gone up. The onlookers immediately looked at the raw stone. The originally small skylight now revealed a larger piece of jade when cut. The original small skylight has become a large skylight. I figured it would go up. What a shame this guy won't sell to me. Seeing this, the tall, thin man in a suit felt like his heart was bleeding. He spoke again, Brother, how about this? I'll offer you 15 million now. Will you buy it? Brother. I'm offering 17 million for this raw material. Rough materials are cut raw stones and are semi-finished products. The rough stone has not been cut. Brother. 17 million, that's a high price. Just sell it to me. The people around were naturally some stone gambling enthusiasts. Seeing such a large skylight of imperial green, they naturally wanted to buy it. I've said before, I won't sell this raw stone, so don't bid for it. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Not to mention that the jade has been removed now, even if there is nothing left after a few cuts, Lin Feng will not sell it. Because Lin Feng is short of a huge sum of money, 15 billion. It's not a small amount of money. Soon. Master Hu continued to cut the jadeite raw stone. After a few cuts, the shape of the jadeite was completely formed, but not completely. This is a piece of jade about the size of a 10-year-old child's fist. Holy crap! Has it gone up again? This material is quite interesting. It's completely impossible to fall down? Xiao Feng, you've made a fortune from this piece of raw material. Zhao Xingchen was also happy for Lin Feng. Epsilon equals Omicron O. I should have offered a high price when I cut it for the second time. Maybe this guy would have sold it to me. After these subsequent cuts, the price has increased by more than 10 million. The tall and thin man in a suit regretted it very much. He wanted to pick up a bargain, but missed a great opportunity. But he didn't know that no matter how much money he offered, Lin Feng would not sell it. Brother! 20 million, I want your material. To be honest, the imperial jade that has been unearthed is only worth about 15 million. But why would they pay 20 million? That's gambling. They thought there might be jade inside. That would make a lot of money. Without the jade, the loss would only be 5 million. I won't sell it. Master Hu, keep cutting it for me. Lin Feng refused without even thinking about it. It was really troublesome because people around him kept bidding when they saw good things. Little brother, do you want to continue cutting? It's already 20 million? Still cutting it? What if there's no jade inside? Then it will fall. People around him really don't understand this guy. Are you really not short of money? Or an idiot? Why not sell it for 20 million? Do you have to gamble to the end? Still cutting? Master who was speechless. This was already 20 million. To be honest, after the third cut, his hands began to tremble. He had never cut such expensive raw materials before. Master who, I asked you to cut the stone, but not your hands? Why are your hands shaking so badly? Lin Feng joked. Brother, it's not that my hands are shaking. No matter who else cuts it, how can it not be shaking? Master Hu said, and tried to persuade him again, this price is really good. Don't be so stubborn. I told you to cut it, so just cut it. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter if it's imperial green or tortoise green. Just cut it and it's done. Lin Feng's encouragement gave Master Hu a great sense of security. He was a little afraid that if he fell, the other party would take his anger out on him. Now his trembling hands began to calm down. Okay then, I'll keep cutting. After another slash of the knife. The true appearance of this rough material. It's basically exposed. Oh. Fuck. It's gone up. It's gone up. It's gone up again. Is there any jade inside? What kind of material is this? It's so good? And it keeps going up in value? The onlookers were completely unable to remain calm. The jade inside actually extended again? It has completely become the shape of a bamboo tube. This piece of material. The value will go up again. I won't nag you. 40 million. Little brother. Just sell it to me. I'm in the jewelry business. I can make a few sets of jewelry out of this imperial green and make some money. This is a great price. Among the onlookers, the one who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He is the behind-the-scenes shareholder of Zhu Dafu Jewelry Store, named Huang Quan, and is from a semi-hidden family. Little known. Huang Quan didn't expect that he would come across imperial green just by coming here to take a look today. And it's such a big piece? Each strike is more powerful than the last. The climax is totally unstoppable. 40 million? This price. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Xiaofeng, this jade can't be cut anymore, it's almost done. The price is very suitable. If you don't want to keep it, I think you can sell it. Zhao Xingchen understood very well, so he naturally gave Lin Feng some advice. Okay. I'll do it. Lin Feng still believed that Zhao Xingchen would not cheat him, so he nodded and agreed to the deal. You are a straightforward young man. Give me your bank card number. Or you can have a check. Huang Quan said politely, and soon the two of them completed the transaction. Lin Feng knew that this person was not short of money. Of course, the onlookers saw a piece of raw stone as big as a basketball. A sky-high price of 40 million was offered. I am also very envious. This raw stone was probably bought for tens of thousands or thousands of dollars, right? It has increased by thousands of times. This is of course the charm of gambling on stones, otherwise so many people wouldn't fall into it one after another. Master Hu, please cut me another piece. I still have some. Lin Feng said this and headed towards his pickup truck. If this rough stone didn't produce imperial green, no one would even look at it. But since such good jade has been produced, the value of this car's raw stones is going to increase. Because everyone who gambles on stones knows it. Good things happen one after another. If the jadeite raw stone comes from a mountain, then it is very likely to produce something good. Little brother, do you still have any rough stones? Fuck, there's another car? How about selling me a piece? I want to share in the joy. It looks like they came from the same litter. They must be of good quality. But where is this rough stone from? It doesn't look like it's from an old mine in Myanmar. It looks a bit strange. Who cares if it's weird or not? Whether it's a white cat or a black cat, a cat that can produce good jade is a good cat. O equals omega equals m meow meow meow. Get rich meow. Brother, I'll give you 500,000 for this TV-sized rough stone. Sell it to me. I'll take a gamble. I'll give you 50,000 for this football-sized rough stone. Will you sell it to me? Of course, even if the Imperial Green was produced, the price of Lin Feng's raw stone did increase. But it's still a blind box after all. The price will not be too exaggerated. I'm telling you guys to stop following me, okay? I won't sell a single piece of this truckload of raw diamonds. Lin Feng laughed and immediately rejected everyone. Master Wu, open this one for me. Lin Feng selectively picked up a piece of jadeite rough stone that he could hold, which was slightly larger than the previous one. Okay, little brother, I'll cut it right away. Master Wu took the raw stone and started working on it again. After all, it turned out to be Imperial Green. There must be so many people around. Oh. TM? Why are you out again? This is Imperial Green again? Nah. Is this European emperor possessed? I suspect he's the male protagonist in the novel, with X-ray vision, right? How did he open 2 pieces of Imperial Green in a row? Fuck. Ruthless. But this time's Imperial Green? It doesn't seem to be glass type? It's ice type, right? Ice type is even more valuable. The transparency of Imperial Green is between transparent and translucent. Sometimes the transparency of glass type is too high, which will affect the green performance of Imperial Green. The transparency of ice type is lower than that of glass type, which can better set off the green of Imperial Green. Therefore, the value of ice type in Imperial Green is slightly higher, about 1.3 times. Brother, I'll give you 10 million. Sell it to me. 12 million. Lin Feng ignored their offer. Master Wu, keep cutting. Anyway, Lin Feng is here to make a lot of money, so he can just go all the way and be done with it. He discovered that there must be a story behind the jadeite raw stones from other worlds. Okay, I'll cut. A few cuts. It has risen again. Someone immediately offered 20 million. But Raymond Lam still refused to sell. Keep cutting. This little brother? Why is he so stubborn? He wants to get every piece of jade to the end? Does he really think he is possessed by the European emperor? When you're lucky, you have to fight till the end. I already have a 40 million yuan Imperial Green one in front of me. Why should I be afraid of the price dropping? Anyway, everyone around was watching Lin Feng cutting in a spendthrift manner. After all, when it comes to gambling on stones, just sell them when the time is right, and don't force yourself to the end. Damn it! It went up again. It's against the will of heaven. It's against the will of heaven. This guy said he has X-ray vision. I can't believe it. Is this Shuang Rui? So handsome, the real-life version of Zhang Yixing? This icy Imperial Green, once fully blossomed, will rise to the bottom. The behind-the-scenes shareholder of Chow Tai Fook. He contributed another 70 million. Bought this Imperial Green ice type. Back and forth. Lin Feng only received 100 million? Little brother, are you still going to cut? Master Wu was so excited. The 2 pieces of raw stones he cut today could be boasted about for the next life. That. Lin Feng couldn't make up his mind. He cut out 2 pieces of Imperial Green in a row. Lin Feng didn't even dare to cut it. What the hell? Jadeite raw stone from another world? Is it certain that jade will be produced? If that were the case, Lin Feng really wouldn't dare to cut anymore. From a truckload of other people's jadeite raw stones, only a few valuable ones can be cut out. All of Raymond Lam's Imperial Green? How do you explain this? It's like scratching a lottery ticket on the side of the road. If you win the jackpot every time, you probably won't dare to scratch it again. Host, don't worry too much. Not every piece of raw stone will yield jade. There are too many jadeite raw stones in the other world. They are everywhere. But the probability of finding jadeite is about 70%. What the hell? 70%? Isn't that outrageous? Lin Feng's face was filled with embarrassment. It's not open. It's not open. I don't dare to open this TM. Next rough stone. There must be another jade, right? It will be impossible to explain it then. I won't open it, Lin Feng said to Master Wu. He decided to do it himself. This was too scary. Little brother. Stop. You don't have to sell it. But how about you open our eyes? Yeah. You open 2 pieces of imperial green in a row. Take advantage of this good fortune. You have to open them. Fortune isn't something that just comes and goes. Sometimes, once it's gone forever. Fuck your luck. I have a 70% chance of winning the jackpot. Luck is a thing of the past. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, thinking to himself, since 2 pieces have already produced jade, it wouldn't be a big surprise if a third piece did. At most, it's just adding insult to injury. No, there is something wrong with this adjective. Anyway, it's double happiness, so triple happiness is just like that. Then I'll open another one. Lin Feng actually hoped that the next piece would not produce jade. After all, there was a 30% chance that no jade would be produced. This one. Soon. Lin Feng's rough stone was cut again. All the other cutting masters in the gambling stone shop had gone off work because they all came to watch Lin Feng cut the raw stones. With such a big place, there is no need to worry about anything going wrong. Lin Feng is already protected here. A truckload of raw stones was also guarded by the Art City as security guards. Art City in the city center. The safety is reliable. The raw stone is cut. The people around immediately gathered over to take a look, and they started to complain again. Oh my god. It's out again. Is it really X-ray vision? What kind of jade is this? I can't see it clearly. I think I saw green. Could it be that imperial green has appeared again? No, there's purple, right? There was still some mud on the cut surface, and no one could tell what kind of jade it was. What? Are there several colors? Is this 3-color jade? Clean it up quickly. Soon. By flushing. The cut jade turned out to be a colorful skylight. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 42, Damn. Did I meet Principal Wang's dad? Holy crap. That's a lot of colors. What color of jade is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn. 7 colors? Could this be the legendary 7-colored jade? And what is colorful jade? As the name suggests, that is jadeite with 7 colors. Must have all 7 colors. Fu Lu Shou is called 3-color jade. Fu Lu Shou Shi is called the 4-color jadeite. Fu Lu Shou Shi Kai is called the 5-color jade. In people's impression, imperial green jadeite is the most valuable. But that's not wrong either. Among the single-color jades, no other jade can surpass it. But if it is multicolored, 2 to 3 jadeites are not valuable. Go up 4 jades. It starts to become valuable. The more colors, the more valuable it is. Colorful jade is extremely difficult to form in nature. Colorful jade used to make a bracelet is extremely rare. The material cost is basically 100 million. Oh. Omega. After the people around saw the jade clearly, the expression on his face was completely like that of a stupid chicken. 7-colored emerald? It's actually 7-colored emerald? Isn't that good fortune, wealth, longevity, happiness, wealth, honor, and health? Awesome. This material. It's been in China for a few years. It hasn't appeared many times, right? According to records, 7-colored jade has appeared no more than 20 times in the world. It's against the will of heaven. It's totally against the will of heaven. The quality of this colorful jade is quite high. The layers of color are distributed extremely evenly. It's like a rainbow. When the people around saw that it was a colorful jadeite, no one dared to bid. Just a piece of raw material that has been cut. It's worth at least 50 million. Colorful jadeite. Imperial green twice? This guy. Huang Quan, the behind-the-scenes shareholder behind Zhu Dafu, was also stunned at this moment. It was really a good decision to come here today. Little brother, are you still cutting this jade? Master Hu was stunned. I'm a little afraid to cut it. Cut it. Of course I'll cut it. Don't be afraid it hurts. It won't cut your hand. Lin Feng looked like he had no shortage of money. He just wanted to cut it and that was it. People around him no longer dare to complain about Lin Feng being a spendthrift. Because every time you cut, it seems that the jade inside is quite big. I guess this is the jadeite raw stone from another world. According to the system, the mountains and plains are full of raw jadeite, and the ordinary stones over there are raw jadeite. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found several tons to put on the bottom of the ship. Moreover, the jadeite inside is generally quite large, and 70% of it is jadeite. Soon, this piece of colorful jade rough material. A few cuts. There was another burst of exclamations. Because it has risen again. Finally, some people say that this material is worth 500 million yuan. Little brother. How about we talk for a moment? Huang Quan invited. The quality of your rough stones is really high. They must have been selected for you by a famous craftsman, right? I won't bother you. I can eat any jade you can carve out. Ah? Really? Seeing that this man kept bidding to him, Lin Feng knew that he was a rich man, but he still had several tons of jadeite raw stones, which would require at least 2 more trucks. My name is Huang Quan. I have some shares in Zhu Dafu jewelry store. You must believe in my ability. Huang Quan said politely. After all, he runs a jewelry store, and they really need jadeite. Okay. I won't cut it. I'll go back first, and then we'll find a place to cut it? Lin Feng immediately exchanged phone numbers with the other party. Why do you want to go back, little brother? Are you worried about your safety? Then just find a place. No, I have something to do when I go back. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't just cut the jadeite from another world, so he had to find a batch of junk jadeite to mix in. It came out 3 times in a row, and all of them were top-grade jade. That can be called good luck. But damn, is there a 70% chance that every car will win the jackpot? That's rather suspicious, isn't it? Alright, little brother, if you trust me, I'll leave you an address. Just bring your jadeite rough stone over later. Huang Quan said, I'll take the 3 pieces of jade you opened first. That's a total of 600 million yuan, right? Huang Quan finished speaking and pulled out a Swiss bank check. This is a check for $100 million. It's worth 635.7 million yuan. The remaining 30 million yuan will be used as a deposit. No problem, Mr. Huang is very sincere. I'll go to the place you mentioned later. Lin Feng could see that the other party was a serious businessman, but if Lin Feng went, he would also ask Li Yuanhao to help bring some brothers with him to prevent any accidents. After Lin Feng left. So I went to another city square. People were sent to recover about tens of millions. That is a few tons of garbage raw stones. He planned to pretend to be his own stone from another world. In this way, the chance of success will be greatly reduced. Braised chicken wings are my favorite. But your mom said I'm going to die soon. The closer you are to returning home, the more you have to eat. Otherwise, if you don't eat now, you won't have another chance in the future. On the river bank. Li Yuanhao and his brothers had a barbecue in the afternoon and had a full meal. But Lin Feng hasn't come back yet. How much money did my brother-in-law make after a day of jade trading? Li Yuanhao kept calling. Basically, no one answers. I am also extremely speechless. You 1T lose too much and faint from anger, right? That's fucked up. You don't even answer your brother-in-law's calls? I'm back. Things here are normal, right? Lin Feng drove a small truck and rushed back with a few brothers. But the abandoned dock by the river has completely changed. Oh my god, you guys are just starting to build something? Lin Feng looked around. The barbecue grill, the beach chairs, the tent? They're all set up? Red wine that costs thousands of dollars a bottle, and top quality beef and mutton? New Zealand cherries costing thousands of yuan per pound? It really feels like going camping. And set up 2 mahjong tables? When Lin Feng left, they only found some barbecue grills, and now they are fully equipped. That's not true. Li Yuanhao smiled brightly. Brother-in-law, how long are we going to stay here? The brothers said that a year or 2 is not too much. Go to hell. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at his brother-in-law. Why would it take so long? A few days at the shortest, a week at the longest. At most, I have to take care of these things before your sister and I get married. Do you think you can live a life of luxury with $500,000 a day like this every day? Carrot, hee hee. Mainly because working for my brother-in-law is more comfortable than being an emperor. Li Yuanhao smiled blankly. Brother-in-law, how's your gambling on stones? How much did you make? Not much, probably a few $100 million. Lin Feng smiled faintly. After a busy day, he finally opened up his 3 tons of raw stones from other worlds, plus the raw stones that were used to make up the number. Colorful jade appeared twice. Imperial green appeared more than a dozen times. Others include some top-quality chicken blood red jade, topaz, parrot green, etc. Probably add up. That's a value of 20 billion. But I ate all that Huang Quan until I vomited. Isn't it? Huang Quan called. Brother Qin, my company can now produce a cash flow of 13 billion. As for the remaining 7 billion, I can only pay you over 3 months. Huang Quan was also extremely embarrassed. At the beginning, he said shamelessly that no matter how much jade Lin Feng opened, he could eat it all. But they brought nearly 10 tons of raw stones. A jadeite worth 20 billion was unearthed? Can you believe it? Even for a semi-hidden family, it would take time to withdraw so much money at one time. It's okay. Many companies are short of cash flow. You can pay it in 3 installments, but you have to give me another 2 billion. I need to raise 15 billion. Since he was helping Xian's grandfather with the investment, Lin Feng planned to start as soon as possible. You said you watch short videos more often in a month? But they hit 20 billion in a single day? Okay. I will find a way to withdraw 2 billion for you today, and raise a total of 15 billion for you. Little brother, you have met me. Otherwise, you can't come up with 15 billion in one go. Even the 2 Ma and 1 Wang can't agree to it. Huang Quan said with a smile. Yeah. My wife and his parents also kind of don't believe it. Lin Feng smiled happily. Of course, that's beside the point. My dear brother, you must introduce me to the famous expert who helped you select the jadeite raw stones. Huang Quan admired the person who selected the raw stones so much. Basically, 15% of them can produce jadeite? Of course, if Lin Feng hadn't brought a few tons of shoddy materials to make up the numbers, wouldn't the 70% jade yield rate be scary enough? After further speculation that they were selected by experts, 15% is actually just a bit high and not a fantasy. Brother Huan? Are you trying to steal it? This is mine exclusively, and I don't easily help others pick out raw stones. Lin Feng joked. He didn't have any famous experts to help him choose raw stones. He was completely from another world. Ahem, okay, it's brother Meng Lang. Huang Quan laughed dryly, said a simple hello, and hung up the phone. Wait. Wife. Lin Feng just hung up the phone. I saw someone calling in again. Hey, Lin Feng, why aren't you home for dinner? Where did Li Yuanhao go? Why did he say he went to do something for you? What did he do when I asked him? He wouldn't tell me. It's a secret. Lin Feng smiled faintly. His brother-in-law was indeed very close to his brother-in-law and he didn't tell his sister about this. It's a secret again. I don't know what you're doing all day long. Anyway, remember this. Earn what you should earn, but don't earn what you shouldn't. I don't want you to take any risks for our future. Li Xian was still a little worried about Lin Feng. If he went to jail? What would she do? Don't worry, honey. Everything I do is legal and reasonable. Don't worry. All of Lin Feng's sources and systems can be formalized, so there is no need to worry at all. Okay, I won't ask any more questions. Li Xian said, are you coming back for dinner? Mom has cooked delicious meals for you. It's been like Chinese New Year every day since you came here. Ahem, okay, I'll be right back. And Lin Feng, my uncle, and 2 aunts are here as guests. Li Xian suddenly mentioned. They? Lin Feng's face darkened slightly, then he smiled and said, it's okay, I'll talk to you when I get back. These people are really hardworking. They have already secured that little bit of money long ago. Are you sure? Li Xian asked, actually, even if you didn't give Grandpa the 15 billion to invest, Grandpa wouldn't let me marry you. It's up to my uncle and the others if they want to make a fuss. I've already told you, I'll take care of this matter. We'll have peace of mind once it's done. After all, we're investing in your grandfather, and the profits are ours, so what are you afraid of? Lin Feng laughed. You mean, you got the money? Keep it a secret. Give your grandpa a surprise when the time comes. Lin Feng grinned. Okay, then I'll wait for your surprise. Li Xiyan was speechless. Her husband was so mysterious all day long. Lin Feng ended his chat with Li Xiyan. Say hello to Li Yuanhao and the others. Let them keep an eye on the supplies on this ship. So I planned to drive back. But Lin Feng was not idle either, as he secretly took some of the rice, crops, and other supplies on the boat out and fed them to the big rooster. It seems that I'm fine after eating it. But it's okay for the rooster to eat it, but that doesn't mean it's okay for humans. This needs further verification. Moreover, Lin Feng hasn't even finished looking at all the supplies on the ship. Lin Feng hung up the phone, and Penguin Short Video immediately appeared on the phone interface because of the call just now. Lin Feng was just watching short videos. After the call ends, this interface will naturally appear. Lin Feng swiped it casually without noticing. I wanted to put my phone in my pocket. But... There's a circle in the upper left corner? This is an investable plane. Lin Feng was immediately frightened. Fortunately, I saw it. Otherwise, lock the screen and wait for Penguin View to automatically exit the background. What about my investment this time? Isn't it just missed? The supplies on the ship haven't been completely digested yet, and now they're coming again? What plane is this? Lin Feng immediately took out his mobile phone and sat on the beach chair brought by his brother-in-law. He watched a short video first and then went home for dinner. In this short video, it is a fairly large commercial vehicle. It looks like a Mercedes-Benz or BMW commercial vehicle. It's basically an entrepreneur's mount. Everyone in this car, stop sitting with your backs to each other. Turn around so I can see who you are, okay? Lin Feng felt particularly aggrieved. In the short video, these people were from Lin Feng's perspective, all sitting with their backs to the car, and it was impossible to see who they were. Forget it. Let's first see what kind of plane this is. What era is it? Lin Feng quickly turned his attention to the car window in the short video. This is definitely not the 1950s, right? This is definitely the 21st century. And it's after 2010. Because Lin Feng saw the tall buildings outside the car window in the short video, reaching into the sky. Moreover, many billboards on the streets are filled with Chinese characters. This must be the dimension of Earth, right? Such a scene in the Dongxing Empire could only happen after 2010. Why does this middle-aged man sitting in the back seat of a business car look so familiar to me? Lin Feng couldn't remember for a moment. His hair shape is very unique. Sudden. The middle-aged man who was sitting backwards leaned slightly to the side. Lin Feng saw a profile. Fuck. I still want to tell you who it is. So it's you? I should have recognized you by the shape of your hair. Lin Feng was speechless. Isn't this Wang Songsong's father? Lao Wang? He was the richest man in the Dongxing Empire back then. His son is very famous in the entertainment industry. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 43, so cool. Dad Wang is worth 12 trillion. But which year after 2010? Lin Feng felt a little frustrated because he only knew the approximate year of the plane and couldn't be too precise. A smartphone? Lin Feng suddenly saw that Lao Wang, who was sitting in the back seat of the business car. That phone looks a bit like Huawei. But I don't know which Huawei model it is. Lin Feng narrowed the scope of inference again, and this plane was after 2015. It's a shame the video can't be paused. Otherwise I could have zoomed in. Look at the date on his phone. I'd have known the exact year. This is the nature of this investment system. Lin Feng needs to find the difficulties of the protagonist in the short video by himself. Then choose the investment items yourself. Wait, outside the car window, that movie hanging in front of the movie theater on the street? The business car passed by the entrance of a cinema. Lin Feng immediately exclaimed, isn't this the Venom 1 movie from the Western Big Tiger? It looks like it's in theaters right now? Lin Feng immediately picked up another phone. Start looking up information. Enter keywords. Venom, Let There Be Carnage is a science fiction film jointly produced by Marvel Entertainment and Columbia Pictures and released by Sony Pictures Entertainment. It is directed by Ruben Fleischer and stars Tom Hardy, Michelle Williams, Riz Ahmed, and others. The film tells the story of reporter Eddie Brock, who was invaded and controlled by an unknown alien symbiote while investigating the latest scientific experiment of the Life Foundation. After struggling, he became the good versus evil superhero Venom, starting a chapter of protection by fighting violence with violence. The film will be released on Western Big Tiger on October 5, 2018, and on East Sun Empire on November 9, 2018. That's easy. It must be from November 9, 2018 to the end of 2018. After all, the movie is only in theaters for a few months. Lin Feng determined the most accurate time. Go check it out now. What is Lao Wang's difficulty? What about 2018? What's Lao Wang's problem? Isn't it just that his assets have shrunk? From a net worth of around 250 billion? From the richest man to the biggest loser? Anyway, Lao Wang only has a few hundred million in assets. But after 2021, it seems to have started to recover again, and they have 80 billion. It is said that it is expected to reach 130 billion in 2022. Anyway, no matter how much she shrinks, her son Wang Songsong is still an insurmountable gap for those otakus. That's for sure. Lao Wang's problem. This must be it, right? I don't think he has any other problems. Ding. Congratulations to the host. By the end of 2018, Lao Wang's assets have shrunk. He wants to restore his former dominance. Invest. Invest. Definitely invest. Lin Feng answered immediately. But what should I invest in? $1 in 2018 is essentially worth 0.95 yuan in 2022. Prices haven't risen much in recent years. So if you invest money, you'll have to wait and see. It won't be as cost-effective as investing in 1999. I just sold the jadeite rough I found, and now have a cash flow of 15 billion. How about I just ignore Grandpa Xian's payment for now? Just go all in, old Wang? But, old Wang's hole is quite large. If we invest 15 billion? Can he restore his hegemony? Lin Feng knows it very well. Lao Wang borrows money from everywhere. They borrow billions of dollars at any time. But he is still a deadbeat. Yes, host, you're right. Lao Wang's assets have shrunk significantly, and his Yida enterprise has a market capitalization of trillions. Investing 15 billion will have some effect, but it won't be enough to make the final decision. So we're going to invest 15 billion? We don't even know if it will have any effect, right? Lin Feng was in a dilemma. If the investment money was useless, what else could he invest in? I won't invest anymore. This kind of investment is like stirring a water tank with an embroidery needle, it won't make any waves. The risk is too great. Anyway, Raymond Lam would rather give up this investment than risk 15 billion new Taiwan dollars. Is it easy for me to make money? What if the investment is useless? Wouldn't that be terrible? Unless you can think of a better investment method. Ding. This investment is SSS level difficult. The host can now invest in things other than supplies and money. Anything is fine. What? SSS level difficulty? Can I invest in other things now? How wonderful. Lin Feng laughed immediately. When you first get the system. The system said that in the historical dimension, one cannot invest in things that cannot be predicted or future products. Of course, Li Shimon's potatoes don't count, because potatoes existed in the world at that time, but not during the Tang dynasty. Edited, those who haven't seen it can go back and take a look. What big future events can I invest in for Lao Wang? It'd better be something big that makes him rich. Investing money is very risky anyway. Lin Feng began to think hard. Oh right. It's the end of 2019. There's something really big going on. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the Black Swan incident at the end of 2019. I'm afraid it's not a big deal? Is it this big? Terror is the biggest thing that has happened in the past decade or so, right? This news? If only Lao Wang could know it in advance. Let's not talk about anything else. Wang's Yida Film Company, which has stockpiled movies for the Spring Festival, won't lose all its money, right? Although Lin Feng is a college student, his major is not economics, so he doesn't understand profound things. But at least know this. Before the Black Swan event, the film industry revenue of the Dongxing Empire and even the whole world was basically zero. Countless film crews went bankrupt and many small film studios stopped production altogether. Data shows that Lao Wang's Yida Film Company suffered a direct loss of more than 15 billion yuan because the film could not be released due to this incident. This made his already shrinking assets even worse. If Lao Wang knew about this, those movies that have been stockpiled for the 2020 Spring Festival will definitely be released ahead of time. Or rather, the movie hasn't been filmed yet, so we have to work overtime to finish it and it has to be released before the end of the year. It's decided. I'll choose this major event to invest in Lao Wang. Anyway, the system said that you can only choose one unilateral item or major event to invest in. Then let us take this Black Swan event. It's enough for Lao Wang to operate. Ding! Investment successful. The host can get returns in up to 1 month. Okay. Wait for Lao Wang's profit. This time, old Wang, you must make good use of this foresight event and help me develop well. Restore your former position as the richest man. And give me some good things in return. I heard your Wanda shares are quite attractive. I can't pretend anymore. I'm greedy. Lin Feng smiled happily. The supplies of a ship from another world have not yet been digested. Now I'm investing again. And it's a no-cost business. No matter what, it's a huge profit. Li Yuanhao, come with me. If you're on night duty watching the big ship, let your elder brother do it. Lin Feng actually notified his younger brother-in-law and elder brother-in-law immediately. After all, the people Lin Feng trusts the most are his family members. What if Li Yuanhao was sleeping and his subordinates got on board out of curiosity? So it was the same at night. I let my brother-in-law get enough sleep first and then come over to guard the boat. Brother-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng simply said hello and went back to have dinner with his brother-in-law, Tong Tianlong, Zhang Dabiao, and a few others. After dinner, Lin Feng took everyone out for a walk. Li Yuanhao naturally rushed to be the driver and test drive the Audi Pikes Peak again. Sudden. Lin Feng passed by a newly opened residential community. Kafko Seaview Community No. 2? This location is pretty good. A perfect prime location. A very expensive neighborhood in Jiangnan. My wife and I still don't have a place to stay. Tong Tianlong. And Zhang Dabiao. Li Yunlong. Your families are from the countryside, right? Lin Feng half hugged Li Xiyan in the back row and suddenly asked. Yes, Brother Feng. Several people responded in unison. Okay. I'll take you to buy a house now, so you'll have a place to stay in the city. Lin Feng is not short of money, but what he lacks is such loyal subordinates. He needs to cultivate his own power. Damn, brother-in-law? Are you trying to poach my people? Although Li Yuanhao said he was unhappy, he had no objection. After all, his brother-in-law was the eternal god, and whatever he did was right. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed awkwardly and thought to himself, brother-in-law must be impressed by your brothers, otherwise he wouldn't have offered to give you a house. Brother Feng, this isn't good, is it? Houses here are so expensive? Stop talking, this matter is settled. Lin Feng said in a firm tone. Brother-in-law, what about me? You have to get me a house, right? I don't even have a house outside. Li Yuanhao said with a pout. The house is so big? It's not big enough for you to live in? Li Xiyan rolled her eyes at her brother. What if I find a girlfriend and bring her home? It'll bother my parents and you. Li Xiyan glared at her brother and said nothing. And Xiyan, let's pick one too. It'll be our little home for now. Of course, it's not our wedding house. Lin Feng paused and said, it's time to move from my parents' old neighborhood. Let's order another one. Honey, this neighborhood isn't cheap. Why buy so much at once? Li Xiyan worried. Although my uncle and his family didn't come this afternoon, they'll definitely come tonight to ask if you've transferred the 2.5 billion yuan down payment to Grandpa. At this critical juncture, it's best not to spend money recklessly, right? Don't worry, I can handle it perfectly. I don't mind these tens of millions. Lin Feng smiled confidently, go to the sales office. Arrived at the entrance of the sales office. Lin Feng seems to have given a hint, saying that Dad Wang's reward has arrived? Oh, is this the return from Father Wang? So soon? It's only been a few hours. It's amazing that time flows at different speeds across planes. Lin Feng was excited. This is an investment in a big future event. The chance of Lao Wang not being successful is very small. Lin Feng could imagine that the returns would be extremely generous. Seeing this, Lin Feng said, Xian, Yuanhao, there's a set for me and your sister, and a set for my parents. Can you bring your sister to help me choose? Take whatever you like. Including Zhang Dabiao and the others, there are 6 sets in total. Brother-in-law, you don't even have the interest to go in and take a look? Li Yuanhao asked speechlessly. No, you guys go in first. Lin Feng laughed, I'll sit in the car for a while. No one cared about Lin Feng. Li Xian also went to look at houses with her brother. Kafko Seaview No. 2 sales office? Are all the sales offices here so luxurious? That's amazing. This is my first time visiting such a high-end sales office. Look. The sales ladies are like fairies. And they're so polite. Zhang Dabiao and a few other younger brothers came into the sales office and started looking around. Tang Wenwen, a sales lady at Kafko Seaview No. 2 sales office. At this time, I saw 5 people coming towards me and immediately went up to say hello. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kafko Seaview No. 2 sales office, Tang Wenwen said politely. What kind of suite would you like to see? We want 6 sets. Li Xian smiled politely. 6 sets? Tang Wenwen was immediately shocked. He looked at Li Xian's clothes. It's indeed a set of branded clothes, which probably cost $100,000 in total. Isn't that jewelry ridiculously expensive? And she is also a rare beauty. As for Li Yuanhao, he was also wearing branded clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars. They should be rich, right? But the 3 people behind have a bit of a thug feel. Maybe he is the younger brother of the rich second generation? Soon. Li Xian is not picky either. I chose 2 sets for myself, my husband and my parents-in-law. Li Yuanhao did not waste time and also chose a set. The only ones left are Zhang Dabiao, Li Yunlong, and others. After Li Yuanhao made his selection, he immediately noticed his worthless underlings filming short videos. He went up to them and whispered, What are you filming? You're such losers. It's your turn to look at houses. Go choose yourselves, and be quick. Unit price, 147,300 yuan square meter. Total area, 129.55 square meters. Unit type, 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Actual usable area, 112 square meters excluding common area. You know, this place is newly developed, and the location and housing prices are more expensive than that of Tangshan Ipin. Thompson Ipin is only around 120,000. So expensive? Zhang Dabiao took a look at the house price and was immediately stunned. It was more expensive than he had imagined, incredibly expensive. Li Yunlong also widened his eyes and looked at the unit price above. Calculate silently. This must be 17 million per set, right? Basically, you can stay here and pick up girls on the street, and you will get them every time. Gentlemen, this apartment is very cost-effective. The shared area is not very large. Tang Wenwen looked at Zhang Dabiao and the others and smiled politely. Are you buying this apartment for yourselves? Yes, my brother-in-law said to give them 1 set each. Li Yuanhao replied. Fuck. This is a younger brother? He's giving me a house? Tang Wenwen was stunned. I am willing to go for this younger brother. Yuanhao, you take them to see it, I'll take a break. Li Xian had also made her choice and naturally found a place to sit down. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat in his Audi Pikes Peak and immediately asked, System. Father Wang's reward has arrived. Report the earnings to me quickly. Ding. After Father Wang receives the host's investment for a major future event, a series of plans were immediately launched. In Father Wang's dimension, Dad Wang not only got rid of the dilemma of shrinking assets, and he suddenly became the world's richest man. You can't stop making money. Dad Wang is already the richest man in their dimension. And the second richest man. His assets are exactly half of Wang's father's. Dad Wang is worth 12 trillion yuan. Equivalent to 2 trillion US dollars. Oh. Holy crap. Daddy Wang is doing really well. I'm Song Song, what the hell are you? Don't you recognize me as your godfather? You can show off again. The first thing that Lin Feng thought of was this bizarre thing. Anyway, Wang Songsong in that dimension has to thank Lin Feng very much. If Lin Feng went to this dimension, it's not too much for Wang Songsong to recognize himself as his godfather, right? But Wang Songsong in his own dimension naturally would not know Lin Feng. Well, Lao Wang is doing so well. But this guy won't make a fortune from the national disaster, right? Do you think Mr. Wang is a fool? With such a shocking future event, it's hard not to get rich. Let alone such a shocking news, even a simple rumor would make anyone with financial acumen a fortune. Okay. He won't stockpile masks to sell. That's fine. But selling masks isn't going to make tens of trillions of yuan, is it? Unless they're selling for 10,000 each. Lin Feng was very happy and asked, "You're already the richest man in the world? This small return? It must be better, right? Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 44, Against All Odds. Dad Wang's profits exploded. Hurry up and tell me. Hurry up and tell me. Stop wasting time. What on earth is that? Bite. Dad Wang gave the host 1001 properties in return. And they are the most expensive suites in Jiangnan. Oh. Omega. Fuck. So many houses? The most expensive suite? Lin Feng was surprised. How much does this cost? A wave took off, didn't it? Ding. 1001 property certificates, please select the distribution location. Lin Feng paused, then said, "My parents are at home now, and there are people at Li Xian's house too. It's not a good idea to come down from nowhere, right?" But Lin Feng had just finished speaking. There was a small truck in front of me. It's filled with property deeds. Fortunately, it was covered with canvas. This car fell from the sky and no one could see it. Host, handle it yourself. This system is too lazy to listen to your nagging. Last time, it took half a day to choose a place to distribute wine. No more negotiations. This system will distribute it wherever it wants. You're so arrogant. I'm going to commit suicide right now, do you believe it? If I die, you'll be gone too. Yes, you are the boss. You win. The system is speechless. Are there any people who threaten the system with suicide? They wouldn't be that funny in novels, right? What the hell? There's a whole truckload of property deeds here. It's really speechless. Lin Feng immediately took a look at the compartment of the small truck. It was indeed covered with canvas, and the compartment was bulging. Is this the property certificate for a car? Damn it. Fortunately, it was covered with canvas. Otherwise, there are red notebooks. It's really scary. Lin Feng checked again and found that there was no one around. He immediately lifted up a corner of the van. Oh. So many? Are they all just red notebooks? In piles? Is other people's property certificates based on the unit of this? Lin Feng's direct car? This must weigh at least several hundred kilograms of property certificates, right? Fuck. So ruthless. Lin Feng immediately picked up a book and started reading. The cover has a row of large characters that read Dongxing Empire House Ownership Certificate. Lin Feng continued to turn the title page. Real estate owner, Lin Feng. The house is located at number 201, Building 1, number 201, Zhongliang Seaview, XX Road, XX District, Jiangnan. The usable area of the house is 120 square meters. Kafko Seaview number 2? Isn't that where I brought everyone to see the house? Lin Feng was speechless. I just came to this neighborhood to look at houses. Father Wang directly reported the community house here? But the houses in Kafko Seaview number 2 are truly the most expensive in Jiangnan. Lin Feng continued to read the second book. The property owner is still Raymond Lam. The house is located at number 202, Building 1, number 2, Kafko Seaview, XX Road, Jiangnan XX District. The house is located at number 203, Building 1, number 2, Kafko Seaview, XX Road, Jiangnan XX District. The house is located at number 204, Building 1, number 2, Kafko Seaview, XX Road, Jeongnan XX District. The house is located at number 205, Building 1, number 2, Kafko Seaview, XX Road, Jeongnan XX District. These houses are numbered. It was just like money just withdrawn from the bank, with no mistakes in the numbers. Fuck. Isn't this the entire Kafko Seaview number 2? Lin Feng was stunned. More than 1,000 books? Are they all from the same community? Yes, host. These are all property certificates for a residential complex. This complex has a total of 1,200 units. They just opened for sale, and only 199 have been sold. The rest all belong to the host. There are no more units available in this complex. Oh my god. I am now the owner of a residential complex? The owner of the most expensive residential complex in Jeongnan? Jeongnan is known as the Magic City. Housing prices are among the highest in China. Don't even mention wage earners. How many white-collar workers dream of owning a house? And I own an entire neighborhood? So how much is this worth? Lin Feng knew that the housing price here was basically around 140,000 yuan per square meter. The average area of a house is 120 square meters. That's about 17 million, right? So 1,000 sets? How much is this? 17 billion? Holy crap! 17 billion? No. Lin Feng felt it immediately. More than 17 billion, right? Because Lin Feng not only saw property certificates in the carriage, but also saw property certificates for many shops. That is the shop on the first floor of the community. This community has a good location, and the first floor is a commercial street. Although not as awesome as the downtown area. But it is definitely priceless. There are also several parking spaces, as well as hospitals, gyms, and other facilities. Are they all Lin Feng's? Lin Feng searched for the basic information of Kafko Seaview number 2 again. Kafko Seaview number 2. The average house price in this area is 130,000 yuan square meter to 150,000 yuan square meter. Total number of suites, 1,200. Green area, 33.3%. Parking spaces, 1,777. Property type, luxury apartment complex. There are hospitals, gyms, large squares, etc. Lin Feng almost vomited blood. It's more valuable than you think. But how much money is there? Lin Feng didn't understand. Anyway, the return this time is really good. All the houses here are mine? And you brought my brother-in-law and others to buy them? There are no houses available in their community, right? Hey, Li Yuanhao, let's not buy it anymore. Bring your sister and the others out. Lin Feng immediately made a phone call. What? You don't want to buy it? Li Yuanhao was surprised, but didn't say anything. After all, his brother-in-law was paying for it, so if he didn't want to buy it, then he didn't have to buy it. Well, I'll come out right away. Li Yuanhao said and hung up the phone. Sales lady, my brother-in-law suddenly said he doesn't want to buy it. I'm sorry. Li Yuanhao said apologetically. What? Not buying it? Sir? Have you guys found another place you're interested in? Honestly, our neighborhood may be a bit pricey, but the location are top-notch. The property management is great, too. Why don't you reconsider? Tang Wenwen suddenly became anxious. The duck that was about to be in her mouth flew away? Didn't she plan to buy 6 houses? Now she's not buying anymore? It was like a bolt from the blue. Tang Wenwen could only try her best to persuade him. She finally managed to fool the 3 younger brothers and took a look at a top-level suite that cost about 170,000 yuan per square meter. It seemed that the 3 people were about to agree. Finally, didn't he buy it? Sorry, sales lady, my brother-in-law paid for it and I have no say in the matter. Although Li Yuanhao was a scoundrel, he still had some basic manners and apologized again. But to be honest, as long as the customer hasn't paid, it's their right to buy or not. Sir. This house has great lighting, faces south, and has 8 stars that gather wealth. With dragons entwined and tigers crouching, it's sure to produce a noble person. Tang Wenwen was anxious and even talked about feng shui. But it's no use. As Li Yuanhao walked away, he apologized, "I'm sorry, I really won't buy it. I wasted a lot of your time." "Well, okay then. Since you gentlemen aren't buying, we won't force you. If you change your mind, you can always come to me." Seeing her persuasion was futile, what else could Tang Wenwen do? After all, every day, there were many people who agreed to buy, but were ultimately tempted by other properties. She had long been accustomed to this. "I can only curse silently in my heart. I wish these people would go out and have a car accident and die. Waste of my time." Without saying anything, Tang Wenwen went back angrily. "Wenwen, what's wrong? Didn't the deal go through?" Xiaomei is Tang Wenwen's colleague. "I don't know why, but he suddenly decided not to buy it. Maybe he liked another house. He wasted so much of my time," Tang Wenwen said unhappily. "Hey, Tang Wenwen, look at these people. Why are they driving an Audi?" Xiaomei pointed to the door. "Audi?" Tang Wenwen's face instantly turned pale as she grumbled, "But this man and woman, their clothes alone cost 100,000, how could they possibly be driving an Audi? Are they trying to be low-key?" After Tang Wenwen finished speaking, she sighed and said, "Forget it, everyone has left." "Tang Wenwen, are these people pretending to buy a house and then shoot a short video?" Xiaomei suddenly asked. "Short video? When you were selling the house just now, didn't you notice those three thug-like guys who kept taking pictures and seemed to be posting them on WeChat Moments or something?" Xiaomei analyzed. Tang Wenwen felt like she was being tricked and angrily asked, "Last time I met someone who was shooting short videos, and now he's here again? Aren't you going to hold them accountable? Those online videos that drag passers-by into their videos without asking are all accused of copyright infringement. You can just ask them to hand over the short video material. If they don't, call the police." Xiaomei continued, "A while ago, a couple at a forest dealership pretended to buy a car and then filmed a short video. They were later caught and got into an argument with the owner. It seems they were beaten up. True story, can be checked." Xiaomei sighed deeply as she spoke, "Who can I blame? The housing prices here are too high, so we always have people coming here to show off or get material for short videos. It's like a check-in spot for internet celebrities. TikTok is really killing people. We see these people every other day, and we're all being fooled. I'll go find them. What the hell is going on?" Tang Wenwen immediately stood up and ran out. "Sales lady, is there anything else I can help you with? I'm so sorry to have kept you busy for so long," Li Yuanhao said politely. But Tang Wenwen's face turned bad, and she said sternly, "Hey young man, this is not very decent of you, is it? We did agree to buy it, but now we don't want to buy it. I'm so sorry." Li Yuanhao thought about it. Tang Wenwen sneered, "So many people look at houses every day, and many say they want to buy, but end up being lured away by other properties. Of course, that's not my fault. But if you guys were filming a short video, why didn't you even say hello? What the hell? Are we shooting a short video?" Li Yuanhao was confused. What was going on? "Sales lady, I think you misunderstood. We are not the type of people who make money by making short videos. We have other reasons and really don't want to buy it." Lin Feng stepped forward and explained. "They really had no way to buy it. The properties are all yours. Not even one set left. How can I buy it?" "Oh? Aren't you guys shooting short videos? Then let me see your phone?" Tang Wenwen said sternly, looking at the younger brothers, "Where's the short video you just recorded? We posted it on WeChat Moments." "What's wrong?" Zhang Dabiao answered honestly. Look, you still say you're not here just to shoot short videos?" Tang Wenwen laughed. "I'm talking to this sales lady. Who said you can't take photos and post them on social media when you come to buy a house?" Lin Feng stepped forward and spoke politely. "Yeah. Who said you can't record buying a house? You can't film it and post it on WeChat Moments? My little brother didn't record you, did he?" Li Yuanhao was also unhappy. "What's going on? If my little brother posted it on WeChat Moments, then just post it briefly. He's not trying to make any money from it. You pretended to buy a house and then filmed a video? Now I've caught you? And you're still so arrogant?" Tang Wenwen saw that Li Yuanhao spoke a little aggressively, so naturally her face turned unhappy. "What do you think of you? Are you looking for trouble?" Li Yuanhao's temper flared up. I can afford it, but I won't buy it? What do you want? This is how quarrels and misunderstandings are in real life. He was very polite at first, but something went wrong as he spoke. Forget it, Yuan Hao. Li Xian immediately grabbed her brother, fearing that he would hit someone and cause trouble. I'm sorry, we're not that kind of people. We really want to buy a house. Li Xian spoke again, and then said, Hubby, let's go. Want to leave? Hand over all the short videos you shot. I won't let you make money from traffic. Tang Wenwen was speechless. She had met people who pretended to buy houses to show off several times in a row. However, the first few times Tang Wenwen discovered them, they spoke to her nicely, so Tang Wenwen naturally didn't care. But what about this time? Discovered? Still so arrogant? You! How can you be so unreasonable? We did waste your time, but we came here sincerely to buy a house, not to take a short video. Li Xian has always been polite and gentle, but seeing her being so unreasonable, she naturally spoke harshly. Are you really going to buy a house? Then buy it? 6 houses, 100 million yuan. Enough to buy 100 autos of yours. Tang Wenwen is also a veteran in the workplace. Normally, she wouldn't say such brainless dialogues from novels, but today she couldn't help it. Take a short video? Have you ever seen anything so crazy? I'll say it again, we are not making short videos. Lin Feng stepped forward with a slightly cold voice. It's incomprehensible. Husband. Let's go. No need to pay attention to her. Li Xian was speechless. She explained for a long time, but she just wouldn't listen. So whatever. You want to leave? Hand over the short video to me. My portrait rights must be on it. I will call the police right away. Do you believe it? Tang Wenwen stepped forward and pulled Lin Feng's arm. Should he be fooled by these people just because he was selling a house? Don't bring up my husband. Li Xian saw this and naturally lifted her hand. If you want to call the police, go ahead. My friends only took pictures of the surrounding environment, not your portrait. You dare to expose me? Tang Wenwen was even more annoyed. Where did you get the internet celebrity? How much do these people rent you for a day? You're so beautiful? Can't you do something else? Ha? Who are you calling an internet celebrity? Shut up. Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and pulled his wife over. Now they have completely fallen out. Let me tell you this. I've bought all the houses in your neighborhood. You don't even have a single house. How can I buy yours? That's why I let my brother-in-law leave. Lin Feng said jokingly, is that why? Do you think we're shooting a short video? You really have a keen eye. My brother-in-law bought a residential complex? Brother Feng bought a residential complex? Li Yuanhao and several of his younger brothers were stunned, but they still believed that Lin Feng had the ability. Honey, did you buy them all? Li Xian was also stupid. A community? Bought them all? What is my husband doing again? But she is very happy about her husband's amazing actions every time. Shock again and again. I'm used to it. What? Ha ha ha. Tang Wenwen didn't get angry when she heard this, but laughed instead. You bought the entire community? If you don't believe me, go ask your own manager. Lin Feng said sternly. No need to ask. I have never heard such an arrogant tone. Are you still recording now? I'm afraid the traffic of this short video is going to explode. Buy a residential community? This is a good topic. Do you want to send a manager over later and say that you really bought a residential community, and then we will slap you in the face instantly? You shoot short videos? Isn't this the routine? Tang Wenwen really wanted to laugh. What happened today was really weird. Okay, you are very difficult to deal with, right? Lin Feng immediately remembered that when he was looking up information, he searched for the information of Liang Heijing number 2, and the phone number of the sales manager was left below. Raymond Lam found this webpage. Write down the number. Dial it directly. Hello? This is the Kofco Seaview number 2 sales office. I'm the manager. How can I help you? Look, check to see if your property has been bought by one person. That person is me. I know this sounds like a fantasy, but there's a very difficult sales lady here. I hope you can check and deal with her. Lin Feng just finished speaking. The other party said directly, Sir, I think you misunderstood. How could we sell out all 1001 units at once? If you don't have anything else to do, then we'll put this up for now. You. Lin Feng was speechless. How could the manager not know that all the properties were sold out? It would be fine if the sales lady didn't know, but the manager also didn't know? Is manager level not enough? Don't you know about this yet? What? The manager is coming to see you soon, right? Tang Wenwen was really amused. Buying an entire residential complex in one go? Almost 20 billion. Who has the financial resources for that? Look. What's going on at the door? Why did Tang Wenwen quarrel with the guests? I know, it seems like these people are here to shoot a short video together. Fuck. Why is this guy here again? How shameless. Now that Tang Wenwen has caught him, he still refuses to admit it. Ha, Tang Wenwen just thought they were some rich guys. So she tried her best to flirt with them, but now she's fine. I'm dying of laughter. Tang Wenwen is so unlucky, encountering this kind of thing 3 times in a row. Tang Wenwen seemed to have heard her colleagues' laughter at this moment, and she felt even more unhappy. She shouted sternly, all of you. Stay put. See you at the police station. As Tang Wenwen spoke, she began to pull Li Xian's clothes. She's totally turned into a shrew. In a panic. His nails actually scratched Li Xian's fair arm. Li Xian's skin was originally as delicate as egg yolk. But it can't withstand scratching. Immediately there was a red strip. Ah, you caught me, it hurts. Li Xian screamed suddenly, her arm feeling burning with pain. Get away from me. Are you a shrew? If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hitting me? Lin Feng growled. You bastard, I didn't even do anything, how dare you touch my sister? Li Yuanhao couldn't help it when he saw his sister was injured, and immediately pushed Tang Wenwen. Xian, are you okay? Lin Feng looked at the red strip and immediately blew a few breaths of cold air. I'm fine, Lin Feng, let's stop arguing. Li Xian was so angry that she had never encountered such a thing before. You pushed me again? You scolded me? What kind of character do you have? Tang Wenwen became even angrier after being pushed. Wenwen, stop arguing and ask the manager to come and deal with it. It's shameful to take short videos like this. Yeah. Let me call the police for you. As long as your portrait rights are in the short video, they must hand it over. Several colleagues came over to comfort me hypocritically. Tang Wenwen was still very angry and shouted. Let me tell you, this gentleman said he bought our entire neighborhood. Xiao yeah. Xiaolan. You all should get off work. Stop working. We have 1001 houses. He bought them all. What kind of houses are we selling? As Tang Wenwen spoke, she shouted, Guests, this guy bought all the houses in our community, and you have no houses left to buy. People around heard about it. They immediately started talking. Where did these people come from? They bought up the entire neighborhood? 1,000 houses? Are you crazy? How much does this cost? You're crazy. Are you crazy from filming short videos? After Tang Wenwen finished speaking, her anger hadn't subsided much, and the conflict had intensified to the extreme. She then said sarcastically, Bosses, I have great faith in your abilities. You can buy over 1,000 houses in a residential complex, but if you need to go to a mental hospital, I can do it for you. Ha ha ha. What a brilliant guy. That's not the way to brag. People around. Anyway, it was a huge joke. Isn't this awesome? A residential complex costs tens of billions of yuan. Who can buy it together? Even if you have the money, you wouldn't do that, right? You. Lin Feng looked at Tang Wenwen's sarcastic words, as well as the ridicule and pointing of the people around him. And my wife was scratched. I couldn't bear it any longer. Was you immortal? Lin Feng immediately started to speak sweetly. This is the first time I cursed after being reborn. This was also the first time I met someone with such a strong temper. He was a small-time gangster in his previous life. You are polite to me, and I am more polite than you. What if you are unreasonable? Labor and capital are equally unreasonable. Lin Feng finished cursing. He immediately got on the small truck that contained the property certificate. Engage the gear. In reverse, I drove straight into their sales hall. Oh. What is this person going to do? What is he going to do? Is he crazy? You're not going to hit someone with your car, are you? Tang 11, why are you arguing with such a lunatic? Look, he's about to drive his car into our sales office. The sales ladies around also screamed. Security! Hurry up! Security! Go stop him. Anyway, at the sales office at this moment, it was a complete mess. As for Lin Feng, he naturally backed up the small truck, and when he reached the hall, he immediately lifted the carriage. A steep slope was formed. Lin Feng's temper is like this. You want to be a shrew, right? If you provoke me, I'm even more shrewd than you. Those property deeds. At this moment, it is like mud and sand falling down. Just fall into the middle of the hall. Carrot, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 45 shocked the whole audience. Lin Feng's operation was amazing. Oh my god. He raised the truck bed? What's that for? Crazy. Completely crazy. What a psycho. Look, he's dumping some red notebooks into the sales office? What are those red books? Who knows? A piece of waste paper? In an instant, the sales office was in chaos. The guests all ran out. I heard he was a lunatic. Those people avoided it. Afraid of hitting myself with my car. Tang 11, why do you have to provoke this lunatic? What if he drives his car into our sales office? These guys pretended to buy a house and posted about it on WeChat Moments. They got caught, but they still refused to admit it. I just said a few words to them, and they acted so arrogant. Tang 11 said unconvincedly, are they seriously ill? They even drove a car into our sales office? Soon. Several security guards also quickly rushed to the scene. Hey young man, if you have anything to say, please say it nicely and get out of the car first. Calm down, this won't solve the problem. Several security guards heard that he was a lunatic. I didn't dare get too close. I was afraid that this guy would suddenly hit me with his car. Lin Feng simply ignored the security guards and continued to pour the property certificates and the carriage to the ground. Someone who drove directly into the sales office lobby? In everyone's eyes, he was either crazy or acting impulsively after an argument. In any case, he was terrifying. Of course, Lin Feng dared to pour the property certificate directly to the ground. Of course, I am not afraid of losing this thing, because it will be useless if it is lost. This property certificate is not money, so how can others use it to register and move in? What's written on that notebook? Afraid of being hit, the onlookers from more than 10 meters away could not see the words on the notebooks clearly. A few of them were curious and walked a few steps inside. Huh? That book? It looks like the title deed to the Dongxing Empire real estate? What? All that's fallen on the ground are property deeds? When the people around heard this, more of them took a few steps closer and squinted their eyes to read the words on the notebooks. Holy crap! It really is the property deed? Are these all? Gradually, when Lin Feng poured all the property certificates into the hall, he stopped moving. Many people walked in tentatively. Then a few people picked up the red notebooks. Kafko Seaview number 2? Building 4, room 1108? Kafko Seaview number 2? Building 8, room 0807? Kafko Seaview number 2? Building 5, room 1801? What the hell is going on? This red book that spilled out? Are all the property deeds for Kafko Seaview number 2? Could it be this guy? The pickup truck is full of property deeds? The people around me simply couldn't understand it. What exactly is this operation? Everyone, look! The owner of the property certificate is Lin Feng. Who is Lin Feng? Who knows? This guy has so many property certificates? Are they fake? No one believed that one person could apply for the property certificate for a whole car. After all, it was too far-fetched. But if it was a fake certificate, how could he dare to pour it into the hall? But some people say he is a lunatic. Is he crazy? Anyway, just like the initial gold bar incident, the operation is completely incomprehensible. What's going on? Are these the property certificates for our community? A sales lady named Subojin walked over boldly, picked them up and took a look. Sales lady, you work here, so you should know whether the property certificate is real or fake, right? Let me take a look first? Yeah, let's see if it's real. What's going on? This is too weird, right? If this is true, there must be more than 1,000 copies, right? There are so many, the whole hall is full of them. Then let me take a look first. Subojin immediately touched the words Dongsheng Empire Property Certificate on the property certificate. If it were real, it would feel concave and convex. There's nothing wrong with this cover. Watermark? Seems like that's okay, right? There are several steps to identify a real estate certificate. 1. Look at the appearance of the property certificate, including the cover in paper. 2. Look at the anti-counterfeiting pattern. 3. Check the stamp. 4. Check the registration number and the inside page for the notes. 5. Look at the details. As a sales lady, you must understand. After a set of operations, these are basically all there are? It seems that there are no problems, right? Oh my god, these property certificates? Can't they all be real? This. Subojin was stunned. How much are they worth? What? It's all true? It all seems to be true, at least I can't tell it's a fake property certificate. Subojin said with a slightly faster heartbeat. It's all true. This. The whole audience at this moment. There was an immediate uproar. Explode. Explode. Total explosion. What the hell is this? A small truck carrying a load of property certificates? Last time, someone said a college student left a ton of gold bars in their dorm room? Apparently, it was all loaded into a bank armored truck. And this time, it's a truckload of real estate deeds? What's a ton of gold bars? This is a truckload of property certificates, easily worth tens of billions. A ton of gold bars is only 300 million, right? This isn't just a truckload of red books, this is literally a whole residential complex. What kind of vehicle can pull a whole neighborhood? Alien technology? Sorry, this pickup truck can pull a whole neighborhood. Sudden. A sales lady yelled, that's not right. These properties are still there, and they don't show as sold. That's weird. The sales lady went to check the database. It shows that it is not sold? Then what's going on with these property certificates? Subojin was confused again. He had seen these property certificates himself and they were all real. Is it a high imitation? But at this time, a man in a suit hurriedly walked into the sales hall. The man in the suit also looked particularly anxious. Just now, a strange person called and said that he had bought a residential complex and asked him to check. He didn't believe it at first. But a few minutes later, the real estate developer who built the community called and said that all the houses in the community were sold out, and notified everyone not to sell the houses. Because we purchased too many items at once, the database status could not be changed in a short time and almost crashed. The real estate owner also informed the manager that if this Mr. Lin phone came to stay, he would have to be received well by the sales lady and the manager. How could I be so stupid? They said they bought a residential complex, but I didn't even ask the higher-ups. I heard from this guy, what sales lady is difficult to deal with? Let's deal with it? Manager Huang Jinlong was very panicked at the moment. Walk quickly towards the sales office. What's going on here? Why is there a small truck driving in? Manager Huang saw the scene from a distance and asked. Manager Huang, are you here? Tang Wanwan stepped forward immediately. After the real estate certificate was recognized to be genuine, she was indeed shocked and stunned. But someone immediately checked the housing database and said that the houses were still there and had not been sold. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. After all, only the big database is real, and everything else is just empty talk. Who drove that pickup truck? What's that on the ground? Manager Huan looked at it from a distance and asked sternly, where's the security? Why didn't they do anything? Manager Huang, here's what happened. I caught a few people pretending to buy houses but actually taking photos and posting them on social media. I just said a few words, and they acted really arrogant. They even said they bought the entire neighborhood and dumped some fake property certificates. The database shows that those houses are still there. Tang Wanwan honestly recounted what happened without adding any exaggeration. She thought he was just showing off by posting short videos on WeChat moments, so she came over to complain. But Li Yuanhao, who had never been insulted like that before, was definitely furious. To be honest, if Li Yuanhao hadn't had a bad temper, this matter wouldn't have become so serious. Tang Wanwan believes that these people take photos and post them on WeChat moments to show off, and they act so cool even after being caught, so naturally they become famous. That's how things got into trouble. But Tang Wanwan had just finished telling the story. Manager Huang was immediately furious. "You are simply an incurable idiot." Manager Huang couldn't help but swear. "This gentleman is the one who bought our entire community. If the boss wasn't out of town, he would have come to meet this gentleman in person. He paid the full price. This community is completely his. He's the owner of the community. You guys rely on the community for your livelihood, how dare you offend the person who feeds you?" Ah. Manager. Tang Wanwan was confused by the manager's angry scolding, but the database really shows that it has not been sold. The database hadn't been modified. When the correction was made, the system crashed. It crashed after only changing the status of a few dozen properties. After all, the people who designed the system didn't anticipate that the basic information of 1,000 properties would be changed all at once. These kinds of real estate databases are generally not designed to be too complex. Manager Huang finished speaking and ignored the man. Was Mr. Lin making short videos to show off or to gain traffic? Could it be any funnier? Did this guy really buy a residential complex? Tang Wanwan almost doubted her life. Someone fell to the ground? Are they all real property certificates? Excuse me, sir. I presume you must be Mr. Lin, right? Manager Huang walked over and said, "I just received a message from the CEO saying you've purchased the 1001st apartment in our complex. The manager number you just called is mine. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." "It's okay." Lin Feng forced a smile and pulled his wife's hand. "Look, Manager Huang, what are you talking about? If you want to quarrel, just quarrel. Why do you have to use your hands? Her nails even scratched my wife and left a red mark." Lin Feng gently stroked the smooth arm. "Anyway, I feel very sad. I can't bear to say a harsh word to my wife, and someone else scratches her. To be honest, this kind of scratch caused by nails is not too serious, but it will hurt a lot and it will be a burning pain. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I will take care of this matter." Manager Huang apologized quickly. What kind of sales lady is this? She is so tactless that she would quarrel with such a rich man? What did you say just now? I'm seriously ill? Where's the person who wanted to send me to a mental hospital? Come out. Didn't you say that the story of me buying a residential complex was fake? And you incited everyone to laugh at me? Lin Feng was very unhappy with Tang Wanwan. Not only did she touch him, but she also mocked him so cruelly. It was really fucking stupid. This sales lady is hiding here. Suddenly, someone shouted. At this moment, Tang Wanwan didn't dare to stand out at all. She could only hide in the corner and tremble. What would happen if you offended a wealthy man who bought a residential complex? Damn it. Am I so unlucky? Sir, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Tang Wanwan immediately came over, hunched over and said, I've been scared by people who make short videos like this a few times. I really didn't mean it. Tang Wanwan immediately acted pitiful. You said you weren't going to buy a house, and I didn't say anything, right? It was only later that my colleague said you look like those internet celebrities who shoot short videos that I got mad at you. It doesn't matter if you misunderstood me. Didn't I explain it to you just now? But why did you make such a move? Scratching my wife? And inciting everyone to mock me? To laugh at me? Lin Feng said with a chuckle. It can be said that in the end, he didn't get angry. But Tang Wanwan is too hateful. Once Lin Feng gets angry, he can be quite rude. You want to be a shrew. He naturally doesn't get used to it. Mr. Lin, it's up to you. Just tell me how to deal with this kind of sales lady. Manager Huang said respectfully. How you deal with it is your business, I can't control it. Lin Feng snorted coldly, looking at his wife's scar with heartache. But hurry up and help find some simple medicine, I will treat my wife. Do you still need me to arrange these things for you? Hurry up and do it. Manager Huang glared at the dumbfounded sales ladies when he heard this. Tang Wenwen, you definitely can't continue working here. Starting today, you should resign. Manager Huang said some special words used by the male protagonists in novels to show off and then get slapped in the face. But in fact, Tang Wenwen was misled by her colleague's analysis. That colleague also seemed to be inciting me to provoke these people. Haha, you deserve it. You even said my brother-in-law is a psychopath? What's wrong with buying a residential complex from you? My brother-in-law earns hundreds of billions a day. Li Yuanhao was straightforward, happy to repay favors and take revenge, and his words were very arrogant. Manager, to be honest, I'm not that wrong. Could you please not be like this? I've worked in the company for so many years. My position. Tang Wenwen collapsed in an instant. She was 30 years old and had finally worked her way up to such a position in the company. How could she be fired? I know this is a misunderstanding. But you physically hurt someone, and you even incited everyone to mock Mr. Lin. That's wrong of you. Quarrels are inevitable in daily life, but if there's something to say, talk it out. Never use violence. Manager Huang sneered. I'll say it again, go to the finance department to settle your wages. This is also the chairman's arrangement. Tang Wenwen couldn't utter a word. Since the chairman had spoken about this matter, it would be useless even if she used her connections, right? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pick up Mr. Lin's property certificates on the ground. Manager Huang said, looking at the sales ladies, and found that their eyes were all on Lin Feng. Okay, manager, let us pick it up. Immediately. Several sales ladies agreed and started picking up the items immediately. There are more than 20 staff members in the sales office, and they are all helping Lin Feng pick up the property certificate. There were also a few good-looking sales ladies who bent down slightly. Unlimited rewards too. Anyway, wherever Lin Feng looked, everything was good. Lin Feng immediately thought of a line of poetry, which is called, I went up to the second floor alone without saying a word. The moon was like a hook, and the lonely wutong tree in the deep courtyard was locked in the autumn. I could only look but not touch it. It was very uncomfortable, and there was a different feeling in my heart. The key lies in the words, the moon is like a hook, especially the word hook, which is used so well. Although the moon is like a hook, it is not a full moon hook. Looking down at the world, there is no limit, but in the end it is still flat. It's totally unremarkable, I don't know what's so good about it. Anyway, Lin Feng won to watch it. Compared to Li Xian, tennis and shot put are two completely different levels of sports. Lin Feng can still tell the difference between big and small. Soon, Lin Feng, along with his wife, Li Yuanhao and others, were invited to the VIP lounge of the sales office, and several sales ladies personally poured tea and served snacks. Manager Huang, can you help me calculate? How much are all my houses, plus the shops, hospitals, gyms and other facilities worth in total? Lin Feng naturally wanted to know a specific number. Anyway, the suite alone was worth more than 17 billion. Carat, dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 46, Critical Hit. Directly become the world's richest man? If you include other facilities like parking spaces and shops, the total value of this community is around 39 billion yuan. And they only sold a little over 200 houses. That's only 3.5 billion. Add in parking spaces and some shops, and it's probably around 5 billion. Therefore, it can be estimated that Mr. Lin's assets in the community are approximately 34 billion. Manager Huang spoke calmly on the surface, but inside he was not calm at all. He even started to sweat. How rich was he? Over 34 billion in full? The sales lady who was pouring tea for Lin Feng was called Wang Xiyu. She was also listening blankly to the manager counting the money. My heart was extremely shaken. About 34 billion? Full payment? This guy is so scary. From a hidden family, right? But while she was in a daze, the water was filled up without her noticing. Spilled tea. Along the desktop. Flowed down. You've filled the water. Lin Feng also realized it when he felt his hand on his leg turn cold. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Wang Xiyu apologized immediately. Why was she daydreaming? How did she get water on the other person's pants? What should I do about this? This is a super rich second generation with assets worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Let me wipe it for you. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The tea is very hot. Wang Xiyu hurriedly found a tissue and started cleaning. But as I kept wiping it, why is the position a little offset? They all have to go to the middle. It's not that Wang Xiyu did it on purpose. In front of such a rich man, although she wanted to, she didn't have the courage to tease him. I was really scared. Ahem. No need to wipe it. Lin Feng was speechless and stopped it immediately. I'm sorry. Wang Xiyu had done something wrong again, and she was even more panicked. She really didn't mean to tease. Can you do anything good? Get out. Manager Huang also roared harshly. Wang Xiyu then quickly apologized and left. Let me help you wipe it. Thank you, wife. Immediately. Then Li Xiyan picked up a piece of toilet paper. Just bend down slightly. You bastard, did you feel comfortable with those strokes just now? Li Xiyan said in a low voice, looking up and giving the guy a blank look. Wife, what are you talking about? Lin Feng pretended to be stupid and confused, with an expression just like an innocent 18-year-old boy. He, stop pretending, I saw it. Li Xiyan didn't say anything else, but she felt a little jealous in her heart. Ahem, it's just okay. I don't feel anything. What's the point of being satisfied or not? Lin Feng smiled brightly. If it wasn't very beautiful, I wouldn't even bother to salute. Go away. Li Xiyan raised her hand and wanted to slap him when she heard this. Lin Feng shuddered subconsciously. But Li Xiyan's hand stopped abruptly in the air. You scared me to death, honey. What are you doing? You can't do this. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This is millions. I have to make money from it in the future. It can make money, so you want to be Donald Duck? Li Xiyan asked in confusion. No, the Empire's policies are good. There are rewards for having more children. Lin Feng smiled harmlessly, but we can't be silenced. I'll bust you sooner or later. Li Xiyan groaned. Her husband was so dirty, but she liked it. But only to yourself. Not to others. Mr. Lin, how about I ask someone to buy you a new set of clothes? Manager Huang didn't know what the couple was whispering about, but it felt like they were just showing off their love. No need, Manager Huang, it's just a little wet. After Lin Feng finished, he helped his wife up. Get up, you've worked hard, wife. Wrong. This description? Why does it sound a bit like a tiger or a wolf? This is a sentence about tigers and wolves. Ah. Li Xiyan was going crazy. This stinky husband, was he doing this on purpose? What? Get up? It's been hard. If you don't know, you might think it's describing something. Ahem, Manager Huang, how about you recommend a place suitable for my husband and me to live in? Lin Feng asked. Do you live in the community? Asked Manager Huang. Of course. Buying a house? Not to live in? Then what's the point? Do you think I'm buying 1,000 houses to speculate? Lin Feng said with a faint smile. What? Mr. Lin, these 1,000 units? Are you buying them to live in? Manager Huang was stunned. What kind of operation was this? Shouldn't this be real estate speculation? My wife and I live here, and if we can't finish living here, our son will live here. Is there anything wrong with that? Lin Feng asked with a slight amusement. No problem. No problem. Manager Huang almost knelt down to Lin Feng. This was totally unreasonable. Buying a community to live in by yourself? You have to know that buying 1,000 houses to live in yourself and buying 1,000 houses to speculate are two completely different concepts. The former is much more terrifying than the latter. For example, You spend 1 million to buy an antique for your own collection. You spend 1 million to buy an antique and want to resell it to make a profit. The former is a real rich man. The latter is not necessarily a wealthy person. Manager Huang, you haven't answered me yet. Please help us choose a house that is suitable for us as a couple. Mr. Lin, please stand up. Manager Huang stood up and pointed at the sand table. This is the top floor of Building 1. There are 4 connected houses of 150 square meters each. They are decorated according to the specifications of a villa. Do I own this house? Ahem, Mr. Lin, of course you do. Aside from the 199 units you've sold, the entire complex is yours. Manager Huang froze for a moment. Was he showing off? He even asked if he had any properties under his control? Oh, so that's the case. Fortunately, no one has bought this house. I think it's great. I like the big one. Lin Feng said with a smile. This house is a total of 600 square meters. And that includes the rooftop area. Manager Huang explained, adding, of course, each rooftop has 2 of these large, interconnecting suites. You own over 10 of them. Then it's settled. My wife and I will live in one apartment, and my parents will live in another. Lin Feng smiled faintly, then we won't bother the manager anymore. Now that we've chosen the apartment, we should go back. Xiyan, let's go. We have to deal with the issue of your grandfather's 15 billion yuan. Lin Feng usually takes the initiative to reach out and pull her. This time, he spread his hands. Anyway, let Li Xiyan take the initiative this time. You can't always take the initiative yourself. Pa! Li Xiyan gently hit his hand and rolled her eyes, then she clasped her husband's hand tightly with her 10 fingers, took his arm, and left, shaking the charming little cliff. At this moment, Li Xiyan's villa was quite lively. Li Xiyan's uncle and 2 aunts were all there. Naturally, they came to urge for the down payment of 2.5 billion. As long as Lin Feng can't produce it, won't they have another excuse to talk about their marriage? Xiyan and son-in-law are back? Lu Yaji immediately went out to greet them. Aren't you going to look at houses? Have you bought one yet? Yes, I bought it. Li Xiyan nodded and looked at her uncle and others coldly. Xiaofeng wouldn't really give a house to each of Li Yuanhao's brothers, right? This is the most expensive residential complex in Jiangnan, Kafko Seaview No. 2. Lu Yaji had naturally heard about this, and she thought it was too wasteful. Mom, your brother-in-law has a lot of houses in that community. What's wrong with giving one to each of them? Those 3 younger brothers are pretty good people. Li Xiyan raised her voice, as if she was talking to her uncle and the others. My son-in-law has a lot of houses in Kafko Seaview No. 2? How many are there? No matter how many there are, you can't just give them away casually, right? Lu Yaji still felt distressed. One house cost about 15 million. Mom, it's not much, just over 1,000 sets. Lin Feng replied with a harmless smile. What? More than 1,000 sets? Li Jichuan was smoking with his back to the cigarette and almost choked to death. Over 1,000? What is Xiyan's husband talking about? Li Jiping was also stunned. They went to buy houses? And bought over 1,000? Could they be a little more exaggerated? This is not a small rural bungalow, but Kafko Seaview No. 2. Xiyan, son-in-law, are you serious? Lu Yaji definitely didn't believe it. Who would be so crazy? Buying more than 1,000 houses in Kafko Seaview No. 2? This is basically the most expensive residential area in the country. A sky-high price of 140,000 yuan per square meter. Mom, what happened with Lin Feng is true. If you don't believe it, ask Li Yuanhao and Zhang Dabiao. Li Xiyan pointed at her brother. Mom, it's true. Don't you believe it? My brother-in-law dumped that truckload of property certificates in the sales office lobby. That guy. That scene. It was like a nuclear bomb. Shocking. Terrifying. Invincible. This. Lu Yaji was a little skeptical. The 15 billion investment hasn't been finalized yet? And they're buying a residential complex? Where would they get so much money? Xiyan's uncle is here for dinner? Lin Feng walked over and sat opposite him. Yes, I'm here. Li Jichuan nodded slightly. Their relationship was not good, so naturally it was a little awkward. He then said, "Son-in-law, you said you would invest in Grandpa Xian's project. It's just a small matter of 15 billion. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and hooked his finger at his wife. "Wife, bring me the property certificate." "Yes, sir." "Hubby." Li Xian spoke playfully for once. Immediately a big bag appeared in his hand. Opened the big bag. Inside were piles of red notebooks. Tong Tian Long. Lin Feng put his hand on the stack of property certificates. "Arrive. Kofco Ocean View Room 1. Building 1, Room 001. It's yours. Take it." "Thank you, Brother Feng." Lin Feng continued to call out names, saying, "Zhang Dubyo. Arrive. Kofco Ocean View Room 1. Building 1, Room 002. It's yours. Take it. Thank you, Brother Feng." Lin Feng called out the name again, oldly. "I, Li Yunlong, dare not call myself old in front of Brother Feng. Ha ha ha. Kofco Seaview House Number 1. Building 1, Number 003. It's yours. Take it." Lin Feng immediately handed over the 3 relevant property certificates. "Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, he he." Li Yuanhao walked over with a smile. "It's finally my turn, Li Yuanhao." Li Yuanhao said, rubbing his hands, looking ready to fight. Kofco Ocean View Room Number 1. 600 square meters of 4 and 1 connecting rooms on the rooftop of Building 02. It's yours. Take it. Thank you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Thank you. Li Yuanhao smiled brightly, took the property certificate, and said jokingly, "If you follow your brother-in-law, you can eat 9 meals a day. Occasionally buy a house, a Kofco Seaview suite. You're amazing. Are you a joke teller?" Lin Feng was also amused. And the people around. Li Jixin, Lu Yaji, and Xian's uncles and aunts. Just like a stupid chicken. What is going on? I thought they were giving out medals. Issue the real estate certificate directly? Is this true? Imperial College gives out wives upon graduation, but I've never heard of them giving out property ownership certificates. Or is it the Kofco Seaview room with sky-high prices? The 3 of them were completely stunned for a moment. This operation. It's so showy that it makes people's scalp tingle. But Li Jichuan quickly shook his head, thinking, a trick. A trick. It must be a trick. Do you think I'll believe you can come up with 2.5 billion just because you're pretending? Give me the money first. These property certificates are just props. What a bunch of drama. As for Lin Feng, after issuing the property certificate, he naturally felt in his arms, took out a small stack of checks, and slapped them on the table. It also scared the 3 people. My father-in-law was scared. "Dad, I'm sorry for causing trouble." Lin Feng smiled apologetically and looked at his father-in-law. I found that my father-in-law still had a dull expression. "Uncle Xian, here are a few checks from Swiss banks." Lin Feng smiled faintly. The total amount is about 2.4 billion US. Convert it, and it's exactly the 15 billion. Swiss bank check? Li Jichuan blinked slightly. Check the goods? Don't say I lied to you. Lin Feng tried to point his lips at the check. This. Li Jichuan was a little confused at the moment. He had no idea what to do with Lin Feng's wave after wave of sure operations. But he still reached out and picked it up. Take a closer look. Brother, are these checks real or fake? Li Jiping asked anxiously. Really, and you can withdraw money immediately upon deposit. Any bank can exchange it. Li Jichuan swallowed hard and could hardly speak clearly. Damn it. This Lin Feng? How could he be playing the pig to eat the tiger? It's like pretending to be an ant and trying to eat a tiger. They're here? And you think they can't come up with a down payment of 2.5 billion? And what about others? Just pay the full amount of 15 billion? The most terrifying thing is, don't they take this little money seriously at all? Do you still have enough spare money to buy a residential complex? Also full payment? Does this Lin Feng run a mint? If the mint wants to print so much money, it must work overtime for 3 days and 3 nights, right? Xian, call your grandfather and tell him not to rush to cancel the project. I invested this money, and he won't lose money, but we will keep the profits. After all, he has too much inheritance, and I'm afraid some people will covet it. Lin Feng naturally said the same thing again. It's okay to invest in the old man, and the profits are his. As for these uncles and aunts, don't even think about fighting for a penny of the inheritance in the future. Even if you pee on them, you can't let those with diabetes get even a little bit of sweetness. Everyone, do you have anything else to say? Do you want to stay? I'll give you a large Kafko Sea View suite. Lin Feng looked at them with a smile. This. The three of them were completely speechless. Sudden. Li Zichuan laughed. Son-in-law, when Xian wanted to marry you, I actually agreed with both hands. Although I regretted it later, it's not too late for me to continue supporting you now, right? Li Zichuan had no choice. Can't beat him? Wouldn't it be nice to join? Seeing this, Lin Feng chuckled and said with a crooked mouth, sorry. The stock market has closed. Please come back in your next life to buy. Be cautious when investing, don't be greedy when trading stocks. Ha ha ha. Li Yuanhao laughed when he heard this. My brother-in-law is such a potential stock? But he can open the market every day? If you miss the opportunity, you can only invest again for the rest of your life. Go! Us. The three of them were completely speechless, their faces filled with embarrassment, and they could only leave in shame. Fortunately, yesterday they just forced the emperor to abdicate and did not rebel. Otherwise, the relationship will become even more strained, right? Anyway, the two sides will have nothing to do with each other in the future. After 8 o'clock, in the 600 square meter suite on the top floor of Kafko Seaview No. 2, Lin Feng was watching TV next to Li Xian. The two people lived together, but not completely. Li Xian seemed to be watching some romance dramas. Lin Feng doesn't like to watch it. Just sitting there watching short videos for fun. When I see my wife is watching seriously. Raymond Lam also adjusted the black stockings on his wife's long legs. Anyway, for some reason, Li Xian's black stockings always get wrinkled, so Lin Feng always likes to smooth them for her. Stroke and stroke. The hands went somewhere else. He would be slapped by Li Xian. Then just put his hands under his butt to prevent him from scratching everywhere and disturbing me while watching TV. Ha! Another plane where we can invest? The supplies on that ship haven't been fully digested yet. The plane is here again? Lin Feng has to take a good look immediately. This plane? It should be Earth, right? And it seems to be in a small villa? A foreign villa? Lin Feng could only see a group of young people in a foreign-style villa, seemingly in a repair garage or laboratory, tinkering with some unknown devices. Who are these people? Lin Feng didn't recognize these people's faces anyway. It's definitely not the young Bill Gates, nor the young Steve Jobs. On the calendar? It seems that the time is around 2001? Lin Feng paused. Now he knew the specific period of the plane, but he didn't know who the master was. What the hell? These guys? They're actually thinking of building a rocket? Who are these people? Lin Feng was shocked. Through their chats, Lin Feng knew the general content. Although it was spoken in English, Raymond Lam could still understand it. A young man named Musk planned a project called Mars Oasis, which aimed to land a small experimental greenhouse on Mars, where crops would be grown in Martian soil. However, when he realized that the launch cost was much higher than the R&D and engineering costs of the project, he put the project on hold, hoping to become a rocket scientist. Because the launch cost is too high. They simply can't afford it. Oh my god, the Mars Oasis project. At such a young age, you're dreaming of going up to the sky and standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Lin Feng remembered that sentence. How can a rock sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Shen Sheng and Wu Guan were not qualified to say this, only these young people were qualified to say it. The name Musk? Why does it sound so familiar? Lin Feng immediately started looking up information to see if he could find it. If it was a great figure in later generations, it would definitely be found out. Soon. Lin Feng typed the 3 words Musk on Baidu. Pieces of information came out. Fuck. This guy is awesome. From near bankruptcy? To the richest man in the world? Elon Musk was born on June 28, 1971 in Pretoria. His father was an engineer and his family was decent. He serves as CEO and CTO of SpaceX, CEO of Tesla, and chairman of the board of directors of SolarCity. He graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a double degree in economics and physics. On March 2, 2021, the Haruan Research Institute released the 2021 Haruan Global Rich List, and Musk became the world's richest man for the first time with a wealth of 1.28 trillion yuan. In April, Musk ranked second on the 2021 Forbes Global Rich List with a fortune of $151 billion. On June 14, Musk decided to sell the last property he owned and rent a house. In October, Musk became the first person in history to have a net worth of over $300 billion. It's 2022 now. Musk is worth 2 trillion yuan. New dark horse. The richest man in the world. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please give this poor little sister some recommendation votes and rewards? Come to the group to play. There are many little sisters. There are many rich people. The group number is 954459465. Chapter 47. Lin Feng goes all in. Direct investment. This is definitely the richest man in the world. And he's the richest man in the world right now. But not the kind of Bill Gates used to be. No wonder Lin Feng was somewhat familiar with the name, but failed to recognize it for a moment, because this world's richest man was not as famous as Bill Gates and Buffett. But his net worth is indeed the first person in human history to exceed $300 billion. But then again, the world's richest man is actually not the richest. Some of the richest people are so wealthy that people don't even bother to rank them. Some people may object to this view, but this is the truth. This is definitely a tech giant. He has people specializing in building rockets, cars, and lots of high-tech stuff under his wing. He even has an airline. Lin Feng was excited anyway. This was the richest person he had ever met except Li Shimin. Should I go all in on this investment? This Musk must have a bright future. Never mind. Aren't you short of funds right now? I'll just invest 5 billion renminbi in you. That's about $800 million. Lin Feng knew that Max in 2001 was still quite wealthy, but his net worth was at most $100 million, which was not super rich. Investing $800 million in him now is a complete bargain. He will take off in a few years. Then even if Lin Feng invests $10 billion, it won't be of much help to others. Of course, these 5 billion assets were naturally paid by Huang Quan, a member of a semi-hidden family, who later bought Lin Feng's jadeite. The jadeite is worth about 20 billion yuan, and the first piece cost 15 billion yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 5 billion yuan investment was successful. The contract is approximately $800 million. This is my biggest investment ever. Stop playing me in bankruptcy. So good. Go to sleep. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the characters he encountered today. With a little expectation, I fell into a deep sleep. 8 o'clock the next morning. Honey, I'm going to work. You can sleep well. Li Shiyan sent a text message to Lin Feng. Although the two of them lived together, as mentioned before, they were not completely living together. After graduation, Li Shiyan naturally would not be idle. She had to go out and hone her social skills. Making money was secondary. The company where Li Shiyan works is called Puxi Investment Company. Has my wife gone to work? Lin Feng did something unprecedented today. Get up early. After all, I was very happy to see the world's richest man yesterday, so I didn't stay up late to watch short videos. It is said that my wife is always hit on when she goes to work. Li Shiyan went to the company these days. Because of her sexy and beautiful appearance and her pair of long legs, no one can match her. Add to that a professional black silk suit with a cinched waist. Even Lin Feng would hug her tightly and touch her crazily every time he saw her. Not to mention the senior executives in my wife's company, they basically all have different opinions about her. That won't do. Lin Feng has to help his wife solve this problem. Drive an Audi to Pikes Peak? There are always some idiots who think this is a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lin Feng made up his mind to show up at his wife's company and let them know that his wife has a rich husband, so that his wife can feel more at ease. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately called Huang Quan's son. Hey, brother Huan Lin? What are you doing? Brother Lin Feng? I'm at home and just got up. When Huan Lin saw that it was Lin Feng calling, he naturally became more respectful. Although the other party didn't know where he got some jade worth 20 billion, that was not the point. This amount of money was not worthy of the respect of a semi-hidden family like the Huanglin family. But when Lin Feng was having dinner with them not long ago, it seems like he asked them if they knew a person named Mr. Qin. Huang Quan was stunned at that time. According to Lin Feng's description, isn't this Mr. Qin the one? But his father did not reveal Mr. Qin's identity to Lin Feng, because Mr. Qin's identity cannot be exposed casually. Huang Quan just needs to know it in his heart. So, how could Huang Quan's son not respect Lin Feng? Enough of the nonsense. Bro, where's that luxury car you drove to dinner with me the other day? Can you lend it to me? Lin Feng got straight to the point. Right now, I only have an Audi Pikes Peak. You know, it looks too ordinary. Today, I'm going to drown all the armies and shock the whole of China. You want to borrow a car to show off? Huang Lin laughed. You deserve it. I told you to get an Audi Pikes Peak worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Aha, blame me. They just have no vision. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. When I have time, I will also go buy a supercar. As for that sports car, since you like it, you can take it and drive it. I have many more sports cars. What? That car? Are you giving it to me as a gift? That's so embarrassing. Lin Feng said, then immediately changed the subject. How many days will it take to complete the transfer? Fuck. Huang Lin really wanted to kick him. Did he refuse in the first sentence? And was he so direct in the second? You're so straightforward, brother? Huang Lin said with a smile, I'll just go and say hello and it'll be done in half an hour. Why bother with all that? Do you think I'll change my mind? That's right, your car is a limited edition of only 3 units worldwide. I see you like it very much. Lin Feng joked. I like it, but I like it even more if I give it to you. Huang Lin complained silently. You have such a good relationship with Mr. Qin. If you ask for it, someone will give you a rocket, let alone a sports car. The luxury car issue has been resolved. Lin Feng immediately got up and brushed his teeth and washed his face. After a while, someone delivered the brand new sports car and completed the transfer procedures. In Lin Feng's garage, there is another supercar worth hundreds of millions. Pussy Company is headquartered in Beijing. In Jiangnan, there is a branch. Of course, the boss of this company is naturally Wang Songson. Many people should know that he has such a company under his name. At this moment, in the Human Resources Department office, Li Xiyan was working on her work in front of the computer. Xiyan, come and have a glass of water, don't be too tired. Zhang Jiqing is the manager of the Human Resources Department. This beauty who has just taken office for a few days is really the most beautiful woman he has ever seen in his life. She is wearing a waist-hugging uniform and black stockings, and she has been lingering in Zhang Jiqing's mind these days. It can be said that he has plenty of money to find young models. But when he met Li Xiyan, he would rather fantasize about Li Xiyan alone than go into actual combat. She is totally a sexy goddess. I heard that this woman is married, but it was assigned by the empire, so it doesn't matter. For rich people, this is basically a formality. Manager Shang, you can just call me by my name. Li Xiyan forced a smile. She didn't want to offend anyone. After all, she wanted to hone her management skills in this company so that she could help her husband in the future. Social practice and work experience are required. And it's not just Zhang Jiqing who likes to show his affection. Many other colleagues also pay attention to every detail of Li Xiyan's affairs. She knew that these people were just greedy for her body. So it's very annoying. Bite. Li Xiyan suddenly received a text message. Honey, are you at work? Can you come down when you have time? I'm almost at your company. I bought a bouquet of flowers for you. My husband has come to the company? And brought flowers? Li Xiyan was surprised for a moment, and immediately agreed, okay, then I'll come down, but I don't have time to be tedious with you. I just came to the company, no matter what, I have to work hard. No problem, I'm just here to keep an eye on things. Lin Feng wanted to show off how rich he is so that his wife would harass him less. Anyway, he would leave after showing off. Manager Zhang, my husband brought me flowers today. Can I go downstairs? Li Xiyan said politely, it only takes a few minutes. It won't interfere with work. When Zhang Jiqing heard this, he immediately looked slightly unhappy, but it disappeared in an instant. He smiled and said, "Xian, you just came to work, so you should avoid such situations. You don't have to go downstairs to get it. Why not ask the people on the first floor to help you get it?" Well, okay then. Li Xian didn't know what to say. After all, she was with her husband every day, so this moment didn't matter. "Honey, please give the flowers to the people on the first floor. I'm very busy now." Li Xian said, "By the way, my sister is in the office on the first floor, just call her." Well, okay then. Lin Feng didn't care. As long as he said that he was Li Xian's husband, people in the company would naturally spread the word about how rich he was, and the effect would be achieved. As for Li Xian's sister, she is not a biological sister, but another girl from the Li family who came out for internship in her third year of college. Of course, they are not the children of Li Xian's uncle, third aunt, and fourth aunt. Her name seems to be Li Shiwu. Just as tall and sexy. But in private, she usually wears a double ponytail hairstyle, which is playful and cute. I have only been in this company for a short time. Li Xian came here, of course, because her sister was here. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Feng's sports car roared like a beast. Lin Feng entered the company and was not stopped. If he had driven an Audi Pikes Peak, he would definitely have been stopped. Lin Feng simply said that he came to look for his wife. The security was put in. Hey! Listen! Why is there a sound of a sports car coming to the door? When I heard this engine, it must be above 7.0, right? A blind guess? Is this a Lamborghini? No, no, no. Lamborghinis usually use multi-cylinder engines like V8 and V10. These engines are characterized by their abundant power and deep, deep sound, which is also one of the characteristics of sports cars. I heard this sound so loud. It's definitely not a Lamborghini. So that's a Ferrari? Even though I can't afford a sports car, I've always been obsessed with discovering the sonic patterns of supercars. I've gained some insights, but I'll have to rely on adjectives, it's too hard to describe. The Ferrari's signature sound is a powerful, consistently high-pitched sound, quite rough. Its characteristic is its massive roar, which can be heard from 500 meters away, echoing throughout the entire street. Anyway, the reason so many people buy Ferraris to show off instead of Lamborghinis is because Ferraris are loud. Ah, you have a loud voice, why don't you say it's noisy? The sound of a sports car, even if it's just noise, is still enjoyable, right? I don't believe you heard it, why didn't you look up? Even if you look at it 1,000 times, it's not yours. You might as well work hard and earn money steadily. Even so, you still watched it, didn't you? Ah, luxury cars are like beauties. It's a waste not to see them. I want to see more. Not only do I want to see them, I also want to get in one and experience it. It's a pity you don't have much money on you. You can only look. You can't touch, and I won't let you open it. Your topic is a bit awkward. There are girls in this job. Speaking of the sound of this sports car, it feels like a Pagani to me. It has a unique muffled sound, not too loud, a bit like the sound of a road racing motorcycle. It's muffled, and this car has a bit of a sultry feel. Epsilon 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 hashtag GTLT? Ah, the sound is getting louder. It looks like they're not just passing by our company. They're coming inside. Oh my god. It really is. It's coming in. It's a blue sports car. That guy who just said he was talking about a Pagani. You're awesome. It really is a Pagani. Many people working in offices on the first floor looked out the window and saw the English word Pagani on the car logo. Isn't it Pagani? It's actually a Pagani? This car isn't like those common Ferraris. It's quite rare. But which Pagani is this? Who knows? It looks like the son of wind, right? But it doesn't look like it. Anyway, no matter which Pagani model it is, it's basically worth 10 million. The people around couldn't see it clearly, and it was impossible to run out and watch during working hours, so they could only watch from a distance. Look! A man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. So handsome. So handsome. Driving such an expensive sports car? Is he a rich second-generation kid coming to our company to discuss business? Of course. In our company, besides manager Zhang Jiqing from the Human Resources Department, who else can afford to buy a 10 million yuan luxury car? Did you forget to include our chairman, Sung Gu? He can't afford it? Even though his father's assets have shrunk in recent years, he's still worth billions. His father is worth 80 billion. It's said that the next time his father's assets are announced, they'll be around 130 billion. Now he's a well-established second-generation rich man worth hundreds of billions. I'm talking about our pissy Jiangnan branch, not the chairman. By the way, speaking of Zhang Jiqing, a super beauty has recently arrived at the company. Her name is Li Shiyan, right? She seems to be the elder sister of Li Shiwu's clan. It really is because of good genes, both of them are stunning beauties. I'm afraid Li Shiyan can't escape Zhang Jiqing's control. Although I heard Li Shiyan say she's married, it seems that she was assigned by the empire. It's an imperial assignment, just a formality. How can her husband be as powerful as manager Zhang? This guy is a local tycoon from Jiangnan. A 25-year-old HR manager. It's said that his family is wealthy. Soon, Lin Feng got out of the sports car. He also saw that many people working in the office were looking at his sports car. Lin Feng smiled and walked to the door. Hello, comrade. Hello. Sir, what can I do for you? A female employee who had just walked in was a little nervous. Why did this wealthy man driving a luxury car suddenly call her? And he was holding flowers in his hand? Was he giving them to me? 3 That's great, right? But the strange thing is that this person was not holding a bouquet of flowers, but a pot of flowers, a small bonsai, and the flowers on it should be roses, which were quite beautiful. I'm looking for Li Shiwu. When Raymond Lam saw that his wife was not coming down, she had already made arrangements and asked Li Shiwu to get the flowers for him. Sir, are you looking for Li Shiwu? The female employee was stunned for a moment. This man was holding flowers? Could he be here to pursue Li Shiwu? By the way, Li Shiwu is so beautiful. Twin ponytails in private. It's exactly the reins of a man's dreams. Well, I'm looking for her. I have something to trouble you with. Lin Feng responded. Okay, I'll go call her right away. The female employee nodded, looked at Lin Feng with a lustful look on her face, and then walked in quickly. And after entering, her face changed drastically. She cheered excitedly and whispered, "Everyone, listen to me. That rich man outside driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car is here to see Li Shiwu. It seems he's here to give her flowers." What? This rich man is here to give Li Shiwu flowers? Oh my god. Shiwu is indeed our company's second most beautiful girl, the new generation of Shuling twin beauties. Only been interning for a few months? And she's already been spotted by a wealthy man again? If you want to blame someone, blame me for having twin tails and a face that looks like an 2D character. I heard that she was ranked second on the Imperial Campus Beauty Rankings in college. Li Shiyan was first. I'm second. You didn't see Li Shiwu's private live streams. She was wearing all these 2D clothes. I gave her tens of thousands of dollars in tips. Tens of thousands of dollars? Hundreds of thousands, I'm afraid? You can't take it. That's right, aren't we just here to watch the fun? Then I went to the browser while watching. Your phone is so slow. The last time I saw it, the browser took up several gigabytes of memory. I deleted Penguin in WeChat. I won't delete the browser. Ha 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 ha. You're such a talented person. Li Shiwu, there's a rich man outside looking for you. The female employee went over and informed Li Shiwu. Li Shiwu was currently processing documents. She looked out the window and immediately frowned, thinking, why is my brother-in-law here? Hasn't this guy never seen the morning sun in his entire life? He only sees the midday sun a few times a year at most. Today's the first time. 9:40 in the morning? Now. I understand. Li Shiwu agreed, stood up and walked out the door. But at this moment, an equally luxurious supercar arrived at the door. Is this a Maybach 62s? A rare luxury car? Priced at 10.61 million. The Maybach series of cars was completely discontinued in 2013, but its legend is still circulating in the automotive industry. It is reported that there are no more than 30 people in China who own Maybach 62s, and no more than 100 in the world, which makes it very rare. Ha ha ha, could it be Jack Ma that's coming? I remember Jack Ma had one like this. Ha ha ha, how is that possible? What are you bragging about? Even if this car is rare, it's only worth 10 million. That car just now seemed to be a Pagani Zonda, and that's worth nearly 20 million. Look at the license plate number of this Maybach. License plate number? Holy crap! Isn't this Principal Wang's car? The license plate number is Principal Wang's birthday number. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please vote for me? I want to get into the rankings. Please. I promise that as long as I get 700 monthly votes this month, I will send private photos to the group directly. Reader Group 954459465. Chapter 48. Principal Wang was stunned. Lin Feng is too generous. Really? The man showed up again. A character in the novel who serves as a springboard for the male protagonist to show off. It is known as the new generation of novel pretending artifact. The male protagonist's early experience baby. The later stages are barely considered a dish and are rarely mentioned. At this moment, the Maybach stopped at the parking space reserved for the chairman, and Principal Wang, with his greasy hair and rebellious face, appeared in everyone's sight. Principal Wang is still dressed so modestly. Just a plain t-shirt. Big bell-bottom pants. His hair must have gone unwashed in days. Just the way he's dressed? If he didn't have a face that hundreds of millions of people back home recognize, no one would think he's rich. But he is rich. Are you angry? He just dresses normally and doesn't dress up. Tisk, just a lucky tadpole. Of course, I dare not say this out loud. After all, he is the chairman of the company. Ha! This is the branch of my pussy company? Why is there a sports car? After Principal Wang got out of the car, he saw a sports car in another parking space about 10 meters away. He couldn't see the specific model, but it should be a Pagani. Has some rich guy come to our branch to discuss business? Let's go meet him later. Now. Principal Wang didn't say anything else. Now, of course, he came to give flowers to a beautiful girl. Look, what did Principal Wang take out of the car? Looks like Neptune rose? These are the 10 most expensive rose varieties. It is a golden red rose with a sweet fragrance that is stunning and gorgeous. I heard one flower costs 3,000 yuan, right? And Principal Wang has a huge bouquet in his hand? I estimate there are 99 flowers? So, the price is close to 300,000. Who is this for, Principal Wang? You don't even know this. It must be Li Shiwu. Of course, when Principal Wang came to the branch office a few times before, he met a beautiful woman like Li Shiwu, who was actually an anchor. Principal Wang's words are still the same old ones. That's all I pursue. He treats a daughter of a wealthy family as dirt, but regards internet celebrities and young models as beautiful women. His hobbies are similar to those of Chao Zhe. So what's the situation now? The wealthy man driving a Pagani? And Principal Wang? They all want to send flowers to Li Shiwu? Isn't Li Shiwu too popular? How about you, the guy driving the Pagani, go upstairs and chase Li Xian? She's a little prettier than Li Shiwu. Li Shiwu is the principal's favorite, so I think you should just forget about it. Am I the only one who thinks this handsome guy is pretty good? He's so handsome, and his family must be worth at least a few billion. I'd rather marry him. That's right. Principal Wang may have a billionaire father, but to be honest, his appearance is nothing to compliment. Is Xiao Wan ugly? She's the type that gets better the more you look at her. I think you are attracted by his money, right? If it were me, I'd definitely choose Principal Wang, who's worth hundreds of billions. Can being handsome really earn you a living? It's not enough to make a living, but Pagani is so rich, it's enough. What the hell are you all discussing? Li Shiwu was speechless. This was her brother-in-law, not someone who was pursuing her. Her sister had also messaged her, asking for help getting a pot of flowers. Lin Feng had given Li Xian a beautiful pot of roses, wanting her to place it next to her desk. Shiwu, both Principal Wang and the handsome guy from Pagani sent you flowers? Who do you choose? Shiwu, it must be Principal Wang. Even though he shrunk, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. I thought you were describing something else. Manually funny. I described Principal Wang as rich, okay? Don't mess it up. Shiwu, go take Principal Wang's Neptune rose. He's been interested in you since the beginning of last month. But he's already given you flowers 3 times. Hurry up and make peace with Principal Wang. Become his 18th girlfriend. Make some money, and then we'll run away. The breakup fee will be at least 30 million. I think Principal Wang is really serious about pursuing Li Shiwu this time. I've never seen him be so humble in pursuing a girl. Li Shiwu gave him the cold shoulder in front of so many people a few times before, and she didn't seem upset. Oh? What did I say? That's all hype, don't mention it. Yes, Principal Wang, am not a bootlicker. Of course, Principal Wang was not serious at all. He just suddenly discovered that his company actually had a treasure-level girl like Li Shiwu, who was so beautiful. Those long legs. I can't bear it. Playful and cute. Be able to squat. Kindness. It's beautiful. Anyway, this girl is very pure and has never had a boyfriend. She is the one that Principal Wang likes. A good month. If you are tired of each other, let us break up. I can give her 30 million as a breakup fee, she deserves it. You all have serious illnesses. Li Shiwu couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she ignored them and walked out the door. Why are you so anxious? Let's be honest. Principal Wang's breakup fee is so high, why don't you take it? You guys should be more appropriate when joking. Li Shiwu isn't that kind of woman. It seems like she's never had a boyfriend. Of course, these colleagues all thought that Li Shiwu was angry because they talked about breakup fees. What made Li Shiwu angry was that he was her brother-in-law, but he was misunderstood as someone who was pursuing her. Guess who Li Shiwu will choose the flowers for? I bet the handsome guy from Pagani a bag of spicy noodles. After all, no matter how handsome he is, he can't compare to Principal Wang. But even though Li Shiwu accepted the flowers from Principal Wang a few times before, she basically threw them away right away. I think Li Shiwu must consider Principal Wang's face. After all, he is the chairman of the company. He will definitely go to accept Principal Wang's flowers. Your analysis is correct. If it were me, I would definitely do the same. In the service hall on the first floor, many people were talking about it, waiting for Li Shiwu to go out and pick up the flowers from whom. On the other side, Lin Feng at the door naturally met Principal Wang. Are you Principal Wang? Lin Feng was surprised, but not shocked. Hey, that's your Pagani, right? Principal Wang greeted him. You're holding a pot of flowers? Who are you giving it to? Yeah, it's my car. As for the flowers, they're for my wife. Lin Feng replied, is this company yours too? Well, the company is mine. What position does your wife hold? Let me say hello to you. Principal Wang naturally knew that the other party was driving a sports car and would not be impolite. She has just taken office for a few days. There is no need to say hello. My wife is here mainly to learn from her experience. Seeing that the person on the other side was quite polite, Lin Feng was naturally polite as well. That's right. With a husband like you who drives a 20 million yuan luxury car, there's no need for a promotion. Experience is what matters most. Principal Wang said politely. By the way, your car is a Pagani Zonda, right? No, another one. Lin Feng said with a smile. Another model? Principal Wang looked at the car, but it was too far away and he couldn't see clearly what model it was. By the way, I'm here to give you flowers too. I've fallen for a girl from our company. She's really pretty. I spotted her. Principal Wang laughed. Damn, you are not interested in my wife, are you? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. If that were the case, Lin Feng would definitely not allow it. You are the springboard for showing off in the early stage of the novel, and this young man with cheats is not afraid of you. Brother, you've got to be kidding. I've taken a liking to this guy, and he's been in our company for at least a few months. Didn't your wife just come? I don't even know her. Principal Wang explained. Oh, so that's it. Lin Feng smiled. Soon. Li Shiwu finally came out, and Principal Wang was full of anticipation. Looking at Li Shiwu a few meters away, he had already thought about how to make the opening remarks. But the next moment, Li Shiwu actually walked towards Lin Feng and said with a playful smile, Lin Feng, you are here, give me the flowers. Li Shiwu smiled playfully at Lin Feng, and her voice was soft and crisp, the kind of light and playful tone. What's going on? What's going on? How is that possible? Li Shiwu actually gave up the Qilin for the Naoma? Isn't Principal Wang more attractive? Go get this Pagani rich man's flower? What do you mean by a poor horse is better than a unicorn? He can afford a Pagani, but he's still a poor horse. Then what are we? Are we cattle or horses? Ahem, this tycoon may drive a Pagani and be worth billions, but compared to Principal Wang, who has hundreds of billions in assets and was once the son of the richest man in the country, his connections are basically nothing compared to a steed. By the way, what kind of flower is that handsome Pagani guy holding? I can't tell, I don't really understand. This flower is really beautiful. It must be something very special. But Principal Wang outside was dumbfounded. He was carrying 300,000 yuan worth of flowers, but he was killed in an instant? Hey, brother, what's wrong with you? Your flowers? Aren't they for your wife? Is Li Shiwu your wife? Principal Wang was unhappy. What was going on? Principal Wang, you misunderstood. This is my brother-in-law. Li Shiwu glanced at him. She didn't really like this rich second-generation guy. At best, he was chasing her because he was greedy for her body. She didn't want him to grab her ponytail. Yes, that's right. What? Your brother-in-law? Principal Wang was confused again. My sister works upstairs and can't come down. My brother-in-law sent her flowers and I just helped her get them. Li Shiwu explained again. Principal, so you are pursuing my sister-in-law? Seeing this, Lin Feng naturally did not agree. Everyone knows that Principal Wang is a playboy. Although this is just his sister-in-law, he doesn't want to see her being ruined by Principal Wang. Lin Feng, give me the flowers and I'll help you take them in. Li Shiwu stretched out her hand. Lin Feng, Lin Feng? What Lin Feng? I'm your brother-in-law, can't I call you brother-in-law? Lin Feng was a little dissatisfied. He's just the same age as me, why should I call you brother-in-law? I can't say it. Li Shiwu giggled and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Brother, your name is Lin Feng, right? Seeing that Lin Feng was Li Shiwu's brother-in-law, Principal Wang had to please him. In this way, pursuing the beauty would be much easier. Let me get to know you. I'd like to treat you to a meal later. Principal Wang took the initiative to invite. That. Lin Feng also knew that a wealthy man of his level was trying to please him just to pursue Li Shiwu. After a pause, Lin Feng didn't care anymore and said, Principal, I think my sister-in-law Shiwu doesn't seem to be interested in you. With your conditions, I think being a celebrity or a young model would be easy for you. Why bother? Brother-in-law is awesome. Li Shiwu also silently gave a thumbs up from the side, and sent him 1,000 kisses. She really didn't like this Principal Wang. She was not an internet celebrity who was short of money. Although her family only had hundreds of millions of assets, it was enough for her to spend. She didn't need to worship money. Not a brother. Principal Wang was speechless. I started to complain secretly. Your sister-in-law wants to be my Principal Wang's girlfriend? Are you still unhappy? And you even mean to forbid it? If it were someone else, everyone would be happy, right? Are you still disgusted by being associated with me, Principal Wang? Principal Wang was a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything on the surface. Sudden. Principal Wang noticed the pot of flowers in Lin Feng's hand. Brother, your flower. Principal Wang's eyes widened slightly, and he walked over to take a closer look. Fuck. Isn't this a Juliet rose? Juliet rose? This flower was a bonsai that Lin Feng saw on the ship during the return of the alien world. It was originally in a ceramic bonsai pot, but Lin Feng later replaced it with a modern flower pot. Isn't it? Oh my god. Principal Wang was completely speechless. What kind of rich man is this? Giving his wife Juliet rose right at the start? At this time, the employees at the company gate also started talking about it. What are they talking about? Li Shiyan, is this Lin Feng's wife? And he is also Li Shiwu's brother-in-law? Damn it! I thought asking Li Shiwu to leave was to give her flowers. I'm the only one who thinks that Li Shiwu also has a look of deep affection. Oh shit, no way? Sisters? And then, this is the Empire's #1 and #2 school beauties? Actually, isn't this man too happy? Principal Wang, am afraid I won't be so lucky, right? Listen, Principal Wang and this Lin Feng are talking about Juliet Rose. Principal Wang seems very excited. Juliet Rose? I've heard of it. Isn't it a rose? It said this rose is very rare, and it takes 15 years for it to bloom after it germinates. A single pot of it is worth 3 million. Not RMB, but British pounds. It's one of the most precious flowers in the world. It's also the most expensive rose on the list of the top 10. This rose is a typical cut rose. If a wealthy person offers this flower, no one can refuse it. When the people around heard the price of Juliet roses, they were shocked. In an instant, they almost fell to the ground. Oh. Omega Omega. Oh. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? 3 million? Or pounds? Let me calculate, how much RMB is equivalent to 1 British pound? A little over 7 yuan, right? I can't remember. Anyway, it's a little more expensive than the US dollar. That's 21 million renminbi? Oh my god, does his family own a banknote printing factory? Giving his wife a pot of flowers? 21 million? I thought he was so impressive just because he drove a car worth tens of millions. But this move is simply unbeatable. To be honest, there is a huge difference between driving a car worth 10 million and giving roses worth 20 million. The latter's wealth can be said to be more than 10 times that of the former. Brother, what does your father do? You're selling roses for 20 million yuan? A full 3 million pounds? Principal Wang was also surprised. And your flowers are in superb condition. They can basically sell for 30 million. I've seen several pots of Juliet roses, but none of them have the plump, juicy buds and thick stems like yours. Lin Feng, you gave my sister this pot of roses for 30 million? Li Shiwu almost dropped the bonsai on the ground for a moment. She thought it was just an ordinary rose, but it was actually so expensive? What the hell is this? He is indeed the rich son-in-law of the Li family. But Li Shiwu was not too surprised. I heard that my brother-in-law went to buy a house and bought an entire community in one go. And your sister is busy with work? Why doesn't she come down to get the flowers? This is 30 million yuan. If it were Li Shiwu, she would come down to get it no matter how busy she was at work. I didn't expect that Principal Wang has such good taste. This is indeed a Juliet rose. Lin Feng pulled the corner of his mouth tightly. He was not pretending. He just saw that this flower was very beautiful and thought it was very suitable to give to his wife. He didn't know what Juliet rose was. It seems something from another world. There is a lot of potential. A surprise every now and then? And at this time, a light blue Audi arrived at the company gate. It was opened by Li Yuanhao. Hey, this is the company, who are you? You can't come in. Li Yuanhao was stopped. My Audi worth 300 million can't get in? Li Yuanhao raised his head proudly. Audi worth 300 million? The security guard was puzzled. Hey, security guard, that's my brother-in-law, let him in. Lin Feng also saw his brother-in-law driving his Audi Pikes Peak. Lin Feng got a new car today, so hasn't he, my brother-in-law, been clamoring to drive an Audi Pikes Peak? So I opened it for him. But when Li Yuanhao heard that Lin Feng had another Pagani Chivalrous, he immediately quit. I followed him over to test drive the Pagani Limited Edition. Chased here directly. Security. Let them in. Principal Wang, as the chairman, shouted. Sir, please come in. The security guard immediately let him in after hearing that. Why is Principal Wang here too? Li Yuanhao was puzzled for a moment. After all, this was someone else's company. He didn't care and drove in. He pulled out of the driveway. Brother-in-law, your Audi Pikes Peak is really nice. When did you get that new Pagani Cheeky? Let me try it out too. Why not today? Let me play with it right now? Li Yuanhao stretched out his hand and said, return my brother-in-law's car keys. What the hell? Audi Pikes Peak? Pagani Chiron? Principal Wang was stunned when he heard about these two luxury cars that even the richest man couldn't afford. Dear husbands and little ancestors, can you please vote for me? I want to get into the rankings. Please. I promise that as long as I get 700 monthly votes this month, I will give you all the benefits you want. Reader Group 954459465. Chapter 49 Terrible. Li Xian's husband is so awesome. Could this Audi be Pikes Peak? Principal Wang immediately stared over, glancing around. Is this really that magical car? Is this the one that Audi's CEO collects? Into Lin Feng's hands? Who is this guy? And the other one? The Pagani Chivalric? A car limited to just 3 units worldwide? This car is a model specially built by Pagani for China. The red one is Pagani Yazzi, the blue one is Pagani Chiwen, and the purple one is Pagani Baxia. The name is taken from 3 of the 9 sons of the Chinese dragon. The prototype of the car model is Pagani Zonda, but with a lot of added power and configuration. And the appearance is also very Chinese style. It's a pity that although this car was built for Chinese people, foreigners got the upper hand and bought it first. How many rich second generations want these 3 cars? Even if they bid 200 million, they can't buy them back. There are only 3 in the world, and one of the colors is the only one in the world. Principal Wang almost knelt down to Lin Feng. $30 million? Audi Pikes Peak? Pagani Cheeky? Of course, the Pagani Chiwen belonged to Huang Quan's son Huang Lin. He bought it from a foreigner not long ago. Lin Feng took a fancy to it, so Huang Lin gave it to Lin Feng directly. Okay, you're my brother-in-law after all. Take it and drive it, but go slowly. Lin Feng drove a Pagani Vortis today just to show off so that the people who were harassing his wife would know how powerful he is. Now that the effect has been achieved, since his brother-in-law wants to drive it, he will naturally let him drive it. My brother-in-law has been helping me guard the boat these days without making any mistakes, so he deserves a reward. Thank you, brother-in-law. Li Yuanhao took the car keys with a smile and immediately went for a test drive. Brother-in-law, you are busy. I'll take a drive and be back later. Principal Wang looked at the Pagani Chivalric. He himself was not even qualified to drive it, yet it was driven away by a little brat? I was also speechless. Mr. Lin. How about I be your brother-in-law? Principal Wang said suddenly. Let's just forget about it, shall we? Lin Feng coughed and laughed, thinking to himself, everyone knows that you, Principal Wang, were born in 1985. As for your sister, isn't she a bit old? Just kidding, Mr. Lin. Principal Wang said with a sly smile, you're truly amazing. A Pagani Chimus, so many wealthy people can't get one, and you managed it? It's nothing, just a gift from a friend. Lin Feng smiled faintly and continued, well, my sister-in-law said that she hopes to marry someone who can live a down-to-earth life. I heard that you are not interested in marriage? No need to say. Principal Wang smiled awkwardly, I understand. Actually, I want to pursue Li Shiwu, it's just a joke. If I don't, you know my taste as Principal Wang. Everyone in the world loves young girls, but I, Principal Wang, only love internet celebrities who are above heaven and go to the kitchen. In the middle, I can also, enema. After Principal Wang finished speaking, he also looked down on me inwardly, you act like you care about your sister-in-law? You're afraid of me, a playboy, right? It's obvious that you want to have both of them. The principal's taste has always been unique. Lin Feng was also amused by Principal Wang. Brother-in-law is so kind. Li Shiwu was also grateful in her heart, smiling at Principal Wang, actually, you're quite nice, but, like my brother-in-law said, I want to find someone down to earth to live with. If you don't want to get married, we're not suitable. I told you, I was just kidding. I'm just messing around with you. I don't plan on pursuing you. Principal Wang smiled, but he was actually mad at me. When did this happen? Did someone give Principal Wang the nice guy card? He was speechless. Look at the door. What the hell is going on? Principal Wang seems to be being so polite to Lin Feng? Nodding and fawning? He's just a total bootlicker. Isn't it said that Principal Wang is a bootlicker? Ening. I heard the car out there is an Audi Pikes Peak or a Pagani Chivalric. What kind of car is that? Oh. Holy crap. Are those 2 cars a Pagani Chivalric and an Audi Pikes Peak? Very expensive? How can they not be expensive? One is nearly 300 million. The other has been hyped up to nearly 200 million. Both models are practically the only ones in the world. The Pagani Chinois actually comes in 2 other colors, but even a single color is still considered the only one in the world. Oh my god. Is this Li Xian's husband? Is this Li Shiwu's brother-in-law? No wonder Li Shiwu looks at her brother-in-law with such affection. He's so awesome. Awesome. Two sisters. One is a queen with black stockings and a gentle demeanor, the other is a playful and cute twin-tailed 2D beauty. This life is unparalleled, right? This Lin Feng is so rich. Is he from a semi-reclusive family? I always thought Principal Wang was the best at reincarnation. I never thought there were people even braver than him. Whose general is this? A group of company employees almost knelt down to Lin Feng. It costs tens of millions of dollars at a time. A few small target cars? Are you going to let people live? Isn't this guy Lin Feng just here to show off today? Isn't Principal Wang also an agent? Like he's just a springboard for pretense? You know what? In the novels, isn't Principal Wang just an early experience character? Later on, the male protagonist conquers the universe, so those novel authors don't even bother writing about him. Li Shiwu, on the other hand, said, then, brother-in-law, I'll give these 3 million pounds worth of flowers to my sister. She'll definitely be very surprised. Finally you call me brother-in-law? Lin Feng rolled his eyes at her. It was really not easy for her to call him brother-in-law. Didn't I thank you for helping me deal with Principal Wang? Otherwise, I wouldn't call you brother-in-law. Of course, Li Shiwu would not say this in front of Principal Wang, but just gave Lin Feng a grateful look. As soon as Li Shiwu entered the room, the company employees came up to greet her and showed their courtesy. Shiwu, who is your brother-in-law? Why is he so awesome? I've never heard of this person. What a beautiful flower. And they kept looking at the 3 million pounds worth of roses. If I could touch this flower, I wouldn't wash my hands for half a year. Touch it? If a leaf falls off, wouldn't it be hundreds of thousands? Who would dare to take it down? Sorry, even if I had the most luxurious house in Jiangnan as compensation, it wouldn't be enough. This kind of rich man? Isn't Li Xian too lucky? She's so beautiful, it's normal for her to have a rich husband. Li Shiwu listened to the chatter of these people, responded briefly to a few words, and went up to the third floor. The third floor is Zhang Jiqing's territory. This is the Human Resources Department. Li Shiwu? Zhang Jiqing was slightly stunned. Zhang Jiqing also pursued Li Shiwu at the beginning, but failed. Later, when Principal Wang wanted to pursue Li Shiwu, he gave up. Now that his sister has come, who is even prettier, Zhang Jiqing doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Hello, Manager Zhang. Li Shiwu greeted her, then walked towards her sister and said, Sister Xian, your husband gave you a pot of roses. I hope you can put it next to your desk. It's worth 3,000 W. What? 3,000 W? Zhang Jiqing was stunned, then burst out laughing. Hey, Li Shiwu, what's this? 30 million? You're not mistaken, are you? This is a Juliet rose, so of course it's expensive. Li Shiwu didn't pay much attention to him, since he was not her superior. Manager, look downstairs, it looks like Principal Wang is here. Sudden. Someone came up and reported to Zhang Jiqing. Principal Wang? Chairman Wang? Zhang Jiqing's face immediately turned serious, not caring about the 30 million yuan being wasted. He shouted, let's go down and greet them. Manager Zhang, I don't know what's going on, but there's all this commotion down there. It seems like they saw some fancy car. I don't know. But I guess it's because Principal Wang's car is too luxurious? Stop talking nonsense. When did Principal Wang arrive? Although Zhang Jiqing's family has billions of assets, he is still too young compared to Principal Wang, and Principal Wang is his immediate superior. Principal Wang has been here for about 5 minutes. Soon. The two of them walked downstairs. Director Wang? Why are you here? You didn't even say hello. Zhang Jiqing walked up to her with a smile and said, you're probably here to give flowers to Li Shiwu again, right? Director Wang, why bother coming in person? Just say hello, and I'll do it for you. This little girl is so lucky to be favored by you. Ahem. Principal Wang was speechless. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, Zhang Jiqing, stop talking nonsense. When did I ever say I was pursuing Li Shiwu? It's not true. At most, I was just joking with the little girl. Anyway, Principal Wang has concluded that Lin Feng might want to have both sisters. Therefore, Principal Wang is also a person who knows when to advance and when to retreat. Although his father now has assets worth hundreds of billions. But this guy Lin Feng is most likely from a semi-hidden family. His assets are extremely rich, but they cannot be compared with the richest man in the country. You're not pursuing Li Shiwu. Zhang Jichen was immediately confused. Why did he suddenly stop pursuing Li Shiwu? So he didn't pursue her and went after her himself? Sisters together? Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lin. From now on, whenever he comes to my company, it means that I, Principal Wang, have come. Remember this. Principal Wang said with a smile. Hello, Mr. Lin, please come and sit in the lounge. Zhang Jicheng also realized that this Lin Feng seemed to be no ordinary person. Even Principal Wang was so polite to him, so he must be from a semi-hidden family or the white world. By the way, Zhang Jicheng, Mr. Lin's wife works at our company. Why did Mr. Lin come to give her flowers? Why is he too busy with work? Why can't he come down to get them? Principal Wang demanded. Who is Mr. Lin's wife's superior? How can he be so ignorant? Ms. Li? Zhang Jicheng looked at Lin Feng and asked, May I ask what your wife's full name is? Li Shiyan. Lin Feng replied. I'm asking for a wave of monthly tickets, everyone, please help me vote. The author is free to arrange it. I beg you. If you want to give out monthly ticket red envelopes, it would be better. Click the middle screen, find the 3 dots in the upper right corner, then click on the red envelope and select the monthly ticket red envelope. Chapter 50, Explosion. Accidentally eating a fruit from another world, unexpectedly. Zhang Jicheng immediately glared, Your lover is Li Xian? You were assigned by her empire. Zhang Jicheng didn't say anything else. What's wrong with you? Why are you hesitant to speak? Let me ask you, who is Miss Li's superior? It won't take much time to get a flower, right? Why didn't your superior let her come down to get it? Principal Wang questioned. That Principal Wang, Zhang Jicheng was completely dumbfounded. Is Li Xian's husband really that awesome? Even Principal Wang respected him so much. This was too scary. He had gotten himself into big trouble. Are you still flirting with Li Xian? And when Lin Feng came to give Li Xian flowers, he refused to let her go down to get them, saying work was more important. What do you mean by you? Li Xian's superior? Could it be you? Principal Wang also saw it. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I'm indeed your wife's superior, but she's really busy with work. Zhang Jicheng said, and immediately trotted out, saying, Don't worry, I'll personally invite Miss Li down. After Zhang Jicheng finished speaking, he immediately ran upstairs. At this time, Li Xian was typing on the keyboard. She looked at the Juliet roses her husband had given her and was deeply moved. Miss Li. Zhang Jicheng called twice. What's wrong, Manager Zhang? Li Xian stopped typing on the keyboard and looked up slightly. How about I give you a vacation? Your husband is here and wants to see you. Isn't he sending you flowers? Zhang Jicheng's attitude changed drastically at this moment. No need, manager. My sister brought it up for me. My husband is leaving soon. Li Xian smiled. It seems that her stinky husband is causing trouble again? What on earth is going on? Has Zhang Jicheng been scared to death again? It's okay, Miss Li, go ahead. You really don't have to be so busy. Zhang Jicheng was polite again. Doesn't this feel a bit like inviting a deity and is easier than sending it away? He just didn't let her go down to get the flowers, and now she refuses to go? Seeing this, Li Xian picked up her phone and sent a voice message, Husband? Your identity has been exposed? You should have come here to expose yourself earlier, otherwise you would always be approached and harassed. I came here today on purpose. Lin Feng also replied with a voice message. Okay, then put away your magical powers. You've messed up Principal Wang's company. See you later tonight. After Li Xian said this, she also sent a emoticon. Then wife, I'll wait for you. Lin Feng smiled faintly and put the phone in his pocket. What's wrong? Zhang Jicheng? Miss Li, you didn't invite her down? Principal Wang saw Zhang Jiqing coming down alone and said sternly, "They just gave me flowers, and you refuse to let them go? And now you can't invite her down?" Lin Feng didn't say anything on the side. He was not a saint. This man was probably the manager who harassed his wife. Let Principal Wang scold him. "Mr. Wang, please listen to me. I really don't know Miss Li's husband." Zhang Jiqing said fearfully. "Ha, I think you're interested in Miss Li?" Principal Wang snorted. You're like that? Are you a toad wanting to eat swan meat?" Principal Wang almost said, let alone Lin Feng's wife. Principal Wang, doesn't he even dare to pursue Lin Feng's sister-in-law, so how dare you harass Li Xian? These are his two wives. Don't get involved. But on Lin Feng's side, he was just helping his sister-in-law. He didn't want her to be harmed by Principal Wang. That was not his intention. Yes, Mr. Wang is right. Zhang Jiqing didn't dare to argue with anyone and could only respond with a smile. Fortunately, he was just chatting her up and didn't do anything extreme to Li Xian. He didn't even touch her with a finger, otherwise it would be really terrible. Get out of my way. Why don't you let Miss Li take the flowers? Those flowers are the money you can't even negotiate for a year's worth of business. 30 million. Principal Wang cursed, but the more he cursed Zhang Jiqing, the more he tried to please Lin Feng. Damn it. Those novelists always use me as a springboard to show off. I never thought I'd actually be used to show off today. Principal Wang was speechless. Principal Wang watched Zhang Jiqing leave, then smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, meeting you today is fate. If you have time, come to my house and have some fun. I used to be very arrogant. I once said that I didn't care whether my friends were rich or not, because none of them were as rich as me. But when I met Mr. Lin today, I'm going to be frank. I won't pretend anymore. I just want you to be richer than me." Haha, Principal Wang is so straightforward. Lin Feng laughed. "If we're going to visit your house, let's do it another day. Actually, today I heard from my wife that people keep hitting on her at her company, so I came over to check it out. You should have told me earlier. I'll just give her a heads up and no one will dare to touch her." Principal Wang patted his chest. "Then I don't know you yet?" Lin Feng could actually say hello to others and take care of them, but why bother with that? Just drive a luxury car over and everything will be easy. That's right. Principal Wang immediately took out his cell phone. How about leaving it on the phone? No problem. Although Lin Feng has a cheat, he still needs to make friends. One more friend means one more way. Soon. The two people left their contact information with each other. And home address. Only then did Lin Feng set foot on Audi Pikes Peak, and his brother-in-law also came back after a stroll. The two of them went home without disturbing Li Xian too much at work. After today, I'm afraid no one will dare to harass Li Xian and her lovely sister-in-law in the company, right? Of course, Li Xian is the main one, and the sister-in-law is just a side thing. So damn rich. Principal Wang sighed bitterly as he watched Lin Feng drive away in his Audi Pikes Peak. Inwardly, he shouted to the heavens, "Novel writers, please stop writing about me, Principal Wang, and include Lin Feng in your stories. He's a much more suitable springboard for your cool stories and has a more impressive reputation." That's not right. I'm too famous. What the novel author wants is popularity. The damn title of national husband, the novel author won't let me go. Principal Wang was helpless and could only enter the company to remind these people again that Li Xian and Li Shiwu could not be touched by anyone. In the remaining 2 or 3 days, Lin Feng was dealing with the supplies on that ship, and he had not yet completely digested them. There were various gold tools on board, weighing approximately 1,380 kilograms. Lin Feng has verified that there is no problem with eating crops such as rice and tea. People can eat them, and they are all delicious rice and tea. There are also several tons of precious medicinal materials such as ginseng, deer antler, saffron, winter grass and summer grass, which Lin Feng is still verifying. There were beef jerky, mutton jerky, tiger meat jerky, and all kinds of dried meat from various animals that Lin Feng didn't know what other animals were. There was so much of it that Lin Feng had to hide things like tiger meat jerky. After all, it was not allowed here. The luxurious fabrics are all handmade with fine craftsmanship. Lin Feng naturally plans to keep them for decoration in the bedroom of his new house when he gets married. His wife's skin is like it's made of water, and such craftsmanship is generally very delicate. Even if two people move around a lot in the future, the fabric will not hurt their skin. Anyway, there are so many things on a ship that it would be impossible to introduce them all one by one. But Lin Feng estimated that the value of things that are already known is around 10 billion. But this is only the discovered value. Some weird stuff. Lin Feng still hasn't fully understood it. At noon, the sun was shining brightly with a slight breeze. The two of them planned to go to Wang's restaurant for dinner. But bring your own materials. I've been used to eating dried beef and mutton from another world these days, and the beef and mutton here are basically unpalatable. Lin Feng, this fruit juice is so delicious. I've never tasted such sweet and authentic fruit before. The fruits on the market are all sweetened with sweeteners, and this can't compare to this. Wife, eat some, I have plenty more. Lin Feng remembered that the fruit was packed in an exquisite basket, with about 100 of them. They look like strawberries, but with a slight difference. Anyway, it has been verified that it is indeed non-toxic and harmless. But what Lin Feng didn't know was that this fruit was called acacia fruit in another world. It is a very precious kidney tonifying fruit that is priceless. When it encounters four things, some chemical reactions will occur. It becomes stronger when it comes into contact with alcohol. The alcohol content of fermented alcohol can reach 3 times or even more. It becomes less sweet when it comes into contact with sugar. It tastes bitter when it comes into contact with salt. When it comes into contact with acid, it will cause aphrodisiac effect. It will produce an aphrodisiac effect. It is called aphrodisiac. This fruit is usually eaten by noble couples from other worlds. After eating one and drinking a sip of vinegar, you can say a famous line from the game Landlord, "Don't leave, fight until dawn." If you eat too much and then drink vinegar, the effect will be multiplied, and it will have the effect of accelerating the process. Now, the two of them naturally started to eat the juice. There was a full cup in front of Lin Feng. Li Xian's half cup. At the end, the two of them ordered a bottle of Play-Doh worth tens of thousands of dollars. Hey, Lin Feng, this Play-Doh wine today? Why is it so intoxicating? I feel a little dizzy. The alcohol content of this wine is not high, right? Li Xian only drank half a glass, so she shouldn't be drunk, right? She didn't know that the love fruit would become stronger when it came into contact with alcohol. Drink 1 cup as if it were 3 or 5. I think too, this wine is a bit intoxicating. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously a few times and found that the other party, Li Xian, had such a pretty face. Why was his alcohol tolerance so poor? It was only 2 glasses, right? Wang Shuyi won't sell us any fake wine, right? Li Xian was confused and couldn't open her eyes, but her beautiful eyes looked a little more charming. He dares to sell fake liquor? I'll tear down his store. Hubby, you're drunk. It's not like you to say such things. Li Xian rubbed her head. Although she was drunk, she still looked at Lin Feng with a happy expression. I'm not drunk, just a little dizzy. Lin Feng also has to save face, okay? Is he drunk with just this little bit of wine? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be fake wine. Hubby, you're really drunk. You're even slurring your words, and you still refuse to admit it? Li Xian smiled faintly, her face flushed. Let's go back and rest today, right? You take me home. Of course, the home Li Xian was talking about must be her own home, not the home where she lived with Lin Feng. Although the two people lived together, they also had to deal with inspections from their superiors. She was not mentally prepared to stay in the same room with Raymond Lam for a long time. Basically, everyone goes home at night. Well, I'll take you home then. Lin Feng stood up with some difficulty and shouted, "Waiter, check out." Sir and madam, our Mr. Wang said that the processing fee is waived. No need to pay. The waitress came in and said politely, "You didn't order anything else either. How can this be possible? We won't charge the processing fee for the 4th time. We've wasted the private room, haven't we?" Lin Feng wasn't one to take advantage of others all the time. "Wife, give me your card. We'll charge him 5 million. Then we can bring our own ingredients here for processing." "I don't even care about his ingredients. 5 million. The waitress instantly pulled the corner of her mouth tightly. She is indeed a person respected by the boss. She is really rich. And these two people didn't drink much? How did you get so drunk? The bag is here, you can take it yourself." Li Xian was completely out of strength, so she supported her head and lifted the small handbag on her legs. "Wife, I told you that you were drunk, But you said you weren't. You don't even have the energy to find your bank card, right? Lin Feng said with a big tongue, walked towards his wife, then placed his hands on both sides of her pelvis and began to unzip her handbag. Can you please stop supporting me? You're so heavy. Li Xian immediately complained because Lin Feng was drunk and when he supported her, he took all the weight off of her. I can't stand anymore, wife. Lin Feng struggled to open the handbag. I searched inside. My eyes are also confused. I can't even see what's in the bag. What is this? Lin Feng took out a small bag from his bag. Oh, the waitress immediately widened her eyes and blushed when she saw this. Is this your snack? Why is there a ring inside? When Lin Feng was about to wake up, he would naturally know what it was, but now, how could he know these things? He decisively put it in Li Xian's bag, and then took out a lot of cards. Gym card. Hotel MVP card. VIP shop membership card. What a bunch of cards. There are so many wife cards. Is this one? Lin Feng took out one and looked at it. Sir, this is the club card. The waitress was speechless and pointed to a green card. This is. Well, use my wife's card to pay. Lin Feng just finished speaking. Wang Shuyi walked in and saw Lin Feng squatting in front of Li Xian, rummaging through her bag. Lin Feng seemed to be drunk, with his head basically resting on Li Xian's long legs. Hey! Brother Lin Feng, are you guys drunk? Wang Shuyi looked at the bottle of wine worth tens of thousands of yuan and thought to himself, isn't it only a third of the bottle? Are you such a poor alcoholic? Mr. Wang, would you like to buy some hangover medicine for this gentleman and his wife? The waitress asked. No need. I'll make some sour kelp soup. It's a traditional remedy, quick to sober up, and it's delicious. Wang Shuyi said, and asked, you too? Would you like to have some? This guy seems quite drunk. Then drink something. Lin Feng felt really dizzy, and he had to drink something sour at this time. After all, vinegar can help sober up. Soon. Then here comes the kelp sour soup. The two of them drank it. Oops. This acacia fruit becomes fascinating when it encounters sourness. Chapter 51, damn it. There are cameras in the hotel. Li Xian was secretly photographed. Let's go, honey. Do you feel better after drinking the soup? Lin Feng looked at Li Xian leaning on the table and gently pushed her. If you want your husband to hold you, I can't do it today. Uncle Wang, I don't mean to criticize you, but this wine you bought is really fake, right? Why are you so drunk? Little brother, I really don't sell fake wine here. Wang Shuyi said aggrievedly. Forget it, forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. Maybe you've been cheated by someone and you don't even know it. Lin Feng felt that his alcohol tolerance was not that bad anyway. Hey, get up quickly. Why are you still ignoring me? Lin Feng pulled Li Xian's arm. Honey, I feel dizzy and want to sleep. Let me lean back and rest for a while. Li Xian didn't want to move a finger. Of course, the acacia fruit has already entered the stomach and intestines, so the sour kelp soup that is drunk later will naturally take a little time to ferment. Xiaomei, go find a female employee who can drive. Mr. Lin can't drive here. Wang Shuyi ordered, get 2 more female waiters to help Miss Li. Wang Shuyi is naturally very good at making arrangements. It is impossible for a beauty of Li Xian's level to be supported by a man. Immediately, the two were helped into the car by the staff of Wang's restaurant. Mr. Lin and Ms. Li, could you please tell us your address? The female employee sitting in the driver's seat asked. My wife's home is in the Rose Garden Villa. Let's go to her house first. Lin Feng naturally knew that Li Xian had not agreed to live together yet, so he would naturally send her home first. Okay, got it. The female driver's name was Fan Sidong. Seeing that the two people had fastened their seatbelts, she immediately started the car. Wife, come lean on me and take a rest first? Lin Feng hugged her lightly, we'll be home soon, just have a good sleep. Fake alcohol is too uncomfortable. Li Xian didn't care about anything else. She leaned on her husband's legs and felt very at ease. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Li Xian was already drunk and her breathing was a little heavy. So much so that Lin Feng saluted. Strange. Why are you here today? Lin Feng suddenly didn't understand. When I first had physical contact with Li Xian, it was quite interesting. But the two of them became much more affectionate later on. Lin Feng hugged Li Xian and didn't react at all. It's not that Li Xian is not beautiful. But if you hug your child more, you won't be so useless. This bad guy, actually. Li Xian turned her head slightly to the side. After all, you're going to poke your head. I continued to lean on him to rest, my head was really dizzy. Hey, where are you grabbing? Li Xian reached out and opened it. Oh my god. Oh my god. You too. Fan Sidong was speechless in the front. While driving, she secretly observed the situation behind. Fan Sidong was blushing all the way. You two must hold back, don't do that in the car. Anyway, it's very frustrating. It made me think too much. Lin Feng, if you keep grabbing me, I'll be really angry. Li Xian struggled to stand up and didn't plan to lean on the arms of this bad husband. No, honey, I don't know what's wrong, I just... Lin Feng couldn't explain the feeling. Today, when his wife leaned on his arms, he had a very impulsive thought. You're such a loser. I told you to wait until our wedding day to talk about this. Li Xian whispered in his ear, almost biting it. You promised me, you can't go back on your word. Well, I won't regret it. I'll wait for the wedding day. Lin Feng forced a smile and forcibly suppressed the strong feeling that came from nowhere. Of course, the amount of acacia fruit depends on the quantity. Li Xian drank half a cup, which was almost the juice of 3 acacia fruits. Lin Feng drank a glass of juice made from 6 acacia fruits. Lin Feng must be a little excited. Soon. We have finally arrived at Li Xian's house. Hey, Mom and Dad, open the door, Li Yuanhao. Brother! Li Xian shouted at the door, and the key seemed to have fallen at Wang's restaurant. Because I was drunk, I couldn't get everything. Hello, Mom, where are you? Li Xian immediately made a phone call. Xian, what's wrong with you? Why are you stammering? Lu Yaji was stunned for a moment. Didn't you go out to dinner with Xiaofeng? Yeah, I ate it, but it seems like I drank some fake wine, so I'm a little drunk. Li Xian continued, are you guys home? Why didn't you open the door for me? I dropped my key at Wang's restaurant. No, we are not here at Kafko Seaview number 2, we are at Xiaofeng's house. We are chatting with the in-laws. Lu Yaji and Li Jixin were invited there today. It was the first dinner party for the parents of the two families. Over there? Yes, it's in Lin Feng's house. Lu Yaji said, how about I ask someone to send you the key? Forget it, just accompany Lin Feng's parents for dinner and chat. Li Xian was speechless for a moment, but now she was too sleepy to wait any longer. Hubby, how about we go to a hotel and rest? Li Xian didn't invite Lin Feng to do good things. But I really plan to take a rest. Well, no problem. The effect of Lin Feng's acacia fruit has not actually fully taken effect yet, it's just a little bit, and it can still be controlled now. Well, sir and madam, which hotel are you planning to go to? Fan Sidong asked. Whatever. I've been feeling really dizzy lately. That sour kelp soup doesn't seem to be of much use. Li Xian complained. Sir and madam, is this hotel okay? Fan Sidong drove about 800 meters away from the villa and saw a pretty good hotel called Yelian Housey Hotel. This is a couple's theme hotel. The name Yelian Housey means, that night, I met the right person, I fell in love with him, and thus felt the taste of home. Note, Housey is the transliteration of house. Li Xian raised her head and felt a little shy when she saw the name, but she didn't refuse. After all, the two of them were not here to do anything bad. They just wanted to rest separately, which was no big deal. Let's go with this one. Li Xian looked at Lin Feng, who seemed to be about to fall asleep. But judging from Lin Feng's appearance, he seemed to be in great pain. You're not going to throw up in the car, are you? In fact, because Lin Feng drank a glass of acacia fruit juice, plus the amplifying effect, he drank almost 1.5 kilograms of red wine. It is indeed very uncomfortable. And I have to suppress the feeling that is becoming stronger and stronger. It's even more uncomfortable. Lin Feng, get up quickly. We're at the hotel. Let's go and rest first. Li Xian pushed him. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at her sexy red lips. Because she was drunk and had difficulty breathing, her red lips opened and closed slightly, giving her an indescribable charm. Lin Feng really wanted to get closer. Let us do it French style. Then it was very comfortable. It's also very delicious. Lin Feng suppressed this strong feeling and decided to go to the hotel first. Even if he wanted to kiss her, he couldn't do it in front of Fan Sidong. Hey, is this gentleman drunk? The couple hotel waiter came out to greet them quickly. Let me help this lady. The hotel waiter shouted, with a little idea in his mind. He wanted to help Li Xian. Such a drunken situation. This beautiful lady. It's good to get some oil. I'll help Miss Li. You go help Mr. Lin. Fan Sidong naturally wouldn't let any man touch Li Xian. If Lin Feng knew about it, wouldn't he make trouble for her? Of course, Li Xian entered the hotel in a black silk suspender skirt. The male compatriots were simply dumbfounded. Oh. Such a sexy girl. Look at her long legs, they're from anime, right? Add black silk? Doesn't that mean long, straight black hair? Yeah, that's not a description of hair. These long legs are simply unbearable. It's nothing you can't carry. It's only about 20 pounds. If you can't carry it, let me do it. Tisk, the lighter the long legs are, the harder they are to carry. I wouldn't even look at a pair of those that weigh 80 kilograms. What a hot body. This woman looks familiar to me. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Browser? Fuck your sister's browser, it was some forum or something, I can't remember. What are you two whispering about? Hotel manager Long Shangtian suddenly came over and spoke sternly. Without. Nothing, just chatting for fun. Long Shangtian frowned and looked in the direction they were looking. Oh. When Long Shangtian glanced over, the first thing he saw was a pair of silver high heels. They were a pair of invincible beautiful feet that could be held in the palm of his hand. Look up. Too straight. Too symmetrical. Ha. Why haven't I seen the end yet? Is it that long? Fuck. Such long legs? About 1.2 meters, right? A moment. Long Shangtian really understood. This is billions of years, right? I want to get tired of playing until the end of the world. I would like to be called the longest-legged person in the Dongxing Empire, with absolutely perfect proportions and leg shape. Add black stockings and she's truly invincible. Ahem, what's so good about it? It's just long legs. You're a bunch of losers who have never seen a woman. Long Shangtian coughed and withdrew his gaze for a moment, but soon glanced at the long legs again. Emma smells so good. No, I need to take another look. The two male waiters were helpless when they saw Long Shangtian's furtive eyes. Who is the loser? Sudden. Li Xian, who was supported by Fan Sidong, turned her head slightly. Long Shangtian saw her profile. Oh my god. Isn't this Li Xian? The most beautiful woman on the imperial campus, the one who brought disaster to the nation? She has a stunning face. She's known as a generation of seductresses. And many people say she has the longest legs in the empire. Long Shangtian was excited. Not only people were excited. Everything is exciting. Long Outyan looked at Li Xian's profile and was completely captivated by her for a moment. So beautiful. So beautiful. It's fine that you're so beautiful, but you also wear black stockings. Teacher Luo said that this is immoral. Hey, Xiaoxiang, come here. Long Shangtian hooked his finger. Which box are they going to? Manager, it's number 7003. The most expensive. Oh? Really? Long Outyan was so happy for a moment, because there was a high-definition micro camera inside. To be honest. Which browsers are like this? Who spread it? It must be a good thing done by the hotel staff. The more expensive the box, the wealthier the couple staying there. If the man is rich, then the woman must be beautiful. Like the most beautiful girl in the entire empire? Her material must be worth a lot of money, right? When the background is blurred, it will be impossible to recognize that the photo was sent from your own hotel. Anyway, Long Shangtian thought about it and felt that the other party should be a wealthy man and not easy to mess with. If he wanted to make money, he had to act carefully. The key is that I want to appreciate it myself. Chapter 52 Xian, let me love you well. Mr. Lin, Ms. Li, do you need any other help? Fan Sidong sent the two people to the hotel suite and asked. No, nothing else, thank you. Lin Feng said with difficulty, supporting Li Xian slightly. Okay then. Fan Sidong nodded and was about to leave, but she paused. Mr. Lin, take this. If there are any micro cameras in the hotel, they will beep, but you have to be about 2 to 3 meters away. Well, thank you. Lin Feng didn't expect that this girl was so thoughtful. He was worried that there might be some miniature cameras in here. After all, when staying in a hotel these days, especially when there are girls around, one has to be careful. Okay. I'll leave first. After saying this, Fan Sidong left with peace of mind. Xian, are you still dizzy? Although Lin Feng was also dizzy, he was very worried about his wife. Nothing, where are you sleeping? I'll go get another room later. Lin Feng forced himself to stand firm and helped Li Xian to the bedroom. The flame in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He didn't dare to live in the same suite with Li Xian. He was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself. Well, then you can go and get another one. Li Xian nodded slightly and sat on the edge of the bed, but the fire in her heart was also extremely strong. Fuck. Why is this guy leaving? Are you still a man? At this moment, Long Shangtian, who was squatting in his lounge, naturally started watching the live broadcast. Hurry up. Let me take a look at your 2 live streams first. Then promote your work a little more. Long Shangtian felt very aggrieved anyway. If he were Lin Feng, the new king would have ascended the throne and issued a general amnesty long ago. Does the man need to change rooms? I want tea, give it to you later. Lin Feng, don't go. Li Xian looked at Lin Feng's back and suddenly spoke. Aye. At this moment, Li Xian just wanted to say, let us do that, right? But Li Xian couldn't say it. Even if I miss you very much. She couldn't say it either. What's wrong, Xian? Well, it's okay, you can go. Li Xian forced herself to calm down and closed her legs. Grind it. Looking very embarrassed. Well, then I'm really leaving. Lin Feng said, thinking to himself, I really can't bear it anymore. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will do anything. As a man who respects his wife, Lin Feng would never have sex with her before the time she set. Lin Feng took difficult steps and finally arrived in front of the security door. In fact, these 10 or so steps were very painful for Lin Feng. He also thought about ignoring everything and just rushing forward. At this moment, Lin Feng's hand was on the door handle. Just about to open the door. Sudden. A soft mass rested on his back. Husband, don't leave. It was Li Xian who hugged him from behind. Although Li Xian only drank half a cup of acacia fruit juice, she still couldn't hold on. On the contrary, Lin Feng, after drinking 1 cup, the effect was doubled, and he persisted. What's wrong, Xian? Lin Feng had a beauty hugging his back, and the fire in his heart became even stronger. It's nothing, just let me hug you, just a simple hug. Li Xian leaned on Lin Feng's back, constantly grabbing Lin Feng's collar, and rubbing her face against Lin Feng's shoulder. Wife, I don't know what's going on, but today I feel so special. Lin Feng turned around, looked at those sexy red lips, and kissed them. Don't. Li Xian turned her head away for a moment. She could hardly hold on any longer. If she continued like this, she would explode on the spot. Honey, stop messing around, let me kiss you. Lin Feng saw her little head ducking, so he straightened it with his hand and kissed her red lips. He had been holding on until now, but when his wife hugged him like this, he completely lost his rationality in an instant. Whoa, Lin Feng, don't. Li Xian's red lips were blocked, and she couldn't speak, only some humming sounds. Immediately. Li Xian also seemed a little moved. Wei Wei responded. Wife, let's get on the Simmons mattress. Let me take good care of you. I miss it so much today. The little universe in Lin Feng's body completely exploded because of this kiss. He could not care about anything else. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he picked up Li Xian and walked towards the Simmons mattress. Lin Feng, don't, you can't do this. Lin Feng ignored her shouting. Throw her on the Simmons mattress. Pressed up. Go away. Lin Feng. Our wine might have been spiked. Li Xian saw her husband's red eyes, and considering her own situation, she felt it. If it were normal, how could Lin Feng be like this? But now Lin Feng was completely oblivious to what was being said and just kept biting Li Xian's crystal clear neck. Lin Feng bit her ear lightly at this moment and said emotionally, "Honey, stop it. Let me kiss you properly. It's so itchy, go away. I just told you to hug me, not do this." Although Li Xian likes Lin Feng very much, she has decided that he will be her lifelong partner. But there are still some things I don't want to explain today. She wanted to save it for the wedding day. For a girl, the wedding day is the most precious thing and the most satisfactory answer to her husband. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't care about anything else and began to reach out to slide down the shoulder strap of the purple dress. "Come on. Come on. Come on. Go on. Go on. Hurry." At this moment, Long Outyan is basically ready to go. Anyway, I just stared at the screen. It's so exciting. My heart is about to jump out. Husband you. Li Xian watched Lin Feng doing whatever he wanted to her and gradually stopped struggling. Anyway, I am his. Why insist? Plus I need it too. After all, I drank juice. The two people immediately rolled into a ball. But at this moment, when the two of them reached the end of the bed, beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Something in Lin Feng's bag started to ring, but it wasn't a cell phone. Isn't this the instrument that Fan Sidong gave to Lin Feng just now? It's a high-tech device that can detect cameras at a distance of more than 2 to 3 meters? Li Xian vaguely remembered it. Could it be that there's a miniature camera installed on the counter opposite the end of the bed? Husband, wake up. We might be being secretly photographed. Don't. Li Xian saw Lin Feng grabbing her shoulder strap again and pulled it up again. Stop it. Li Xian pushed hard, but it didn't move at all. It seems that Lin Feng has completely lost his mind now. He had been holding it in at first, but now he simply couldn't hold it in anymore. Li Xian struggled for a few times but couldn't get up at all. The guy was holding her down tightly. And kept kissing her cheek. No. No. Li Xian herself was actually also in a daze, but she was only slightly awake. She had no strength to escape at all because Lin Feng was too strong. Sudden. Li Xian raised her foot, kicked off her high heels, and then reached out to the mobile phone on the bedside table. As expected of a 1.2-meter long leg, now is the time to use it. The pretty little feet picked up the phone and threw it into the air, and it fell next to her hand. She was already confused and had no strength left. It took a lot of effort to get the phone. Help me. Help me. Come quickly. Room 7003, Yili and Hussy. Li Xian immediately sent a voice message to her elder brother. It's not that she is unwilling to give it. She also didn't want to see Lin Feng so miserable. But they might have been secretly photographed. The sound of the instrument was still dripping. But what Li Xian didn't know was that she was drunk and dazed, so she could hardly see clearly and sent the wrong message to Su Qianqing. As for Su Qianqing, that is, the young master of the Su family who has always liked her, he often sends her messages, so it is not surprising that his messages are pinned to the top. The eldest brother's dialogue box and his dialogue box are exactly next to each other. Holy crap! I thought this woman kicked off her high heels and was about to give in? I didn't expect she'd use her feet to pick up her phone? What's she doing? Long Shangtian immediately sensed something was wrong. These two seemed to be a couple, right? Why weren't they causing any trouble? Wait, why is there something beeping on them? Is it a phone? Long Shangtian started to get worried. In the Su family villa at this moment, Su Qianqing had just returned from abroad, and the family seemed to have quarreled over something. Su Qianqing folded his hands in anger and said sternly, "Dad? What's your logic? Li Xian wants to remarry her husband? Why don't you go and talk to her? Her uncle and aunts are so eager for us to get married. And you withdrew the first 2 billion yuan I invested in Xian's grandfather? The subsequent 13 billion yuan? Are you withdrawing it too? Son, don't insist anymore. Since Li Xian wants to remarry someone else, why are you still thinking about her?" As the chairman of the Su family, which is worth 500 billion yuan, Su Bo opposed his son and Li Xian's relationship from the beginning, because the daughter's family didn't have much money, and his son needed to find someone of equal status to strengthen the family's prestige. But my son said that young people like the kind of beauty that can overwhelm a country. Li Xian is mine. Remarriage? What's the point of remarriage? I don't believe it. Her family wouldn't want my 15 billion investment? Especially her uncle and 2 aunts. Would they not want this investment? Su Qianqing knew his family didn't agree, but hadn't they already agreed on this some time ago? Agreeing to the 2 of them. That brother-in-law is rich and has already invested his own money. Don't get involved. Su Bo smiled coldly. Although I don't know his status, he must be capable to be able to come up with so much cash flow. Oh? 15 billion? Su Qianqing disagreed. The Dongsheng Empire had never been known for its wealth. He continued, is this true? That's right. Su Bo nodded. So Li Xian has found a good home. Don't insist anymore. It's settled. I've never had eyes for the Li family. What are our social statuses? Marrying Li Xian is like marrying a commoner. Do you understand? But Dad. Su Qianqing is naturally the family's beloved son, but he cannot make the decision on his own in marriage. Some time ago, his family couldn't persuade their son and reluctantly agreed. But now that Lin Feng has appeared, it has given Su Bo a good excuse. Beep beep. Sudden. Su Qianqing's phone rang, someone sent him a WeChat message. Is it Xian? Su Qianqing had set up a special attention, so he knew it was a message from Li Xian without even looking at it. Su Qianqing immediately took out his mobile phone, unlocked it in seconds, and opened WeChat. Done in one go. This is enough to show that he likes Li Xian too much. Especially those long legs. It's what I've always dreamed of. Anyway, I feel happy just thinking about it. Xian also sent me a voice note? Su Qianqing's mouth corners curled up unconsciously. This was the first time. Then, Su Qianqing sat on the sofa and opened the voice bar without turning on the hands-free mode. He put his ear close to the voice bar and listened with a smug look on his face. Help me. Help me. Come quickly. Room 7003, Yili and Hussy. Su Qianqing listened. His face changed immediately. What's going on? What does this mean? Save her? Room 7003, Yili and Hussy? Su Qianqing was stunned for a moment. But I listened to it again soon after. This time, in addition to hearing Li Xian's words, there was also a faint man's breathing sound. Moreover, when Li Xian spoke, there was a slight breath. If I hadn't listened to it a second time, I wouldn't have been able to make out the faint sound. And there is a sentence at the end, you pinch. The complete version should be you pinched me and it hurt. This. Could it be that Xian was? Su Qianqing stood up immediately, his face extremely pale. Butler. Prepare a car for me. Prepare a car for me. Su Qianqing ran out of the villa frantically, feeling extremely anxious. Isn't this obvious? Li Xian must have been raped by someone. Su Qianqing knew that Li Xian was a pure prostitute. Such a precious thing. If someone did that to me, Su Qianqing will kill this man's entire family. Master, what's wrong? Why are you so anxious? The old butler came forward, not knowing why the young master looked so bad. Nothing, where's the car? I'll go right away, please wait a moment, young master. Seeing this, the old butler didn't dare to ask more questions and hurried to arrange a car. Lu Zhangke. He be one. A da. A air. A san. Listen to me, drive your cars quickly and gather at Nanlin Road. Su Qianqing took out his cell phone and called a group of his rich second-generation friends, but these rich second generations were basically just his younger brothers. The power of the Su family, just as Tudo said, is so terrifying in Jiangnan. If it weren't for the head of the family, Su Bo, who didn't want his son to marry the commoner Li Xian, Lin Feng wouldn't have had such a good time. Brother Xing, what's going on? Why are you so anxious? Lu Zhangke held the phone, looking confused. Don't talk nonsense, just go when I tell you to. I'll be there soon. Su Qianqing said, and then said, someone wants to do that to Li Xian, I have to go over there now. What? Li Xian? The most beautiful girl in the empire? Isn't that the one Brother Xing has always had his eye on? Okay, Brother Xing, wait a minute, I'll call someone right away. If he dares to touch Brother Xing's woman, I will kill him. Soon, Su Qianqing also hung up the phone. The Lamborghini Veneno car brought by the old butler was already in place. Xinger, where are you going? Su Bo shouted from the balcony. Dad, I have something urgent. Su Qianqing would not say that he was going to save Li Shiyan. After all, his family did not agree with the two of them being together. Damn it, Li Shiyan's useless husband? What do you do for a living? Don't you think highly of your wife? Su Qianqing cursed fiercely. What's the point of having such a useless husband? I can't let Shiyan marry such a useless thing. Su Qianqing made up his mind that if he didn't agree, he would fight. Is it amazing to take out 15 billion at one time? In this world, the Su family has a lot of money, with total family assets of 500 billion. Perhaps compared to money, the Su family is nothing. But compared to others, the Su family is even less afraid. He wanted Li Shiyan, his useless husband, to leave her. What kind of man is he if he can't even protect a woman? While driving his sports car, Su Qianqing took out his phone and said, "Comrade police, a friend of mine might have been raped. Could you please come over? The address is." Soon, Su Qianqing told the address. Hang up the phone. Start stepping on the accelerator. It takes basically 3 minutes. Su Qianqing ran through 8 red lights along the way, and now he has arrived at the door of the couple's hotel. A fucking couple hotel? You bastard who bullied Li Shiyan. I'm really going to kill you. Su Qianqing looked at the name of the couple's hotel and imagined that the two of them would not be on the waterbed now. Damn it. Su Qianqing's heart felt like it was bleeding. Brother Xing, we're here. Brother Xing, someone dared to bully Li Shiyan, right? You tell us what to do, and that's what we'll do. I'm going to cut him off myself. What the hell is this? How dare you touch Brother Xing's woman? Su Qianqing said without further ado, stop talking nonsense. Everyone, follow me up. After Su Qianqing finished speaking, he took the lead and walked to the front. The younger brother behind him followed closely behind. That guy, that scene, it was like a gangster rushing into someone else's restaurant and smashing things up. My other book, Sharing the System with Global Leaders, I'm Invincible. Please support. Chapter 53, Invincible. Li Shiyan is gone. Several gentlemen, more than a dozen gentlemen, what are you doing? Hey, you guys. The receptionist was shocked. But Su Qianqing and the people he brought with him ignored the receptionist and went straight into the elevator. Security. Security. Come and take a look. Manager, where is the manager? A bunch of weird people rushed in here. Call the police. This is too scary. The receptionist speculated, could it be those gangsters? Seeking revenge? At this moment, Long Shangtian, who was in the hotel manager's own lounge, was still watching the video. The two people on the video were still pulling each other violently. Li Shiyan refused to give in, but Lin Feng wanted. Because Li Shiyan knew that she might be secretly photographed, she tried her best to protect herself and left no part of her body exposed. But Long Shangtian's heart was no longer in the clouds. He was terribly worried. What seemed to be that beeping thing on the two people? Was it some kind of device? Could it have detected the tiny camera he had installed? And it seems that the woman also used her cell phone to send messages? What should I do? What if someone comes and checks the miniature camera? This man can hug such a beautiful woman and kiss her. Then he must be of good status. Besides, even if he is an ordinary person and finds the micro camera, he will still be committing a crime. Manager, what are you doing? The receptionist rushed in. But I discovered a strange scene. Turned around immediately. The receptionist was speechless. The manager was actually in the lounge. Xiaolan, what's wrong? Long Shangtian was instantly embarrassed, but he still asked, what's the urgent matter? Manager, this is terrible. Someone broke into our hotel for no apparent reason. I called out to them, but they ignored me and went upstairs, the receptionist said anxiously. I've called the police. What? You called the police? Long Shangtian had done such a thing himself, so how could he dare to call the police? Did I do something wrong? The receptionist was confused. You bitch. Long Shangtian really wanted to slap the woman. Then, he asked anxiously, where did those people go after they rushed into the hotel? I don't know, but he rushed upstairs, said the receptionist. Oh no. Are these people coming for that couple? Long Shangtian panicked and shouted again, why don't you go and see where they're going? Just call the police and tell them that those people who broke into the hotel didn't do anything and it was just a false alarm. You're really making a fuss out of nothing. You're calling the police without even asking any questions. Do the police have a lot of free time all day? The receptionist was speechless and could only nod. Then I'll make another call. After Long Shangtian finished speaking, he put on his clothes and immediately walked out the door. He first needed to find out whether this group of people were heading towards the couple. He took out the surveillance equipment and burned them, destroying the evidence. And the other side. Su Qianqing led everyone to the 7th floor and found this room. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Su Qianqing first knocked twice loudly. Listen up, the man in front of you, you can't run away now. It's not too late to stop now. Don't regret it later. You can't touch the women inside. If you want money, I can give it to you. If you want women, I can also find them for you. If you really do something to her, you have to consider the consequences. Su Qianqing shouted a few times at the top of his lungs, but no one inside responded. Because this is a security door and it is originally a hotel for couples, they are afraid that some people will play games too loudly, so the sound insulation is very good. Naturally, no shouting could be heard from inside. At this moment, Li Xiyan had basically used up all her strength. The struggle between her and Lin Feng had consumed all her energy. What is Lin Feng doing to her now? It's up to him. But when Lin Feng wakes up, he must find the person who installed the camera and send him to jail for 10 or 8 years. The material cannot be spread out. Gradually, Li Xiyan closed her eyes. Lin Feng pulled down the shoulder strap, revealing her fair shoulders. But at this moment, bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Li Xiyan heard the sound of someone banging on the door, and it was quite loud. Could it be that my brother is here? Li Xiyan still didn't realize that she had sent a text message to the wrong person for help. She thought it was her elder brother Li Yuancheng who had come. She was overjoyed. See hope. Until now, Raymond Lam had only kissed her. At most one shoulder strap is exposed. Nothing else was revealed. Have you been saved? Of course, what Li Xiyan was afraid of was being secretly photographed. If that hadn't happened, Li Xiyan would have catered to Lin Feng long ago. She feels very uncomfortable too. It's just that Lin Feng drank too much acacia fruit juice, and once it was aroused, he really couldn't control himself. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of banging on the door outside continued. Li Xiyan didn't even have the strength to shout out. She could only shout softly, "Brother, I'm in there. There are hidden cameras here." It is a pity. Because the sound insulation effect was so good, and Li Xiyan didn't have the energy to shout. Naturally, it cannot be heard outside. Anyway, she was pinned down and couldn't move at all. What the hell is this broken door? Can't it be broken open? Su Qianqing asked people to kick the door more than 10 times in a row, and it seemed that the door was only slightly dented. But at this moment, the hotel security arrived. What are you doing? Why are you smashing the door of our hotel? The security guard stepped forward, but did not dare to be too aggressive. After all, these people came in sports cars. My friend is in there and may have been bullied. Let's come and take a look. Su Qianqing said to the security guard. Is that so? Then go ahead and smash it. The security guard chuckled. You don't want the key? You have to smash the door? Are you acting in a TV show? Okay, let's keep smashing. Su Qianqing said, then immediately reacted and shouted, hurry up and send me the key to your room door. Do you have a spare key in your hotel? Sorry, no. The security guard was unhappy with his attitude and naturally said no. But his tone was very kind because he couldn't afford to offend him. I have the key, how could it be gone? Seeing this, another security guard said flatteringly, I'll go find the manager and get it right away. How dare you play tricks on me? Su Qianqing immediately grabbed the security guard by the collar. I'm sorry, I didn't know. The security guard was immediately scared and felt that he shouldn't have lied to the other party. Another security guard who went to get the key bumped into Long Shangtian head-on as he walked out of the corridor. Manager, sorry, I bumped into you. Why are you so panicked? Aren't they just a bunch of rich second generations looking for an adulterer at the hotel? No need to guess, I think this is definitely the case. Long Shangtian said not to panic, but he was very panicked inside. He just hoped these people weren't looking for the couple. Hey, manager, how did you know? The security guard smiled. That rich second-generation woman must have been slept with by someone else. Now she's banging on the door. I need to go find the key. Which room was smashed? Long Shangtian asked anxiously. It's room 003 on the 7th floor, super big and expensive, with a big waterbed. The security guard said it. Long Shangtian immediately panicked. What? Room 003? Long Shangtian's face turned pale instantly. Are these people who rushed in really heading towards the couple? Oh no. The miniature camera he placed inside 1T be found. I can only hope that it won't be found. The security guard smiled and said, Manager, didn't you say that the woman we saw just now was the most beautiful girl in the Dragon Empire? I thought this guy was lucky, but I didn't expect her husband to come and bang on the door. Look at all the sports cars at the door, she must be very powerful. I'm afraid the man who brought the beautiful girl to the hotel will be in trouble. Get out of my way. Don't try to get the key. Just say you don't have it. Just tell them that the hotel doesn't have spare room keys. Especially in a couple's hotel like ours. Long Shangtian just finished speaking. But the security guard squeaked and whined, Manager Long, but I already told that rich second-generation kid who broke the door that we have the key. You're a real genius. Manager Long almost fainted from anger. Manager, I'm going to slap you. As he said that, Long Shangtian slapped him directly, leaving behind the confused security guard. Long Shangtian went upstairs immediately. What right do you have to hit someone? Doesn't the hotel have a spare key? The security guard felt aggrieved. He just wanted to please the rich second generation, but this was the result. After Long Shangtian went up, it seemed that those people were not idle while waiting for the key, and were still banging on the door. Long Shangtian stepped forward anxiously and shouted, Everyone, stop smashing it. If you have anything to say, tell me. Seeing Long Shangtian blocking the way, Su Qianqing asked sternly, Where's the key I want? I'm sorry, we don't have a spare key. This guest only has one. Long Shangtian said with an apologetic smile, If you have any questions, don't worry. I'll take care of it, okay? Everyone, go to the living room and I'll take care of it. What are you dealing with? You don't have the key, right? Then let's smash it. After Su Qianqing said this, he ordered his men to start smashing it again. Completely ignore Long Shangtian. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Dozens more feet went up. The door of the room was finally broken open. Su Qianqing was the first to go in. He immediately glanced around the room and found that no one had it. Soon, Su Qianqing turned his eyes to the bedroom. The door is open. At this moment, all that could be heard was Li Xian's faint voice, Lin Feng, someone is coming, stop pulling on my shoulder strap. Li Xian, who had recovered some strength, naturally started pulling frantically again. You can't be photographed secretly. Of course, it looks like a lot of content, but it actually took less than 5 minutes. If it had taken longer, Lin Feng would have succeeded long ago. Xian. Su Qianqing glanced over and saw a man on the swaying waterbed. He was pressing down on Li Xian and constantly pulling on the shoulder straps. The man actually kept kissing Li Xian's crystal clear neck. Su Qianqing was furious. He walked up to Lin Feng, pulled him away, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and poured it over Lin Feng's head. Ah, Qian. Lin Feng sneezed immediately. Although it's not cold today. But this is what happens naturally when you encounter cold water. The method to break the effects of acacia fruit is actually the same as other medicines, it will disappear when exposed to cold. Just a quick splash of cold water and you'll recover quickly. Lin Feng recovered, looking a little dazed. What are you talking about? Get down here. Su Qianqing stepped forward and grabbed Lin Feng's collar. I'm telling you, you're dead, kid. Who the hell are you? Lin Feng kicked him. He was not that angry. He seemed to have thought about that too much just now. He didn't care about Xian and just went crazy. And now, this person came and pulled me? And splashed water on me? Lin Feng must have lost his temper. Why are you hanging him up? Lin Feng kicked out, but he never expected that Su Qianqing was kicked more than 2 meters away and fell backwards. He glided another meter on the smooth floor and hit his head on the leg of the bedroom table. I'm asking for a wave of monthly tickets, everyone, please help me vote. The author is free to arrange it. I beg you. If you want to give out monthly ticket red envelopes, it would be better. Click the middle screen, find the three dots in the upper right corner, then click on the red envelope and select the monthly ticket red envelope. Chapter 54. Lin Feng went straight in. Ouch. My butt, my head. Su Qianqing immediately cried out in pain, he's rebelling. What are you guys still standing there for? Beat him up. How dare you attack him? This guy? A martial artist, right? How come his kick is so powerful? Can it be kicked this far? Is Su Qianqing suffering from a concussion? The rich second generation around were all confused, and they were also looking at Li Shiyan on the waterbed, with her shoulder straps slightly falling off. But Li Shiyan pulled it up instantly. Li Shiyan immediately squatted up, leaned against the head of the bed, and looked at Lin Feng's kick. She was also confused. How could he be so strong? Lin Feng was not afraid that the other party would be hurt, but he was wondering why his kick was so powerful. But what Lin Feng didn't know was that he had eaten some dried tiger meat from another world, probably about 10 kilograms in total, so he was very strong. If people in this place eat dried tiger meat from another world, it may not help them become immortals, but at least it can strengthen their bodies. Naturally, Lin Feng didn't share this thing with others, after all, eating it was not allowed here. Instead, he secretly ate a little bit every day. Boy, you dare to hit our brother Xing, you are asking for your life. Everyone, come on, take him to the police station. Just as Su Qianqing and the others were about to rush forward, the police that Su Qianqing had called himself arrived. It took 5 or 6 minutes to get here. Pretty fast. Don't do anything. What's going on? Didn't someone call the police? Is there anyone strong here? The people who came were 2 policemen. The person who spoke was a dark-skinned policeman standing in the middle. His name is Zhang Long. The other one is called Li Hu. Comrade police, this is the man, arrest him immediately. Su Qianqing pointed at Lin Feng and thought to himself, I can't kill you, but you dare to kick me. Su Qianqing, why are you here? Li Shiyan said, hurry up and take your people out. Shiyan? Didn't you send me a message asking me to come and save you? Su Qianqing was confused. What was going on? I sent you a message? I didn't. Li Shiyan regained some consciousness. She thought about it and realized that she did call her elder brother Li Yuancheng to help her. Did she send it to the wrong person? Sir, someone has accused you of rape. Come with us. Zhang Long walked towards Lin Feng without using force. I didn't force herself on her, you misunderstood. Lin Feng immediately explained, this is my wife. What? Your wife? Su Qianqing was immediately confused. Are you the useless husband that Shiyan was assigned to? Of course, how about 15 billion? In Su Qianqing's eyes, what are rich people? The power of his Su family in Jiangnan is so great that only those who know it can understand it. Listening to your words is like listening to a sentence. What a useless husband. Su Qianqing, could you please be more polite? Li Shiyan was immediately displeased when she heard this address. You guys go out, there's nothing going on here. I didn't mean to call you. I just sent a message to my eldest brother asking for help, and I guess I sent it to you by mistake. Honey, it's not that I didn't want to give it to you just now, but there are some secret photos here. Li Shiyan explained. Fuck it? What do you mean I won't give it to you? When Su Qianqing heard this, it was as if his heart was bleeding. In addition, he was kicked by Lin Feng and flew several meters away. He felt even worse. Is there a hidden camera in here? Lin Feng's face suddenly showed anger. If this person was caught, Lin Feng would make him pay. Wife, you didn't reveal anything, did you? Lin Feng had almost forgotten all the memories from just now. He only vaguely remembered that he had caught everything anyway. No. Li Shiyan blushed slightly. It was just her shoulder at most, nothing serious. Kissing words. Once, Lin Feng and she were kissing in the park and were seen by an old man. What's the big deal? Seeing the 2 men acting like this, Su Qianqing immediately lost his temper and said, Police, this man is strong, why don't you arrest him? Sir, they are a couple, Li Hu didn't say anything else. How can he catch them? Husband and wife? Ha, it's just an assignment by the Empire. The Empire has regulations that men cannot force women. And even if they are husband and wife, I remember that as long as the woman doesn't want to, she can sue, right? Su Qianqing questioned. That's true. Even if they are husband and wife, they can sue. Li Hu nodded. Then you should quickly arrest the man and send him straight in. Such a scum. Su Qianqing touched his head, which seemed to be bleeding slightly, and his head was still a little dizzy, but he couldn't care less now. He had to get this bastard in jail first. Can you all go out? He's my husband. Li Xian bit her lip and said something obscene that she had never said in her life. She said, I didn't tell him. We were secretly filmed by the camera. We didn't want to do it here, but he wanted to. Ah. This. Li Hu was confused. What the hell is this? I don't want to do this here. Alright then, since that's the case, let's just pack up. Li Hu looked embarrassed. This was a really weird situation. By the way, let's check first to see if there really is a micro camera here. Comrade, don't worry about those things for now. This man must be strong. Su Qianqing pointed at Lin Feng. Who are you? My wife didn't explain it clearly enough? Lin Feng was really fucked up. How could anyone care about him being intimate with his wife? Su Qianqing ignored Lin Feng and looked at Li Hu, saying, Comrade, don't you find this strange? Why don't you want to do it here? That's a ridiculous excuse. If the woman was willing, why would she call for help? I think she was threatened, right? Anyway, Su Qianqing just kept talking nonsense. We must send Lin Feng in at all costs. Dare to kick him, Su Qianqing. But sir, they are husband and wife. Li Hu was speechless. How could this make sense? I'll say it again, when it comes to husband and wife, even if the woman doesn't want to, it counts. Su Qianqing said sternly, in this situation? You didn't take her back to investigate? You just left like that? Don't you think it's unfair? This man must have some power. Xian doesn't dare to sue, right? Su Qianqing said pretentiously, Xian, don't worry, I will definitely help you, don't be afraid. Su Qianqing, are you seriously ill? You insist on framing my husband, right? Li Xian was so angry. It was all caused by the hidden camera. If it weren't for it, how could so many troubles come about? After all, Li Xian had already compromised, so Lin Feng could do whatever he wanted. But the hidden camera was discovered by the device in Lin Feng's bag, and she could no longer obey. Xian, don't you still believe me? No matter how powerful this man is, I will definitely help you decide. Su Qianqing looked at Li Hu again. Comrade, listen to me, in a matter like this, the situation is unclear, so why not just send him in and question him first? We're not convicting him, we're just asking questions. That's right. It's always good to ask. Li Hu said, then walked towards Lin Feng and said, then sir, please come with me. Your matter seems a bit complicated, and you need to take a statement about the secret filming. Ha ha. Lin Feng glanced at Su Qianqing. This guy was unwilling to give up until he got himself in jail, right? Lin Feng made a note of this matter. Lin Feng quickly sent a text message to Huang Quan. This is also the most important person Lin Feng knows. It belongs to a semi-reclusive family. Of course, except for that old man Qin whose depth is hard to tell. As for Mr. Qin, Lin Feng didn't want to ask him for help, because he had to save it for the big things, right? This time he spoke. It will be difficult to speak up next time. Comrade, let me say it again, I volunteered. Can you please stop listening to Su Qianqing's nonsense? Li Xian was speechless. She used to think that Su Qianqing was still a human being, but today, he was just a disgusting bastard, a pile of stinky dog shit. It's so disgusting. Xian, let me tell you this, when did you volunteer? If it was before the action, then of course it's okay. If it was after the action, that also counts. Su Qianqing's general meaning was that it had to be investigated in different time periods. No matter what time, I volunteered. Can you arrest people here? We were just drugged and my husband lost his mind. Li Xian said sternly. Wife, stop talking. I'll just go with them. Lin Feng smiled and said, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Lin Feng's last trump card. There is also the top secret file sent by the Huamal boss. Once it is opened, any problem in the world can be solved. Lin Feng still believes in the system. I also believe that the boss of Huamo will not cheat me. Even if I can't get out by then, I can ask my wife to open it. He's going there on his own. Comrade, why don't you take him away? Seeing this, Su Qianqing laughed inwardly. Once he's inside, you don't have the final say. Take me away? Have I been convicted? This is an arrest? You're still taking me away? Lin Feng glanced at Su Qianqing. I'm going there to help deal with this matter. You? Su Qianqing couldn't refute it. It was true that the other party had not convicted him, he was just going there to question him, and he couldn't argue with him at all. In that case, you're Mr. Lin, right? Come with us. Everything will be fine once we get to the bottom of things. Li Hu said, waving his hand. Zhang Long, keep an eye on this room. Don't let anyone get close. I'll send a few more people over to help you find the camera inside. Got it, go ahead. Zhang Long nodded. Everyone, go away. Oh no. I'm going to be barbecue. Long Shangtian saw the situation outside and immediately panicked. He had to run away quickly. On the other hand, Huang Quan, a member of a semi-hidden family, received a message. Is Raymond Lam in trouble? It seems like someone is deliberately trying to mess with him. Want to send him in. Who is this? How dare they mess with brother Lin Feng? Huang Quan was speechless. This little guy had a close relationship with old Master Qin, and how dare he mess with him? Was he trying to kill himself? Dad, what's going on? Huang Lin asked. You can read the content of the text message yourself. Huang Quan handed over the phone. Damn. Who is this guy? He's really asking for trouble. Is he going to mess with Lin Feng? That old man Qin can do this just by moving his fingers. He must have incredible power, right? Huang Lin also laughed and said, but why didn't Lin Feng tell old man Qin about this? Maybe it's not necessary. Is it really necessary for Mr. Qin to take action for such a small matter? Now that we are here, let's help Lin Feng. After Huang Quan said this, he naturally made a phone call and started to help Lin Feng deal with the matter. Lin Feng also followed Li Hu down the hotel building, intending to be questioned. But when Li Hu and others just arrived at the door, then I saw an Audi parked at the door. Mr. Hu, are you Mr. Hu? Li Hu immediately recognized this man, he was his superior. Shaoli? What's going on here? Hu Mingquan naturally greeted Huang Quan and went to help Lin Feng. This gentleman's name is Lin Feng. Li Hu immediately told Mr. Hu what happened. Seeing this, Hu Mingquan sternly said, Shaoli, what kind of business are you taking? Since the woman has already admitted that it was consensual, why are you still taking her to question her? But this Mr. Su said, the scoring time period and so on. Li Hu looked at Su Qianqing beside him. Su Qianqing chuckled and said, Mr. Hu, right? Although the woman claims that it was voluntary, I think she may have been threatened or provided false testimony. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. Su Qianqing knew that judging from the disgusted look Li Xian gave him, he had little hope of winning this goddess. The most beautiful girl in school in Dragon Empire. The first long legs. It can be said that Su Qianqing once vowed to marry her. Play for a lifetime. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he still decided to give up. But that bastard Lin Feng actually dared to kick him several meters away, so this matter was no longer a joke. Of course, Su Qianqing wouldn't accuse Lin Feng of assault. How long would he be incarcerated for? It would be better to confirm the crime of violence. That would be more satisfying. Excuse me, sir. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Hu Mingquan's stern face flickered with disdain as he looked at Su Qianqing. Since they're a couple, and the woman consented, there's no need to bring her in for questioning. As for the camera issue, we can just find the evidence and then interrogate the hotel staff. After Hu Mingquan finished speaking, he looked at Li Hu and said, Shaoli, I'm giving you an order. Just pack up your team. Can you have your own opinions when doing things? Do you just follow what others say? Go back and write a self-criticism. Well, then, Mr. Hu, I'll take the team away. Yes. Hu Mingquan nodded. Go ahead. I'll check the camera issue. Mr. Hu, how do you do things here? Do I need to say it again? Even if they are a couple? even if it is voluntary? As long as the woman was not willing at the moment she was forced, it counts. Does the subsequent disguise count? This is divided into time periods. Su Qianqing, the young master of a wealthy family, could not understand this? We can handle our own affairs. You don't have to worry about it. Hu Mingquan was too lazy to nag him. If you have any problems, you can complain to me directly. My name is Hu Mingquan. You. Su Qianqing's face darkened immediately, and he thought to himself, just wait, what are you showing off for? Su Qianqing told his family that his head was broken. My family will definitely not accept it. Su Bo only has this one son. He must be protected. Anyone who beats his son will definitely become the Su family's #1 enemy. Just when Li Hu was about to lead his men to pack up, another Audi car arrived at the hotel entrance. Duan Zhenyu? Mr. Duan? Why is he here? Hu Mingxuan's face changed for a moment. This was his superior. Ha ha. Su Qianqing chuckled. You're the only one who can get someone, right? I can't get anyone. Mr. Duan was naturally arranged by Su Qianqing's family. Xiao Hu. I already know what's going on here, so you don't need to worry about it. Duan Zhenyu walked over with a kind look and said, no matter what, there are many suspicious points in Mr. Lin's case. He must be taken in for questioning. It doesn't necessarily mean he'll be convicted. If the woman was willing, why did she insert something and cry for help? There must be a lot of twists and turns here. What's your name, sir? You're quite sensible. Su Qianqing smiled brightly, pretending not to know the other person. My name is Duan Zhenyu. Duan Zhenyu looked at Su Qianqing with a smile, and the two of them seemed like they really didn't know each other. But Mr. Duan, they are husband and wife. Hu Mingquan didn't continue. Duan Zhenyu said, I told you, Xiao Hu, you don't need to worry about what's going on here. Just go and check the hidden camera. Okay, I'll go with you. Stop yelling. Lin Feng glanced at Su Qianqing. Lin Feng would definitely make him pay for this matter. Let us first see if Huang Quan can handle this matter. If that doesn't work, then go to Mr. Qin. But whether it was Mr. Qin or the top secret files, Lin Feng didn't want to use them easily. Mr. Qin is S level. The revealed files are at SSS level. Hu Mingquan didn't know what to say when he saw that Lin Feng wanted to go with them. Lin Feng, right? You have a lot of connections and are good at getting people involved, right? Once you get in there, you can turn white into black. I promise to make you regret your decision today. Su Qianqing sneered, you're so confident. I don't know where this confidence comes from. A beauty like Li Xiyan is really a bargain for you. You even kissed her neck. I feel sick just thinking about you. My other book, Sharing the System with Global Leaders, I'm Invincible. Please support. Please vote for the poor little sister with monthly tickets, everyone, please help. The author is free to arrange it. I beg you. If you want to send out monthly ticket red envelopes, please do it better. Click the middle screen, find the 3 dots in the upper right corner, then click on the red envelope and select the monthly ticket red envelope. Group number 954459465. Chapter 55, Critical Moment. Has Musk profited? Soon. Lin Feng followed them. But there was no cold silver bracelet. After all, Lin Feng was not convicted. Just asking questions. At the couple's hotel, Li Xiyan was constantly being questioned as required. How many times have I told you that I did this voluntarily? No one forced me, you can leave now? Li Xiyan was almost mad to death. Why did these people keep trying to say that she was forced? How could she possibly harm Lin Feng? Could it be that these people were all? Ms. Li, you seem a little emotional right now. Let's ask you another time. Those people did not get a satisfactory answer. But there is no need for Li Xiyan to nod. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Feng went in, and Su Qianqing was kicked by Lin Feng, and his head is bleeding. He will definitely make things difficult for Lin Feng. Li Xiyan curled up her legs, hugged her knees, and sat on the waterbed in the hotel, very worried. Of course, the hotel manager has now sent people to arrest him, and the hotel has been temporarily closed because the micro camera has been found. Su Qianqing is so hostile to him. And the Su family is so powerful. Can Lin Feng do it? Li Shiyan had no choice but to take out her phone, call her father, and tell him what happened here. What? Is this true? Li Jixin was immediately anxious. He knew that the power of the Su family was terrifying. Even if 100 members of his family were tied together, they would not be able to defeat them. The reason why the Su family did not make a fuss when their daughter refused the marriage was because the head of the Su family did not want his son to marry Li Shiyan. Dad, what should we do? Lin Feng has been taken away. If he goes in, Su Qianqing will definitely target him. Li Shiyan has no connections or relationships. What can she do now? Among all the rich second generations she knows, which one is a match for the Su family? There is no way she can compete with them. Shiyan, don't panic. In this situation, you are already husband and wife. It is unlikely that he would fabricate rumors. Li Jixin was now completely comforting Li Shiyan. He knew that people like the Su family were completely extraordinary in Jiangnan. It was not difficult for them to blacken Lin Feng's name. Dad, can you tell Grandpa? Li Shiyan said helplessly, see if he can help. Actually, I don't know much about Lin Feng. When I ask him about many of his family and things behind him, he gives ambiguous answers. Sometimes I don't even want to ask. But I know that although he has his own secrets, he is sincere to me. Don't say anything, daughter. I will tell your grandfather, and I will do my best to help him. After Li Jixin hung up the phone, she immediately made more than a dozen calls, seeking help from various parties. Just as Li Shiyan said, they actually didn't know how powerful Lin Feng was, which made them very worried. Anyway, the Su family is very scary in Jiangnan, and it's not just money that can deal with them. By the way, the place where Lin Feng went in should be the XX District Police Station. I have a close friend who works there. Although her position is not high, she can also take care of Lin Feng. Li Shiyan instantly remembered this person. His name is Xia Qingluan. A native of Jiangnan, from an ordinary family. Hello, is this Qingluan? Li Shiyan spoke in a panic, and one could tell that something big was going on. What's wrong, Shiyan? Is there something urgent? Xia Qingluan and Li Shiyan were high school classmates. They had a very good relationship in high school. Although there was some disparity in their families, Li Shiyan had never been arrogant. No matter what, she was always very polite to her friends. Therefore, Li Shiyan still has some true friends in her circle of friends. Qingluan, are you at work? My husband is in jail and should be in your bureau. Li Shiyan said as she told her these things. What? At this moment in the office, Xia Qingluan, who was about 173 centimeters tall, wearing a uniform and a neat ponytail, suddenly slammed the table. It scared the colleagues around me. What? Is this true? Xia Qingluan was speechless. They were already husband and wife. It was obvious that Li Shiyan was afraid that her body would be secretly photographed, so she didn't let Lin Feng touch her. When she saw that it didn't work, she sent a text message for help. How could he be arrested and questioned? It's simply too unfair. Captain Xia, what's wrong with you? Suddenly slamming the table? Is something serious happening? No, sorry, it's just a personal matter. Xia Qingluan apologized to her colleagues and walked out of the office to answer the phone. She came to the balcony and comforted them, Shiyan, don't worry. Although my position is humble, I will never allow such a situation to happen. Let me help you check it out. It is worth mentioning that because of her outstanding beauty, Xia Qingluan is called the #1 policewoman in Jiangnan by many people in the industry or outside the circle. With a height of about 173 centimeters, long legs, a neat ponytail, fair skin, a small upturned nose, and a straight and perky butt, she is truly the dream goddess of some otakus. Because of long-term exercise. Her body is so streamlined that every time she goes to the gym, there are always people lining up to chat her up. Okay, Shiyan, time is running out. I have to help you check it out. Don't panic. No matter how powerful the Su family is, I believe there are always ways to save the world. Xia Qingluan gave Li Shiyan some spiritual chicken soup and comforted her. She just hoped that Li Shiyan would be more open-minded and not worry so much. But Xia Qingluan also knew the power of the Su family. This is a very powerful existence. In the police station, Lin Feng was naturally brought into the interrogation room. The lighting here was not very good, and there were some scary-looking iron bars. What do you mean? Have I been convicted? Why are you bringing me directly to the interrogation room? Although Lin Feng didn't quite understand these things, he knew the basics clearly. In his situation, he wasn't a suspect. He just came here to ask about the situation. Wouldn't it be fine to go to the office? This place is where criminals or suspects stay. Even if you're not convicted, you're still a suspect. Why can't you come here? Su Qianqing chuckled. You wanted to come here, and now you regret it? It's useless. I suspect NM of selling the monument. Lin Feng couldn't stand this bastard anymore. He cursed loudly and said, What does this have to do with you? Are you a police officer? Su Qianqing couldn't answer either. He looked at Duan Zhenyu and said, I'm a witness. I'm here to testify. Testify? Perjury? Lin Feng chuckled, You're the only one who still wants to testify? I hope you don't harm anyone. Ahem, little brother, could you please watch your words? Duan Zhenyu coughed lightly upon seeing this, as if to speak in support of Su Qianqing. May I ask what qualifications he has to testify? Did he see me and my wife doing that? Lin Feng smiled faintly. If he did, he could testify, right? But you saw what I did to my wife? Tell me about it. There was a knife hidden in Lin Feng's words. I know that the other party likes Li Xian very much. He deliberately mentioned Li Xian, and every word he said was like a stab in the back. Lin Feng. You bastard. Su Qianqing cursed inwardly, gritted his teeth, and his hatred for Lin Feng increased a little more. All I could think about was that peerless beauty Li Xian. Being suppressed by Lin Feng. Then kiss her neck. Kiss her ear. Those scenes. All right. Duan Zhenyu patted the table and asked, Lin Feng, right? Let me ask you something. Your wife said it was voluntary. Is this true or not? Are there any twists and turns? I want to hear the truth. Seeing him ask this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile and said, Aren't Long and Li Hu next to you here? Why don't you ask them if my wife is willing? Lin Feng, now that we're here, I need to pay attention to your attitude. Su Qianqing sneered at Lin Feng's response and said, What kind of place is this? This isn't the time for you to be arrogant. You just need to cooperate and answer accordingly. Everything must be reasonable and convincing. She is my wife, and I sleep with her? That's not right. Lin Feng glanced at Su Qianqing and stabbed him in the wound again. Can you please stop saying this? Su Qianqing gritted his teeth. Let me tell you something now. She is your wife, but the empire has a rule. You have a 3-year marriage. If you force her, you are still considered strong. Oh? 3 years? Sorry, Xian and I have already renewed our marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau based on our 3-year marriage certificate. We got a proper marriage certificate. Critical hit. It's a critical hit. For Su Qianqing, that was 10,000 points of critical hit. You actually remarried. Su Qianqing felt dizzy at this moment. I just heard that Li Xian and Lin Feng are planning to renew their marriage. I didn't expect that they would just renew their marriage? So Li Xian is already married for the second time? Even if the young master of the Su family killed Lin Feng, he would still be marrying someone who was married for the second time? Of course, most people would not consider a girlless marriage arranged by the empire to be a second marriage. Only remarriage is actually considered a second marriage. Of course, what's the question? We are a real couple now, why don't we do something to make a baby? It's not illegal, right? Lin Feng laughed and stabbed him again and again. With a click, Su Qianqing stabbed the knife in, and the blood was not even wiped off. Another knife. Click, click, click. Continuously. Don't say any more. Even if you are really married, it still counts as rape. Su Qianqing didn't finish speaking. Lin Feng growled, That's enough. Are you interrogating me, or is this Mr. Duan? Don't you take me seriously? To be honest, Su Qianqing really didn't take Mr. Duan seriously. After all, he is just a retainer of the Su family. But because of what Lin Feng said, Duan Zhenyu still coughed twice and said, Ahem, this is Mr. Su, right? You can listen in, but don't talk back. Humph. Su Qianqing snorted, looked at Lin Feng coldly, and thought to himself, What's the point of talking here? If you can get out of here without getting involved in any trouble today, I'll take your surname. Su Qianqing is very confident. Getting a Raymond Lam is no problem. Mr. Duan, I think you don't need to ask me anything more. I still say the same thing, my wife is willing. You can check it however you want, I really don't care. Lin Feng smiled coldly, without any fear at all. He has a top-secret file in hand that can solve any problem in the world. It's like having a golden ticket to immunity from death. Lin Feng is equivalent to having an invincible golden body. Mr. Lin, let me say it again, you are cooperating with the questioning, but your attitude needs to be corrected. Duan Zhenyu's words became a little more intense, and his eyes widened slightly. And at this moment, the door of the interrogation room. A heroic female detective walked in. She has a curvy figure. About 173 centimeters tall. Her long legs were unusually straight and well proportioned under the tight pants. Absolutely beautiful. Stunning. Especially her figure, it's simply the golden ratio. Xia Chengluan? Why is she here? Duan Zhenyu took a look at her and naturally recognized her. She was the most beautiful female detective in Jiangnan. The dream goddess of many colleagues. Wow, this. Su Qianqing was also stunned for a moment. How could there be such a beauty in this place? Compared to Li Shiyan, she was not bad, right? Su Qianqing decided that he wanted to seduce this girl. Let Li Shiyan go with Lin Feng, since she hates herself so much anyway. But Su Qianqing naturally wanted to take revenge on Lin Feng, because that kick almost caused a concussion in his head. Hello, comrade, what's your name? Su Qianqing immediately stepped forward to greet her. It can be said that as long as the beauty is close to perfect, he will fall in love with her. But Xia Qingluan didn't even seem to glance at Su Qianqing. Instead of being arrogant, she hurriedly asked, Mr. Duan, I want to ask, why did you bring Mr. Lin Feng to the interrogation room? What? Xiao Xia, shouldn't he come to this place? Duan Zhenyu smiled coldly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Of course he can't come here. Since the woman is willing and they are a couple, if you are worried about any complications, you can bring him back for an explanation. But the place should be the office, not the interrogation room. Xia Qingluan's face was full of tenacity, and she said sternly, besides, there are no twists and turns in this matter. You don't even have the qualifications to arrest him. Xiao Xia, you don't know much about this matter. The woman gave perjured testimony. Duan Zhenyu patted the table without much excitement. Is it perjury? Li Shiyan keeps saying that she did it voluntarily, that they are husband and wife, and that they are just afraid of being secretly photographed, and yet you are accusing her of perjury? Xia Qingluan almost wanted to laugh. She also realized that everyone was targeting Lin Feng. Of course it's perjury. Lin Feng drugged her. Drugs? How can that be explained? Xia Qingluan snorted. I know they both ate something, but how can we prove that it was Lin Feng who drugged them? Duan Jinquan clapped his hands and shouted, call the test report and the boss who sells medicine over to me. Soon. A test report was received. There was also a middle-aged man. This guy's called Tong Biao. He clearly remembers that it was Lin Feng who bought the medicine at his store yesterday. Then, after testing the ingredients in the red wine Li Shiyan had consumed, they confirmed it was this medicine. Duan Zhenyu said, wasn't this Lin Feng's doing? You just find a witness? And provide some test reports? And put the blame on Lin Feng, right? Xia Qingluan knew that the identity of the young master of the Su family was really arranged in all aspects, and his power was really too powerful. We have all the evidence, and Lin Feng has been convicted of rape. Plus, there are scars on Li Shiyan's arms, so it's very likely she was assaulted. Duan Zhenyu snorted, then continued, he assaulted her, drugged her, and behaved inappropriately. Taken together, that's enough for 9 years. Of course, this is just a preliminary ruling, and everything will be determined by the court. It is worth mentioning that Li Shiyan did have injuries on her body, but they were caused by the sales lady. It was all a few days ago. How could they make a fuss about this? There really is no one else like him. 9 years? Xia Qingluan was almost irritated to the point of fainting after hearing this. You are completely messing around. You are confusing right and wrong. Enough. Xia Qingluan, you have nothing to do here, you can leave now. Duan Zhenyu growled. He didn't know who had called Xia Qingluan to help Lin Feng. How could such a small character be useful? Damn it. What kind of popularity does Lin Feng have with women? Why do so many top beauties surround him? Su Qianqing gritted his teeth again. He originally wanted to choose a new target, but this woman came to help Lin Feng? But at this moment, the prompt sound in Lin Feng's mind came. It seems that Musk's return is coming? You're here at this time? I'm speechless. Lin Feng complained that he hadn't sorted out his own affairs yet. System, what did he give in return? Lin Feng communicated with the system in his heart. Please vote for the poor little sister with monthly tickets, everyone, please help. The author is free to arrange it. I beg you. If you want to send out monthly ticket red envelopes, please do it better. Click the middle screen, find the 3 dots in the upper right corner, then click on the red envelope and select the monthly ticket red envelope. Group number 954459465. Chapter 56, Everyone is stunned? A call from the world's richest man? Ding. Musk thanks the host for investing 5 billion yuan. Almost 700 million yuan in funds, which really helped him a lot in the early days of his business. The host invested in 2001. But in 2005, he had already reached the 10th place on the world's richest list. He is very grateful to the host and has returned a small amount of profit to the host in advance. The second time he returns the profit, he intends to give you the best. What the hell? And the returns are paid in installments? Was he already in the top 10 richest people in the world in 2005? Lin Feng smiled faintly in his heart. Anyone who checks out Musk's biography will know one piece of information. In 2005, the 34-year-old Musk was worth more than $300 million. That is to say, if it weren't for Raymond Lam and things had continued normally, his net worth would only be $300 million in 2005. He is just a wealthy man that no one else can rely on. How to get to the top 10? Only 4 years have passed in his dimension? That's so slow. Lin Feng complained. But it's okay. The flow of time is chaotic. I don't have to wait for the actual time. Yes, host, Musk's second wave of income will also arrive in a month at most. How many years his dimension will be by then is unknown. Anyway, he plans to make more money and give you something good in return. Because he is also afraid of going bankrupt and letting you down. That's why he got the first wave first. This guy has some brains, unlike that Huamao boss. He waited until he went bankrupt to get some wine here. But it's a lucky coincidence that the wine is actually worth quite a bit. I guess Huamao boss didn't realize that a bottle worth 3 million in 1990 would be worth tens of billions. He's hyping it up way too much. Lin Feng said, and then asked, System, what is the first wave of benefits that Musk will give me? Ding. The world's largest private island. Island description, Safaradura Island. Sold in 2005. Price, $397 million. The entire island covers 14 acres. Safaradura Island is located in the Bay of San Miguel, Spain, just off the north coast of Ibiza. A luxurious manor is built on the cliff edge of the island, equipped with a large hair salon, home theater, professional kitchen, restaurant and even a rotating swimming pool with waterfalls and a bar. This is a paradise for the wealthy, a place most ordinary people would never reach. With weekly rents reaching $230,000, only the wealthy can afford it. With 300 days of sunshine annually and stunning views of the azure Mediterranean, it's a premier luxury resort. Okay, you idiot system, stop introducing yourself. I almost suspect you copied it from Baidu. What a load of crap. Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble. How come you're just like those novel writers, specifically copying from Baidu? Crazy hint. More than $300 million in 2005, right? Lin Feng smiled faintly. $1 in 2005 was equal to more than 8 RMB. $300 million is 2.4 billion renminbi. Then the 2.4 billion renminbi in 2005 is about 70 to 80 billion renminbi today. Musk is really awesome. The first wave of returns is already impressive. At the same time, Musk, who was in his villa in the Mi Empire, received a message. Mr. Musk, the world's largest island that you put up for sale was sold for a whopping $1.2 billion. What? A whopping $1.2 billion? Musk asked quickly. Who won it? He is a representative sent by the Rothschild family. And this private island was immediately given to a young man named Lin Feng from the Dongsheng Empire. The subordinates told Musk everything they knew. Oh my god. The Rothschild family? Musk knew this family very well. They were so rich. Although he was worth 300 billion US dollars now, he could not compare to them even with 100 other people. 100 of us would only be worth $30 trillion. And the Rothschild family, in 2007, was worth $50 trillion. I mentioned it before. The two dimensions are unrelated, so Musk in this dimension naturally doesn't know linphone. The system can rationalize returns, and the channels for rationalization are entirely arranged by the system to the Rothschild family, the world's #1 financial family. Can I get this Lin Feng's contact information? Musk paused and said, this person must have a close relationship with the Rothschild family. Otherwise, why would they bid on my private island and then give it to him? What are you talking about, Mr. Musk? Do you want to meet Lin Feng? The subordinate asked. What do you mean I want to get to know you? I'm just looking for an opportunity to visit you. Although Musk is the richest man in the world in 2021, who doesn't want to get close to the world's #1 financial tycoon like Rothschild? I understand. Then I will go and look up Mr. Lin's contact information right away. After the subordinate left, with the power of the world's richest man, it would not be difficult to find Lin Feng's contact information. On the other side, in the interrogation room in Jiangnan, China, Xia Qingwan still spoke nice words to Lin Feng and reasoned with them, but it was completely useless. Hey, Lin Feng, Mr. Duan is asking you a question. Do you admit this? Why are you in a daze? Su Qianqing immediately became unhappy when he saw that Lin Feng ignored their words. Lin Feng had just been communicating with the system about the private island. Now he came to his senses and said, I agree. Sure. Do you admit it? Su Qianqing's eyes lit up with joy. Well, I admit it. I admit that you guys ganged up on me. Can I sue you? Lin Feng smiled harmlessly. You? Su Qianqing was fooled. Looking at Lin Feng's smug smile, he almost wanted to rush up and hit him. But at this moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Sorry, I have to answer the phone. After all, Lin Feng was not wearing the silver bracelet, so he naturally felt in his bag, took it out and saw that the number started with 00. Lin Feng was stunned. On the American Empire side, doesn't it start with 0013? Why did the foreigner call me? Mr. Duan, Lin Feng is about to be convicted. Are you still going to let him answer the phone? We can't let him contact people outside. Su Qianqing said immediately. Li Hu, go get his phone. Duan Jinyu shouted, Lin Feng. You can't answer the phone. Haha, I'm about to be convicted? That's nonsense. Lin Feng sneered. But Li Hu still obeyed the order and took the phone. Li Hu, answer the phone and see who is on the other end. Is it someone who is a partner of Lin Feng? Go over to the side and answer it. Turn on the recording and listen to it for me when the time comes. Duan Jinyu ordered. Yeah, okay. Li Hu said, took it aside, and immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, are you Mr. Lin? The person on the other side was naturally Musk, the world's richest man today. The purpose of his calling Lin Feng was to get to know him under the pretext that Lin Feng had purchased his own private island. Who are you? Li Hu asked. I'm Elon Musk. Musk? Li Hu had no idea about this name. After all, the new world's richest man was not as famous as Bill Gates. He only knew Marx and had no idea who Musk was. Sorry, I didn't say my full name. My name is Elon Musk. Musk said, thinking to himself, now you know yourself, right? I don't know if he's just being aloof or what. It doesn't make sense. People in the wealthy circle should know my name, right? Elon Musk? Li Hu paused. I don't know him. Lin Feng is in our interrogation room right now. I'm the officer who answered the call. What do you want to talk to him about? What? Mr. Lin is in the interrogation room? What on earth did he do wrong? Musk was speechless. This Lin Feng? Such a wealthy man, with the Rothschild family behind him? Even if he had done something wrong, he shouldn't have the right to answer the phone, right? Li Hu paused. He was the first to arrive at the scene. Naturally, he knew that Lin Feng was innocent and had been manipulated, but what could he do? Besides, it was none of his business. Lin Feng's words naturally involve force. He is now in the interrogation room. Li Hu said. What? Mr. Lin would do this? Musk couldn't believe it. Lin Feng was supposedly young, and with the Rothschild family backing him, why would he do this? He heard that girls in the Dongxing Empire, and pretty girls all over the world, are all quite materialistic. Lin Feng, so rich and powerful, would go to jail for this? What do you want to see him about? Li Hu asked again. I want to ask, has this matter been convicted? Who are you? What do you want from him? Li Hu just asked this question and ignored everything else. I'm Elon Musk. The richest man in the world. Musk was speechless. I have the right to hire a lawyer to help Mr. Lin resolve all issues. As long as Mr. Lin agrees, I can learn some of his situation through my lawyer. What? You're Musk? The richest man in the world? Isn't Bill Gates the richest man in the world? Li Hu immediately didn't believe it. Anyway, he just knew that the richest man in the world was Bill Gates. Bill? Musk chuckled. He's now worth over $100 billion less than me. I have twice as much as him. Joke? Musk is the first person in human history to be the world's richest man with a net worth of over $300 billion. Now is his prime. The waves behind push the waves in front forward. Musk patted Bill Gates on the beach? What? You actually said you have twice as much assets as Bill Gates? Li Hu almost laughed out loud. What kind of person is this? So arrogant? Li Hu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He immediately hung up the phone and walked towards Duan Jinyu. Mr. Duan, this guy is so weird. He said he was Musk and that his assets were twice as much as Bill Gates's. I don't think he's contacting Lin Feng. It seems like he called the mental hospital by mistake. Musk? Twice as much as Bill Gates' assets? Su Qianqing's eyes widened slightly as he asked, comradely, this Musk? But Elon Musk? Is that his name? Yes, that's it. Li Hu just remembered this name, something about loving Dragon Mother and being deadly to her. Musk? Isn't he the richest man in the world? Xia Qingluan was also confused. Could it be that Lin Feng knew the richest man in the world? Comrade Li, can you let me listen to the recording? Su Qianqing was also surprised. The world's richest man called Lin Feng? What the hell was this? Li Hu did not answer directly, but looked at Duan Jinyu and asked what he meant. Give it to him. Duan Jinyu nodded. Soon. Su Qianqing took the phone and started listening to the recording. This voice belongs to Musk. Although the other party hired an interpreter. But you can still hear Musk speaking English next to you. After all, Su Qianqing had heard this man's voice when he went to the Mi Empire, and there were also videos online. Musk's voice still had some characteristics. What's even more bizarre is, isn't the conversation between Li Hu and the world's richest man too funny? Why are you still asking why the world's richest man isn't Bill Gates? Bill Gates is a thing of the past, okay? It's Musk's world now. You. Su Qianqing looked at Lin Feng seriously, his eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that this guy actually knew the world's richest man? What the hell is going on? Lin Feng was also a little confused after seeing their actions. Why would the world's richest man, Musk, call himself? I am investing in Musk, but I am investing in another dimension. Musk in his own dimension probably doesn't recognize himself, right? Ding. The host's private island is in Musk's hands in your dimension. This system has always arranged for the Rothschild family to help you rationalize your profits. Therefore. So Musk thought I was from the Rothschild family? And then he called me? Lin Feng made a bold guess, not knowing if it was right. Correct answer, but no reward. So? Now the richest man in the world thinks I'm awesome, right? Lin Feng smiled speechlessly. The Rothschild family, as the system said, is just a tool. They won't help Lin Feng. But what will others think? Others would think that Lin Feng is an important person in this family. Otherwise, why would someone buy a private island for Raymond Lam? Su Qianqing couldn't sit still anymore, so he walked out of the interrogation room and called his father Su Bo. Dad, things here are a bit tricky. Lin Feng actually knows the world's richest man, Musk. During the interrogation, Musk called Lin Feng. Su Qianqing said. What? This guy has such connections? Su Bo was also totally surprised. After a pause, he said, "How about, son, let's just forget about it. This lesson is enough for him." In any case, Su Bo didn't want his son to marry Li Xian. "Dad, how can we let this go? Your son was kicked on the table leg by Lin Feng, and his head is bleeding. Do you want me to send you a photo now? There is still gauze on my head." Su Qianqing said, and without hesitation, he sent a WeChat message directly, just to seek sympathy. "Look, Dad, I'm about to have a concussion. Are you just going to let it go?" Su Qianqing continued, "No matter how great Musk is, he's just a foreign snob. What are we afraid of? To be honest, the Su family's total assets are around 500 billion, which is indeed not as rich as Musk. But the Su family is not only rich, they also have other things. That's relationships and connections." Su Bo looked at the bandage on his son's head, which he had been reluctant to wear since he was a child. He suddenly became angry and said through gritted teeth, "Then there's no need to be afraid of Musk. We shouldn't be afraid of him. He's just a foreign power. Although we do have a business partnership with him, I don't think she would turn against us just for Lin Feng, right?" "I know, Dad. As long as you stay calm, I'm not afraid." Su Qianqing laughed. "So what if he knows the world's richest man? Don't you know the saying? A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. This is Jiangnan, not a foreign country." After Su Qianqing finished the call, he immediately returned to the interrogation room, and that energetic and complacent look returned to his face. "Ha? This Su Qianqing? He knows that the world's richest man knows him? Hasn't he decided to let this matter go?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned. It seemed that the Su family was indeed not simple, otherwise they would not be so tough. Sudden. At this time, someone pushed open the door of the interrogation room and a small clerk walked in. He said, "Mr. Duan, there is a lawyer named Mr. Luo here. He said he is the lawyer appointed by Mr. Lin." "Oh? The lawyer appointed by Lin Feng?" Duan Zhenyu was stunned. It seemed that this person was here to help Lin Feng? According to regulations, Lin Feng can entrust a lawyer during the review and prosecution stage. Should he be let in? The clerk looked at Duan Zhenyu and continued, "That man also said that if he's not allowed in, anyone who gets in the way will be sent in." Arrogant. Duan Zhenyu slammed the table, "He has the guts to send me to jail." But Duan Zhenyu thought about it and said, "Let it in. After all, people can come here. It's against the rules to block it." Soon, a tall, thin man in a suit, about 40 years old, wearing glasses, walked in. "As soon as you come in." Duan Zhenyu's eyes widened. Isn't this just a normal performance that can send the other lawyer to jail? Even a super long performance, one that can send someone to jail even if they hit the hammer? This is not a court. So in a sense, it was Duan Zhenyu himself who was striking the hammer. "I want to be sent in, right? You are Mr. Luo." Duan Zhenyu hesitated a little. After all, the hammer wielder was a little scared when he met this person. "Please vote for the poor little sister with monthly tickets, everyone, please help. The author is free to arrange it. I beg you. If you want to send out monthly ticket red envelopes, please do it better. Click the middle screen, find the 3 dots in the upper right corner, then click on the red envelope and select the monthly ticket red envelope. Group number 954459465. Chapter 57. The richest man takes action. Directly suppress the Su family. Mr. Luo did not reply to Duan Zhenxing. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the attorney that Mr. Musk found for you. I can represent you in your case now." "No problem. I'll let you handle the case." Lin Feng nodded. But he didn't expect Musk to even invite Mr. Luo to come. "Isn't this stable?" "Yes." Teacher Luo nodded, then took out his ID and handed it over, saying, "Here are some of my IDs and my resume." Duan Zhenxing took it and took a look. The top sign is for top lawyer. Lawyers are generally divided into special grade and grades 1 to 5. Special grade is the ceiling for lawyers. Let us continue with his life and achievements. In 2002, he obtained a master's degree from Dongsheng Empire University. In 2005, he obtained his PhD degree from a certain university in Beijing. In 2010, he was a visiting scholar at the University of California, Berkeley. In 2018, he was selected as an outstanding mentor by the first batch of graduate students at China University of Political Science and Law. Duan Jinxing was speechless. What are these documents used for? Are you showing off your diploma? Teacher Luo, you don't need to show off anymore. Tens of millions of fans across the internet know your strength. Mr. Duan, you have seen the documents. Now, can I start defending my client? Teacher Luo smiled slightly, and there seemed to be a red light flashing in his eyes. Now he was about to start his performance. Excuse me, Mr. Lin and Li Xian are a legal couple, right? Asked Teacher Luo. Of course. Since you are a legal couple, have you ever lived apart for a long time? Or has your relationship broken down? Teacher Luo asked again. Nothing has been found, it's under investigation. As for this matter, according to what I know, the two people are very much in love, and there is no long-term separation or relationship breakdown. Therefore, in this situation, the man did not force himself. Because between husband and wife, it depends on the score. Teacher Luo smiled lightly and pushed his glasses. But he drugged her. He is just strong. Why do you say that it doesn't count just because they are husband and wife? Su Qianqing retorted, but immediately felt that something was wrong. Why did he bring the blame to himself? He couldn't win the argument with the other party. Teacher Luo smiled calmly and said, "You're absolutely right. From a literary and scientific perspective, marriage can also be strongly defined. However, when analyzing a problem, don't be so absolute. You need to find a middle ground. You can't say yes or no, but rather say it's possible, and it's possible not. Because literary and scientific explanations aren't always reasonable, ethical interpretations are necessary in such situations." It was as if Teacher Luo was giving a lecture to everyone via video. Talk incessantly. I can't stop at all. If it's between a husband and wife, and the woman doesn't want to be forced, then that's going to cause a lot of problems. For example, if your wife is asleep and the man does it. It's impossible for the wife to wake up the next day and ask, "Did you get my consent? You did it while I was asleep." If this is the case and the two people are not husband and wife, then the man is definitely stronger. But if they are husband and wife, then it doesn't count. Therefore, only when the marriage relationship is unstable, the relationship has broken down, or the couple has been separated for many years can they be convicted. Otherwise, as long as the wife doesn't want to, it would be considered forced? Isn't that a mess? Stop, stop, stop. Don't say any more. Su Qianqing seemed to be being taught a lesson. He really couldn't win the argument, so he just stopped talking. Let us compare something else. Mr. Duan, this guy is talking nonsense, just send him away. Su Qianqing was simply annoyed just looking at him. This guy could even talk a dead fish back to life, so there was no point in reasoning with him. You want to kick me out? This matter involves other things, so I will not accept the appointment of a lawyer for the time being. Su Qianqing said. Okay, I can go, but you can wait for my lawsuit. Teacher Luo smiled bitterly. It was really like a scholar meeting a soldier. He couldn't even explain himself even if he was right. Of course. When Mr. Luo leaves, he will naturally tell Musk about the situation here. Hello, Mr. Musk. Teacher Luo was at the door of the police station, holding the phone tightly in his hand. Mr. Luo? How are things going over there? Musk asked. I've also seen the essence of this matter clearly. It's this man called Su Qianqing who's obstructing things and framing good people. But I see that the Su family has some influence in Jiangnan, so it's difficult to deal with them. Teacher Luo said in a slightly apologetic tone, I was kicked out. They're completely unreasonable, but I can sue them. Su Qianqing? The Su family? Musk was stunned. Mr. Luo reminded him, yes, it's the Su family that has a cooperative relationship with your Tesla company. They are the agent for your Tesla new energy vehicles. This Su Qianqing is Su Bo's son, right? Musk gritted his teeth. It's okay, I'll handle this matter. Now that you know who the other person is. Then Musk knows what to do. He immediately dialed the number and said, Are you from the Dongsheng Empire? The general manager of our Tesla new energy vehicle sales agency? Your name is Qian Shuijin, right? I'm Musk. Mr. Musk? Qian Shuijin's eyes widened for a moment. Why did the world's richest man call him? I'm telling Mr. Su, please leave some space for us. I hope to see you again in the future. Otherwise, Tesla New Energy Vehicles will have to find another agent. As soon as Musk said this, Qian Shuajin was stunned. He said, Mr. Musk, what's going on? If you have something to say, why not just talk it out? Why get so angry? There's nothing much to say. Just convey my words. As a foreign force in consortium, Musk naturally cannot influence the local tyrants of the Dongxing Empire, but he can fight an economic war and use economic threats to threaten the Su family to compromise. The Su family has a total asset of 500 billion, which is the sum of all the money of the family. Musk, on the other hand, has personal money of 300 billion US dollars, which is equivalent to nearly 2 trillion renminbi. Completely quadruple assets. Mr. Musk. Qian Shuajin wanted to say something, but he could only hear the beeping sound on the phone. Something terrible has happened. I don't know how the Su family offended Musk, the god of wealth. Qian Shuajin immediately panicked, picked up the phone and called Su Bo. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Qian Shuajin. Qian Shuajin? What's going on? Su Bo actually knew in his heart why Qian Shuajin called. Why was he so anxious? Perhaps the world's richest man, Musk, had started to take action? Mr. Su, something terrible has happened? Mr. Musk suddenly called me and said that we should leave some room for improvement so that we can meet again in the future. Is it true that? Qian Shuajin didn't finish his words. It must be that the Su family had offended Musk. We'll see each other again in the future? He wants to terminate our cooperation, so let him be happy. Su Bo smiled coldly and said, don't worry about it, just let him find a new agent. I don't believe this foreigner can make any waves in our Dongxing Empire. But Mr. Su, Tesla's new energy vehicles are sold here as an agent. We sell about 400,000 units a year, and each one brings us around 30,000 yuan in revenue. That's a profit of 12 billion yuan a year, and Tesla's new energy vehicle sales are increasing every year. Qian Shuajin didn't say anything else. Su Bo interrupted and said sternly, what's wrong with 12 billion? My Su family can't lose this person. But, as the general manager of the agency, Qian Shuajin felt personally that if the contract was terminated, he would be the one to be sacrificed. Alright, stop saying but. I know what you're thinking. Su Bo said irritably. You've been under my Su family for so many years. If Tesla terminates its partnership with us, I'll arrange for you to manage something else. Then, Qian Shuajin felt relieved after hearing this. Snap. The opponent's Su Bo. Then he hung up the phone. What on earth is going on? This cooperation with an annual profit of 12 billion? How can it be interrupted just like that? Qian Shuajin was confused. Musk, are you and Lin Feng on good terms? Su Bo knew in his heart that now that he had started a war with Musk, he had to fight to the end, otherwise how would he survive in the country in the future? A foreign force scared the Su family? In Musk's villa in the Mi Empire, the assistant reported in a panic, Mr. Musk, the Su group has agreed to terminate our contract. After the contract expires, we will have to find a new distributor for Tesla cars in the Dongxing Empire. What? This old man Su? He actually gave up the 12 billion profit? He is unwilling to let go of this matter? Musk was also embarrassed. Then, Musk spoke directly, carry out the next financial attack. Force the Su family to surrender. I don't believe that I can't defeat you even though I have 4 times your wealth. According to investigations, Lin Feng's Audi Pikes Peak, gold bars, 1,000 houses, and jadeite rough stones were basically all paid for by the Rothschild family. How could this not be a big deal? Musk suspected that Lin Feng must be the illegitimate son of an important figure in the Rothschild family. I guess the Rothschild family doesn't know that Lin Feng has gone in, so they didn't come to rescue him. I have to seize this opportunity. Waiting for the Rothschild family to take action? Is there still a chance to ask for credit and reward? In a word, Musk's path has become wider and wider after helping the cheat boy. In the Su family's villa. At this moment, an old butler hurried over and said breathlessly, Master, something terrible has happened. Chevrolet, Buick, and Ford from the American Empire have all sent us applications to terminate their contracts. What? All these companies are going to terminate their cooperation with us? Su Bo's Su Group, the entire family's business, is basically done by agents in various countries. The biggest ones are naturally car dealers. What if Musk's cooperation with Tesla Motors was terminated? In this situation, the pain of a broken arm is nothing. And if these big agents all want to terminate the cooperation, it will be a fatal blow to the Sioux group. Don't they want to make money? Will they go find other dealers? Will they be able to sell as many cars as them? Why are they so determined? Subo gritted his teeth and made a bold guess. Is it this Musk who's giving a heads up to his American friends? And Musk must have taken all the losses on himself, right? Subo guessed right. Musk did greet these friends. They said that they had terminated their cooperation with the Sioux group, so Musk would be the one to find a new partner, and all the losses would be blamed on Musk. Only then did these car companies agree. Master, this is a critical moment. What should we do? The old butler's face was filled with worry. If these car companies don't cooperate with us, our income will immediately drop by 70%, and everything will be disrupted. I really didn't expect this. Is Musk crazy? He actually helps this kid Lin Feng so much? This is his illegitimate child, right? Subo initially thought that their relationship was at most good, but now it seems that they are definitely very close or have some kind of huge interests. Of course, this huge benefit is Musk's stepping stone to curry favor with the Rothschild family. What should we do now? Master, how should we respond to these car companies? Should we agree to terminate the contract with them? The old butler said anxiously. No need. Musk wants to hold a commercial exhibition and bring down my Sioux family? Is that possible? Subo smiled faintly. The current situation has become a matter of fighting for self-respect. If the Sioux group is defeated like this, how will it survive in Jiangnan in the future? If this matter gets out, where will Subo put his face? Hello, is this Mr. Feng? Subo spoke in a respectful tone, but it was definitely not the tone of a bootlicker. Chapter 58 Shocked. Lin Feng's strength is too terrifying. Mr. Su? Feng Guolin is a powerful semi-hidden family in the Dongsheng Empire. The entire family owns shares in many groups in the empire, and the family assets are nearly 5 trillion yuan. As mentioned before, the world's richest man on the surface is not actually that rich. The real rich ones are the families. Mr. Feng, we may have encountered some problems here. Subo smiled slightly. I would like to ask you for help. Is there anything that your Su family can't handle? Feng Guolin knew that the Su family was not as simple as the 500 billion in assets it appeared on the surface. The strength behind it was not to be unfathomable, but it was definitely transcendent. It's just some business matters. The other party is Musk, the world's richest man. Subo smiled lightly and said, he is really too arrogant. Since he has united many car manufacturers in the Mi Empire and has terminated the agency cooperation with our Sioux group, if I don't do something, I am afraid that the Sioux group will collapse. It's okay, Mr. Su. You won't collapse. Feng Guolin understood the specific situation and asked, what about Mr. Su? What do you want me to do? As for Mr. Feng's words, we just need to fight back. Don't Ford and Buick have projects in your hands? Cut off cooperation with them. Force them not to support Musk. Subo smiled faintly. What did Emperor Wu of Han say? If the enemy goes, I can go too. No problem, Mr. Su, I'll help you with the operation. Feng Guolin smiled, said hello, and hung up the phone. As for commercial warfare, the Su family needs to ask some people for help. What if it is energy? Then the Su family doesn't need to ask anyone for help at all. And the Mi Empire, Musk's villa. Musk was naturally anxious at this moment. He slammed the table and said angrily, the Su family is really not as simple as it seems. They actually found a semi-reclusive family in China. A family with a total asset of nearly 900 billion US dollars. Feng Guolin is here to help? Musk knew that it would be difficult for him to compete financially with an entire family alone. Several American automakers who had contacted Musk also regretted their promise to help them in order to protect themselves. Now these car dealers continue to cooperate again on the agency rights of Sioux Group. In other words, it seems that at present, only Tesla has decided to stop cooperation with Sioux Group. The Sioux Group only lost 12 billion in profits every year, which is not a big deal. Damn it! I can't handle it alone now. Musk had no idea what to do. After all, when a semi-hidden family starts a business exhibition, no one can resist it. Unfortunately, Musk doesn't have his own family. It all depends on the individual. Dad? How's the situation going? Su Qianqing called his father in the interrogation room. I heard you gave Uncle Feng Wolin a heads up? Musk definitely won't dare to do anything, right? Of course. Compared to the business world, my Su family is indeed too weak. With 500 billion in assets, a man who is openly the world's richest man can kill us. Su Bo sneered, but I can contact many wealthy families and ask them to help us fight the business war. That's right, Dad. Having money doesn't mean anything. Su Qianqing smiled faintly. Now we can make all the arrangements. Let Lin Feng prove his guilt, right? Lin Feng, that brat, dared to let Musk bring down our Su group? He's too naive. The world's richest man may seem glorious on the surface, but there are actually many people richer than him. Su Bo smiled, then his face turned serious. Son, this time it's entirely because you were hit on the head by Lin Feng that your father let you vent your anger. But from now on, you still have to control your temper. The Dongsheng Empire is full of hidden talents. Don't run into a tough guy one day and get yourself slammed. Dad, I know that I won't mess with the royal family, the 4 major families under the royal family, or the 8 major sects under the 4 major families. Su Qianqing knew. The Dongsheng Empire respects the royal family. There are 4 major families under the royal family. Under the 4 major families, there are 8 major clans. It's not about how much money they have, of course, they have money. This is a ranking of overall strength. I'm glad you're aware of this. This matter should be over now. Su Bo said, then snorted, I've already made all the arrangements. If Lin Feng dares to attack my son, he'll go to jail for at least 9 years. Well, this kid deserves it. Su Qianqing said hello, and hung up the phone with his father. Lin Feng, I told you that you will regret coming in. What do you think with your connections? Fighting with our Su family? You are really too naive. Su Qianqing smiled with a smug smile on his face. At this moment, in a villa in Jiangnan, Dongsheng Empire, Huang Quan was admiring some jadeite he bought for Lin Feng last time. What he was holding in his hand was a bracelet made of colorful jadeite, which he planned to give to some people from the 8 major families. To show filial piety. Master Huang, I'm afraid things are not going well with Mr. Lin. A man in a suit who looked like an assistant ran into Huang Quan's study. What? Wasn't he manipulated by a rich second-generation guy? How come? I gave a heads up to Hu Mingquan from that branch? He hasn't taken care of it yet? Huang Quan was puzzled. He had given a heads up, so how could Hu Mingquan not do anything? Mr. Huang, the person who wants to frame Mr. Lin Feng is Su Qianqing, the son of the Su group. The subordinate immediately told Huang Quan everything he knew. It's actually the Su group? Huang Quan narrowed his eyes slightly. This is not someone to be trifled with. So what are you going to do? The subordinate asked. This matter. Brother Lin Feng can definitely talk to old Master Qin about it, right? Huang Quan muttered to himself, his face full of confusion. But why did he have to tell me? But since they have told me, and I don't do it? Then. Huang Quan thought for a moment and secretly guessed again, it can't be such a small matter that Lin Feng didn't bother to tell Mr. Qin? Just let me handle it. Figured everything out. Huang Quan thought about it for a while before deciding, call Su Bo for me. I'll talk to him first and see if we can resolve it peacefully. Of course, since they are all families of the Dongsheng Empire, Huang Quan still reluctantly knows Su Bo. But the relationship is not very good, we have only met in the circle. Master, the call has been made. The subordinate quickly handed over the phone. Hello, who are you? How do you have my private phone number? Su Bo's private phone number is usually not known to strangers. I'm Huang Quan, hello, Mr. Su. Huang Quan greeted politely, but definitely not flattering. Mr. Huang? Su Bo's expression changed slightly. This is a semi-hidden family. What is a semi-hidden family? Generally speaking, not many people know about their family assets, but there are some people in the circle who know about it. The financial resources of such families are often unknown to ordinary people, they only know that the richest is the richest. Semi-hidden families are considered very wealthy in the empire, but in terms of power, it depends on whether they know the 8 major sects, the 4 major families, the royal family and others. If you have nothing to do with these forces, then your strength is just that. As for the completely hidden families, they have to climb a very high level. They usually act in a low profile and very few people know of their existence. The strength is immeasurable. Financial resources and power are not the indicators to measure them. Excuse me, Mr. Huang, what's the matter? Su Bo asked angrily, but he also began to wonder if this person was trying to intercede for Lin Feng. After all, the Su family had already taken advantage of Lin Feng. It's not a big deal. It's just that a friend of mine named Lin Feng may have some small misunderstanding with your young master. Huang Quan didn't say anything else and passed the topic to the other party. Some minor misunderstanding? Not necessarily. Su Bo snorted coldly. He was indeed Lin Feng's lobbyist. He continued, my son was beaten and his head was bleeding? Is this a minor misunderstanding? He even has gauze wrapped around his head. Then Mr. Su, are you very determined? Huang Quan would naturally not be too humble. He was working for Lin Feng, so he didn't want to embarrass Lin Feng. That's right. Su Bo saw that the other party's tone had become tougher, but he was not afraid. This matter will not be resolved until Lin Feng is imprisoned for 10 or 8 years. Our Su family will never give up. All right. Huang Quan snorted heavily, then let's fight again. Huang Quan finished speaking. I hung up the phone anyway. The Su family, right? Others may not know about your family, but they don't know yet? How many problems have you had with taxes over the years? Huang Quan could use these things to make a fuss and force the Su family to submit. But Huang Quan knew that Su Bo had a younger brother who was now the lord of Jiangnan City. And where is Jiangnan? To put it bluntly, Jiangnan is the magic city. The most economically developed place in the Dongxing Empire. The lord of this city is naturally the best. Although the Su family has a lot of assets worth 500 billion, this amount of money is not enough to show off. It is because they have such a powerful person that their power is so great. But Huang Quan also has his own bargaining chips. Hello, is this Lord Sikong from the Taxation Bureau? I would like to report some tax evasion activities under the Su family. Could you please come to investigate? I will also provide some simple evidence. Huang Quan reported the situation to Lord Sikong without any hesitation. What? You want to report the Su family? Mr. Huang. Lord Sikong was stunned. In this area of Jiangnan, is there anyone who wants to start a fight with the Su family? That's right, don't you guys check it out? Huang Quan smiled, I know Su Bo from the Su family. His younger brother is the lord of Jiangnan City. Your superior, right? Mr. Huang, you're joking. Since someone has reported it and provided some evidence, we naturally have to go there. Lord Sikong is also an old fox, so he naturally knows what kind of grudge there is between the two families, right? The Su family is a local tyrant in Jiangnan. The Huang Quan family is from a semi-hidden family and their strength is also extraordinary. Lord Sikong will naturally do what he should do. He won't do things that he shouldn't do. Okay, then you should set off quickly. Huang Quan hung up the phone, sat upright in the chair, waiting for news from them. As for Lord Sikong, he naturally sent a small team of about 10 people, led by Qi Zhigao. In the Su family compound, the old housekeeper also hurried into Su Bo's room at this moment. Master, something terrible has happened. The people from the finance department are here. Finance department? This. Su Bo frowned and said fiercely, this is the work of Huang Quan, right? And the second master's son and daughter-in-law started arguing with these people at the door. The second master that the old housekeeper mentioned was naturally the Jiangnan City Lord Su Tong. Su Bo is the head of the family, and Su Tong is the second oldest. At the gate of the Su family compound. I ask you, what are you doing here? Bringing a large group of people? To rob? Lu Mei is the daughter-in-law of Master Su Er. At this moment, she is looking at these people with an unhappy face. I'm sorry, someone reported your family for tax evasion, so we're just here to check. Please cooperate. Qi Zhigao was an imperial official, and although his position was not high, since he had received the order from above, he naturally had to come and take a look. There is no such thing in our family. Please go back. Su also frowned, wondering, his father is the mayor of the city, but someone actually came to check, it was really amazing. Sorry, please accept the verification. Qi Zhigao began to feel unhappy. The people of the Su family were indeed powerful, but he was an employee of the empire. Couldn't he have a nicer attitude? No. Go back. You're just a small employee and you can't interfere in our Su family's affairs. Lu Mei looked sarcastic and stood in front of the crowd, not letting anyone in. After Lu Mei finished speaking, she immediately whispered to her husband, "Why don't you call your dad? These people under him dared to come to the city lord's house to investigate? What kind of thing is this?" Of course, the eldest and second masters of the Su family basically live in a large courtyard, which is also considered the home of the city lord. Oh. I'll call him right away. After hearing what his wife said, Su Yu immediately dialed his father's number. But it shows that I am on a call. Because at this moment Su Bo had already called his second brother. "Second brother, this matter is not complicated. Your nephew's head is cracked open. We can't just let it go like this." Although Su Bo is the head of the family, he is still very polite to his second brother. After all, the head of the family is not necessarily the most powerful one in the family. "Okay, big brother, I'll take care of this. I'll have someone notify those who are doing the inspection and ask them to come back." After saying this, Master Suer hung up the phone and immediately notified everyone. Shi Zhigao, who came to investigate, soon received a call from the head of the tax bureau. "Shi Zhigao, this report was wrong. Don't worry about it. Come back." "Ah? The report is wrong? Okay." Shi Zhigao also knew that this was probably a fight between two families, which was also embarrassing for them. Of course, Huang Quan soon found out about this. The second master of the Su family? The city lord, right? Huang Quan hummed. As expected, they were brothers, and they helped immediately? "Master Huang, the strength of the Su family is indeed the city lord Su Tong. But there is one thing you must pay attention to. Su Tong's daughter-in-law seems to be called Lu Mei. Although we don't know her origin, she must be very powerful. Otherwise, after Lu Mei married into the Su family, her status would basically be that of the head of the family. If it is not necessary, we should not interfere anymore." The old housekeeper persuaded Huang Quan earnestly. Why did the old man have to help such a junior? "How can I not interfere? Lin Feng asked me to help him, so I have to do a good job." Huang Quan also knew that the daughter-in-law of the second master of the Su family was not an ordinary person. She was the person Huang Quan feared the most, and she was probably from one of the 8 major families. But it's just a possibility. "Master, we should try not to use our connections with the 8 great sects. After all, every time we use them, they are gone. They won't always help us. We have to use them at critical moments." The old housekeeper knew that Huang Quan had helped the head of the Chen family, one of the 8 great sects, a few years ago. These favors can only be used once and not more than once. Now is the critical moment. You don't know how powerful the person behind Brother Lin Feng is. Huang Quan didn't say anything more. The old butler said, "Since the people behind him are so powerful, why doesn't he handle it himself? I've thought about this problem. Maybe Lin Feng is too disdainful to let that person take action. The old man usually travels around. Maybe there's no need to disturb him for ordinary small matters." Huang Quan was talking about Old Man Qin. This old man likes to eat and drink everywhere. "Master, please think about it. If we continue like this, not only will we have to use up the favor of the Chen family, one of the 8 great families, but we will also have no room for maneuver with the Su family." The old housekeeper persuaded. "I have thought it through clearly," Huang Quan said seriously. He felt that Lin Feng must help, he must help. At the gate of the Su family compound, Shi Zhigao and others who were checking taxes were just about to withdraw. But the head of the taxation bureau is Lord Sikong. Another call came. Shi Zhigao, you should go back and let the Su family be investigated." Huang Quan greeted the Chen family, one of the 8 major clans. A Jiangnan city lord. Naturally, it can't be suppressed. Please vote for the poor little sister with monthly tickets, everyone, please help. The author is free to arrange it. I beg you. If you want to send out monthly ticket red envelopes, please do it better. Click the middle screen, find the 3 dots in the upper right corner, then click on the red envelope and select the monthly ticket red envelope. Group number 954459465. Chapter 59, The Su Family's Trump Card. It turns out to be Lord Sikong? What's going on? Why do we have to go to the Su family to check again? Shi Zhigao was confused. Didn't he just ask him to withdraw his troops? Of course we have to check it. There's no doubt about it. Go ahead. Lord Sikong said. Okay. Let's go again. Qi Zhigo followed orders anyway. He turned around and saw Lu Mei and Su Yu about to enter the house. He shouted, "Wait a minute. Oh? Do you have anything else to say?" Lu Mei turned her head and glared at Qi Zhigo. "I'm sorry, your family must accept our inspection. If you dare to disobey again, I will charge you with obstructing public service." Qi Zhigo didn't continue. Lu Mei sneered and interrupted, "I'm saying, do you want to quit your job? What problems could there be in our family? This is ridiculous. Lu Mei is an ugly woman, and she has basically no dignity that a woman should have. She relied on her father's strength. Naturally, he looks fearless all day long. You." Qi Zhigo was so angry that he almost exploded. How dare someone speak to the imperial staff like that? Su Yu? What's wrong with your useless city lord father? Lu Mei was also puzzled. Did your father say hello? Why haven't these people left yet? I don't know, it shouldn't be like this. Su Yu frowned. According to his father's level, only people from the 8 Great Gates could take action, right? Could it be this Huang Quan? Do you know anyone from the 8 Great Gates? It's really not easy. Forget it. I'll just say hello to my dad. Your useless old man is really useless. Lu Mei said angrily, took out her phone and said, "Dad, something happened to your daughter's family. The tax officials actually came to investigate." Oh? Is this true? Your father-in-law is the city lord. Since he came to investigate you, what did your father-in-law say? Nyo Jinda, the patriarch of the 8 major families. The royal family and the top 5 of the 4 great families, they belong to the 6th most powerful family in the empire. Yes, Su Yu's useless father is really useless. After I said hello, they came to check again. There is no way, my daughter can only tell you. Lu Mei said with a laugh. She was naturally an illegitimate daughter, raised outside, and not many people knew about it. If Lu Mei hadn't been ugly, even if she was an illegitimate daughter, it would not have been her turn to marry into the Su family. As for the Su family, especially the position of the city lord of the 2nd Master Su. In fact, he went up there only after marrying Lu Mei. So Lu Mei is in the Su family? Isn't that more awesome than anyone else? Let me say hello. Actually, the things that happened to the Su family are not that serious. Just investigate. At most, they will have to pay a fine of tens of billions. Nyo Jinda knew that being convicted of tax evasion did not necessarily mean that one would go to jail. Dad, what are you going to do? They've come straight to our door. If the Su family is investigated, we'll be humiliated, right? The home of a Jiangnan city lord is actually being investigated? Isn't that embarrassing? Lu Mei snorted. Besides, it was actually me who asked the Su family to evade taxes. We have other slightly more serious cases. If they are discovered, it might not just be a fine, right? So, Dad, do you have anything else to do? Nyo Jinda also became angry. I'll say it again. Although your father is the head of the 8 great sects, there are still 4 major families in the royal family above us. Be careful in what you do. Don't do this again in the future. Dad, I get it. It was just that one time. Lu Mei admitted her mistake. All right. I'll do it. Don't worry. Nyo Jinda said, it's better not to make it public that you are my illegitimate daughter. Just let the Su family know. Nyo Jinda only did this because his daughter's mother died early. He was quite fond of this illegitimate daughter. But he can't be exposed either. After all, there is a tigress at home, and this woman is from one of the 4 major families. Marry her. Only the Nyo family can be ranked first among the 8 major families. I know, Dad. I have been in the Su family for so long, right? No one outside knows my identity. At most, everyone in the Su family is afraid of me. Outsiders just guess that my identity is very powerful. Lu Mei's own name is not the same as her father's, naturally to avoid the tigress who is the legal wife beside her father. After hanging up the phone with her father, Lu Mei glanced at Qi Zhigo and said with a smile, everyone, if there is anything you want to check, we welcome you. Oh? Okay, then, all of you follow me in. Qi Zhigo was stunned for a moment. Why did the other party's attitude suddenly become better? But the next second, Qi Zhigao's phone rang. It was Lord Seacombe calling. Shi Zhigao, the situation is a bit complicated. The report is completely false. You should come back. Shi Zhigao was speechless again, didn't you say? Stop talking so much. Just come back when I told you to. Lord Seacombe had no idea who was protecting the Su family. They were actually intimidating the Chen family, one of the top 3 of the 8 great sects, whom Huang Quan had greeted. Okay then. Shi Zhigao had no choice but to obey orders. It can be said that although Shi Zhigao's position was not high, on-site inspections were common in the empire. But there is a secret game behind it. It is at the level of a raging storm. Both sides played their cards. Each one is more powerful than the other. Hey, why don't you come in? Come in. Lu Mei looked at Shi Zhigao with some disdain on her face. You? What do you mean? Are you coming in or not? Are you going to check or not? Lu Mei snorted coldly. Let's go. Shi Zhigao said, glancing at Lu Mei. What else could he do if he was unhappy? Lord Seacombe was calling for the troops to pack up again. On Huang Quan's side, he soon received a call from the Chen family of the 8 great sects. Mr. Chen? What's the matter? Is it settled? With your help? There should be no problem, right? Huang Quan asked with a faint smile. Xiao Huang, you asked me for help this time, but you gave me a big problem. Mr. Chen was speechless. Why did he ask him to go head-to-head with the Niu family, the leader of the 8 major families? How can I be the opponent of him? There is still a huge gap in strength between the leader of the 8 great sects and the third of the 8 great sects. What? A big problem? What does Mr. Chen mean? Huang Quan was puzzled. Could it be that even you can't handle the snobbery behind the Su family? I'm guessing it must be the leader of one of the 8 great sects, or someone from one of the 4 great families. Anyway, there's nothing I can do. Old Master Chen said apologetically, Xiao Huang, I couldn't help you this time, but next time, you can still tell me if you have any questions. But, don't give me such a big problem again. It's my fault for not investigating thoroughly, but I also want to thank Mr. Chen. Huang Quan plopped down on the chair. Now, he had invited all the most important people he could contact to come out of retirement. However, the Su family is even more powerful. The power behind it? He is actually the leader of the 8 major sects? Or the 4 major families? Can he defeat the third person among the 8 major sects without any chance of fighting back? This is not something that the second-ranked family among the 8 great sects can do. They are definitely the top 4 families among the 8 major sects or higher. Master, since you have tried your best, I don't think Mr. Lin Feng will say anything. We can only wait for news, said the old butler. Yes, the Su family is indeed too powerful now. We have no chance to help Lin Feng. Huang Quan took a deep breath. It seems that this young man Lin Feng has to ask for help from Mr. Qin himself. In the interrogation room, Su Qianqing naturally knew everything. My heart was also calmed for a moment. This Lin Feng? Can he actually invite people from the 8 great sects? Su Qianqing looked at the silent Lin Feng over there. Even my second uncle? This city lord is outdone? If it weren't for my sister-in-law Lu Mei's status, I'm afraid the Su family would be doomed today, right? Lin Feng, after many investigations, your case was indeed raped. Your crimes have been listed. If you have thought it through, you can sign it. Duan Zhenyu pushed a list over. I won't sign it. You just wait. Lin Feng naturally didn't know much about the game between people outside, but he knew that it must be that Huang Quan, who came from a semi-hidden family, couldn't beat the Su family, right? Lin Feng. You dare to curse? How can this not be an aggravated offense? Su Qianqing looked at Duan Zhenyu and said, You've insulted the Empire staff. You'll have to spend more time. Oh? I insulted the staff? Okay, I did. Lin Feng chuckled. Then your Su family disregards the laws of the Dongxing Empire? What do you say? You're talking nonsense. We are following the rules. You will be allowed to stay in there as long as you are supposed to. Su Qianqing spoke in a clear voice, as if he were really a selfless person. Oh? Really? I think it's time for you to go in? Although Lin Feng couldn't contact the outside world, no matter how stupid his wife was, she should be able to think of old man Qin, right? Shi Yan thought of old Master Qin. I will definitely ask for help for Lin Feng. Time goes back half an hour. At Li Shiyan's home, everyone in the family naturally looked sad. Li Shiyan was extremely anxious. Li Shuwen said that even though he was the head of the Li family, he had no way to deal with the huge Su family. I asked for help from so many people, but no one dared to go against the Su group. Mom, there is a solution. Li Shiyan immediately picked up the phone. How could she be so stupid? That ignorant old man Qin must be a big shot. How come Li Shiyan only remembered Grandpa Qin 10 minutes after the incident? Shiyan, what can you do? Lu Yaji asked anxiously. Mom and Dad, haven't you thought about old man Qin? Li Shiyan said, Lin Feng and I have talked about this old man. Although we don't know how powerful he is, he seems too strong. No matter how big the situation is, it is as calm as a cloudless sky in front of him. Even if Lin Feng's exorbitantly priced wine is exposed, he just watches with a smile. In fact, although Li Shiyan said so. But I'm not sure. Is it possible that Mr. Qin is just pretending to be calm? Now Li Shiyan only hopes. Old Master Qin is really a great man, so my husband can be saved. The Su group is really too powerful. Yes. Mr. Qin, this is a very secretive old man. Until now, he hasn't mentioned his identity. Lu Yaji was also worried and confused. Why didn't they think of it? It's been a full 10 minutes since this happened? Just then I remembered. Lin Feng's mobile phone address book should be bound to the Penguin Sync Assistant. Li Shiyan knew that as long as she logged into her husband's Penguin and synchronized it, she would be able to know the phone numbers in her husband's mobile phone. Soon. Li Shiyan logged into Penguin Sync Assistant. My husband's phone number in the address book immediately appeared on it. Li Shiyan entered Mr. Qin in the search. Huh? Why can't I find it? Li Shiyan was also confused for a moment. What exactly is the note that my husband saved about Mr. Qin? There are more than 200 calls? Do I have to look for them one by one? Dad. Mother. Wife. Mother-in-law. Li Yuanhao. Li Yuanchang. Li Shiyan had no choice but to eliminate them one by one. This drunken old man's note? Is it Mr. Qin? Penguin Sync Assistant also cannot see call records. Li Shiyan called out. Xiao Feng, why are you calling? The voice on the other end was that of an old man who looked drunk and spoke with a lisp. That's not Mr. Qin's voice, you are. Li Shiyan was speechless. Wasn't the drunkard's name Mr. Qin? Who are you? Xiao Feng's girlfriend, right? The old man over there was actually a security guard in Lin Feng's parents' company. Lin Feng had had a few drinks with him. Sorry, I dialed the wrong number. I'm Lin Feng's wife. Li Shiyan was too tired to complain. Couldn't she put a better note on her husband, Mr. Qin's phone number? But Li Shiyan continued looking. No notes related to Mr. Qin were found. There are 3 saved phone numbers here, but no notes, so I can only try all 3. One of these 3 must be it. This husband? Mr. Qin's phone number? He didn't even make a note? He just saved a string of numbers? Hello, hello. Li Shiyan did not immediately ask if the other party was Mr. Qin, but took a look first. Hello, hello, who are you? In the villa in Beijing, He Bo answered the phone for Mr. Qin. I am also puzzled. Is the other person a woman? How did you know Mr. Qin's private number? I'm Li Shiyan. Li Shiyan recognized the other person's voice and said in surprise, Are you Uncle He? Yes, I am. May I ask who you are, young lady? How do you know our master's phone number? I'm Li Shiyan. Li Shiyan was speechless. Didn't He Bo even remember her name? Li Shiyan? He Bo felt a little familiar. I'm Lin Feng's wife. Li Shiyan immediately introduced herself. Now you know, right? Are all old people so forgetful? Please vote for the poor little sister with monthly tickets, everyone, please help. The author is free to arrange it. I beg you. If you want to send out monthly ticket red envelopes, please do it better. Click the middle screen, find the 3 dots in the upper right corner, then click on the red envelope and select the monthly ticket red envelope. Group number 954459465. Chapter 60, Mr. Qin takes action. The Su family is finished. Oh, you're Mr. Lin's wife. Heibo laughed immediately, also wondering, if Lin Feng had something to say, why didn't he call? Instead, why did Li Xian? Excuse me, Miss Li, what do you want to talk to our master about? Heibo still spoke quite politely. After all, it can be seen that Mr. Qin is very concerned about Lin Feng. But what Mr. Qin was concerned about Lin Feng was not the wine. But the 99-point matching value contains a hidden secret. Uncle Hey, this is the thing. Please tell old Master Qin about Lin Feng's situation and ask him to help. Li Xian said with a slight tear in her voice. Those people in the Su family simply have too much disregard for the law. They sent my innocent husband to jail and tried to frame him with some fabricated charges. Li Xian gave a brief narration in 40 seconds. Tell the matter to He Bodian. Outrageous. I'll tell old Master Qin about this. He Bo's ears felt as if they had been pricked. This kind of thing was truly terrifying. Is there still such a family in the empire? It's time to be destroyed. Seeing that the other party was about to hang up, Li Xian hurriedly asked, Mr. Heibo, won't you wait for me to talk about the strength of the Su family first? No need. Heibo wanted to say no need to say anymore, but he pretended to say, then you tell me first? Of course, this is also a way to avoid exposing one's strength. After all, if you don't even ask about the other party's strength, it will easily make the other party feel that Mr. Qin's strength is completely beyond the world. As for the Su family, as far as I know, the younger brother of the patriarch Su Bo, the second Master Su, is the city lord in Jiangnan. Their Su family assets are estimated to be around 500 billion. Li Xian didn't know much about the Su family, so she picked up what she knew and told it all. Okay, Miss Li, I understand. He Bo hung up the phone and walked towards Mr. Qin's study. Grandpa, I'm afraid there's a little trouble with Mr. Lin Feng. If Su Qianqing knew about the minor trouble He Bo mentioned, he would definitely be angry. Is the Su family a minor trouble? How can this be a big trouble? It's a bad news level, right? How come it's just a small trouble for He Bo? What's wrong with this kid? Old Master Qin took a sip of a mysterious fruit wine given by Lin Feng. This thing was naturally Lin Feng's fruit wine from another world. Old Master Qin tastes two tails every day. The feeling is that the body is indescribably refreshed. This must be some good stuff. Grandpa, Lin Feng is in jail. He was framed. He Bo said. Got locked up? Framed? Who did he offend? Old Master Qin said calmly, continuing to taste the wine without any hurry. The Su family, right? It is said that the mayor of Jiangnan is in their family. He Bo said. What Su family? I don't know them. Old Master Qin put down his wine glass, picked up the desktop phone on the table and made a call directly. No one knew who the other party was. But after chatting for about a minute, Mr. Qin had already figured out the general situation. The person on the other end of the phone continued, right now, at the Su family's gate, there's a tax official named Qi Zhigo investigating tax evasion. But there's someone named Lu Mei, whom I've checked and discovered is the illegitimate daughter of the head of the Niu family, one of the 8 major clans. She acted very arrogantly towards Qi Zhigao, the imperial staff member who was there to investigate. How arrogant are you? Asked Mr. Qin. This Lu Mei keeps saying that Qi Zhigao doesn't want to work anymore. She calls him a lackey of the empire and all that. She relies on being the illegitimate daughter of the Niu family, the head of the 8 great sects, and seems to be quite vicious and domineering. Outrageous. Old Master Qin slammed the table. Tell Qi Zhigao, the man who's supposed to be investigating, to show no mercy. If Lu Mei shows disrespect to any imperial staff member again, slap her in the face. I understand, old man. This family has done so many horrific things. They even turned a farce between a couple caused by a hidden camera into their own? They forced it to death? It's really despicable. Old Master Qin hung up the phone angrily. Of course. Now it's time to come back together. At this moment, at the gate of the Su family compound, Qi Zhigo was planning to withdraw his troops. After all, the Su family had moved out the head of the 8 major families, so Huang Quan was naturally defeated. But just when the team was about to withdraw, Qi Zhigao received another call. Qi Zhigao, you go on now. Go into the Su family and check, said Lord Sikong. Ah. Qi Zhigao was also very frustrated. He had been tossed back and forth several times. What? No, Lord Sikong. Will you change your mind again this time? Shi Zhigao had to ask first, otherwise he would be forbidden to go later. What would he do then? The attitude will definitely not change this time. Lord Sikong said firmly. It really won't change? Shi Zhigao was a little skeptical. After all, he was already the protagonist of the movie The Wolf Cry. He cried wolf 3 times, but the wolf didn't come. He didn't believe it anymore. What are you talking about? Just go when I tell you to. Nothing will change this time. The person who gave the order this time. Lord Sikong didn't say anything else. Who is this person? Shi Zhigao asked confusedly. Actually, I don't know either. It's just that people in the capital said, just go ahead and do it. This is a person who has all the connections. Lord Sikong also had a lingering fear in his tone. Ah. A well-known figure. Shi Zhigao was stunned. Could it be the 4 great families? Or the royal family? Wait, there's one more thing. That person said that if Lu Mei, the daughter-in-law of the Su family, shows any disrespect to the staff again, you can just slap her. Lord Sikong said, that person gave the order, so just do it. Yes. I guarantee to complete the mission. Shi Zhigao seemed to have turned into Ultraman Tiga, his whole body was full of strength, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Who gave this power? Of course not oil-based. But it was given by that all-knowing person. Wait, you can't leave. Shi Zhigao saw Lu Mei and Suyu coming in again, and shouted with full energy. Are you annoying? What are you going to do now? Lu Mei didn't believe that there was any chance of this happening again. Although the head of the 8 great sects was not invincible, the sphere of influence of the royal family and the 4 major families would not include the Jiangnan area, but would be entirely in the north. Besides, if Lin Feng knew someone from the 4 major families or the royal family, wouldn't he have escaped danger long ago? Are they still being interrogated inside? Your Su family. Someone reported it. We must investigate. We are going to see your chairman Su Bo now. Shi Zhigao spoke in a firm tone and walked quickly towards the gate of the Su family. You still want to come? Lu Mei was unhappy. You are just a running dog of the empire. How dare you step into the threshold of my Su family? Lu Mei didn't continue. A slap. Shi Zhigao slapped her hard in the face. Why are you hitting people? As an empire staff member, you have the right to hit people? Suyu was not so arrogant and domineering, and what he said made sense. She disrespected the imperial staff and deserves to be beaten. Shi Zhigao said sternly, without any fear at all. You bastard, you dare to hit me, you can quit your job. Lu Mei was so angry. She had never been beaten in her entire life under the care of her father, the head of one of the 8 major sects. But Lu Mei didn't say anything else. Pop. Another slap was given. How dare you speak such nonsense? Shi Zhigao glared at her fiercely. And those people who came with Shi Zhigao were also dumbfounded. Shi Zhigao received a phone call? Why did he feel like a god descending from heaven? With that aura, he looks like a real savior. You. Lu Mei covered her face and stopped cursing. It was not that she didn't dare to curse, but she was afraid that this madman would hit her again. Someone, come here, kick these people out. Lu Mei shouted, and the Su family security guards came out immediately. Let's see who dares. At this time, there is a team of people. He arrived in a police car. Lu Mei was even more dumbfounded, muttering, what the hell is going on? It's fine if my husband's useless father, the city lord, can't handle it. But why hasn't my father settled this matter yet? Lu Mei immediately took out her phone and called her father Nyo Jinda. Hey, father, your matter. Lu Mei hadn't finished speaking yet. Nyo Jinda immediately growled, you've gotten into big trouble. Have we gotten into big trouble? Father. Lu Mei heard this and considered the situation. Could it be that the other party could play a trump card even more powerful than that of the leader of the 8 major sects? Daughter, I can't help you with this. The Su family is finished. Nyo Jinda sighed, I may not be in trouble here, but I don't guarantee I'll be alright either. Anyway, just go in. This will temper your temper. Don't be so arrogant next time you come out. Nyo Jinda was also extremely regretful. Lu Mei's temper was really caused by his pampering. I just feel sorry for my dead mother. Dad, who is that person? Who is that person? Lu Mei swallowed, her eyes glazed over. Who on earth could that person be so frightening that even Niu Jinda, the leader of the 8 great sects, was afraid? And so, he chose to protect himself? And even his own father is not sure whether he can keep it or not? That person is that person. A person who can reach the sky. Niu Jinda said it. Lu Mei almost fell to the ground. I know, Dad. We'll just go in quietly and won't implicate you. Lu Mei felt like a deflated ball in an instant. How could that person get involved in such trivial matters? Even though it happened in Jiangnan, this matter involved a lot of connections. But in that person's opinion, it was really a small matter. What kind of person did Su Qianqing offend? Even that old man Qin has taken action? It's really terrifying. Lu Mei could only look helpless, completely losing her initial arrogance. Madam, are you still going to stop us? Qi Zhigao looked at Lu Mei. You're not so arrogant anymore, are you? You've been looking down on them? You, please do as you please. Lu Mei's voice was so low that she could hardly hear it herself. Capital City. In Mr. Qin's courtyard, Heibo came forward to report, saying, Qi Zhigao has successfully entered the Su family's gate, and the Su family has also honestly accepted the investigation. Whom? Old Master Qin nodded and asked, Uncle He, what do you think about this matter? How should we deal with the people involved in this matter? Of course we will deal with them all, not letting anyone go. Heibo said affirmatively. No, many people involved here were forced into this situation by pressure. Take Duan Jinyu, for example. He was actually a very resolute staff member at the beginning, but he was set up and had to join the other side. People like him can actually be given a lighter sentence. As long as they can reform themselves, they can be good staff members again. Old Master Qin smiled slightly and analyzed, if everyone is killed, who will be in charge of this world? Old man is right. Heibo touched his head, it's me who lacks foresight. And in the interrogation room on the other side. Lin Feng is still here at this moment. Come here, take him away. Lock him up first and wait for the final decision from the court. Duan Jinyu ordered his subordinates Li Hu and Zhang Long. The two were speechless. Can this even get in? Isn't Lin Feng just being intimate with his wife? Outrageous. It's off the main track. But in fact, there was a trace of reluctance in Duan Jinyu's eyes, but he had no choice. He could only obey orders. If he went against the Su family's orders, he would be in big trouble. Stop it. He's not guilty. Outside the door, Xia Qingluan rushed in again. He promised to help Li Xian take good care of Lin Feng. But there is nothing I can do. Moreover, as a female detective, it was very unpleasant to see such a frame-up. Who let her in again? Duan Jinyu also had a headache. This woman was under his command and had always been tough. But with what happened today, not to mention Xia Qingluan, even he himself couldn't handle it. It's useless. The Su family is too powerful. You fabricated evidence, aren't you afraid that one day the truth will be revealed? You will all be wiped out? Xia Qingluan looked at Su Qianqing viciously. She was extremely disgusted with this useless young master. He had no skills at all. He must have been too miserable in his previous life and practiced some reincarnation techniques. I have the right to defend this matter. Xia Qingluan, you've repeatedly disobeyed orders. I won't tolerate you no matter what. I have the right to remove you from your position. Duan Jinyu was speechless. A few $1,000 a month, why are you risking your life? If you keep doing this, the Su family will definitely retaliate against you. I myself was caught in this vortex, unable to control myself. Mr. Duan, who are you going to fire? But at this moment, a middle-aged man appeared outside the door. He was the one who spoke. This is Mu Daozong? Duan Jinyu's face immediately became stunned. This guy is from the Imperial Procuratorate. The Huangcha Mansion is a place that manages the children of the royal family. After all, in today's Dongxing Empire, the royal family is a very powerful group of people with an extraordinary status, so ordinary constables really cannot be too deep or too shallow. The royal patriarch has no choice but to restore a place with the same significance as the clan house in the Ming and Qing dynasties. In other words, they are a group of police who manage the royal family. Therefore, this department has a very high status. Mu Daozong only obeyed the orders of the patriarch of the royal family. Only the royal patriarch or a few other people can give command. Your name is Duan Jinyu, right? You have such great authority. I just heard that you were going to fire Comrade Xia Qingluan? Mu Daozong snorted and took 2 steps forward. Mr. Mu, why are you here? Duan Jinyu immediately put on a kind smile. Although Mu Daozong was not his immediate superior, there was a huge difference in their status. Apart from anything else, Mu Daozong was someone who could often meet the supreme heavenly being. In ancient times, these are the emperor's close ministers. I asked you why you fired her? Mu Daozong said sternly. Speaking of Xia Qingluan, she disobeyed orders and I was just trying to scare her. I didn't really want to fire her. Duan Jinyu said with a smile. Just a scare? Do you want me to scare you? I'll fire you first? Although Mu Daozong didn't care about this place, he represented the gods today. From today on, Duan Jinyu, listen up. You're going to demote yourself 3 levels. After Mu Daozong finished speaking, he looked at Xia Qingluan and took a quick look at her. She was indeed naturally beautiful, but Mu Daozong was not attracted by her appearance. He continued. You are Xia Qingluan, right? After observing you for a long time, I feel that you are very loyal to your duties. Would you be willing to work in the Imperial Procuratorate in the future? The Imperial Procuratorate manages and arrests members of the royal family, so naturally they need someone with a strong character like you. Let me take up the post in the Imperial Procuratorate? This. Xia Qingluan was stunned for a moment. It was very difficult to get into that place. It was said that the salary started at 100,000 and they had cars and houses. What the empire wanted was to satisfy the material needs of these employees so that they would not be corrupted by the money of the royal children. Although people are greedy. But most people are still content. As long as you can do things steadily and live a good life, why take risks? Aren't you willing? Mu Daozong raised his head slightly. No, I'll just follow your instructions. Xia Qingluan was uneasy. Mu Daozong had just said that he would observe her for a long time? Was this true? This shouldn't be the case, right? In that case, Xia Qingluan, come with me. I'll take you to the Imperial Procuratorate to take up your post. Mu Daozong said, and when he looked at Lin Feng, a kind smile appeared on his face. He said, Mr. Lin, right? You can go now. Things here are over. Can we go now? Lin Feng had never heard of the Imperial Procuratorate. What kind of place was it? Was it newly established? Mr. Lin, are you planning to stay overnight? Mu Daozong smiled kindly, not sarcastically, but jokingly. No, I don't want to come to this place again in my lifetime. Lin Feng stood up and strode out. I will never look back. Su Qianqing was stunned at this moment. He knew that this person should be very powerful, but why was Duan Jinyu so cowardly? He had the Su family behind him, so what was there to be afraid of? Who are you? On what basis do you announce the result? Lin Feng has already been convicted. Su Qianqing looked at Mu Daozong unhappily with a ferocious expression. Your name is Su Qianqing, right? Mu Daozong snorted with a hint of disdain on his face. Your father has been detained, and you're still jumping around here? And your arrogant sister-in-law is in jail too. Mu Daozong also wanted to laugh. Such a clown was rarely seen in 100 years. What are you talking about? My father was arrested? How is that possible? Su Qianqing was completely unconvinced. His sister-in-law was the illegitimate daughter of the head of the Niu family, the head of the 8 great sects. Even if the 4 major families above wanted to make a move, they would have to weigh the pros and cons, right? This person was too arrogant. Your Su family, what kind of people are you? I don't think I need to say more. Mu Daozong smiled coldly, just talk about what happened today. You are completely confusing right and wrong and framing others. Your Su family is finished, do you understand? Mu Daozong then looked at Duan Jinyu and said, Mr. Duan, this place is still under your jurisdiction. You should know what to do. Come, someone, catch Su Qianqing for me. Duan Jinyu ordered. Soon Li Hu and Zhang Long came up and lifted up Su Qianqing's arms. You dare to catch me. Su Qianqing immediately struggled, but he had no strength. His unconvinced look was really funny. Mu Daozong ignored Su Qianqing and looked at Duan Jinyu. He said, Mr. Duan, how about letting you handle this matter? Since you're familiar with the Su family, I think you can get more information. I'm demoting you 3 levels today. You should know that this isn't serious. Maybe it's because you used to be a dedicated person and were tricked into doing this. I won't punish you that lightly. Mr. Mu, I understand. Duan Jinyu was deeply moved. He had truly been a man of integrity and selflessness, but it was a shame that he had fallen into the hands of the Su family, leaving him with no other options. Who are you? Su Qianqing knew that he was no longer able to turn over, but he really didn't know what the imperial procuratorate was for. As a young master who was idle all day, he rarely cared about these things. The imperial procuratorate is under the jurisdiction of the patriarch of the royal family. Only the patriarch and a few elders are qualified to mobilize it. Do you think you still have any hope of turning things around today? Mu Daozong laughed. This guy, why would he frame Lin Feng when he could just go after anyone else? He really wants his life to be too long. But honestly, in the Jiangnan area, if the Su family had not met Lin Feng, no one would be able to defeat them. The celestial being and those old men? Su Qianqing's expression was as if the scene had stopped. Who on earth was this Lin Feng? How could he alarm these people? This is too scary. I can't resist it at all. Xia Qingluan was taken away? Where is she going to take up her post? I don't know what this place is, the Imperial Procuratorate. Has anyone heard of it? Of course, very few people know about this place. After all, it hasn't been established for 2 years. I've heard this place is awesome. You get a 100,000 yuan monthly salary. Plus a house in Jiangnan, and a car worth under 1 million yuan. But it can't be a sports car. The benefits are incredible. Oh my god, the treatment here is so good? It has to be good. Who are you not watching over? Because of the establishment of this place, I heard that the number of royal family members committing crimes has decreased significantly. Going to this place? I don't have any extravagant wishes in my life, right? Anyway, everyone envied Xia Qingluan. Mr. Mu, I would like to ask why you promoted me to work directly with you today? Xia Qingluan was not stupid. She knew that what Mu Daozong had just said about long-term observation of her was impossible. She was just a small employee, how could she be observed for a long time by such a powerful person? Do you want to know why? Mu Daozong asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Xia Qingluan nodded heavily. You can take up your position here thanks to Lin Feng, Mu Daozong said after a pause. You've always spoken up for Lin Feng, and the celestial beings naturally paid attention to the false accusations against Lin Feng. Then, they discovered a staff member like you who was so righteous and upright. You're very suitable for the Imperial Procuratorate, so they naturally transferred you there. Does Tianrun know Lin Feng? He may not know him, but he is paying attention to this matter. Mu Daozong said lightly. Xia Qingluan was speechless. Anyway, the first people she wanted to thank today were Mu Daozong and Tianrun, and the second was Lin Feng. Help Lin Feng yourself. And helped with this good job? Mr. Lin, wait a minute. Xia Qingluan quickly chased him out the door and said, Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Shiyan's best friend. So it was Shiyan who asked you to help me? I thought you were speaking for me because I was too handsome? Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses and wondered why this beauty kept speaking for him. Mr. Lin, you must be joking. I have to thank you very much today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to work there. Thank me? Why? Lin Feng was confused. Because of this matter. Xia Qingluan didn't continue, anyway, I have to thank you. After all, Mu Daozong had said that matters concerning celestial beings should not be spoken casually. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, and was very confused in his heart. Who is this Mr. Qin? The patriarch of the royal family? No way. The patriarch of the royal family does not have the surname Qin. Among the 4 major families, there is no one with the surname Qin. Lin Feng was very confused anyway. Who cares? Maybe Mr. Qin knows those people at the top. Mr. Lin, leave me your phone number and I'll treat you to dinner someday. Xia Qingluan took the initiative to speak. Lin Feng did not refuse. After all, he has been speaking for himself. They quickly exchanged contact information and said goodbye. Wife. Husband. When Li Xiyan saw Lin Feng again, she ran over from the door of her house and the two hugged each other. It's my fault. I shouldn't have called for help and sent the wrong message. It's all my fault. Li Xiyan raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Feng. She felt really guilty. How can I blame you? In this situation, why can't you just stay here? If the news about your body gets out, that would be a huge problem. Lin Feng lifted her hair, looked at her delicate face, and leaned his head slightly closer. Li Xiyan also understood it very well. Tilt your head. The two people's noses are misaligned. After savoring it for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Feng then hugged Li Xiyan and the two of them entered the villa. Stinky husband, that was such a good move just now, don't do that again. This posture is so good, why not? Lin Feng laughed, we must carry it forward in the future. By the way, Xiyan, where are your parents? Lin Feng stopped joking. I went to your house to comfort your parents, Li Xiyan said. They were very worried when they found out about you, but now that they know you're out, they naturally rushed over. It's not a big deal. Mr. Qin must have some connection with those people at the top, or he can say hello to them. But it shouldn't be the 4 major families and the royal family. Lin Feng analyzed. Then, the family is reunited. There was another round of laughter. At night, Lin Feng stayed at Li Xiyan's house. He sneaked into Li Xiyan's bed and was beaten out in the middle of the night. But Lin Feng didn't lose out either. Got the white rabbit. It feels good. Oh, my wife is such a stunner. I have to wait until I get married. Uncomfortable. Lin Feng feels so aggrieved. He has a lot of extraordinary martial arts skills, but nowhere to display them. Have no choice. I can only watch short videos to pass the time. Ha! What the hell is this? Lin Feng only brushed a few times and a new dimension appeared? Lin Feng could only see. This is what an ancient palace looks like. Very majestic and domineering. I have unified the 6 kingdoms, and built the Great Wall to suppress the dragon veins of the 9 provinces, to defend the Great Qin and protect our country. I swear here in the name of the first emperor. While I am alive, I will defend the land and expand the borders, annihilate the barbarians, and lay the foundation for all things in the Great Qin. When I die, I will transform myself into a dragon spirit, protecting the Chinese nation forever. This oath is witnessed by the sun and the moon, by heaven and earth, and by the immortals, demons, ghosts, and gods. But why can't I escape the body of a mortal? Lin Feng saw this. I understood it immediately. Did this guy get Qin Shi Huang? That's all right. The first emperor's difficulty? He's going to die, right? He wants to live forever? But Lin Feng immediately wanted to say what Sun Wukong said before he became a disciple, I don't have the secret of immortality either. What should I do about this? Lin Feng really wanted to post a message immediately. Who has the elixir of life? 10 billion purchase. Waiting online. Urgent. But Lin Feng knew that no one would get it even if he gave it out.